European Champions Cup rugby, it finished Exeter Chiefs 33, Montpellier 33. After extra time, Exeter move into the quarter-finals because they scored more tries in the match than Montpellier, and they'll face the South African side Stormers in the last 8. It's currently Saracens 13, Ospreys 14. Commentary on 5 Sports Extra. The winner of that will face La Rochelle. The other score, Toulouse 12, Bulls 6. BBC Radio Commentary live from Augusta of the Masters this week. Play underway on Thursday. All 4 rounds across 5 Live and 5 Sports Extra. We've got a preview show for you on Wednesday night from 8 p.m. and our coverage of the IPL continues tomorrow as well, 3 o'clock. Chennai Super Kings against the Lucknow Super Giants. You can listen to that on 5 Sports Extra. Find all the latest IPL reaction on Test Match Special via BBC Sounds. To St James's Park after the news with Carl Hartley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Steve. The Port of Dover say the wait times for coaches to cross the channel is now around 4 hours. There have been long delays at the crossing, which officials say is down to lengthy immigration processes and a higher than expected number of coaches wanting to get away over the Easter break. This coach passenger has been waiting for a ferry.
The problem is we've got one driver, so I don't think we're going to get where we're going tonight. I don't really know what we're going to do. It's supposed to be my birthday week celebration. Not off to the best of starts, but hey, what can you do?
The Home Secretary has unveiled plans to tackle child sex abuse, which she has called one of the biggest national scandals. People who work with children in England will now be legally required to report child sexual abuse or face prosecution. Suella Braverman is expected to set out more details in the coming days. The humanitarian organisation, the Presidium Network, says 2 of the 3 men being held by the Taliban in Afghanistan have spoken to their families for the first time since being detained in January. One of them has been named as Kevin Cornwell, a 53-year-old charity worker. The government say they're in negotiations for their release. 3 people have been arrested on suspicion of murder after a 55-year-old man died when he was hit by a van outside a pub in Cramlington, Northumbria. Another man was also struck by the vehicle and remains in hospital in a critical condition. And Pope Francis has led the Palm Sunday Mass in the Vatican a day after he left hospital following treatment for bronchitis. The 86-year-old, who was seated for most of the service, thanked worshippers for their prayers in recent days.
On BBC iPlayer.
I'm here for one thing. Vengeance.
From the writer of Peaky Blinders.
Throw the boy to the wild beasts of this city.
Starring Olivia Colman.
So, Pip, are you in love with her yet?
I told you my intention is not to fall in love.
Love is not always the result of intention.
I will teach you how to be a gentleman.
That is who I am now. That is who I have to be.
Great Expectations.
And so it begins.
Watch on BBC iPlayer. More live Premier League football than anyone else.
5 Live's Premier League Sunday.
With Steve Crossman.
We will bring you live reaction as we get it to West Ham United's big victory over Southampton in the Premier League. So Southampton bottom the table, 23 points, 3 from safety. West Ham, with that 1 win, still have games in hand and they hoist themselves up to 14th in the Premier League table. Next on Premier League Sunday, less than half an hour to go until a massive game at the other end of the table. It's Newcastle United against Manchester United.
The games at this stage get bigger and bigger because you're running out of opportunities to correct yourself if you make a mistake.
Plays it in, and it's turned in, and the Newcastle fans go absolutely crazy.
We play against a good opponent, but we are looking forward for the challenge, and as we had already many challenges this season, and we have shown that we can beat them.
There it is, the final whistle goes on this Carabao Cup final, and it's Manchester United's day. Ten Hag leads his team to victory.
I don't think you ever get over a defeat, really. I think there's still part of you. Any defeat you have as a manager is still sort of in there somewhere. But I tend not to dwell on it or think about it too much.
Fernandes Keller! Manchester United find that second goal.
Almiron! Super finish! And Newcastle are back in front. And Almiron slides away on his knees
into the penalty area. That's an amazing goal. Marcus Rashford.
Saint-Maximin! Oh, that's wonderful. Equaliser for Newcastle. It's a brilliant, brilliant goal from Alan Saint-Maximin from nothing.
Weghorst finally found Weghorst.
goal, sticks it away, and look at the reaction from the big Dutchman.
Manchester United, third in the Premier League table, 50 points. Newcastle outside of the top four in fifth on 47. Huge game at St James's Park with the team news. Correspondent John Murray.
And conditions could hardly be better for springtime football on Tyneside, with the sun shining on St James's Park for what is fifth versus third. But if Newcastle win it, they'll go above Manchester United. And Eddie Howe goes with the same team that started their last match before the internationals. There were doubts over Pope and Botman and St Maximin, but they're all fit. So the Newcastle team is Pope in goal, Trippier, Cher, Botman and Byrne, Longstaff, Guimaraes and Willock, Murphy, Isak and St Maximin. Remember, Almiron is injured. Joe Linton is available after suspension, but is only among the substitutes, as is Anthony Gordon. And the main news for Manchester United is that Marcus Rashford is fit and plays. Varane and Sabitzer too. Casemiro is suspended again, and Wan-Bissaka's absent, unwell, so Dalot comes back into the team. Manchester United with De Gea in goal, Dalot, Varane, Martinez and Shaw, McTominay and Sabitzer, Anthony, Bruno Fernandes, Rashford and Weghorst. And Anthony Martial is also returning for Manchester United after a couple of months out as one of their substitutes.
And we will talk to Chris Waddle about that team news after we have got the latest in Super League, the game going on right now, Huddersfield and Salford. Dave Woods.
Salford 10, Huddersfield 14. Matty Costello with a fantastic dive to the corner to finish it. Sneed at the post with a conversion. Salford 10, Huddersfield 14.
Thank you, Dave. So Chris Waddle is alongside John Murray at St James's Park. And Chris, I suppose the big difference between this and the Cup final is Manchester United had one of their big players that day in Casemiro. Today they don't. Newcastle were without one of their big players in Nick Pope. Today they do.
Yeah, I mean, people will be looking at it, and the miss Casemiro is a massive loss to Man United. We know that. But I've been talking about it, and McTominay comes in, who is full of confidence, scoring goals for Scotland against Spain, and really looked full of confidence when the game finished. And he kind of probably wait to think, I can probably get a shirt back in this Man United side because they've been playing so well under Ten Hag. And Casemiro obviously is a player who can get in, but I think alongside of him, that shirt's still up for grabs. Fred's been playing there, but he's on the bench today. So McTominay might think, if he can keep the performance level up he's doing at the minute, then he will get that shirt. And yeah, listen, the cup final's finished now. They've moved on. Newcastle obviously want to win. They're at home. They want to get into third if they beat Man United. So there's a lot of things at stake. But Eddie Howe said, I think, that interview before, yeah, he thinks of the cup final still, but he gets it out of his mind very quickly, and you have to move on.
They've used it in a very positive way in the end. I mean, obviously they were desperate to win that cup final, but the response to losing it's been fantastic. Yeah,
they could have went the other way. I mean, they've had two games which, let's be honest, are winnable. Again, the thing with Newcastle, I think, where you see with Man United and the other teams at the top, they beat teams by 4s and 3s and 5s, and Newcastle always seem to be 1-0, 2-1. It's always close games, and I think that's the one thing probably, if you are looking at to think what need to do to go to the next level, is convert chances they create. And they've not really had a natural goal scorer. Callum Wilson, unfortunately, over his last few years, had a lot of injuries, kind of get into the rhythm. He's extended now, and he scored 3-2 or 2-3, whatever it is. And he has a possibility of going on a run. But if you look at his history, he's never been an out-and-out goal scorer. So this is the problem for Newcastle.
It's a significant shift, that, for Newcastle, John, isn't it? Callum Wilson was still very much the number one striker, even as recently as the cup final. But with the form that Isak has produced, he's sort of put himself there until he loses form, I imagine.
Yeah, they've been very different, haven't they, when you've seen them? And I feel that's part of the attraction for Eddie Howe, that he did want a different kind of centre forward, if you like. And I mean, you see Isak, don't you? I mean, Chris, you and I have watched him, in so many different places on the field compared to where you'd find Callum Wilson, coupled with the fact, of course, that Callum Wilson's on, for him, really poor run of form in terms of goal scoring. It's 1 goal in his last 15 appearances. So Isak has come in, and over the course, certainly these last couple of matches, when he's got himself back after the long spell out that he had. Remember, he was out from September until January with the thigh injury. So now he started the last 2, scored 3 goals in those matches, and really contributed to the overall team performance.
I think watching him, though, I there's a case for them in a game, maybe not the size of this game or the opposition, but against a lesser opposition, to maybe play him as a 10, and play Callum Wilson ahead of him. It would be interesting to see that, because he's very quick. We know that he takes some good positions. When he came into the cup final, he actually played behind Callum Wilson. He looked really threatening. Callum Wilson did go offside, but he played like a 10, and he was dropping it sort of between the midfield in the back four, and picking the ball up in areas where he was causing a lot of problems. So maybe that's something they might look at, but at the minute they need somebody who's going to put the ball in the net.
We're going to talk more about Newcastle with Lee Ryder from the Newcastle Chronicle shortly. We'll also hear from Erik ten Hag on Marcus Rashford. But first, let's check in on England-Italy in the Women's Six Nations. Nicola Goodwin.
We started the second half with a sixth try, this time to Tatiana Head, and she crossed easily in the end to make it 32-5, converted by Holly Aitchison. But in the second half, let's see if professionalism starts to pay, because they're not having it all their own way. Score here in Northampton, England 34, Italy 5.
Well, there's been a very professional performance put in at Wembley Stadium. Another goal there in the EFL Cup final. Henry Moran.
That should be game over. Bolton 3, Plymouth 0, as they did early in the first half. Bolton have struck quickly, and it's Elias Kuchunga who's made it 3. He had the freedom of the Plymouth half, and he managed to find the bottom corner. Brilliant performance from Bolton. They lead the Papa John's Cup final by 3-0.
Yeah, sorry, EFL Trophy final. That should have been the EFL Cup, was still won by Manchester United. Let's hear from their manager then. Erik ten Hag has been explaining all the work that's gone into Marcus Rashford's improved form this season.
Not about just a talk. It's not like I'm not Harry Potter. It's like a process, and so there are many tools you're putting in your management to let people get to his best form and to his best shape. That is about, of course, lineup. That's about way of play. That is about, of course, coaching. That's about talks, informal, formal. That's about coaches working with him, and especially it's a lot about himself, because he's the one, and he has the skills. So when he is in the best attitude, he is in the best mentality, then he will score goals.
Erik ten Hag with an unexpected Harry Potter reference on Marcus Rashford there. Wayne Rooney, writing in the Sunday Times today, said that Erik ten Hag has turned Rashford into one of the world's best. Although I think, Chris Waddle, we should probably allow Rashford to retain some of the credit for himself.
Yeah, I mean, he had a difficult few years, didn't he? Let's be honest. He's since ten Hag coming in. He's playing in a team full of confidence. He's got the belief back in the Man United players. Ten Hag, he's done a brilliant job. Rashford, we've always talked about him as his centre forward, is his best position in 9. I think he's in his best position on this left-hand side where he plays. I've always thought that's his best position. He's got pace, he knows how to finish, and he's having a great season. You kind of fault that. Listen, sometimes his performances are not brilliant as a football, as such as in the game, but he scores, and that's a massive help when you're scoring goals to your confidence. And every time he gets the ball in that last third, you think, this could be in the back of the net. He's that confident at the minute, so he's going to be the biggest threat today, without a shadow of a doubt, on Newcastle.
We talked about the number of games, John. This is the first that Manchester United have of 9 this month. And I did the maths earlier. If they get to the final of the 2 cup competitions they're left in, it's possible that Bruno Fernandes could play 76 matches in a season. So once we're talking about Marcus Rashford, this isn't me trying to be cynical, although I understand it will sound cynical. For him and Manchester United, it might not be the worst thing that he missed the international break.
I think that England certainly wanted him. I think to have that, for Gareth Southgate, to have that potential of Kane, Saka and Rashford as your front 3. I mean, I think any team that England would play against would make them think twice about how they were going to deal with those 3. But, as Gareth Southgate was saying to us last weekend, they didn't have him at all during the World Cup qualifying campaign because of the various injury issues that he had, and form issues as well, of course, remember last season. And then he's missed the first 2 qualifiers of this time round. But publicly, Gareth Southgate, when I spoke to him, was saying, look, it's probably, he said all players when they get a chance to have a break, they've got to take it this season. And off he went to New York. And we'll see how refreshed he is today for Manchester United, won't we?
Yeah, and listen, Chris, if you take the England thing out of it, that's only going to help him in a season where you could be playing over 70 matches.
Yeah, well, we talk about this every season, don't we, about players overplaying and playing every game, and we can see some players want to play because there's records at stake and they want to do whatever they can. But I think Marcus Rashford, it should be looked at that. You know, he's played a lot of games in a small period of time for Man United, and the rest will do him good, not just for the club, but, you know, no disrespect. Yes, Italy was always a hard game for him. I wouldn't say it wasn't, but they come through that. Ukraine, we always thought we were going to win that. So and people forget the former Jack Grealish and players like that. So, you know, yes, he's somebody who you'd like to have in the squad, but if he's not, you can cope without it.
What was the most number of matches you played in a season, do you know?
About 204, I think. No, I don't actually know. It would have been probably at Tottenham. I think we got the 2 semis. Sheffield Wednesday 92, 93, 2 finals. It was a lot of games, I know that, but I don't think it was 74. But it was a lot.
So this is the thing, though, Chris. You know, I had Rob Lee, Nader Manur, Robert Huth with me earlier, and they all sort of shot down, which is totally fair enough, the idea that players would be tired. But there's got to be a line somewhere. You know, 60 games is a lot. 76 games is an unbelievable amount.
Right. For me, right, I was talking about this the other day with my friends and I think players at the end of the season, whatever they've played, it should be. Now, whether going on tour or not, and there's all these tours, by the way, on people like Harry Kane turning up and players like Marcus Rashford turning up, them players should have a contract, minimum 3-week break. 3-week break. After that, listen, when I first played...
Good luck with that with the clubs.
Yeah. No, well, when I played in England, we used to get sometimes 10, 11 weeks off, and it was too much. Went to Marseille, I got a month maximum off. And 3 weeks is enough to have a nice holiday and start training again. You feel refreshed and you want to go again. But some of these players will finish with international duty. They might get a week off and they're off to America, Thailand, Australia. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And the players it should be a rule in football, and players should have 3 weeks off.
England's last match, the last internationals this summer, I think it's the 19th of June, England's last match.
Yeah, but players want to play it. Harry Kane, keep the record going, can I build on more goals? But then he might get back a week off and then they say, oh, by the way, Harry, Tottenham will go to Australia. And you're part of that trip because you're the big name. It's wrong. You've got to have 3 weeks recovery minimum.
Let's bring in Lee Ryder, shall we, from the Chronicle in Newcastle. Good afternoon, Lee.
Good afternoon.
You got your pre-season tour booked. I don't know where Newcastle off to. Is it America?
America has been mooted, but that hasn't been confirmed just yet. So that would be a long-haul jaunt.
Fine. So, listen, I know Eddie Howe has said this, and I know it's a bit of a cliche, but it wasn't an international break that Newcastle really wanted or needed, was it?
No, I think momentum, Newcastle certainly had that. They just recovered from the cup final last time we spoke, and they put back-to-back wins together, which, at this level, it's everything. Getting that momentum going, and then obviously they just had to stop and keep a very cautious eye on some of the players on international duty.
You will have heard us earlier talking about Alexander Isak and the form that he's been in since he came in for Callum Wilson. Was that a decision that fans were not necessarily calling for, but was that something they were keen to see happen? Because he had been a little bit out of form, hadn't he, Callum Wilson?
Yeah, to be honest, the second half of the season for Newcastle, the World Cup came in felt like it come at the wrong time. We're talking about momentum, and Callum Wilson was particularly one of the players that suffered. He was running hot before the World Cup, which got him in there. And after the break, around Christmas time, just started to look a bit leggy, and the goals dried up. And certainly the supporters wanted to see Isak in the team, £63 million man, and he's delivered it in recent weeks. And as I say, everyone had that careful eye on him with Sweden, where he initially got injured back in the autumn. So the fans are pleased with the lineup in terms of the attacking three.
I want to ask all of you about a really interesting piece I read this morning that was written by Ian Ladyman in the Daily Mail. It's a very, very good piece about Newcastle and about Eddie Howe going forward. And this is the kind of thing you have to talk about quietly, surrounded by Newcastle fans like you guys are. But even though it is incredibly unfair to ask the question, Lee, does Eddie Howe need to be taking Newcastle into the Champions League?
I think if you're looking at it from the owner's point of view, the ambition of the Saudis who've come in, Newcastle, we went over to Saudi Arabia before Christmas and we seen everything it was about, the skyscrapers, the illustrious settings, and they want to be at the Champions League table. So I think there is a little bit of pressure for them to get there. The accounts came out only the other day. £70 million loss. Newcastle need to start looking like they can make money elsewhere apart from it just coming in, from the unlimited supplies, if you like. So I think there is a little bit of pressure again, the Champions League. And as we all know, the Europa League can be a real strain on the squad.
Does that pressure apply this season or next season, or both?
Both, in my opinion, because it's uncharted waters for Newcastle. They haven't been in Europe for the last 10 years, and the next 12 games, it's crunch time, and today's the acid test, I would imagine.
Chris?
Well, I mean, if I was looking from the outside, I would say they've done a great job turning it around. I would give them definitely next season. I think the pressure will be on. I mean, I know people like to say the books and they want to brag and they want to say we're in the Champions League, and that might add to buying more players if they do qualify for the Champions League. So in Eddie's case, it's a bonus. But I've got to say, if you didn't get in the top four this year, I still think they've had a very good season. I know the Europa League is a strain. It's a bit of a pain, let's be honest. But it's European football, and the fans would love that. But Champions League must be the goal. Looking at the run-in, there's no reason why they shouldn't. And but yeah, I would say I'd be very. If they didn't think I wouldn't put them under pressure yet. I think next season, that's when he'll be judged. The first 3 months, if they get a bad start, questions will be asked, definitely.
I've just seen, John Murray, an absolutely brilliant banner. I mean, nobody does flags like Newcastle United fans, I have to say, but there's a glorious Bruno green and gold Brazilian flag somewhere inside St James's Park. He might be the kind of guy they need to think about, because we could talk about the manager, but what about the absolute star player in that team? If they're not playing Champions League football, it's going to be that much harder to hold on to him.
Yes, I can see that banner. It's between the East Stand and the Gala Gate, halfway up, waving away there. So I see what you mean. As for Bruno Guimarães, what I would say, in answer to the earlier question as well, is that this team that Newcastle start today, I think there are 6 of them.
John, just stand by there 2 seconds, because we can hear live from David Moyes on Premier League Sunday with Nick Godwin.
Yes, David Moyes is here. David, is it fair to call that a very significant victory for your team this season?
I hope so, because it wasn't a great game, but in the end we get 1 goal, they get none, and we got the 3 points. And when you're not in a great part of the league, then you've got to find a way of winning the games, and today we did.
The goal was extraordinary in that you had to wait 3.5 minutes to know that it was a goal. How did that 3.5 minutes feel for you?
Well, when we scored, I thought great. I didn't celebrate though, because I knew they would probably have a check on it. Then the linesman, I should say, put his flag up, and I thought, well, this is probably offside and it's going to be called off. But as it dragged on, I thought it was going back in our favour then, and in the end, Anthony Taylor, who was 4th official today, just said to me, says the goals it's given. So it was important for us, because it was very little in the game. We hadn't started the game particularly well, so getting in front gave us something to hang on to. Meant that Southampton came on to us a little bit more in the game, but we had some opportunities to get a second and we didn't quite take them.
How difficult is it when you're in the situation you're in, when you've got this really precious lead, to kind of keep it, even though the crowd are getting anxious, maybe some of the players are getting anxious, you might be getting anxious?
Well, we are anxious because we've probably been in this position 3 or 4 times already this season, but a lot of it's to do with, we've got 2 games in hand. We tend to play European games on Thursday night, so it means that we don't play till a Sunday. So quite often all the results have gone on the Saturday, so we are behind the pack a little bit. So we have to get used to it, and I have to give the players a lot of praise, because they have to deal with the pressure, they have to get through it. Today wasn't the most prettiest game we've played, but ultimately the result was really important.
And I don't know if you look at the league table, but you've jumped up to 14th. It just shows what a crazy division it is at the moment.
I'll probably look at it now. I don't know if I was looking at it before, but the fact of the matter is it's good that we're moving up. We would like to be a lot higher than 14th, and our expectations are to be much higher than that. But we are where we are, and we have to make sure that we stay away from it. But once again, you have to be out of it at the bottom of at the end of the season, I should say, not just now. And we have to try and make sure that we pull ourselves away from it.
David Moyes, thank you.
Thank you.
David Moyes live there on Premier League Sunday. Back to St James's Park. Lee Ryder, we have to say goodbye to you in a second, so you can go and get your seat before kick-off. But just before we do then, look at that Newcastle bench. Suddenly, at this important part of the season, a bit of strength in depth there.
Yeah, absolutely. I was surprised Joe Linton was left out today. I thought he would go straight back in. So for me, that was a possible gamble. But Anthony Gordon on there as well. It is looking strong if things start to go negatively, which we hope doesn't happen. Excited to see more of young Elliot Anderson as well, who's on the bench today. Lee, thank you very much. Lee Ryder there from the Newcastle Chronicle. There has been another goal at Wembley. One-way traffic, Henry Moran.
Just past the hour mark, Bolton 4, Plymouth 0. Corner from the right-hand side, nodded home by Gethin Jones, who looked to the heavens. A really beautiful moment as he remembered his mother who passed away recently, and it has been some day for Bolton Wanderers and their supporters. Bolton 4, Plymouth 0.
Let's go back to Franklin's Gardens in the Women's Six Nations. England, Italy, Nicola Goodwin.
8 tries here so far, and the last 2 have gone to Abby Dow. England now starting to show their dominance. England 46, Italy 5.
To Super League, Huddersfield, Salford, Dave Wood.
Salford 10, Huddersfield 22. Owen Trout's second try of the game for Huddersfield has put them in some luxury. It's Salford 10, Huddersfield 22.
Right, the teams are in the tunnel at St James's Park. Absolutely massive game in this Premier League season. Newcastle United and Manchester United, they go again. And Chris Waddle is with correspondent John Murray.
Yes, thank you, Steve. 35 days on from the Wembley final. We've got a spectacularly sunny day here on Tyneside. Spring is in full colour all over the northeast of England, whether you're on the Cheviots to the north, whether along the Tyne Valley to the east, or whether up on the magnificent sandy beaches of the Northumberland coast. The sky above, it's like the Caribbean, but inside St James's Park, as you'd expect, it's all black and white. And a huge flag is being unfurled now in the Gallowgate end as the teams walk out onto the pitch. It's going to cover the whole height of the inside of the stand, over all of those spectators in there. And right in the middle of it is the famous Magpie logo, written across the top, Newcastle United Football Club. And it's just about fully unfurled now in the Gallowgate end. And if I turn to my left, they've done the same thing in the lower tier of the Leazes end as well. And in the middle of that, it reads, "We are Newcastle," with a flying magpie right at the top. Chris Waddle, your old club, they've outdone themselves for the visit of Manchester United.
It gets better every time I come here, I tell you. You see a lot of flags and scarves today, but today that is just amazing. The Gallagher and the Leazes end, I mean, full length of it as well. I don't know what all the names are about. Is it not season ticket holders? I don't know. I'm trying to read some of the names.
Yeah, they've got names. We've got names written across all of the length of the banner on both sides. If you can imagine the black and white stripes, the names are written across the white stripes in their words. So whatever it is, there will be meaning to it, no doubt. If they get into the Champions League, what on earth are they going to do in the Champions League before the match?
They'll come up with something.
So here we are, Newcastle United against Manchester United. It is 5th against 3rd, and Newcastle have steadied themselves with their 2 wins in the 2 matches immediately before the internationals. Manchester United, of course, as Newcastle United know only too well, the winners of the Carabao Cup this season, and chasing success on 3 fronts. They've already got 1 trophy. It's possible there could be 2 more. But remember, St James's Park this season, Newcastle had lost here just the once, the visit of Liverpool in February.
Yeah, I was at the game. Newcastle played all right that day as well. Again, didn't take the chances. They had, I remember they had about 20 corners and they could have scored from about 14 of them, but they were very dangerous set pieces that day. But Man United know, listen, Ten Hag's got this team very confident. They know what to do. I think you'll see Man United play on the counter-attack a lot today. They'll let Newcastle have the ball, bring them on, exploit the gaps, and obviously straight away you think of Marcus Rashford. I'd like to see a little bit more from Anthony on the right, taking players on more than just passing it, but we'll see what happens. Newcastle will be very confident today.
Just watching the Newcastle players. Nick Pope is right there in the middle of it. Remember, he had to miss the cup final between the sides because of suspension when he was sent off in that Liverpool game. Well, he was also a slight doubt for this match with a thigh problem, but he's fit. Sven Botman as well, who was unwell on international duty with the Netherlands. And also St. Maximin, who had a hamstring problem, but he's fit, so he continues in the team. So it's the same side that played against Nottingham Forest just before the internationals. Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne, Longstaff, Bruno Guimaraes and Willock, and Jacob Murphy, Alexander Isak and Alain St. Maximin. There's the big roar from inside St James's Park. Joe Linton is a substitute on the bench, coming back after a 2-match suspension. Manchester United are without the suspended Casemiro, so important in the cup final. So they have De Gea in goal, Dalot at right back, Wan-Bissaka's unwell, Varane and Martinez short left back, McTominay the goal man alongside Sabitzer in midfield, Anthony and Rashford wide with Bruno Fernandes behind Wout Weghorst. As listeners to the BBC's World Service join us here on sunny Tyneside just in time for kick-off. This is 5 Live, Newcastle United against Manchester United. The referee Stuart Atwell, you heard his whistle, and Manchester United get us underway here, playing from left to right in the first half, so attacking the Leazes end to our right. And the names of the people on the huge flags that were put up at both ends of the ground before kick-off, they were the names of the people who paid for the flags. So that does make sense. Chris Waddle's alongside me here, former England international, former Newcastle man, and we're watching Dalot play the ball out from the back to the halfway line. He was put under pressure and the ball is allowed to bounce out of play. McTominay after it, but Botman was able to just make sure it went out for a throw to Newcastle halfway inside their own half. So Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0 in the first minute. Despite all of this sunshine, it's not the warmest. There is an edge of coldness in the spring air here. St Maximin going back to the edge of his own penalty area. Scher's pass was a little short to Botman, who's able to play it out of play off Anthony for a throw-in to Newcastle United. Were you expecting, Chris Waddle, that maybe Joe Linton would have been straight back into the team today?
I did. I think he's had a terrific season. But Newcastle are getting results, so if you get out the side, you've got to wait your turn to get back in, and Murphy's been doing okay.
Here's Murphy on the right-hand side. Almiron's out injured at the moment, and now Murphy approaches the penalty area, cutting in from the right-hand side, but he plays it back to Bruno Guimaraes, who curls the ball to Trippier on the right. Nice touch, immediately plays it. Longstaff trying to cross. It's blocked behind by Bruno Fernandes, and it's an early corner for Newcastle United. Excellent play from Newcastle down the right.
Yeah, good passing. It started a very quick tempo of the game, which we expected. But it's a corner. Every time I've been to St James's Park, Newcastle look ever so threatening the corners.
Murphy's going to take this from the right-hand side. So Dan Byrne is up there from the back, of course, the big man, the biggest man on the field, 6'7", so he is a natural target, but Botman up as well, and Schär too. And actually it's been left the corner for Trippier to take. I did wonder. Here it is now to the near post. It's blocked away. McTominay got there first, and it bounces for Anthony for Manchester United in the red shirts, white shorts, white socks. He runs it to the halfway line and he wins the throw-in off the shins of Willock, who was chasing him.
Yeah, I'm looking at the game, John, trying to think where this game will be decided today. I've got to say, I think it's on the flanks. I think Murphy, St Maximin, we know, very unpredictable player on his day, cannot stop him. Rashford in top form, and Anthony on his day can cause a lot of problems. I think this is where it's going to be decided.
Manchester United take the throw back into their own half. Trippier with a heavy touch, but he was able to follow up and slide into the challenge, and Manchester United have got it back inside their own half. Sabitzer playing it all the way back to De Gea, who had to control that rather awkwardly, and Isak was arriving on the scene, but the Manchester United goalkeeper was able to control, played away. Bruno Fernandes with a pass with the outside of his boot down the left-hand side for Rashford. What a pass as well, and Rashford now running into the penalty area, but Newcastle had two men on him. Schär and Trippier did their work, and Newcastle are able to deal with it. It's blasted forward for Isak to race down the right-hand side. Varane's gone there across with him. Martinez comes in as well to put in the challenge to knock it out of play into the sunshine. All of those supporters who are still in the sunshine on the far side in the east stand. Throw into Newcastle down the right.
Great start. What a ball by Fernandes. Volley. What knee high down the side for Rashford, who was very unfortunate not to go between the centre half Schär and Trippier. to get a shot off on goal, but it started at a cracking pace.
Yeah, it's like a Mark Hughes style pass, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From Bruno Fernandes, sort of cushioned volley that was sweetly hit. I mean, could not have paced it any better. It's perfect for Rashford. So that's the first contest we've seen between Trippier and Rashford, the England colleagues, on that far side. McTominay now playing the ball back into his own half. Has to be absolutely brimming with confidence, Scott McTominay, after his 2 international matches. 4 attempts on goal, 4 goals. Here is St Maximin now running for Newcastle. Willock on the left-hand side as well with him. Willock angles it. That's asking an awful lot of Dan Burn, who can't get there, and Dalot is able to play it out off the legs of Burn as he arrives, and it's a goal kick in front of the Leazes end.
Well, I think Willock comes into this left-hand side quite a lot, and really, when you've got St Maximin playing, just leave that area. You know, go 20 yards inside of him if he needs to. He's got 2 on him, 3 on him. He might use the ball. He might need you inside. But Willock's gone on the outside of St Maximin. Obviously, they lose possession.
So a goal kick to Manchester United. After we've already brought you West Ham's dramatic win, actually, 1-0 against Southampton earlier, which means that West Ham are out of the bottom 3. In fact, they're up to 14th, and Everton have now dropped into the bottom 3 as a result of that scoreline. 6:06 later, I'm sure you'll want to talk, if you're a Leicester fan, about the sacking of Brendan Rodgers today. But here's McTominay through the middle for Manchester United. It's blocked out to Sabitzer, and then a stretch from Willock. Willock in again against Sabitzer, and Newcastle with Bruno Guimaraes. He passes it forward, but Varane was able to step forward, prevented from reaching St Maximin. Sabitzer now with his hair tied up at the back of his head. Anthony beats Burn. Anthony flicks it through to Sabitzer on the right. Sabitzer's ball across. That was blocked by a diving Botman, who did really well, actually, because it opened right up for Sabitzer on the right side of the penalty area. But Botman was quickly in, and Newcastle break away. Murphy on the right-hand side. Murphy's got support there. Manchester United were quickly back into possession. Manchester United defending. Trippier with the cross deep to the back post, headed across by Isak, bounces down. Longstaff couldn't get the shot in. A flick from him. Bruno Guimaraes is in there, and then it fell to the feet after the block for Martinez, who was able to clear it away.
Oh, what a game, what a start to a football match this is. Anthony did brilliant. He should have shot from Sabitzer. He tried to pull it square, he should have shot.
Remember, Newcastle have still got the tightest defence this season in the Premier League. Just 19 goals conceded, although I should add to that the fact that they've actually not kept a clean sheet in their last 8 matches in all competitions. So just have leaked goals, but that was excellent work from Botman there. I mean, I thought Sabitzer was in to put the ball across, and suddenly Botman arrived on the scene.
Yeah, I think he should shot. I know it was an angle where sometimes if you don't hit the target, you don't score. People say you should square it, but for me, he was in a great position there to hit it early on as well in the game. But then you've got Longstaff, who does it so well this season, doesn't he? Arriving in the box, nobody picks him up.
What I was on 5 Live, what I was going to say to Steve Crossman before we had to go to the live interview with David Moyes, was that in actual fact, this Manchester United starting lineup today, 6 of them are not full internationals, which really is remarkable for a team that's operating, well, pushing for a place in the Champions League positions. And, you know, I think that's one indicator of where Newcastle currently are. And, you know, a number of them will go on, I'm sure, to become full internationals. But, you know, in time, if things continue to progress in the way that we expect, it will clearly be a team full of full internationals that will be playing for Newcastle United. But here's one of the internationals, very much tried and tested, 41 caps for England, after coming on as a substitute in Naples. Trippier, who takes this free kick into the edge of the area. Free kick given on the edge of the box for a shove, maybe. It fell to share in the end.
Botman was a Burn, it was, who pushed Varane. So, but they're very dangerous set pieces there, Newcastle.
So it is a free kick to Manchester United, who've not lost in their last 7 matches in all competitions against Newcastle United. Remember, it was the 0-0 in the league earlier this season at Old Trafford, which led to Eric Ten Hag describing Newcastle as annoying. As the ball bounces back to De Gea, passing it out from the back, the crowd, the Geordie crowd, trying to do its best to put pressure on David De Gea. They'll all be well aware of the fact that sometimes he can be uncomfortable when it's played back to him, which it is now by Martinez, but he passes it out to the far side. Bruno Fernandes is there. Long pass from him. Oh, another brilliant pass, but it just doesn't bounce to Rashford because Cher was able to come across, and Cher's now got it in his own right back position where it's passed forward, but Manchester United head it forward back into the path of Bruno Guimaraes. Gives it out here towards the Newcastle left, and then Bruno Guimaraes put under pressure by McTominay, and then all the way back towards the edge of the Newcastle penalty area, and now they're knocking it around in front of their own box, in front of the Gallagate end. Up it goes to Isak, but Martinez was in too tight, fouled him, says referee Atwell, and it's a free kick to Newcastle United. Isak is still down, so while he's down, let's get an update from the day's match in the Women's Six Nations, England, Italy. Nicola Goodwin.
It's 58-5 here. The 10th try was by Marley Packer, captaining today from the back row, and they seem to be enjoying themselves a lot more in the second half. The crowds certainly are. So 10 tries already. It's England 58, Italy 5.
And in the Champions Cup, latest scores: Saracens 23, Ospreys 20, Toulouse 33, Bulls 9, after it finished Exeter 33, Montpellier 33 earlier. 0-0 between Newcastle United and Manchester United, and now Dan Burn stepping forward, shoulder to shoulder with Anthony. Must be about a foot and a half taller than him. And then Newcastle move it to the right hand side. This is slick from them. Trippier's ball infield, Murphy can't get there, and now Luke Shaw in his own left back area is challenged by Murphy, who does ever so well to win a throw in off the Manchester United and England left back. Throw-in is taken quickly, and then in slides Longstaff, ball bounces behind. Martinez was right there. Referee says goal kick, Manchester United.
Yeah, looking at the game, I know it's early on, John, you just want Newcastle at times to slow down. It's so fast, everything they're trying to do so quick. You know, the tempo of the game so high. I mean, it's very difficult to keep that up for a period of time, but sometimes when Newcastle get possession, they need to slow it down, bide the time a little, have an extra couple of passes.
So it is a goal kick to Manchester United, and again De Gea is taking a long time over the taking of this, and Newcastle are onto this, and I think if it was the referee who refereed England against Italy last week, I think De Gea would already be booked in this match. He was right on the time wasting. Shaw playing the ball in from the left hand side, Weghorst nods it back, McTominay's up there as well. But also for Newcastle was Botman, who was able to move into position and just pass it away. And then Bruno Guimaraes, lovely footwork from him to beat Wout Weghorst. They enjoyed that, the home supporters, as it's played up to the halfway line. Varane got there first and chips it forward and out of play.
The crowd cheer was for a nutmeg
by Guimaraes on Bruno Fernandes?
No, it was
Weghorst.
Oh, there's another one on Burn.
There is. And Anthony's away from Burn to the edge of the box. Weghorst shoots into the side netting from the right side of the box. That was another opening for Manchester United. Lovely from Anthony.
Brilliant by Anthony. I like to see him do that more. Sometimes he gets the ball and he does all his tricks, but he doesn't go anywhere and he just lays the ball up there. Lovely nutmeg on Dan Burn, wasn't it? And Weghorst did the right thing. Unfortunately, he didn't hit the target.
And did you see the two of them as Anthony and Dan Burn were just walking away together? Anthony patted him on the back. There was a little acknowledgement from Dan Burn.
It's a long way to go, by the way.
You can just imagine Anthony going.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's keep an eye on that one.
Yeah.
That is David and Goliath, those two. As the goal kick is taken by Nick Pope, who slips. It is Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0. Long pass from the back from Martinez. This bounces into the path of Anthony. Here we go, Anthony and Dan Burn again. Anthony tries to go around the outside. Burn stretching, just about stopped him. Comes back to Dalot. Deep cross from him to the back post. Trippier was underneath it, heads it away, and Rashford will allow it to run out of play for a throw to the visitors on the left hand side. 10 or 12 yards back from the corner flag. Luke Shaw looks as though he's agreed a new contract, as has been widely reported this week. Manchester United have not yet confirmed the signing of it, but seems straightforward, that decision, as Anthony now twists away from Burn just in front of us, and he's gone down off the pitch, Anthony, claiming that he's been caught by Burn.
No, sorry, not for me. At first he wanted the free kick.
Wow. He's put his hand on the back of his head. He put one hand on his chest, Dan Burn, and another on the back of his head. and Anthony is.
He should play the game, John. He's off the pitch. Play on.
Yeah.
This is a great battle already, by the way, Anthony and Ben. Fantastic. Anthony's winning it at the minute. Oh, look, he's up. You know what, that sponge, I don't know what they're putting in it. Say what, they should sell them by the thousands, shouldn't they?
Yeah. Dubonnet and lemonade.
I don't know what it is. Miracle cure.
Dalot with the ball on the halfway line. And you're right, Chris. Play could have resumed there. Anthony was off the pitch.
I think he said he's going to resume it. He jumped up and ran on.
Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0. That's Chris Waddle with us. It's 5 Live Premier League Sunday. BBC World Service with us as well. Listen also, if you're on the move on this lovely afternoon, via BBC Sounds, just look for 5 Live on BBC Sounds. Here's Byrne now, carrying the ball forward. Sabitzer comes across. Here's St. Maximin on the left-hand side. St. Maximin then twists up against Sabitzer, ponytail bobbing. And then infield from St. Maximin, Bruno Guimaraes pass to the edge of the area. Murphy, nice touch. Longstaff chips it across to the back post. Varane got his head to it first. St. Maximin couldn't get the bouncing ball under control. He's got it down now on the St. James's Park pitch. And now infield, still going. St. Maximin being followed all of the way by Dalot. Plays it across square to Bruno Guimaraes just outside the D. A flick from Murphy, and then it breaks down. Manchester United bring it away. They're claiming that Bruno Guimaraes was fouled late there. The referee, I'm not sure if he saw it. If he did, he decided that the play had gone, and Bruno Guimaraes has run towards the referee and stopped, and then given a shoving motion.
I don't
with
think
his
the ref
hands.
saw it, to be fair. I think he followed the ball, but it's a cracking game, by the way. High tempo, end to end.
Newcastle come again, still 0-0. Ball played down the right for Murphy. Murphy with a clip, headed by and saved by De Gea. Comes out for St. Maximin, but Dalot got there first. Good save by David De Gea, who got it well. Was it Isak in the middle with a header?
Yeah, it was. I mean, so easy. There was no pressure on the ball. It was so easy when Newcastle put it in the box, stood it up. He should score. It's a great reaction saved by De Gea, but he should score.
Excellent work from Murphy. And here he is again, Murphy in the box, playing it. It's deflected right across the 6-yard box, and it's picked up by De Gea. So there we are. This high tempo, all action start to the start of this match. And there's the first save. Isak, who got up there, and the follow-up as well. So Isak, with the initial header, he's 5 yards out. De Gea diving to his right made the save. It took a deflection back into the path of the goalkeeper, and it's actually a double save.
Will the rebound should score. They should score on that. Good chance. It's a cracking game, as I say. Both teams are not sitting back.
And now Manchester United with Bruno Fernandes through the middle, but Newcastle cut that out, and Bruno Guimaraes is bringing it forward. We are going to go to the Super League match in a moment, but it's all action here. Still 0-0. On the right-hand side, Murphy, high crossfield pass, and Alan St. Maximin chests it down. St. Maximin now approaching Dalot, still going, cuts to the right, back onto his right, goes for the curling shot, and De Gea goes down to his left to save. And he'll hold on to it. So I think we can now safely bring in Dave Woods from Salford.
Salford 16, Huddersfield 26, a full-time score. Neither at their sparkling best, but a couple of tries for Owen Trout, helping Huddersfield to a deserved win. They leap up to 6th position, overtaking Salford in the table. Salford 16, Huddersfield 26.
Incidentally, the current choice of listening on Sports Extra is the Champions Cup Rugby Union match between Saracens and Ospreys. So that is on 5 Live Sports Extra right now, where Saracens lead Ospreys by 30 points to 20. And Bruno Fernandes up to the edge of the penalty area to the right to Anthony. Anthony's left-footed ball across has fizzed all the way across the penalty area and beyond the far post for a goal kick.
That was a shot, John. He's trying to get it on his left foot, and we've seen him do it many times, hasn't he? Bend it for that far post, and fortunately he's not hit it right, and it's gone well wide for the goal kick. But both teams wanting to win this football match. There's no parking the bus today.
Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0. Great demand for this match, 4:30 match on a Sunday afternoon. So we're not in our usual seats, are we, Chris? Here we're a couple of seats further down.
Not in the same car park neither.
Ball down the right, out comes De Gea to put it out of play. And our little television here, which is underneath the top of the desk, I'm like a contortionist trying to see the screen. As Newcastle, let's keep our eyes on the live action in front of us. Isak plays it across. Willock now to the left-hand side to St. Maximin. St. Maximin, corner of the area, goes right, left, back onto his left, pulls it across, and it's deflected. of a defender? Sure, no. The referee says
Longstaff.
the final touch was Longstaff, who put it wide, just wide of the post by a foot or so. Goal kick, Manchester United.
Well, I get a lot of joy. I said today, for me, it's the flanks. It's definitely down this side. Anthony for Man United, and St Maximin's come into the game now, getting a lot of one-on-ones with that. And it's just a whip cross in. His left foot, St Maximin, and Longstaff header wide.
I think he might have been offside.
Might have been, yeah, but down this side, a lot of joy for the two wingers.
Yeah, I think if that had ended up in the back of the net, it may well have been ruled out. However, still 0-0, and there's a trip by Bruno Guimaraes on Sabitzer, who came in at pace, had his legs whipped away from him, went tumbling down, and it's a free kick to Manchester United. Yeah, there's a bit of feeling in this after the cup final so recently, just a few weeks ago. Newcastle looking quite different actually from the team that played in the cup final. Wilson started that, Almiron was fit for that, Joe Linton played, and of course Karius was in goal that day. Loris Karius, who's returned to the St James's Park shadows since then. Dubravka's on the bench. I'm not sure we've ever actually established, have we, if he has got a medal from Manchester United for winning the Carabao Cup, even though he's a Newcastle United player.
You've got to find that out.
Here's Willock down the left-hand side to St Maximin. St Maximin running free, now cuts in field, into the box, and then plays it across and couldn't find the pass to the arriving Bruno Guimaraes. He's in a box of tricks mood today, Alain St Maximin.
He is. At the end of the day, he's going to be judged on efforts on goal, chances created, whatever. And what we've saw so far is a couple of decent balls in. That time, that was his best position. Exactly, he had more time than he's had in the game, and he wasted it.
20 minutes have been played here. 20 minutes of full-blooded hurly-burly at St James's Park. Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0, and Manchester United are taking their time whenever they can just to try and quell the atmosphere, although that's not succeeding because Newcastle are straight onto them. And of course that's the sort of thing, you know, what Eric Ten Hag said about Newcastle United, the annoying thing. And now they've come here, Manchester United, and we saw it in the Carabao Cup final as well, didn't we? That they're trying to do the same thing, just frustrate Newcastle.
What they're doing is they're waiting for Newcastle to run out of steam, and the way Newcastle are playing, I'm going to get half an hour and they will come off the pace, and then that's where Man United come into the game.
And now Byrne and Anthony again. Byrne was all over the back of Anthony, who went to ground.
I think there's only one winner there.
And Dan Byrne saying that I hardly touched him. You can tell, you can almost, we're close enough here to be able to see that and lip read it. Anthony has won the free kick. Dan Byrne's been spoken to, absolutely towering over Stuart Atwell. Looks like something out of Monty Python. And still they talk to one another. So we've got a stoppage here, and it is full time in the England-Italy Six Nations match. Nicola Goodwin.
And if you can hear me above the 13,000 strong crowd, it was a 12 trial fest at the end for England. England 68, Italy 5.
Thank you, Nicola. That's been on BBC Two, by the way, if you want to catch up on that on the iPlayer. And now here's Varane as Dan Byrne was sent away. And we've had, well, we are now just into the second quarter of the match. And that's been top billing, I think, Dan Byrne against Anthony in terms of head-to-head contests in this game. Score still 0-0. Weghorst had a chance for Manchester United, shot into the side netting. We had the double save from De Gea from the Isak header, and Willock's follow-up. And now Sabitzer is taking it on for Manchester United down the left-hand side. Rashford is there, the informed Rashford, back from injury, back from New York. Rashford, 27 goals now, his best ever goal scoring season for Manchester United. Shaw playing it in field. Luke Shaw then gets it back and will play it all the way back.
Man United's doing it the same. It's exactly like watching the cup finals. They just take the time. Newcastle, a lot of energy, and then they, after half an hour, come off the pace, and that's where you see Man United get a lot more attacks.
As Rashford steps back and plays the ball back in field, but that's a foul by Bruno Fernandes. And Newcastle United win a free kick just all over the back of Longstaff, who went tumbling down, wins a free kick out to the right.
Yeah, get it in the box. Two centre halves, well, left back Byrne, isn't he? Botman, Shea, all big, good in the air.
So Trippier prepares to take this, just clears a little bit of something from the toe of his boot, and then this usual routine that we see from Trippier, picks the ball up and then he'll bend over and just place it on the ground. Manchester United holding a very high line, considering the free kick is halfway inside the half from the right. Trippier makes a false start, then comes back, delivery deep to the back post, that's headed away though comfortably for Manchester United by Dalot. Out to St Maximin though. St Maximin taps it to his left and forward to Bruno Guimaraes, back to St Maximin. Now Cher is there as well, and then Cher square to Willock, and now to the right to Murphy on that patch of the pitch where there are still streaks of sunshine. In it comes from the right hand side, chested back to the edge of the box, and the arriving Willock rather snatched at it as he arrived on it, and the shot went high and well wide actually behind.
It was Murphy, I think. Guimaraes just drops it down front, go and invite him to hit it. He's half volleyed it well wide, left, right of the goal. But Man United pacing themselves. Yes, Newcastle have dominated this first period so far. Man United look dangerous, they've lost it again, but trying to really slow the game down. Newcastle at the minute playing a terrific tempo. I don't know how long they can keep it up.
Yeah, this time Longstaff it was closing down Shaw, and there you did see the effect actually, because Manchester United didn't waste too much time with that last goal kick. Whether they have been firmly told, maybe Bruno Fernandes by the referee, that they need to get on with it. So Manchester United breaking forward. Here they go with Dalot now making good ground. Guimaraes and St Maximin with him, and then Dan Burn leans into Rashford, who went down, and Rashford has stood up, show that he's knocked his boot off. Rashford has now stood up and thrown his boot to the ground in frustration. Erik ten Hag's pointing and making his views clear to the referee, and indeed the fourth official as well, just down in front of us, and they are adamant that Rashford was fouled there by Dan Burn. No free kick given. Newcastle continue to come forward in the other half, and Bruno Guimaraes in little challenge by McTominay, and then Murphy. Bruno Guimaraes went down late. He might have been caught late there by McTominay off the ball. Referee's allowing it to go, and then Trippier's in very firmly on Anthony, who's just swapped to the left hand side for the time being, and it's out for a throw.
He wasn't going to give the Guimaraes one, as he didn't give the Rashford one. He thought I didn't give that one, so 1-1. But to be fair, looking at it from here, John, I didn't think it was a foul on Rashford, even though he threw his butt to the ground.
Point made though. So Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0, and let's get the news on what is another glorious day for Bolton Wanderers at Wembley Stadium. Henry Moran.
Full-time, Bolton 4, Plymouth 0, 2 goals in each half, enough for a side who just 4 years ago so nearly went out of business, a century on from their famous FA Cup win at the old Wembley. Close to 80,000 here, the highest attendance in Europe this weekend, watching Bolton win the Papa John's Trophy.
Highest crowd in Europe.
That's amazing, isn't it? Unbelievable.
I wonder how close it is to the highest crowd in the world this week.
Well, somebody now will be typing into somewhere asking that.
So almost 80,000 at Wembley, and that is amazing.
How many stadiums are bigger than 80,000 in the world that were used this weekend?
Yeah, good point. So Barcelona must be away this weekend. Rashford playing it forward, and it bounces forward for Botman, who's able to play it away. And now Burns got a little bit of space, plays the ball down the line, but St Maximin won't reach that. And Dalot plays it back to goalkeeper De Gea. So yeah, I'm sure that on 5 Live on 606 on the phone in, Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton will definitely want to be hearing from Bolton Wanderers fans after that. And amazing really, 100 years on from the first cup final at Wembley Stadium, the FA Cup final in 1923, that Bolton Wanderers have gone back there and won the cup final. Amazing. Incidentally, a new book out this week, Field of Dreams by Nige Tassel, which is an excellent looking book, which has stories about many of the big games at Wembley over the last 100 years, so keep an eye out for that. Here's Varane, who plays the ball back to Dalot in the right back area, who will pass it back to De Gea on the edge of his own penalty area. Feels like almost the first lull in the game. Still 0-0. Sabitzer playing it forward.
It's very hard, John, to keep that pace up. Newcastle have just slightly come off it now. Man United basically sat deep the whole first half, having inviting Newcastle on, trying to hit them on the break. They've had a couple of moments. It's all been Newcastle in possession. But Man United have dealt with them very, very well, and now they're feeling the pace.
And there's a foul given Newcastle's way on the halfway line for McTominay's challenge. Bruno Guimaraes. He doesn't look best pleased with referee Atwell, does he? The referee was talking to him and he was kind of turning his head the other way. St Maximin now is leaned into by Dalot, and that's a free kick on the halfway line. And St Maximin climbs to his feet and walks away. So a free kick that Dan Burn is going to leave to St Maximin, who passes it back to him. Newcastle going backwards to the edge of their own penalty area. Botman knocking it across the box to goalkeeper Pope. Right-footed ball forward from him. Pope, who's not kept a clean sheet in his last 7 appearances, flicks the ball now, Martinez to his left to Varane, and Manchester United with it in the centre circle with Bruno Fernandes, and Bruno Fernandes is knocking it back into his own half. In the Women's Super League, latest is Leicester City 2, Reading 1. That was the 3 o'clock kickoff today. Sports Extra later, we'll have commentary on Aston Villa against Chelsea in the Women's Super League. Arsenal beat Manchester City 2-1 earlier, Everton 2, Tottenham 1. The highlights are on tonight in the Women's Football Show on BBC One after Match of the Day 2, where you'll see highlights of this. No goals yet, but Willock bring it forward for Newcastle, giving it to St Maximin to his left. Now back to Willock, curls a shot, deflected though, wide, well wide of goal and behind. And corner.
You know what? Newcastle get the final third, John. It looks like they're all reluctant to pull the trigger or shoot, or it's lack of confidence in front of goal or what. But they all seem to pass each other and think, you do it. And Willock there really didn't fancy that at all. He's got a corner out of it.
Newcastle with this excellent defensive record this season, but they've not scored more than 2 goals in any match since Boxing Day. Corner from the right. Again, Trippier just does that little bounce of the ball on the ground, then places it in the quadrant. The huge, towering Lees' end and the Manchester United fans at the top behind. Trippier takes this now high to the back post, headed away by Varane, doesn't clear the penalty area, so no messing from Shaw, just volleys it, whacks it straight out of play for a throw.
It's got to be a free kick on the goalkeeper, that, hasn't it?
Standing with his hands on his
hips. He cannot move.
De Gea now putting both hands in the air, looking at the referee. Throw-in taken for Newcastle, still 0-0. Willock out to the right hand side, little ball infield from Trippier, now out to Murphy on the right. Murphy has done well in recent matches. Jacob Murphy, who's been a substitute more often than he started a match this season. The Newcastle United number 23 started 10 matches now, come on as a substitute in 23, but in for the injured Almiron, and he's looked bright. Newcastle out from the back, Trippier playing it forward, Longstaff is there. Longstaff, who has gone down under the challenge of Martinez, and eventually the free kick is given Newcastle's way. Rashford got involved as well. Quick free kick taken by Newcastle. Trippier, Longstaff's over the halfway line, over there on the far side. Trippier making ground ahead of him to his right. Longstaff instead comes into Bruno Guimaraes, rather bounced up from him. So he went back to Longstaff. Now Trippier again on the right-hand side. Bruno Guimaraes then lifts it forward, sort of scooped it forward, but Martinez was able to deal with that on the edge of the box. And Manchester United have got it back. The bearded Bruno Fernandes brings it forward again. Touch from Sabitzer. Then Rashford inside his own half. He curls the ball forward from Bruno Fernandes. Returns the favour that he's received several times in this match. And Bruno Fernandes with a cross to the back post. Shot from Dalot. It's deflected off Botman, but that took the pace off it. And it looped up above Pope's head. And he was able to catch it.
Fantastic movement by Man United there. Rashford's pass to Fernandes on that left-hand side. Gets it just outside the corner in your box. And there's lovely weight across here. Dalot should have done better there.
Willock is actually in a tight position there, Willock, but some nice footwork, took it away from Sabitzer. Still Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0 from the BBC on 5 Live in the World Service. And here's St Maximin forward of the halfway line, playing it to the left hand side to Willock. It's Willock up against Sabitzer this time. Willock still going, shoots low, takes a deflection which took it across the box, could have gone anywhere, but it ran into the path of Martinez. And then Wout Weghorst is all over the back of Botman. and he went down, and the referees played an advantage. Byrne took it forward. That was comical. And now Guimarães forward from Trippier. Murphy just outside the box. Murphy turning. Martinez has gone with him, and he's won the corner. Murphy off the shins of the Argentine. Corner to Newcastle.
I'd say Newcastle's dominated possession, and they've got round the box on numerous occasions. Apart from the one save from De Gea, I haven't really troubled the goal. Man United have dealt with them very well.
Corner taken short this time. Murphy then to Longstaff, back out to Trippier. Trippier's ball across from the right is headed away by McTominay. No one back there, and Willock had to get there ahead of Anthony, but he did. And so Newcastle will go all the way back to Pope in the goal to our right. So still 0-0. Last time Newcastle beat Manchester United was the game when Matty Longstaff scored the goal on his Premier League debut in front of the Gallagate end. He was here for that one. He nearly took the roof off the Gallagate end, that one, but that was back in 2019. Ball in field. Here now Murphy carrying it forward, left-footed, that's nice to Isak, left-foot shot, but that's blocked inside the penalty area by Varane, and it bounces out for McTominay, who will bring it forward and pass it to the feet of Rashford here on the right-hand side again. Rashford turning it one way and the other. Byrne, who's seen off Anthony, now he's got to take on Rashford, and Byrne tackles back and puts it out of play. You enjoyed that, Dan Byrne?
I loves it, didn't he? He's very passionate. Geordie boy, playing for his home team, loves it.
And it has finished Saracens 35, Ospreys 20 in the Sports Extra commentary match in the Champions Cup. So Manchester United with Varane, still 0-0. Varane bringing it forward and then playing it to Anthony, who's now appeared again on the right hand side up against Byrne. Left-footed early cross this time towards Bruno Fernandes. Trippier was retreating, got up well actually and headed it away, prevented it from reaching Bruno Fernandes, but Manchester United fortunate, get it back. Varane's pass to the edge of the area, that was dealt with by Newcastle, who will bring it away. St Maximin though sliding, pass from Longstaff was behind him, couldn't get there, deflected it out. Manchester United with a throw. Half-time approaching, 10 minutes to go. Remember, Manchester United, it's in the latter period of the first half in the Carabao Cup final, wasn't it, where they scored those 2 goals to take charge. And we're into the last 10 minutes of this match now in the Premier League here at St James's Park on this sun-kissed Tyneside afternoon. Sabitzer playing a pass to Rashford into the area. Bruno Fernandes, challenge from Cher. Bruno Fernandes has gone to ground saying that Cher fouled him inside the box, but Cher has played it into Bruno Fernandes and it's bounced behind for a goal kick.
Well, to me it looked a very good challenge. He comes through, I'm sure they'll be looking at it. To me it looks like he plays the ball. Yes, he does. In my eyes he does.
Bruno Fernandes has not
got the best screen in front of him, let's be honest. Yeah, he's played the ball. Now he's arguing, he's up.
And now Bruno Fernandes is having words with Cher. And Bruno Fernandes, something's been said there, and Bruno Fernandes is running away to the referee now with his palms apart, and he's still talking to the referee, puts both hands to his temples, turns away. There's a little hop from him. Not sure what that was about, but that was from they were talking to one another at close quarters.
I wonder if Cher said, yeah, I did kick you.
Sure no footballer would do that, Chris.
Oh yes, I couldn't because I never kicked anybody, but
of course not. Saint Chris of Wattle with us at St James's Park. Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0. So we've got 2 Saints and the Pope. As the ball bounces away, Botman will bring it over the halfway line for Newcastle United. St Maximin now running at Manchester United's defence. Right-footed ball square. Longstaff, right foot. Oh, close to the top corner.
I'll tell you what, he's got goals in him. He's been in the box 3 or 4 times now. He scored today. He's not frightened to go forward. This is a tremendous strike. 20 yards, 25 yards. Oh, that De Gea dives, but he wouldn't have got near that. Probably a yard or 2 past the post, but he's definitely got a goal in him, Longstaff.
So goal kick to Manchester United, and as you can hear, it's not been taken yet. That was an excellent right-footed effort from Longstaff. That was inches wide of the top left corner, or centimetres if you prefer. Leicester City have beaten Reading by 2-1 in the Women's Super League. 0-0 here in the Premier League. We'll have more on West Ham's 1-0 win against Southampton at half-time. Celtic 2-0 winners at Ross County in the lunchtime kick-off, so that is 15 wins in a row now for Celtic. Here's Longstaff, long pass forward as he falls, but Dalot was underneath that to head it out here to the right-hand side. Flick from Anthony, nice into the path of Dalot. Dalot's able to take it on, right-footed ball, right across the edge of the 6-yard box. Rashford went tumbling down inside the area, but referee Atwell immediately motioned that there was no contact there, or at least nothing worthy of a penalty, and it's out for a throw.
Well, look at it. Trippier seems to just run into Rashford and thinks he's not getting on the end of this. It's a terrific move, lovely flick. You could see it coming. Burn got drawn in, and you knew Anthony was going to do that little flick, and he did. It was a great ball across the box. Nobody's complaining.
And if we have to bend our heads again and see if they're having a look at that again, which I'm sure they will have done. Yeah, it's been dismissed, and the throw-in is taken. Again, this tiny television that we've got, which is 6 inches square here, it's under the sort of roof of the commentary position that we're in. So it's like when you and I look at it, we always put our heads together. It's like trying to get into a cardboard box together, isn't it? As Isak has got the ball on the halfway line, passes it forward to St Maximin. St Maximin now up to the edge of the box. Defenders are there, still going. Left-footed ball right across, and then it's blazed high and wide by the arriving Willock, who puts his hands on his face and knows he had the chance there to give Newcastle the lead against Manchester United and wasn't able to take it.
Great counter-attack. You've got to give St Maximin credit here. Drives at the defence. They all get round him, don't they? It's a quick break. Out it goes to St Maximin. Isak gives him it, and away they go. And St Maximin drives Man United back, squares it across. Willock comes in, 8 yards out. Oh, he's just got to hit the target. He scores. Just got to hit the target.
Goal kick, which Manchester United eventually take. Martinez came back to take it for De Gea, passes it out very close to Isak, but he did find his teammate Varane. Still 0-0 if you've just joined us here on this Sunday afternoon, when you may well have been out enjoying the springtime sunshine after this grey, miserable, rainy week that we've had. Varane forward to Anthony down now, the right, black and white stripes chasing him, 3 of them, and he's played it off. Well, it was either Bruno Guimaraes or Burn, and it's behind for Manchester United's first corner of the match, incidentally. Corner from the right in front of the Gallagate end, with 4 minutes of the first half to go, plus added time. So at the break, we'll hear more on West Ham's win against Southampton, more on Celtic's win against Ross County. We'll hear more perhaps as well on Bolton's win in the Papa John's Trophy final at Wembley, and all the other sport as well that's been happening this afternoon. But a corner for Manchester United. Shaw to take this. Luke Shaw with his now customary socks halfway down his calves, Grealish-like. Shaw plays it into the back post, and then Anthony on the volley. A sort of fly kick volley with his left foot, but wide of the target and into the Gallagate end. Goal kick.
Eddie Howe will not be pleased with that. Just before half time, wasn't it? Just a basic corner. He stands up the far post. There's nobody near Anthony, and he gets a free volley on his left foot, which really he should be trying at least hit the target for me.
Nick Pope's not had to make a save, has he? So far, I've got the Weghorst shot early into the side netting, and that one there from Anthony. Whereas at the other end, De Gea, that very good save, actually, double save from Isak and Willock. Longstaff going close with his shot. Willock should have done better with his. Chris Waddle here with us, 62 caps for England, once Britain's most expensive footballer, and we're watching St Maximin now. St Maximin taking on Dalot, but then cuts back, then goes again on his left foot, back onto his right, now to the edge of the box. Isak with a shot, that's blocked, back to Isak, shouts for handball, it bounces down, referee's not interested, and Sabitzer is bringing it away for Manchester United. Bruno Fernandes now in between 2 Newcastle players. It's Anthony up against Burn again, all eyes on these 2, but Anthony has a look at him and then turns and gives it back to Dalot on the halfway line. Varane in his black gloves. I did say there was a bit of a chill in the air. Varane, then a high pass out to Anthony, who, that's a poor touch from Anthony. Wasn't able to get it under control, which is unlike him, and it's out for a throw.
Yeah, he's had a good first half though, and he's been the best outlet for Man United down the right hand side. I'm not seeing a lot of Weghorst and Rashford had a couple of occasions, but not a lot. You've got to say Newcastle have been a better team in the first half, but they do play the tempo, Newcastle. Where Man United seem to manage a game very well.
0-0. Anthony now with the outside of his boot trying to find McTominay. Bruno Guimaraes was there, bounces for McTominay. Might have been a handball from McTominay as it bounces forward and through. I think he knew it actually, McTominay, and it's through for a goal kick. So Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0 on this Sunday afternoon. Next Sunday afternoon, Liverpool against Arsenal. That's what you'll hear at this time next week. And also this time next week, the skies will be like this in Augusta, Georgia, I would hope, because we will bring you commentary live from the Augusta National on all 4 rounds, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Mark Chapman will be there with us at the Augusta National, and we'll have a big preview programme as well on Wednesday night. Lots of midweek football as well mixed in with that. And also Thursday evening we've got commentary on the finalissima, the women's finalissima between England and Brazil at Wembley. So that is on Thursday night on 5 Live. Half-time approaching. We're in the last minute of the first half. We'll see the fourth official, Michael Salisbury, in a moment or two, but Jason Tyndall and Eddie Howe are in discussions down there on the edge of the 6-yard area. No goals so far. So many of the matches here at St James's Park this season have been tight affairs. I've actually drawn 5 matches in the Premier League here this season, Newcastle, but just the one defeat, that defeat against Liverpool. Their only defeat in their last 18 home matches in all competitions. Manchester United clear it away on the edge of the box.
The official has indicated a minimum of 1 minute stoppage time to be added.
There you are.
1 minute.
From the echoing public address system at St James's Park. Ball's out of play for a throw-in to Manchester United, level with the edge of their own penalty area. As Chris Waddle's been saying, the tempo has been almost relentless in this first half. Shaw takes the throw to McTominay. McTominay then back to Shaw, who passes it forward to Sabitzer, who also was one of the players doubtful for this match after a problem on international duty with Austria. He goes down. He was just a little trip in there by Longstaff. Free kick, Shaw to take. 15 seconds of the minute to play. Sabitzer goes back to the edge of his own penalty area. 0-0 between the sides when they met in the Premier League earlier this season at Old Trafford, and still no goals between them in the league. Dalot infield to Varane, long and left-footed from him, and that's it for the first half. 0-0, and entertaining, Chris Waddle, despite the lack of goals.
I've enjoyed it. Newcastle caught the blocks very quick. Man United looked dangerous on the counter-attack. Newcastle had a lot of possession, just maybe had a couple of more passes, slow it down on occasion, and definitely in the box have a little bit of composure. But Man United carry that threat. You can see Man United nicking a goal on the break, but it's been an excellent first half.
So there we are, here at St James's Park. Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0.
Heck of a half for a 0-0 though, Chris. Pretty wasteful in front of goal, mind you.
Yeah, well, that's the unfortunate. I mean, you're looking at it, it could be 3-2, 3-1. Newcastle's had glorious chances, great chances. Man United have had a couple themselves. You just look at Man United and they seem to be managing the game a lot better. They take the sting out of it, they slow it down. Newcastle just play one speed all the time, and it takes it out of them. You can see the last 10 minutes here, Newcastle come off the pace. Second half they'll probably come off with 15-20 to go, and that's where the subs will be key. But Man United, they're good at managing games, and they'll know what Newcastle's about. Newcastle need to score goals, and this has been the big problem. Yes, they score 1 or 2, and they've got a great record here, but they don't score enough goals when they get the chances.
Were any of those Newcastle misses glaring?
Yeah, I think Willock should have scored, at least hit the target. This is the main thing. It's very easy for somebody to say score. Football's not like that, and you have to accept sometimes that nobody's perfect, and if you took every chance, what would the score be? But there's occasions at this level of football where you actually think at least hit the target, and both teams at times have been poor for that.
It's all rolled on by the fans, John Murray, isn't it? They're setting the tempo in the stands.
They are, and the interesting subplot to this is this whole feeling that there's a bit of niggle between Manchester United and Newcastle now after what was said by Eric Ten Hag about them being annoying. So we've seen lots of periods in the first half where Manchester United have tried to slow it down, and the Newcastle United fans are immediately onto them. So there's that going on as well.
Always used to be the case that as well. I don't mind a little bit of edge between these two, Chris.
No, listen, it's a big fixture. Newcastle Man United, it always has. The atmosphere is brilliant. The tempo of the game was great, and listen, first goal, as they say, it's a cliche, innit? First goal is so important, but there should have been goals. It's people look at the result who haven't been watching this or listening to it, will be thinking, so teams constantly turn out. It's not been like that. This has been a very good first half, good level of football.
Chris, John, thank you very much indeed. Chris Waddle, John Murray at St James's Park. Great first half, that, no goals. Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0. Of course, we'll bring you second half commentary. We've got reaction on the way shortly as well to West Ham's win over Southampton, which has lifted them out of the bottom three. We'll hear from West Ham keeper Lucas Fabianski and the Southampton manager Ruben Selles. Southampton bottom of the table after that. Robbie Savage will join us as well to look ahead to 6:06. Leicester fans, Bolton fans, you'll both want to be in touch, I'm sure, for obvious reasons. We will do all of that after the news on 5 Live with Carl Hartley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Steve. More than 100 coaches are still waiting at the port of Dover, where there have been long delays for the past 3 days. Queues at French border control and bad weather have been blamed for the disruption. Some passengers on coaches had to wait more than 14 hours to board ferries. The Independent's travel editor is Simon Calder.
They've got to stamp your passport. This increases the transaction time, and I think even with everything working well, a coach takes 20 minutes to process. They have 300 coaches through on Saturday. That adds up to an awful lot of waiting, as we saw.
Labour have criticised Suella Braverman's accusation that local councils run by the party had in the past turned a blind eye to sex abuse by grooming gangs. The Home Secretary insists planned legislation making reporting suspected abuse a legal requirement will deter inaction. A humanitarian group say 2 of the 3 British men being held by the Taliban in Afghanistan have spoken to their families. The Presidium Network say the calls have brought great relief for their families. The Home Office have told the BBC they're in negotiations to get them released. Progress is said to have been made in securing the release of those 3 British men. And school bosses who run more than 200 academies in England say Ofsted must rethink how it carries out inspections. They've warned that the watchdog is failing to take account of the impact of the pandemic on poorer communities. Ofsted says it aims to carry out inspections with sensitivity and professionalism.
BBC 5 Live, the voice of the UK.
If the cost of renting is rising fast,
if many renters are finding it difficult to make their payments,
if a growing number of landlords are quitting the sector.
What is the state of rental health in the UK?
Radio 4 and 5 Live take an in-depth look at a rental market under pressure.
Hearing stories from those directly affected, alongside analysis of how it impacts us all.
And exploring solutions that could ease the strain. Rental health.
On BBC Radio 4
and 5 Live.
5 Live's Premier League Sunday
with Steve Crossman.
Newcastle 0, Manchester United 0. Second half commentary on the way from the Premier League. Let's get some reaction to some of the big stories of the day. In rugby union, England made it 2 wins from 2 at the start of the Women's Six Nations with an emphatic 68-5 victory over Italy. 4 tries for Abby Dow, 3 more for Jess Breach, helping the Red Roses to the win. Sarah Byrne was player of the match. Here she is with Sonia McLaughlin.
Well, Sarah, many congratulations. I think our commentators today rather enjoyed your all-court game. Was it a deliberate tactic to have you out in those wide-open spaces a little bit?
No, obviously we've lost a few key players. It's not generally where you put your tight head. But I knew I love ball carrying. I really enjoy it. So, yeah, I had the opportunity to go into those positions today and I just absolutely loved it. That's me. That's where I like to light up. So, yeah, hopefully I can play a few more games there.
Look, 12 tries from England and not a rolling maul amongst them. I wonder, is this just the desire to try and see England expand their game a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. I think in the World Cup we were very, very maul focused, and it's still a big key player for us, but we want to try and play some exciting attacking rugby. We want to try and get the fans on their feet, and I think we definitely did that today.
Elsewhere, Exeter Chiefs beat Montpellier on try-count back to progress to the quarter-finals of the European Champions Cup. That was after a 33-all draw after extra time. Also into the last eight, Saracens, who beat Ospreys 35-20 in Toulouse with 33-9 winners against Bulls. In Super League, it finished Salford 16, Huddersfield 26. Back to the Premier League, West Ham beat Southampton 1-0 at the London Stadium. Huge game down at the bottom of the table. Moves West Ham out of the relegation zone. Here's goalkeeper Lucas Fabianski on the significance of the result.
When you have two teams who are playing who are in this position in the table and playing such a important game, especially because it's coming towards on the season, you only got like 2 months left, around 10 games, something like that to play. So you know the meaning of the game, the kind of the size of the game, the importance of the game. It's much bigger than before, and it's always the games become a little bit cagey. Maybe you play with a bit of a handbrake, and you don't wanna go crazy. You wanna first, I believe you wanna first focus on defending and make sure that you keep a clean sheet, because with clean sheets you always get something out of the game, and you don't want to open yourself too much, because then it's a bit risky, especially in this situation. So I think it's always very tense. I think it's gonna be tense until the last game of the season, but luckily enough we hold our nerves in a good manner. We managed to win the game, so I think that speaks as well a lot about the character of the team.
West Ham 14th after that, Southampton still bottom and 3 points from safety. Their manager Ruben Selles said his side just couldn't find their feet after going behind.
I think we started the game well. I think we controlled the game for the first 25 to 30 minutes until that set plays happened, and I think even that action we need to solve it better. And then when we conceded that goal from the free kick, we just were in the situation that we need to try to fight ourselves back into the game. We try with some different approaches. We have a couple of situations. They also have a couple of situations that it didn't happen. So a little bit frustrated, because I think until that moment we have the game under control. But it's fine margins in the Premier League, and unfortunately were not for us today.
It was such a strange moment. It was such a big moment as well. You had this long wait before the goal was confirmed. Do you think it had an impact on your team, the goal and the nature of it?
Well, I would not say that, because right now it's quite natural that the VAR is taking. I spoke with the referee and he told me that they were checking some different angles because it was not clear if it was onside or offside. So I don't think that was especially the case. We are ready to compete after those situations. If are for us, good. If it's not for us, then we need to fight ourselves back. So I don't think it was a big thing, that waiting time.
That's Ruben Selles. Into the Women's Super League. Big win for Arsenal today. The title race taking another twist. They beat Manchester City 2-1 at Meadow Parks. Arsenal are second in the table on 38 points, with a game in hand over Manchester United, who are top of the pile on 41, having played 17 games. Let's hear from the Arsenal manager. Here's Jonas Eidevall.
Every 3 points is important at this point, especially against a very, very strong Man City. I said to their manager before the game that we played a lot of good teams this season, but no team has played that well as Man City did on their academy stadium when we played them in February. So we know they're not one of the teams that's here now in the end of the Champions League, but they're definitely a top European side. So I rate this win very, very highly, especially given all the circumstances that we have.
So Arsenal have things in their own hands when it comes to Manchester United, but Chelsea, who are fourth on 37 points, are 4 points off the top. They've got 2 games in hand. The first is against Aston Villa later on. You can listen to commentary of that game on 5 Sports Extra. Kicks off at 6:45. Everton scored a 94th minute winner to beat Spurs 2-1. And Leicester got a huge 3 points against Reading. Scoring in injury time moves them off the bottom, only 1 relegation place. So that's a big result for Leicester City, of course. Big story with Leicester's men's team today. Brendan Rodgers has been sacked after 4 years in charge. I'm sure Leicester fans will be calling 08085 909 693 to speak to Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage. Hi, Rob.
How are you, Steve?
Yeah, I'm all right. How do you feel as a Leicester man about that?
Mixed emotions, really. I think Brendan Rodgers has been unbelievable for Leicester. 2 fifth-place finishes, winning an FA Cup. And I'm sure in his time at Leicester City, Steve, he probably had options to go elsewhere, but he stayed loyal to Leicester. results this season, haven't been good enough. I think they've got the lowest points since the continuation of the Premier League after the World Cup. Second bottom. That defeat yesterday was huge blow. So is it the right thing? It was a caller on 606 last night, said Brendan Rodgers had to go and put Mike Stowell in charge at the end of the season. Well, I'm not sure about that one because Mike Stowell has been part of Brendan Rodgers' backroom staff. So, personally for me, if you're a team, I'd like people to stay loyal to me as a manager. And, if one goes, you all go together because it's a collective thing, but inevitably the manager takes the responsibility. So the big question is now, have they got a plan? Who they're going to put in charge and who do Leicester City fans want, Steve?
08085 909 693. The tightness at the bottom obviously doesn't help because Leicester are second bottom, 25 points. But let's say they win yesterday, they beat Crystal Palace, they're level with Wolves in 13th. And if that happens, he's probably not been sacked this weekend, has he?
And you know what, Steve? The short-termism in management and the Premier League, I think there's only, since the start of the season, 8 managers who have kept their job in the Premier League, which is quite remarkable. So, that's where if you've got an opportunity as a manager to move to a bigger club, but you stay loyal to the one you're at, where's the reward for that? That's the big question because inevitably you will get sacked as a Premier League manager or a manager, but the time's getting shorter and shorter and shorter. I've been through it this season, Steve. Here, at Macclesfield, I've sacked one manager and one left by mutual consent. I'm on my third manager. It's very, very difficult. It's this is not a decision that the board of Leicester would have taken lightly at all, especially what Brendan Rodgers has done. I've parted ways with 2 managers when we were top of the league, Steve.
And you won the league, didn't you?
Yeah, we won the league. So inevitably, you do it with the best interest of your football club at heart.
So if Leicester stay up, does that mean it's the right decision?
100%.
Yeah.
Because 100%. Listen, I would have got absolutely hammered, Steve, if we hadn't won the league, by getting rid of 2 managers top of the league. It's a big decision for not just yourself, but your family, because the criticism you could come under. So if Leicester stay up, it will be the right decision.
I bet you want to hear from Bolton fans today as well after that
4-0.
win. Oh, amazing. Do you know what? We were just looking because I saw a tweet saying it was the highest attendance in Europe and the production team have done the work, and it is. So more than watch Real Madrid at the Bernabeu today, more than watch Bayern Munich at the Allianz yesterday. Amazing.
Wow, yeah, unbelievable. There's some fantastic footballers and football, in the lower division. They've won the EFL trophy today. I'm not going to mention Neil Warnock 4-2 against Middlesbrough yesterday. Steve,
appreciate you for not doing that.
What a win that was. But listen, we got loads to talk about. The big talking point will be as well Newcastle against United today. I know Chris wouldn't like that, but if Manchester United win, it just goes to show there's only one United, isn't there, Steve? 08085 909 693.
Have a good one, Robbie. Thank you. Lines open now for 606. Newcastle United against Manchester United. Second half commentary on the way. Other story of the day: Max Verstappen winning the Australian Grand Prix, but not the story of the race, which was stopped 3 times, finished behind a safety car. Verstappen called it a bit of a mess. Alonso called it stupid. You can make your mind up now. Listen to the Checkered Flag podcast with all the reaction on BBC Sounds. And a reminder, the Masters will be live on BBC Sounds. Play starting on Thursday. Commentary across 5 Live and 5 Sports Extra. Those are the sounds of St James's Park. John Murray, we've had a message in for you from Hulston. Says, John Singh, Newcastle in early April is just like the Caribbean. Has made my afternoon.
I said the skies looked like the Caribbean.
No, that's not how it's been interpreted, John. Just like the Caribbean.
It doesn't feel like the Caribbean. It is actually cold. I've got scarf and hat on. But no, thank you, Steve. The players are out. The players of Newcastle United and Manchester United. No changes at half-time. Although just the way that the Newcastle players were talking to Anthony Gordon, who's one of the subs, as he was coming off the field, kind of suggested that we might see him before too long in the second half. But sorry, Chris.
Sorry, John, I can say that because St Maximin's doing well. It's just his end product again.
So there we go. Second half begins. That's Chris Waddle. Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0. And Newcastle kicking off, black and white stripes, black shorts, black socks, and they're attacking towards the Gallagate end, which is to our right. And Newcastle with Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne, the established familiar back 4. Longstaff, Guimarães and Willock, the midfield three. Murphy on the right, St Maximin on the left, and Isak as the centre forward. And Manchester United, De Gea in goal, Dalot at right back, Varane, Martinez and Shaw, McTominay and Sabitzer, Anthony, Bruno Fernandes, Rashford and Weghorst. And Newcastle winning a free kick near the left corner of the box. St Maximin just chopped down, and it's a free kick just outside the left corner.
Dalot, he's all over him and lunges at him, and it is a free kick. It's a good position early in the second half.
Very good position. Kieran Trippier is in discussions with Dan Burn and Cher as they walk forward. They'll have something in mind for this Newcastle. Isak is also trotting out to the far side for a word with the captain. Trippier, just as he prepares to take this, ball still in his hands. So this is, 2 or 3 feet outside the left corner of the box. So it's to be an in-swinger for Trippier. And a final couple of words there in the sunshine. You can actually see the moon way above St James's Park in the distance, as it would be. Trippier taking this free kick then for Newcastle. In it comes, whipped, comes off the head of Cher, who threw himself in front of it and has actually been caught on the side of the head by it and poleaxed, and the ball has bounced behind. And actually he's got a recent history, remember, with concussion.
Yes, he has.
Because he took that knock in the cup final, in the Carabao Cup final, and then it was discovered that he'd suffered light concussion, they called it, and he's caught this one and has gone down, and the medical people are very quickly on. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if this was the end of his afternoon, Fabian Schär.
It could be. I mean, Trippier was in a great position for a kick. He's probably did the right thing, Trippier. He didn't hit it right, but he did the best thing. If you just shoot at the target. If somebody gets across of it, it's very difficult for De Gea. He's really hit it really hard, and Cher really kind of get out of the way of it. And
I don't know if he's trying to glance it or get out of the way of it, but it just had too much whip on it and has knocked him off his feet. And he's still down on his back, receiving treatment. And whether he perhaps has fallen awkwardly as well, possibly, that could be an issue.
It's definitely his head, look. He's sitting up now.
So a stoppage early in the second half, 2 minutes on the clock, and he is now leaning forward and sitting up and continuing to receive treatment. And Newcastle, well, Jamal Lascelles has gone out there to warm up. He would be the natural replacement. Remember how he came in, actually played well against Manchester City in the match following the cup final.
Target as well, he's warming up. So defenders, I'm sure he'll be okay.
Well, he's on his feet now, and he's still being looked at by the 2 Newcastle medical staff, and referee Atwell is also involved in this too. And now he's running back towards the halfway line here. He'll have to leave the field, obviously, at least temporarily, while they just make sure that everything is all right with him. So Manchester United will take the goal kick to resume play. 5 Live on this Premier League Sunday, BBC Sounds and the World Service. 0-0, and Fabian Schär just down in front of us. The top of the dugout is only 5 or 6 yards away from us. There are words exchanged. Eddie Howe's involved. They give him a bottle of water. He has a swig, and on he goes back onto the field. So let's just keep an eye on Fabian Schär to see how he is. So Manchester United approaching the halfway line. Martinez through for Fernandes, who slides it out to Shaw on the left-hand side. Here's Rashford. Rashford yet to have a sight of goal in this match, their top scorer. Bruno Fernandes plays it round the back, away from Trippier, but that touch took it beyond the dead ball line and behind for a goal kick before Fernandes could catch it.
Yeah, nice bit of play between Rashford and Fernandes. Fernandes actually has played a lot of this left-hand side, about 20 yards, 25 yards inside of Rashford. He did it in the first half, and he started the second half very similar.
So Newcastle with the goal kick that, I mean, Nick Pope here is taking as long as David De Gea took to take his goal kicks in the first half in front of the Leazes end to our right. Floodlights on, the roof, the stadium absolutely sparkling in this sunshine as Pope, all in green, hits this downfield. It's headed on. Little Martinez is underneath that, little by the standards of central defenders. Shaw comes back to him in the left back area. He passes it across the box to De Gea, who might also be signing a new contract soon with Manchester United. Then it comes out to the right hand side. Dalot strikes it downfield, and that's a lovely touch from Sabitzer, who gets the ball under control. Challenge comes in from Bruno Guimarães. might have been a foul if he'd gone down, but he kept his feet, Sabitzer, and then McTominay back into central defence. If you've just joined us, no Casemiro again for Manchester United. This is the second of his 4-match suspension after his second sending off of the season. McTominay now, tall, hair blonde, shaved at the sides. McTominay plays it square. Martinez now through the middle. That was cut out by Willock. It bounces forward for Bruno Guimaraes, who crosses the halfway line and then gives it to St Maximin. St Maximin running at the Manchester United defence into the penalty area, cuts it back to Guimaraes. Square from him. Willock just outside the box to the right. Square again from him, but that was slightly behind Dan Burn, who had to backtrack. And St Maximin now takes up possession again on the left-hand side. Turns and faces Dalot. Takes him on, beats him on the inside on his right foot, then couldn't slip the ball into the penalty area. Anthony was there. There's a little step over from him as he tries to run it away. It's almost like an involuntary reaction, Anthony, to do a step over on the ball as soon as it comes into his possession, and it's eventually put out of play for a throw-in near the halfway line. So still 0-0, Chris.
It hasn't started as quick as I thought it would, like the first half. It's just come off the pace slightly. Newcastle obviously on the front foot more than Man United. Man United is just waiting for an opportunity. They're very patient the way they're playing. They're not throwing a lot of bodies forward. They're taking their time. And Newcastle eventually, the way they play, will run out of steam.
So the lines are open now for the 606 phone in on 5 Live. 08085 909 693 to book your call. And if you're a Bolton Wanderers fan who has been at Wembley today, you'll want to shout about it. And certainly Leicester City fans as well, after the news today that Brendan Rodgers has left his job at Leicester City. Robbie Savage, obviously, as a former Leicester City man, will be keen to hear your thoughts. So 08085 909 693. Newcastle with a throw just down in front of us to our right. Trippier to take this. We're so close here, can clearly make out the tattoos on his forearms. Kieran Trippier waiting and waiting. Eventually takes that throw, and Schär turns under pressure from Weghorst to pass it all the way back to Nick Pope. Back out to Fabian Schär again. Lifts a pass forward onto the chest of Murphy. Martinez in with the challenge. Bruno Guimaraes challenged by Sabitzer. The referee says play on. Guimaraes still down, but Murphy taking it forward for Newcastle in the absence of the injured Almiron. And now St Maximin giving it on the left-hand side, running at the Manchester United defence again. Dalot beats him, gets the cross in, but the cover was there from McTominay at the near post in the 6-yard box to head it behind for a corner.
Well, his end product has not been the best, I've got to say, St Maximin, but he's been the most lively player in a Newcastle shirt going forward. He's always picking it up. He's always looking to commit. The fullback Dalot, it's just his end product at times let him down.
So corner to Newcastle from the left. Jacob Murphy is going across there to take it. Thunderous applause in that section of St James's Park for him as he arrives there to take it. So it'll be an in-swinger from Jacob Murphy. Manchester United with 2 defenders next to Botman and Schär near the penalty spot. Isak is there as well, just on the edge of the 6-yard area. The corner's actually taken short to Bruno Guimaraes. Now square. Trippier arriving. Trippier lifts it back into the box. And it was, I think, the final touch off Isak near the dead ball line. Couldn't get it back across. And it ends up going out for a goal kick.
Good corner, well worked. It was definitely off the training ground, wasn't it? Very well worked. It was just unfortunate with Trippier's pass just overhit it.
Interesting one though, wasn't it? To take a shot and then the arriving Trippier is a sort of scoop over the top from him. 0-0. Manchester United take the short goal kick. Varane clears it up to Anthony. Lost out to Burn. And it finds its way to St Maximin again, and once again St Maximin off and running, gives it across the box. Bruno Guimaraes trying to turn, was dispossessed by Bruno Fernandes, and he in turn released McTominay, who's already 7 or 8 yards inside the Newcastle half. Anthony's ball in field, that was intercepted by Willock, and Newcastle United have got it back. Very tight at the moment, very tight between these two sides, who are separated by just 3 points in the Premier League table. Tottenham in between them. Tottenham, another of your old clubs, will play tomorrow night. After all of the upheaval there over the course of recent weeks, Tottenham go to Everton, who are now in the bottom 3 again after West Ham's win earlier. Ball being juggled by the head of Willock like a performing seal heading it forward 2, 3, 4 times before getting it down, but Manchester United were able to get it away.
And I thought McTominay was going to throw him a fish there.
And now Shaw over the halfway line. Shaw taking it on, passes it slightly behind Rashford, but Rashford's still in business here, and then flicks it back to Shaw. Shaw puts his left foot on it, plays it square. Bruno Fernandes, crossfield pass. Anthony takes that down on his left foot, and now cuts in field, left foot shot straight into the gloves of Nick Pope, who is able to lean forward and grab it.
Well, we've seen Anthony do that a lot, haven't we, since he's came into English football. It comes inside, he was on his stand foot, he didn't really have enough pace on the shot, hit the target, that's about it.
Newcastle with it on the edge of their own box. It's played forward towards Murphy, who's been put under pressure by Martinez, but he's done well, kept his feet as well. Martinez still chasing him out to the left hand side, uses St Maximin, and then Martinez in with a challenge to make sure this time and put it out, tackle it out of play for a throw-in. Ball boy in a yellow bib appears and tosses the ball back to Dan Burn to take this throw-in. Still 0-0, and across comes Bruno Guimaraes to make himself available. Burn takes the bouncing throw to Isak, takes it down, controls it off the top of his knee, and then back into the centre circle. Now Cher will take it on, and it opens up, and Cher shoots wide.
Tell you what, John, that wasn't far away. De Gea couldn't see, I don't think, and it just flew past him. It's hit the advertising board. De Gea puts his hands out as if is anybody going to close him down.
He hit it from 22, 23 yards out, and it flashed wide by a foot, maybe.
Yep.
Maybe something like that. It was a good effort. I mean, he can do that. We've seen him score some real spectacular goals, and David De Gea, as you say, Chris, he ended up actually putting his hand above his eyes, a bit like, Captain Cook or Lord Nelson all those years ago, looking for ships, because no one charged down, no one closed down Cher. Here's Botman in front of his own penalty area. Botman. Great noise inside the ground. Manchester United's fans, thousands of them, way up high. If you've ever been to St James's Park, you'll know where they are. It'd be a fantastic view across the northeast of England from up there today, as the ball is dispossessed from St Maximin. Manchester United, here's Weghorst, but St Maximin tackling back, and then in comes Bruno Guimaraes as well. Dwelt on the ball, Weghorst, but Manchester United have it back with Anthony into the action, all busy, and then he plays it back to the halfway line to Dalot. Anthony Martial's back on the bench for Manchester United today, 2 months out, but I think it's Jadon Sancho actually who Eric Ten Hag,
I think they're both coming on,
and Martial.
I think you take Weghorst off. He's struggled today, I've got to say. He works hard, the lad, he's very honest, but technically he's not the best, is he? And probably, I can't see him taking Rashford off. He's putting Sancho on, it must be for Anthony.
McTominay has won a corner. 2 Newcastle defenders in the full-back position. He's played it off them, so a corner to Manchester United. And yes, we're going to see Martial and Sancho coming on for Manchester United. Eric Ten Hag deciding with just over an hour to go, with just over an hour gone, that now's the time to make those changes. Rashford has not looked himself, certainly since the World Cup. Anyway, corner to Manchester United. Shaw takes it back. Sabitzer plays it in. Weghorst to the header, it's deflected and bounces into the path. Took all the pace off it, and that meant Pope could take the ball to his left. But chance for Weghorst.
Fabulous ball in Sabitzer, isn't he? He drills it in hard. It's like a shot.
Weghorst, who started every match for Manchester United since he arrived on loan, having been in Turkey, as you'll know. But he is on loan from Burnley. He was at Besiktas in Istanbul, and could well find himself playing against Manchester United in the Premier League again for Burnley next season. Who knows? But yet to score for Manchester United in the Premier League. Martinez, long crossfield pass. Here's Anthony. Anthony goes round the outside of Burn, who put the challenge in. It bounces out of play. Good tackle by Burn. It was slightly last ditch, but he made it. And now Sabitzer on the right hand side. Exaggerated step over from Sabitzer. Takes it on towards the dead ball line, then angles it back. The defender got a touch in on that, Burn. And now they burst forward, Newcastle. And it is Burn who's carrying it on into Newcastle, into Manchester United territory, but then showed too much of it to McTominay, who was able to whip it away. And now Burn's out of position, and McTominay gives it to Anthony, and Anthony now is forced to check back by Willock. Good work, Willock. Sabitzer, 30 yards out. Back to Anthony, ball at his feet. Willock in front of him. There's McTominay behind him, now square to Bruno Fernandes. Manchester United having a better spell here. Bruno Fernandes, though, poor pass to the edge of the area, straight at Longstaff, but Newcastle have conceded possession again. McTominay, Bruno Fernandes, a flick by Sabitzer, but that flick,
it didn't mean it. Fernandes meant to give it away. It actually hit Sabitzer. He didn't mean it to get in the way, but he did. There's a lot of tired players. I can see why people are making substitutions now. I'm just wondering, has Anthony been away with Brazil?
Yes.
Yeah, he looks tired a bit. He's been their best outlet, to be honest, but he does look tired.
Rashford concedes a free kick, and that means we're going to see these changes for Manchester United now. The score is still Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0. And it is Anthony, as Chris Waddle suggested, who he has worked hard, actually, and Dan Burn will be pleased to see the back of him. And Wout Weghorst as well marches off the pitch now directly towards us. So Sancho and Martial, so Anthony Martial making yet another return after an injury. He's missed the last 13 matches with a hip injury, so a couple of months out. Did actually score in his last appearance for Manchester United in the Carabao Cup game against Nottingham Forest. And now Jadon Sancho is on as well.
I like Martial, but he just doesn't seem to have that appetite which you need. You know, when he's on his game, he's a terrific centre forward, isn't he? But in some games you just look and you think, does he really fancy it?
Yeah, I think many Manchester United fans would echo that. And I think Newcastle are planning a triple change with Anthony Gordon, Joe Linton and Callum Wilson going to be coming on for them. And actually the first of them just appears from under the dugout in front of us, Joe Linton, to make his return. So it is 0-0. Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0. Jadon Sancho's gone over to replace Anthony on the right-hand side. Do you think he's best on the right or the left, Sancho?
He's a right-sided player. I mean, he's never had let's be honest, he's never came to Man United and set the place alight, has he? He's had whatever he's had, injuries, whatever it's been, it's just never happened for him. Whether it was the price tag was too much, I don't know. It's just never happened for him in a Man United shirt.
So there's difficulties this season, as Erik Ten Hag said, both physical and mental, some of his difficulties early on in the season. Newcastle with a throw down the right-hand side, and Kieran Trippier waiting to take this, which he does to Murphy. Bruno Fernandes got a touch, it bounced off the Newcastle man in behind for a goal kick, even though Jacob Murphy blatantly appealed for a corner.
Today's game.
So it is 0-0, and here is the official attendance.
It's 52,268.
Seems very early, doesn't it, to announce the attendance with still over 25 minutes to play. But it is a goal kick for Manchester United. Still 0-0 between West Ham and Liverpool, by the way, in the 5 o'clock kickoff in the Women's Super League, as Varane is closed down by Isak, who wins a throw-in over on the left-hand side, and he tries to whip up the crowd. Suspect he won't be on the field much longer if Callum Wilson's coming on, but we'll see. Throw-in is taken towards him, bounces back for Newcastle. Now St Maximin tries to work it through. That's blocked by McTominay on the edge of his own box. McTominay, though, is dispossessed. St Maximin's in again, turns. McTominay put the challenge in on him again. Very congested on the edge of the box. St Maximin went down on the edge of the area, but it was a good challenge, I think, by Dalot. Newcastle come again, though. Still 0-0. Longstaff. Murphy now on the right-hand side. Shaw's chasing him, so he goes infield. Nimble-footed. Murphy to the edge of the box. Isak with a touch. Isak now through to Bruno Guimaraes, right side of the area. Went for the chip to the back post. St Maximin across and headed in. Willock is there, and Newcastle take the lead. Superbly worked. Beaten in the cup final at Wembley in February, but they've got a little bit of revenge here. 1-0 Newcastle lead against Manchester United.
Well, you can just see how the crowd, what an atmosphere here. What a great goal, by the way. Lovely work. Guimaraes with a great cross to stood it up at the far post. A lot of people thought, shoot, he didn't. He stood it up, and then comes Willock with a terrific, back across the goal, and he's got a simple task from a yard out, just to head it into the net. And you've got to say overall so far in the game, I know it was quite a bit to go, Newcastle have been the better side and they deserve the lead.
That was really well worked, wasn't it, by Newcastle? I think Isak did ever so well on the edge of the area, and then great awareness by Bruno Guimaraes on the right side of the area.
A lot of people would have hit that hard and low, even shot, fizzed it across the goal. He had the quality and the vision to stand it up the far post. Good header back across goal. Willock can't miss. He's basically nearly on the lane. So now it's going to be interesting to see how Man United react.
Isn't it just? Erik ten Hag having just made those 2 changes. I wonder if Eddie Howe's going to change his mind now about his changes. Ball's played back to De Gea, and De Gea passes it away from Isak. And as I say, with Wilson having just been due to come on, you know, Isak played a really important part in that goal with the work on the edge of the penalty area and the role that he played. He won't get an assist, of course, for that officially in the old statistics, but his role was highly significant and put away by Joe Willock in the end, his 3rd goal of the season.
Well, it's Joe Linton and Anthony Gordon who are coming on.
So not Wilson yet then. Well, let's see. As Trippier running the ball back towards the halfway line is shoved over by Rashford, and it's a free kick to Newcastle. So now, intriguing situation this. Newcastle, who've not beaten Manchester United for 4 years, are in a position now where they would go above them in the league table if they hang on to what they've got.
Substitution for Newcastle coming on, number 10, Alan Saint-Maximin.
So Saint-Maximin is being replaced by Anthony Gordon, who returns from injury. He's missed the last couple of matches with an ankle injury. So Anthony Gordon, still just the 1 start for Newcastle United. Murphy's moved in January, and Jacob Murphy on the other flank is being replaced as well. So let's see where Joe Linton and Willock go here. Joe Linton looks as though he's going to take up a position on the left-hand side, so maybe Gordon on the right-hand side. Anyway, it's a free kick to Newcastle after that foul, and Graham Jones, one of Eddie Howe's coaches there, gives Jacob Murphy a big cuddle round the neck with his arm. He has played well, Murphy, in this match. Free kick, Trippier, long and high and diagonal to the edge of the box. It's headed out. Sabitzer might have been caught by Isak. He was. It's a free kick to Manchester United on the edge of their own penalty area. So 1-0 Newcastle lead, and this is intriguing now.
Yeah. Gordon's come on the right hand side, yes, surprising. I thought he'd go on the left, but Joe Linton's gone out there. But Newcastle are, obviously, with this crowd behind them, the atmosphere is brilliant, and Newcastle are really putting a shift in here. I don't know how long they can keep it up. There's got to be a spell where Man United coming at this game.
Manchester United have got to find a way through what is statistically the best defence in the Premier League this season, Newcastle United. And now this is nice. Shaw, Bruno Fernandes. This for Sancho down the left, but Cher was able to come across, played it. It was just kept in play by Anthony Gordon. And now Longstaff passes the ball out of play beyond Trippier. And Trippier did well there, actually tried to make sure that Bruno Fernandes couldn't take a quick throw. I think that fell into the Erik ten Hag annoying bracket from Kieran Trippier. One of those little tricks that Diego Simeone perhaps taught him how to do when he was in Madrid. Could be Madrid today with this sky above St James's Park. Madrid, Caribbean, Tyneside. Ball bounces off Longstaff, and now Gordon with his bleached blonde hair. He could be on the beach in the Caribbean with that, and it's out of play for a throw into Newcastle 10 yards inside their own half.
By the way, it's quite cold, by the way.
It is cold, yeah. Throw in for Newcastle. Trippier chested back to him, and then Bruno Fernandes comes across and stabs it into the stands just to our left. So Manchester United, just 1 defeat in their last 16 matches, Manchester United. In that run, they beat Newcastle United at Wembley, as no Newcastle United fan will need reminding of. The only defeat in that time for Manchester United, 7-0 at Anfield. Gordon now trying to play it forward, but it bounces back for the visitors. And now McTominay, Sabitzer, crossfield pass. Martial on the chase into the full-back area. A little sluggish there, Martial. Plays it back to Sancho. Sancho goes round the outside of Cher, but the covering challenge was there from Trippier, who blasts it high into the stands via a deflection off the Manchester United man, and it's a throw into Newcastle, and they've cheered that almost like a second goal. Throw in for Trippier. Lines open for 606 on 5 Live. The phone in with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. 085 909 693 to book your call. You can text 85058 or get in touch #BBC 606. Manchester United with the ball in the central third of the field. As ever, read about all the football action on the football pages of the BBC website. Bruno Fernandes is caught in possession. Isak takes it on, gives it back to Bruno Guimaraes, who drives it across, but it was blocked, I think, by Varane in the middle. There were 3 players together. It comes back out to the right-hand side to Bruno Guimaraes. Bruno Guimaraes slips it past Shaw, and then Shaw's able to recover and take it away from him and give a little ball forward towards Sancho, who knocks it infield. Rashford's gone over to the right-hand side and Sancho to the left for the time being. Bruno Fernandes long and forward. Martial heads it into the path of Sancho. Sancho crossfield pass. Arriving on the right, Dallow's ball into Sabitzer, who shoots, and it's blocked by Botman and bounces back. Deflection off Longstaff as well. And Nick Pope is cheered because he dives out to his left to prevent it from going behind for a corner.
Well, Man United have come out now. They've had to come out getting beat 1-0 obviously, and they've started to put a few passes together. Newcastle, as I thought, 70 minutes, they normally feel the pace and drop off it. And when they drop off it, they're asking for... But it's very difficult to keep the tempo Newcastle play on 90 minutes, and they're starting to feel the pace a little bit now.
Just under 20 minutes to go. Manchester United playing the ball back to De Gea. Newcastle leading through the Joe Willock goal. Remember him scoring here so well against Chelsea just before the World Cup when we were here for that was a Saturday 5:30 commentary, wasn't it? Well, this one was from a good deal closer. It was about a yard out, but brilliantly worked. The ball headed back across, and Willock was there to put the finishing touch on it. So Manchester United now playing the ball infield, short, but that's short. The return pass from Sancho. Gordon angles the ball forward for Isak, and Martinez was able to slide in, and then Gordon tackles back on Shaw. More applause from the Geordie fans. Out for a throw into Newcastle. Wilson was going to come on for Isak, but after Isak's role and the part that he's played, he's thought better of that since Newcastle took the lead, and possibly thinking as well of how the game might pan out now that Newcastle are in front. Ball at the back with Dalot passing it forward for McTominay down the right hand side. McTominay being chased by goal scorer Willock, went to ground, didn't get him. McTominay takes it on, low ball into the near post, headed behind by a diving Botman. And Rashford was waiting in the middle, just waiting for that to land on his head, but Botman made sure it didn't. Corner.
Well, he did well, McTominay down that right hand side. Good change of pace. He's feeling it a bit now. Look, he's bent over. Look, I don't know if he's got a slight injury.
Yeah. He's just flexing a leg in there, McTominay. Just checking to see everything's all right. He is limping still, and I think
it's his knee. I think he's a left knee.
Yeah, he might sit down, or will he? No, he went down on his haunches. He's back up now, and he's making his way into the 6-yard box. Corner to Manchester United, short to take it. Newcastle winning 1-0. It's a high one, this, to the back post. Newcastle got a head on it, and Sancho was able to chase it out into the full-back position. Back to Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes, right-footed ball across the box, headed across the area by Varane, but Nick Pope was able to step forward and clutch it in his gloves.
Yeah, no problem there. Fernandes, diagonal ball, fast stick for Varane, who just heads it down, doesn't really put any direction on it. It's easy for Pope to pick up.
Long one from Trippier. This is for Gordon. Gordon's away from Bruno Fernandes. He's up against Martinez inside the penalty area. The angle's tight. Plays it across to the back post. And Dalot just stepped into the path of Isak to side-foot it behind for a corner beyond the far post.
He did very well, Gordon there, didn't he? He just held it up, waited, bided his time, got a yard. He didn't lash it, did he? Just rolled it across there in between the 6-yard line and the goal line. Dangerous ball, put away for a corner.
Yes, a little bit like Brian Blessed, isn't it? Gordon's alive. Did well against Bruno Fernandes. Corner. Trippier to take this stage of the game. 15 minutes to go under the blue skies of Tyneside. Another goal now. You'd think Newcastle would win it. Trippier, deep one in, and it's headed against the crossbar, and then nodded back again. Isak was in there, or Cher was in there. That was blocked. And Manchester United were able to clear. It was Joe Linton with the initial header. And now Manchester United. Newcastle tried to get back. Shaw with the cross, headed away by Trippier near the penalty spot, and then cleared away by Willock. So close for Newcastle for a second from Joe Linton. Gordon now bringing it forward for Newcastle, but there's a man down, Cher, who's down again after he tried to follow up following the initial effort that was, I think, deflected against the crossbar from Joe Linton.
Yep.
And Cher flung himself in at the back post, and there was perhaps a collision in there.
I think it was Peels for half ball.
It was a save. It was a save by De Gea.
It's off the bar, and then this one there.
It hit the post.
It hit the post as well.
The follow up from Cher.
Did he catch him with his arm, Martial?
That was a terrific initial save by De Gea.
Yeah.
And then it bounced out, and Cher put his head in.
Actually, it was a Newcastle player who kicked it. It wasn't a Man United player.
Yeah. And that's an outstanding save from De Gea initially, and then whether it was Martial on the line, whether he got his head to it, Martial, or whether it hit the post is not entirely clear. However, that was, well, the width of the post and the width of the bar away from 2-0.
I think Man United look very dangerous on the break, on the counter-attack, John, but that's it. Newcastle have dominated this game, and yes, 1-0, you always get a chance. Man United is definitely going to get another chance. Newcastle should have put this to bed, this game.
Still 1-0, but as I say, they've got a history of tight games this season here in the Premier League. Cher is on his feet again, and I think it was a Manchester United foot, wasn't it, that caught him?
Yeah.
So again, he's taken another knock on the head. Callum Wilson is going to come on now, but David De Gea has kept Manchester United in this with that save. He was down on the ground virtually, and was able to recover, threw his hands up, and the header was from Joe Linton was point blank range, 3 or 4 yards out. Deflected it with his gloves onto the crossbar. So Cher just walking off the field now. Just over 10 minutes to play. Lines are open for 606 08 085 909 693. You can text 85058 to talk to Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton on 5 Live. This is 5 Live on the World Service and BBC Sounds as well. Newcastle with this play restarts near the halfway line, and Cher again is ushered back onto the field. So they're clear. Oh, Pope with a heavy touch. Martial was there, but Pope was able to recover. And then Byrne, a towering header to win the ball for Newcastle, and headed into the path of Willock. And Willock now to the edge of the area, shoots wide as he cut in from the left-hand side, shot across the face of goal, and actually it was probably wide by 4 or 5 yards of the far post. And now we will see that change. Isak being replaced by Callum Wilson. Callum Wilson, after Isak has applauded off, he's not been able to add to his 6 goals that he scored, Isak, today, but his all-round game's been very good again.
He's looked lively. He's caused the 2 centre-halves a lot of problems with his pace and his movement. So yeah, he's had a very good game.
So on comes Callum Wilson, podcast man himself, part of the Footballers podcast on BBC Sounds. And likewise, these 2 clubs, both certainly Manchester United. If you haven't heard the How to Buy a Football Club podcast, which is updated almost by the day at the moment with the various moves that are being made in the sale, in inverted commas, of Manchester United, that's on BBC Sounds as well. Football Daily in the morning, of course, as well. Here's Sancho on the right-hand side. Sancho, foot to foot. Then back to Dalot behind him. Newcastle leading 1-0. Entering the closing stages of this Premier League match here at St James's Park. Sancho, back to Bruno Fernandes. Down into near the corner flag for Dalot. who plays it out of play, not via a deflection. He wanted a throw in, but the assistant on the far side says straight out of play off Dalot, throwing Newcastle.
Well, they've got 3 in the box. McTominay, Rashford and Martial waiting for a delivery. That little triangle's playing over that right hand side, Man United, but ball was never going to come in.
Newcastle now, as Eric Ten Hag down there is in discussions with Fred and Pellistri as well, are going to be the next couple of changes for Manchester United. So Fred and the young Uruguayan international Pellistri are going to come on. Sabitzer now for Manchester United. Sabitzer playing it forward, touch back to him. Sabitzer forward from Martial, but that was cleared away by Cher. And now Manchester United again, the ball over the top. Martial onto his left foot, shoots, deflected, just wide. Pope was going down to his right, it came off Botman, and wicked deflection that took it dropping just wide of the post and behind for a corner.
Yeah, it was a good move by Man United, wasn't it? As you say, terrific block, and they've got a corner out of it. Still giving Fred instructions.
Corner.
Oh, Willock's gone down.
Willock has sat down just outside the penalty area, so we'll have another stoppage here. 8 minutes to play, 8 minutes, and Manchester United, I think, are they going to make those changes now before the corner? And with Willock down, they are going to make the changes. So McTominay coming on, and also Lindelof coming on. So first of all, McTominay makes way from midfield. So Pellistri, Fred, coming on for him. Fred into the midfield, and eventually makes his way. We're going to also see another Newcastle change with Elliot Anderson coming on into the midfield for Newcastle. Also Martinez being replaced by Victor Lindelof, which is mildly surprising. Unless, well, he's running off the field, Martinez.
Yep.
So Lindelof replacing him, and the third Manchester United change.
Also for Manchester United, coming off from a 6 to Sandro Martinez, replaced by number 28.
So both central defenders are off. Pellistri coming on. So unless I'm very much mistaken, there's only one central defender out there now. So Manchester United, this is going to be quite a rejig. Meanwhile, Newcastle also making a change, and that's it for Joe Willock. I mean, he has had a recent injury, but he's clearly taken a knock in this. The goal scorer, that's the end of his match. With
Anderson,
8 minutes to go, and Elliot Anderson coming onto the midfield for him, the young Geordie, born in Whitley Bay. Could be part of a, if not famous victory over Manchester United, then certainly a notable one. So play will resume with this Manchester United corner. And 7 minutes plus added time to play here at St James's Park under the soaring seagulls. Shaw waits to take this corner. In swinger from the right hand side, left-footed, in it goes, and it's headed wide and up and high and over by Lindelof. Yes. His first touch.
He'd be disappointed with that. He got there, nice run to the near post, got above everybody, just couldn't hit the target. Now he's having a word with Nick Pope about wasting time.
The referee Stuart Atwell has
straight at the back, Man United,
has made it clear, and Eddie Howe and Eric Ten Hag are in discussions here. Yeah. And Steve McLaren has come across, former Newcastle United manager, to step in between Eddie Howe and Eric Ten Hag. And Jason Tyndall's involved with the fourth official, Michael Salisbury, as well. And that's all to do with the referee talking to Nick Pope about time wasting. So here we go again. Gordon and Sancho and Trippier and Bruno Guimaraes, and now Joe Linton, to the left hand side. Ritchie and Anderson just into the game. Anderson turning it out towards the left hand side. Byrne is there, and now Joe Linton gives it back to Elliot Anderson for Newcastle. The Geordie fans trying to do their bit to see Newcastle over the line here and back up to third place in the Premier League, incidentally. Dalot turning it away from his right back area, but that was deflected, and it was deflected to Bruno Guimaraes, who gets it back on the edge of the area, but Dalot is able to sweep it across the box. Gordon though gets up, wins the header. Fred hooks it away on the edge of the box. In though comes Kieran Trippier for Newcastle United. Oh, and he's done well. He slipped it between two Manchester United men, but Gordon couldn't find the ball into the box. However, he's got the next best thing. It's come off Fred for a Newcastle corner.
Yeah, good play by Newcastle again. Hunger, desire to get the ball, to win the ball back, then play when they get it. I've got to say they've been a better team, John. I know it's not games finished yet, but Newcastle have deserved it.
So it's a corner for Newcastle. They've come very close to getting a second goal, but haven't been able to get it over the line. Corner, Trippier for Newcastle, deep one to the back post, headed down by Joe Linton. Comes out again, Newcastle chipped across, stretch, and header wide by Dan Burn on the edge of the 6-yard box in between two defenders. Goal kick.
Anderson did well, stood up the far post, didn't he? But you've got to say, Luke Shaw did ever so well. Half the size of Dan Burn, but he put him off enough to miss his header.
Yeah. Oh, and it comes back at the Manchester United defence again. And Wilson plays it to Longstaff down in the Manchester United left-back position. Went down very easily there, McTominay. The slightest of nudges from Shaw, but Newcastle get the free kick near the corner flag. So the Newcastle United fans, I mean, this will make up in no way whatsoever for the fact that Newcastle didn't win the Carabao Cup final 35 days ago. However, it's a little bit of revenge, tiny little bit.
Well, they're thinking Champions League now, John. That's gone now. That cup is gone.
And they'll go up into third place in the table. It's not over yet though, this. 3 minutes to go. Kieran Trippier pretends that he can't hear what the assistant was saying to him, so goes and walks across to him and says, "Pardon me, what was it that you said?" And then has to go back and take the free kick. Trippier whips it, and it's headed in! 2-0 Newcastle!
Wilson.
Callum Wilson in off a post. Newcastle have got this one now. Manchester United are beaten, and Newcastle are heading back up to third in the Premier League in April. Great celebrations in the Gallowgate end. Callum Wilson does it for Newcastle. 2-0 against Manchester United.
Well, they should score more from set pieces, Newcastle, and I've watched them. This is a great ball in by Trippier, a lot of pace on it. And Callum Wilson just gets that slight movement on his marker, and it's a terrific header. It's a great ball in, a lot of pace on it. Wilson just gets up early above anybody else, and De Gea's got no chance. He's 4 or 5 yards out, got up. I mean, it's gone past 3 Man United players before Callum Wilson heads it. He just hits it on the target. De Gea's got no chance, and I've got to say Newcastle fully deserved its 2-0 lead.
Particularly the second half. Although in saying that, the early part of the first half as well.
First half they were good. Were not finishing well enough, but they've carried it on. They've kept it going. They've kept asking questions, and they've got the rewards.
And Manchester United, this is their first Premier League away match since the 7-0 at Anfield. And I mean, it's been a good contest, this, but they've lacked a little today, Manchester United. And now Wilson turning and setting off towards the edge of the penalty area. Callum Wilson has just scored what is only his second goal in his last 16 Newcastle appearances. Cleared away on the edge of the penalty area. Palistri's in there, Sabitzer. In goes Joe Linton, bounces for Gordon. Now Bruno Guimaraes, through to Wilson again, back to Bruno Guimaraes, and then the covering challenge from Dalot, which takes it behind for another Newcastle corner. And everyone's on their feet in the Gallowgate end, looking down on this.
I see a third coming, and Man United, we've seen them before, collapse. Look at Anfield. And the one thing they don't want is to concede another one.
Corner again for Newcastle then. Trippier. Newcastle in absolutely no hurry now. Trippier stoops over, has a little look in field. No, it's not quite where he wants it in the quadrant. Moves forward, adjusts it slightly. Trippier then into the near post. This time it's glanced by Burn across goal, and then It's Botman with the initial touch. Byrne had a swing at it. It was blocked. Comes off Gordon, and Gordon can't keep it in on the halfway line. We're in the 90th minute now, but Newcastle with a 2-goal lead are surely on their way to victory and above Manchester United in the Premier League table. Do you know, Chris, Newcastle have not finished above Manchester United in the league since 1976-77.
Wow.
Is that just before your time?
Yeah, just before. Yeah. About 3-4 years.
Well, in the whole history of time, that's just before. Here's Bruno Fernandes playing it back towards the edge of the Manchester United penalty area, but the noise inside this place now. They are a force to be reckoned with, Newcastle United, no question. Sancho, Manchester United trying to do something about it. Here's Rashford. Rashford slips into the box, and it's like a back pass to Nick Pope, and that, I'm afraid, rather sums it up. Marcus Rashford has not had a sight of goal today. 27-goal Marcus Rashford.
Obviously they rested him well, but I've got to say Man United have been disappointing today. I mean, they've played a lot of games and he's changed the team. He's took 2 centre-halves off. He's trying to give players rest time, but they're in so many games ahead of them, so many games to play. It's going to be interesting to see how they come out, because Newcastle looks sharper, fitter than Man United today.
Manchester United have got to go again against Brentford on Wednesday. Newcastle play at West Ham actually on Wednesday as well. We'll have all of that covered for you on 5 Live in the midweek. Here's Rashford inside the penalty area, but it bounces down, and Newcastle are able to clear it up to Wilson, touches it back, and then I think Longstaff was caught by Lindelof. Manchester United now playing with Shaw, Lindelof and Dalot as their 3 central defenders, but the game has gone. Alan Shearer was with us at the start of 5 Live Sport yesterday, and he was remembering how it was actually the Charity Shield, as it was back in '96, when Manchester United beat Newcastle 4-0, and then in the October, that was the 5-0, the famous 5-0 here for Newcastle United against Manchester United, as Lindelof is fouled by Anderson, the famous Away 5-0, as they called it. I mean, it's not quite that today, but you wouldn't necessarily know it.
They've been a better team. Right, I think quite easily, quite comfortable victory this. I cannot really remember Pope making saves, John, or really being under any pressure. You know, in spells of the game, normally you get a spell in the game where you're dominating and you have that 15-20 minutes where you think something's going to happen. Man United have not had that today.
The statistics on the BBC website say 1 shot on target from Manchester United. Just trying to think what that was. Was it the Anthony shot?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And Bruno Fernandes, who remember how he was criticised when the game was going against Manchester United at Anfield. Rather stepped out of that challenge that came in on him there, out of play. Newcastle with a throw. Anderson's taking it towards the edge of the penalty area, but he's that's snuffed out. Newcastle come again. No, Cher taking it on, giving it Bruno Guimaraes across from him, and it comes off Fred, and possibly the arriving Cher, who is still there, sent it wide in the end.
John, he's took his 2 centre-halves off, and he's playing Luke Shaw, Lindelof and Dalot as his back 3. They're all over the shop. Going forward, Sancho offered nothing since he came on, nothing. Rashford, non-existent today. And I've said sometimes with Rashford, you don't see him in a game and he scores, and it helps because people say he scored again. But his performance today, very, very poor.
No Casemiro today, suspended again. Although he did play in the 7-0, remember, Casemiro. Newcastle have it in the Manchester United right back area. We're well into the 5 minutes of added time now. On 5 Live, the line's open, 08 085 909 693. Another blow for Manchester United, this scoreline. Losing 2-0 here, where Newcastle have lost only once this season against Liverpool. And now they'll go above them in the table.
Sabitza's down as well over there, far side. Look, there's a cramp. It's a fair chance.
Well, he was an injury doubt coming into this game, Sabitzer.
By the way, they've got Brentford, did you say? Brentford, that's not an easy game now. They're playing very well.
They are. Many of the Manchester United fans have already left from the grey seats up in the top of the Leazes End, probably thousands.
I can understand them. I mean, listen, Man United's played a lot of football, we know that, but
got a lot of football to play as well.
Yeah.
FA Cup semi-final, Europa League quarter-final against Sevilla coming up. You'll hear that on 5 Live, and the semi-final as well, both semi-finals of the FA Cup. But Newcastle United have got their eyes on the Champions League again. 5 minutes are up. Newcastle United about to win a match against Manchester United for the first time since 2019, and they've done it. They've got over the line. 3 wins in a row now for Newcastle United, who jump back into the Champions League places above Tottenham and over Manchester United on goal difference. 2 second-half goals from Willock and Wilson have won it for Newcastle.
I've got to say, from the first minute, Newcastle have deserved this. They could have scored more. Man United's had 1 shot on target. They've had some little spells, Man United, not enough sustained pressure. They've tried to catch Newcastle on the break. Newcastle's performance for 90 minutes has been brilliant. Cheered on by a very, very passionate crowd, and that's cheered them on that last 20 minutes. And they've won 2, John, and they deserve to win more.
Yeah, the black and white flags are out again here at St James's Park in the afternoon sunshine. That's 50 points now for Newcastle. The first time they've got to 50 points in the Premier League for over 10 years. And a very, very good win for them. It doesn't make up for the Carabao Cup final, but they're looking down on Manchester United now in the Premier League table. Newcastle 2, Manchester United 0.
Yeah, Chris Waddle, there's no doubt that Newcastle would have swapped this for winning that cup final, but the response to losing that cup final, crystallised by this performance today, has been remarkable.
Oh, listen, energy levels, the desire. Listen, that was to hurt, that final. I don't care. When you lose a cup final, it hurts. And they've come up today, they've rolled their sleeves up, and they've thought, we are not going to get beat today. And they've worked their socks off and they've been rewarded. I've got to say, I thought Man United will be low par. Well, they'll come out with too many games, too many fixtures, a lot of changes to the team during the game. But Newcastle today take nothing away from their performance. I'm not saying it was a low par Man United. Newcastle were excellent today, and they absolutely deserved this win.
They're going to start to really believe now, John. You know, you can think back, these fans have watched the likes of Juventus here in the Champions League. Dan Burn was a fan in the stands when that happened, Barcelona as well. St James's Park is a stadium with a fan base that suits Champions League football down to the ground, and they can feel it.
Without doubt. I mean, we've seen a glimpse of what it will be like here this season should the Champions League return. But I think for Newcastle, there was a feeling, wasn't there, that there was maybe a bit of a slide on when they lost those 3 games in a row, and hit that patch of form and lost players, whether it was injury or suspension. But now 3 in a row, and it feels like they've recovered from that setback and are now back on course.
And not only that, Chris, Isak's come into the team scoring goals. Callum Wilson's had to miss out. Baki comes off the bench, he scores. Another clean sheet as well. You know, in this remarkable season, is this the standout result, the standout performance now?
Listen, they've got a momentum going. The fans absolutely fantastic. The atmosphere. They've got one thing to focus on: win football matches in the Champions League. Man United's got a lot of distractions: FA Cup, Europa League. So it's an advantage Newcastle, especially this today. Mentally, it'll do them unbelievable confidence. Their confidence will be soaring through the roof. They've got to follow it up at West Ham, which is always a hard game. We know West Ham are wanting to get away from relegation. They're going to have to go again, but you just see the confidence and the attitude of this squad, Newcastle at the minute. They're on a mission, and I think they're desperate to get in that top 4.
Back in the clean sheets as well again today.
Yeah,
I'm sure
another clean sheet.
Yeah. First one in 9 matches.
They're on a mission. Are they on a lap of honour, John?
Well, if they do this after every match here now at St James's Park, they are going round the ground, the whole squad, to thank the crowd for their support.
The defence as well, Chris. You know, much as, talking to Magic Chris Waddle, as they call you in Marseille, I'd love to just to focus on the wings and the attacking play. But that defence, 19 goals conceded in the Premier League this season for Newcastle. The next closest is Manchester City with 26. I mean, that is unbelievable.
Newcastle's defensive record.
Newcastle's defensive record's unbelievable. But listen, they're well drilled, well organised. A lot of these guys, look, when you look at Newcastle's squad, people would think he wouldn't get in that team, he wouldn't get in Man City's team, he wouldn't get. They're a very strong group. They're well drilled, well organised, and as I said, the determination among them to succeed, it stands out. And what they may lack in certain aspects, they've got that passion, desire. They've got a mass support behind them who they're playing for, and they're getting results for them.
We've spoken so much, Chris, about how Newcastle have dealt with the cup final. Have Manchester United not dealt with the 7-0 against Liverpool?
Yeah, well, I've got to say, when you can see Man United, isn't it? They've got a heavy schedule. I feel for them a bit. If they didn't have a heavy schedule, you'd see a better Man United. But you just saw the day, he took his 2 centre-halves off, 1-0 down. So I brought Newcastle on again. They saw out more chances. So it's difficult to juggle the pack when you've got injuries. Listen, it's going to be a hard run-in for Man United. If they want to be Champions League, it's like giving up the FA Cup and giving up the Europa League. They're not going to do that. He wants to win the lot. So they could be the team who miss out on the top 4.
Just seen a couple of Newcastle legends applauding the team off the pitch. Shola Amiobi was there as well. Big high five between him and Eddie Howe. Loads of the Newcastle flags out there. The old sort of purple and red and the blue Newcastle star. Remember those from the Champions League days as well. Do you think they're going to do it, Chris? I've got to ask you a question. On a day like this, 3rd in the league, do you feel Newcastle will be playing Champions League football next season?
Well, listen, they're not going to lose many games here either. With this atmosphere and the way the tempo they play out, whoever comes here, they're in for a battle, and I mean a big battle. So you're going to have to play very well to get anything here. So you've got to look at that straight away and think, right, well, they're going to win the home games. On the road, I think we've seen they've nicked games 2-1, 1-0. The way form obviously is the thing what might catch them out, but they're not going to lose many games here. So I can see with the running they've got one thing to focus on. Just win game after game. You're getting rest. Next game you'll get a rest. They've just got one thing to play for. I kind of see Newcastle not missing out on the top 4 at the minute.
Mind you, don't forget Tottenham could be 3rd tomorrow night if they beat Everton.
And on that note, John, Chris, great stuff. Thank you very much. Correspondent John Murray and Chris Waddle inside St James's Park. So Newcastle 3rd in the Premier League table on 50 points, ahead of Manchester United on goal difference. 1 point above 5th place Tottenham Hotspur, but Spurs have played a game more than both Newcastle and Manchester United.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
play BBC Radio Newcastle.
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
With the BBC News at 4, I'm Anna Preston. The Home Secretary Suella Braverman has rejected suggestions that Brexit is behind the long delays facing ferry passengers at the port of Dover. More than 100 coaches are still waiting to cross the channel. Labour's accused the government of failing to plan for additional paperwork checks. Poor weather and slow processing times have been causing problems since Friday. Paul Baxter from Bewdley School in Worcestershire is leading a ski trip to France who was stuck for 12 hours.
We arrived here at around about 8 o'clock last night for a 10:40 crossing, which obviously didn't happen. Throughout the night, the coach has moved steadily 20 feet, 30 feet, and we've gone through several different holding bays. We're now quite close to customs, French customs. There's no water that they're giving out anymore. We've been given a free Kit Kat as compensation.
Miss Braverman's also accused local authorities of turning a blind eye to child sex abuse by grooming gangs, but insists new government plans will ensure they can't get away with inaction. The proposals mean people who work with children in England will be legally required to report suspicions of sexual abuse. She told Sunday with Laura Koonsberg that councils had roundly failed to safeguard vulnerable children.
There's been a social ignorance. There's been a willful turning of the blind eye. There's been a failure to act. There's been a failure to act. Silence has enabled this abuse, and we need to therefore ensure that there's a duty, there's an obligation on those professionals, that they can't get away with inaction.
Well, Labour said the government had just woken up to the problem and all that was being offered was a consultation. The Pope has presided over Palm Sunday Mass at the Vatican just a day after being discharged from hospital where he was being treated for bronchitis. The 86-year-old thanked worshippers for their prayers during his illness. Residents of a coastal town in North Somerset have staged a parking flash mob overnight to protest against changes to road markings on the town's seafront. The council's faced a backlash in Clevedon over the changes, which have introduced a new cycle lane and mean drivers must park parallel to the promenade instead of looking out to sea. It says the new road markings are designed to make the area safer, but Chris Berry from the Save Our Seafronts group says people aren't happy.
The idea was poised that we should park the way that we used to park, as a sort of peaceful parking flash mob. And it's great because these aren't people who are accustomed to civil disobedience. You know, these are people who feel incredibly strongly about what's happened to their seafront.
In football, Leicester City have sacked their manager Brendan Rodgers. The team lost 2-1 to Crystal Palace yesterday, their 5th defeat in 6 Premier League matches. That's the latest. You're up to date. It's 3 minutes past 4.
Total Sport. BBC Radio Newcastle.
To Willock, gets there first in the box. Now the cross. Isak has scored! Alexander Isak with a great finish in off the far post from the chipped cross from Joe Willock. And in first half added on time, they are level. Willock's cross in, Isak with a header. It's gone behind. Referee says penalty! Penalty kick for Newcastle in added on time, and it's Niakate who has handled it. Oh, stonewall penalty. And Alexander Isak scored a penalty against Bournemouth earlier in the season, but it will seemingly be Trippier, or is he going to give it? He's given it to Isak. He's let Isak take the responsibility. So it looked like Trippier, but now it will be Isak who scored the equaliser. And Newcastle's record signing in front of the away fans at the City Ground. Alexander Isak has scored what could be the winner. It's 2-1 in added on time. It's a massive, massive goal.
Quality, that's all you can say. It's a quality penalty. But what the defender's thinking of to give the penalty away in the first place is absolutely crazy. But you have to say, deserved it.
A huge win before the break, now back from the internationals with an unchanged team for this one against Manchester United. It's Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne at the back, Longstaff, Bruno, Willock in midfield, Murphy, Saint-Maximin and Isak in attack. And the bench sees the return of Joelinton from suspension and Anthony Gordon from injury. The other replacements are Dubravka, Lascelles, Ritchie, Wilson, Target, Manquillo and Anderson. Win today, they'll go above Manchester United and into third. They'll also surpass last season's final points tally.
The points ultimately is what you played for. We use a whole, I mean the game's gone statistic mad really, because we're inundated with lots of data, lots of indicators of performance, lots of comparisons with us and other teams. So we use those as good markers really for where we need to improve, areas that we're really strong at. Statistically across the board we've seen a big improvement from last year to this. Of course the challenge for us is to continue that as we move forward. I think the games at this stage get bigger and bigger because you're running out of opportunities to correct yourself if you make a mistake. So we're well aware of the importance of this game. We're back at home in front of our supporters. Our last result was a really positive one here as well. So yeah, looking forward to playing again. I think the 2 week, it's been a long 2 weeks for us. I think we were keen to play again quite quickly. But we feel we've prepared as well as we can do for this game, and yeah, the team's ready.
A 4:30 kickoff between two of the sides fighting for a place in next season's Champions League. A very good afternoon from Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson, enjoying the St James's Park sunshine. It's a nice day here as Newcastle and Manchester United players go through their warm-up routines, and a really, really big fixture for both clubs in their season and in the wider context of the race for Europe. But results yesterday, Ando, were pretty good for Newcastle. Brentford and Brighton below them in 7th and 6th respectively, 4 points behind, so that draw helped Newcastle. Liverpool lost as well, and they can give themselves a big advantage in the top 4 race, can't they, by winning today?
Yeah, I mean, look at the last few results, not just yesterday, but the last round of games as well went their way as well. You've got to take advantage of it. You know, you've got to make sure that we take advantage of it here today. Big game for both sides. You know, Manchester United know that if they get beat here today, all of a sudden we jump above them, go into that third spot. So there's a lot riding on this game for both teams.
Newcastle then with the unchanged team. How surprised are you that Joe Linton hasn't come back in?
I think like a lot of people, you know, we know that Eddie Howe keeps faith with players and sides that go and get results. This is a side that's won its last 2 games. But I think the majority of people, and I put myself in here as well, expected Joe Linton to come back in. I think he's pivotal to this Newcastle side. But fair play to Eddie Howe. You know, he's kept faith. He's stuck with a side that's won 2 games in the bounce. He's shown faith in the players. And Joe Linton has to settle for a place on the bench. So, you know, he obviously feels that's the way to go. And he feels that the side that have won the last 2 games, the performances have been good, everybody's gone and done their job, and nobody deserves to be out. So that's the reason that he's left Joe Linton on the bench.
And yet Alan Saint-Maximin came off at half-time against Nottingham Forest, and I think there was some concern over maybe his defensive work in that game. We didn't really see a lot of him in the attacking part of the pitch either. Eddie Howe did say that the substitution was down to Saint-Maximin having a tight hamstring. Joe Linton has played on that position wide on the left of the attack and swaps with Willock, and it's a combination that's been used to good effect this season. But Saint-Maximin starts. Maybe there's a feeling, would you agree, that against the other sides at the top in the bigger games, he can deliver a bit more and he steps up because he likes the big occasion and he likes to be the star of the show?
We'll find out. You know, I mean, look at it. I think in the cup final, in that first half, he caused Dalot 1 or 2 problems. But they changed it around, Manchester United, and he didn't have the impact in the second half. Look, if it falls his way, we know that he's capable. You know, he's capable of turning games. He's capable of having a huge impact on games. It just depends whether it's a going day for him or not. You hope that today is the day where he really fancies it. You know, I think he's probably looking at this and thinking, I've got another chance here. You know, I've got an opportunity. Been given an opportunity here to go and show what I'm all about against a side that's up there with us. So it's up to him. You know, he's got the shirt at the moment. The manager's shown belief and confidence in him. It's up to him to now go and deliver.
So it's Pope in goal, Trippier, who'll captain the side, Cher, Botman and Byrne at the back. Nick Pope had a thigh issue, didn't train before Nottingham Forest. Eddie Howe says he didn't train when the team was in Dubai during the international break, and he withdrew from the England squad, but he's okay, Pope. Trippier with Cher just inside him, and Eddie Howe, speaking before the match, said that Cher, probably more than most, benefited from the break. Another player that didn't go away with his country. He's taken a few blows and knocks recently, and it just gave him the opportunity to recover and rest. So hopefully he has overcome those niggles that the manager was referring to. And then Botman, who was ill, had food poisoning, had to come back from the Dutch squad with Byrne at left back, as we now have come to expect. Then Bruno with Longstaff and Willock in the midfield. It's going to be Sean Longstaff's 100th start for Newcastle United in all competitions. So a milestone for him personally. And then Murphy making a 3rd start in a row and a 7th and an 8th rather in the Premier League this season, with Saint-Maximin and Isak the other players in the attack, and Dubravka, Lascelles, Joelinton, Gordon, who has recovered from an ankle injury, returned to training during the week and okay for a place on the bench. Wilson, Ritchie, Targett, Manquillo and Anderson, who was so impressive as a half-time substitute at Nottingham Forest. Joelinton and Gordon have replaced Paul Dummett and Jamal Lewis in the matchday squad. Manchester United with 3 changes. Diogo Dalot in at right back for Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Raphael Varane comes in for Harry Maguire, and Anthony is brought in at the expense of Jadon Sancho. That is from the team that beat Fulham 3-1 at home before the international break to reach the semi-finals of the FA Cup. So Manchester United, David De Gea is the goalkeeper, Diogo Dalot, Raphael Varane, Lisandro Martinez and Luke Shaw. Marcel Sabitzer, the on loan Bayern Munich midfielder, who had an injury during the international break, but fit enough to start today alongside Scott McTominay, who we've been hearing plenty about over the last few weeks. Anthony, Bruno Fernandes and Marcus Rashford, who another one that had an injury during the break from domestic action, but he's trained all week and will start for Manchester United with Wout Weghorst up front. He's started Weghorst all 19 of Manchester United's matches since he arrived in January, but he only has 2 goals, and neither of which were scored in the Premier League. Manchester United's bench, by the way, is Nathan Bishop and Jack Butland, 2 goalkeepers. Butland is on loan from Crystal Palace. Victor Lindelof, Harry Maguire, Anthony Martial, who has returned from injury, Tyrell Malacia, Fred, Jadon Sancho and Facundo Pellistri. Ahead of Newcastle and in the table, Manchester United 3rd, but 22 points behind Arsenal at the top and 14 off Manchester City in 2nd. I suppose their objective in Premier League terms is securing a Champions League place, because it's very unlikely that they can go any higher than the point they find themselves at now, 3rd.
Yeah, similar to ourselves. You know, can't see anybody catching the top 2. Manchester City impressive again yesterday. Arsenal impressive against Leeds. It's all about who's going to finish 3rd and 4th, you would think. That's what makes this game so important. You know, you win today and all of a sudden you leapfrog Manchester United. If they were to win, they open up a little bit of a gap, you know. So there's such an awful lot riding on it. You know, people are talking about the cup final, but this is another day. This is another game. You know, we're at home. Atmosphere will be electric. Bumper crowd again. Smashing day for a game. So, yeah, it's there. You know, as we spoke about earlier on, results yet again yesterday went their way. It's all about grasping that opportunity. You know, there's a huge opportunity there for us. We need to make sure that we're able to grasp it today.
Manchester United's players are heading down the tunnel and back into the changing room. Newcastle's substitutes are having some shooting practice, and the starting players just going through some sprint work in the penalty area near the touchline next to the Gallagher end goal. One player who is in the Manchester United side today, I mentioned we've been hearing a lot about him, we've been talking a lot about him. Scott McTominay, a target of Newcastle's. It's his first Premier League start since January. Casemiro's suspended, which is a huge loss for them, because he's such a brilliant player, and we saw a lot of that at Wembley in the cup final. But what are your feelings on McTominay and what he can give them? Scoring goals for Scotland over the last week or so, but probably a lot of Newcastle fans reading and discussing the transfer links, maybe a bit unconvinced by him.
Yeah, you can see why he's been linked. You know, you can see him as an Eddie Howe type player. You know, he's athletic, gets up and down, covers the ground, got a good work rate about him. the fact that he scored 4 goals in his last 2 internationals bound to have given a huge lift, a huge belief and confidence. You know, I'm sure he'll come into this game on a real high. The fact that he's been linked with us, do I read anything into it? No, because we're going to be linked with an awful lot of players.
And they can't sign them all.
And they can't sign them all, exactly. So, you know, people have different opinions on him. Is he right for us? Is he not right for us? Would we want him? Do we not want him? You know, but the one thing you would say is, up to now, the signings that have been made since the new people have come in and taken over the football club, you can have no arguments with, you can't question it. They've got it all spot on up to now, so you know, you're not going to say whatever they do you're going to go along. I would go along with it, you know, because as I say, up to now they've got everything spot on. But it's yeah, look, it's an interesting one. The one issue, I suppose, is would Manchester United be prepared to sell to us?
Well, they weren't so willing with Jesse Lingard last January. Probably did them a favour. But there was the Martin Dubravka move earlier in the season, so a transfer happened between the clubs then. But in midfield, McTominay and Sabitzer, who is undoubtedly a very good player, but no Casemiro, and that's got to be to Newcastle's advantage, with full respect to the two who are playing there, because of the elite level that Casemiro is at.
Yeah, no Casemiro for them, huge blow. You know, in the cup final he was brilliant. You know, he scored a goal, but not just that, he broke things up in midfield. He was always in the right areas, got little toe pokes on things. You know, he was their best player by a long way. And to lose somebody of that quality, any side's going to miss it. You know, you don't win and achieve what he's achieved in the game if you can't play the game, and if you're not a good player, and he's an exceptional player, and he'll be a big loss to him.
This is BBC Radio Newcastle, just over 10 minutes to go until kick-off. Newcastle United unchanged for the match against Manchester United, and they'll move above them and go third in the league if they win. The leapfrog Spurs in fourth, who are at Everton tomorrow night in a match that's big at both ends of the Premier League table. Newcastle's opponents in midweek, West Ham, that's away from home on Wednesday night at 8. They have moved out of the bottom 3 this afternoon by beating bottom of the table Southampton by a 1-0. Huge victory for West Ham. Long VAR check on the goal. But it puts Everton into the relegation places alongside Leicester and Southampton. Referee is Stuart Atwell from Warwickshire. It's his 4th Newcastle game this season. The other 3 were all on the south coast. Bournemouth away in the league, and then the league and League Cup victories at Southampton. VAR today is Andy Madley. We're going to hear from Eddie Howe in just a moment, but just want to say congratulations to Gateshead, who have reached Wembley. They are through to the final of the FA Trophy, and they'll play Halifax at Wembley. They beat Barnet on penalties yesterday in the semi-final. After being 3-0 up, it got back to 3-3, but Gateshead prevailed in the penalty shootout. So Mike Williamson, former Newcastle player, is in charge there. Rob Elliott is part of the staff at Gateshead as well, and there's a number of former Newcastle players involved in their squad. So they're at Wembley on Sunday the 21st of May, which is the weekend of Newcastle's home match against Leicester in the Premier League, and if they don't clash, I'm sure there'll be a big black and white contingent that will go down and want to watch Gateshead. We had commentary of the match yesterday on BBC Radio Newcastle, and you can catch up with all the action and listen to some post-match reaction in our local football roundup, which is available on BBC Sounds. And speaking of Leicester, Brendan Rodgers has gone today.
Yeah, no surprise. Results haven't been going their way. Defeat again yesterday against Crystal Palace. And you always just felt that it was going to be a question of time, and they've decided that it's best for everybody involved if they go their separate ways.
Newcastle then Pope, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Longstaff, Bruno, Willock, Murphy, Saint-Maximin and Isak. his 7 previous Premier League starts, Alexander Isak, have yielded 6 goals at 15 Newcastle appearances in total. But when he starts in the Premier League, those statistics show that he tends to do pretty well in front of goal. 2 goals at Forest and 1 against Wolves. He's been so impressive in recent weeks, and keeping Callum Wilson out of the side. Wilson on the bench, another player, Eddie Howe, Ando said, probably needed the break just to recuperate and get himself back up to the levels that we're used to seeing, but he's got a fight on to get back into the team, because Isak is the player and he's the man of the moment.
Yeah, he is. He's been excellent in the 2 games, in the last 2 games, Wolves and Forest. It's going to be difficult for Callum Wilson to get back into the side if Isak keeps performance to the level that he has been. And that's what you want. You know, you want competition. You want players to know that they're going to have to keep performing if they want to stay in the side, and it's been like that all season, to be fair. You know, players have had to go, they've had to do it week in, week out. Full credit to them, they've been able to go and do that. But yeah, Wilson, you know, there's a lot of games coming up, a lot of games in this month, you know, so it could be important to rotate your squad, but it will be difficult for them to get back in.
We're almost ready to go then, here on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. Teams will be with us any moment, so let's hear from the man in charge, because Eddie Howe was always confident Newcastle wouldn't let their season fizzle out after the defeat by Manchester United in the League Cup final 5 weeks ago.
Knowing the squad as I do, I didn't fear that, but you never quite know how a negative result can affect your mentality and your confidence levels. I think the cup final was a distraction in our league form for a period of time. However much we tried to focus on the next game, and everything around the cup final, I think was a difficult moment for us in the Premier League. But the lads have recovered really well, and the last 2 results have put us back on track.
For you, what sense is there of owing them one for the defeat in the final?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think we've looked at it like that. I think we've looked at the game and tried to break it down without any emotion, and just, as I say, try and look at the game and try and improve certain aspects of our performance. We did a lot right, and we did a couple of things wrong and got punished for that, and that's the quality of team we're playing against. That if, for example, you don't defend well from a wide free kick and you concede the first goal, that those things swing momentum, and in a moment in the game I thought we were really competitive and probably the superior team, then that made it difficult from that moment onwards.
Looking at what lies ahead for you, how critical do you see the next few weeks? You've got 7 matches in April, you've got to play Spurs, who are just ahead of you at present, and obviously Manchester United on Sunday, and well, it's hotting up, isn't it, the race for the European places?
Yeah, it's a massive month, as you say. I think whenever you have an intense period of games, you know those results are going to define really what we do this season. The last 2 results have put us in a really strong position, and also I think just lifted confidence levels and morale within the squad. So yeah, this is going to be a big week to come. We have Manchester United first. We have to just focus on that alone and learn our lessons from the cup final defeat and analyse that game, which we have, and try and improve.
I don't know if you come across as a cure or not, Paul.
I'm not much of a cure. I hate queues. I've got no patience for queues.
Jilly Hope. So say you're really hungry and you go out for a day trip to Whitby with your lovely other half, and she wants some chips from a particular chip shop. Would you wait in that queue for love?
That's happened in the past, and I point blank refused.
Not even for love?
Not even for chips.
Jilly Hope. Weekdays from 2. BBC Radio Newcastle. Making a difference in the North East. Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Some pre-match thoughts from the Newcastle head coach Eddie Howe. What sense, Ando, is there for you of owing Manchester United one, wanting to just give them one for what happened in the cup final at Wembley? I'm sure it's on the minds of all supporters, and we know the rivalry here goes back a long way, and it's still considered a really big fixture by so many of Newcastle's followers, but is that a thing?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you can look at it that way at all. As I said earlier, today's another day. You know, different ground, different outlook. We're at home. majority of supporters are here for us. You know, at Wembley it was 50-50. So look, you can't think back to the cup final. You know, the cup final's been and it's gone. We didn't win that one. It's another game, another match. It's an important game, one that you hope that we can win. And I think here we've shown that we can give anybody a game. You know, and we're capable of holding our own here against anybody. So fingers crossed it goes our way today.
Here are the teams: Kieran Trippier and Bruno Fernandes leading out the two sides. At the two ends of St James's Park, at the Gallagher end, the We Are the Mags giant surfer banner with the magpie in the middle is being passed up to the top, right back to the supporters in the last row of the Gallagher, and to our left at the Leazes end, a new huge surfer banner, We Are Newcastle, with black and white stripes, and again it's got the names of supporters who've contributed to the display printed on there. And as we're used to seeing the individual black and white flags out all around St James's Park, just as they were at Wembley for the League Cup final. And I think fans, good heart and good voice as we approach kick-off. The Manchester United players just shaking the hands of the referee, Stuart Atwell, and his two assistants, Lee Betts and Darren Cann. Fourth official today is Michael Salisbury, and a reminder it's Andy Madley on VAR duty with assistance from Harry Leonard. Manchester United, David De Gea in goal, Diogo Dalot, Rafael Varane, Lisandro Martinez and Luke Shaw is the back four. Marcel Sabitzer and Scott McTominay in midfield. Anthony, Bruno Fernandes, who got 2 goals in their FA Cup win at Fulham, over Fulham a couple of weeks ago, and Marcus Rashford with Wout Weghorst up front, their bench. Nathan Bishop, Jack Butland, Victor Lindelof, Harry Maguire, Anthony Martial, Tyrell Malacia, Fred, Jadon Sancho, Facundo Pastry, a 21-year-old Uruguayan international forward. Newcastle, Nick Pope, Kieran Trippier, Fabian Schär, Sven Botman, Dan Burn, Bruno Guimaraes, Sean Longstaff and Joe Willock, Jacob Murphy, Alan Saint-Maximin, who is 20 games for Newcastle without a goal. Saint-Maximin. Murphy has gone 23 without a goal since he scored in the home win over Brentford in October. And Isak through the middle. Substitutes are Martin Dubravka, Jamal Lascelles, Joe Linton, Anthony Gordon, Callum Wilson, Matt Ritchie, Matt Targett, Javier Manquillo, Elliot Anderson. Kieran Trippier in the centre circle with Bruno Fernandes. They've done the coin toss. The rest of Newcastle's team are in a huddle, waiting for the skipper. We're just about all set and ready to go. Eddie Howe thought they played well in many ways in the cup final. The game at Old Trafford was not bad either earlier in the season. Newcastle took a point from a goalless draw, could have had more. How good do they need to be today to win, Ando?
Look, I watched Manchester United lately. I don't think Manchester United are great. As I said, I think if we perform the way that we have been performing here, you would hope that would be enough to get a win. Manchester United aren't great. I think they're there for the taking. So everything's crossed and I'm right.
A chance to go third in the Premier League and back above Manchester United. We're underway. You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. Newcastle defending the goal to our right, which is at the Gallagher end. That means they kick uphill in the first half. Black and white stripes, black shorts and black socks. Manchester United got us started, and they play it now back to the goalkeeper De Gea from Martinez, closed down by Isak, and Saint-Maximin in the penalty area. Dalot lifts it away. McTominay chasing it out to this near touchline, but Botman sees it over the line for a throw. Red shirt, white shorts and white socks for the visitors. De Gea all in yellow, Pope all in light green for Newcastle. And the referee wearing blue shirt, black shorts and socks. Burn with a throw, Saint-Maximin takes it back. Cher towards Botman, who let it come towards him and has played it out off Anthony, but almost got into a bit of a sticky spot there, Newcastle, with the possession around their own box. Burn with another throw, Willock lifting it over Sabitzer and onto Isak, and a high ball to the far right-hand side. Murphy lets it bounce and brings it under control. Into the second minute of the match, Murphy approaching the edge of the area, back to Bruno, who's got Trippier out wide. Scoops out a pass to find Trippier. Now Longstaff trying to cut it back and wins. A corner kick, does he? Yeah, referee points to the corner. Linesman's flag goes down next to the flag, and Newcastle with Jacob Murphy to deliver the set pieces. Trippier trots back into the middle of the half. Decent break down the right. Chance to create something.
Yeah, delivery needs to be good. Murphy gone across. Trippier's on his way over now.
It's more set-piece shenanigans from Newcastle, like the penalty at Forest. Murphy's jogged back. Trippier takes the corner, near post, flicked clear. And now they've got to watch the counter-attack as Anthony runs up towards halfway. Joe Willock gets his toe on the ball, pushes it out for a Manchester United throw on the far side.
I think that's what we've got to be careful of. When they counter with pace, they get numbers forward. I think that's what they'll try and do. They'll try and sit in Manchester United and just try and break on us.
They got caught by Liverpool, didn't they?
Yeah.
On the counter-attack a few times, punished by Liverpool. This is Trippier intercepting a ball forwards. His pass down the line's kept in by Martinez, and Sabitzer back towards De Gea. Difficult ball to control, but he's taken a touch, and then away it goes. Excellent control by Shaw, and inside to Bruno Fernandes. Volley down the line for Rashford. It's unbelievable technique. Rashford into the area. Stopped by Cher though. Trippier now to Longstaff, might have been a nutmeg. And Longstaff, what a ball from Sean Longstaff, but Isak, Varane with him, holds it up and wins a throw. It's a lively start, end to end. 0-0 after 3.5 minutes.
Good pace of the game, isn't it? Plenty of pace about it.
Bruno gets it from Trippier's throw, back to the England international, and Botman in the centre circle to Burn, back to Sven Botman. Got Cher inside, that's where it goes, furthest outfield player back, 10 yards from halfway. On to Trippier on the halfway line, having a look. Isak drops in, Murphy's there too, it's Isak. He's lifted it up towards Longstaff, header won by Luke Shaw. And McTominay on his chest, back to the goalkeeper De Gea. First time clearance with plenty of height, and Burn rises to nod it forwards, and Willock down to Saint-Maximin, taking on Dalot for the first time. Out wide again to Willock. Burn with a run into the area, and the ball on from Joe Willock is eventually behind for a goal kick.
Poor ball, wasn't it? Lack of communication, breakdown in communication between Willock and Saint-Maximin. Willock thought he was going to make the run outside him. He didn't go.
It's the voice of John Anderson here on BBC Radio Newcastle, the former Newcastle and Ireland defender. We bring you every match live. No goals yet this afternoon. David De Gea waving his defenders upfield, and the ball follows, and now McTominay beats Botman in an aerial challenge, recovered by Longstaff though, and Bruno back to Pope, takes a touch around his former Burnley teammate Weghorst. Cher with the diagonal ball, on by Dalot. McTominay on his chest, Bruno with a challenge, Botman away, Sabitzer takes over, plays it against Botman at the edge of the area, then Willock, good ball juggling skills, and Burn to Bruno, and on now towards Saint-Maximin, but Varane intercepts on halfway. Sabitzer now to Anthony in the final third, taking on Burn, cuts inside, and through for Sabitzer in the area, trouble here, Botman, brilliant block, and Willock away. And Isak trying to get the better of Lisandro Martinez, but he's read that situation Cleared it straight to Bruno. Longstaff shifts it. Murphy's got it now. 30 yards out. Nobody in the box. Murphy cuts inside. He's got Trippier giving him an overlapping option. Trippier then swings it in, looking for Isak at the back post. Sean Longstaff blocked in the area. Longstaff again, a back heel to Bruno, and then Manchester United clear. And Botman in the Newcastle half turns, faces forwards, and swings it out on the diagonal to Trippier.
Good ball.
Excellent touch from Trippier. Now for Murphy to chase, but it's beaten him and gone behind.
Yeah, it's a lively start, isn't it? Half chances at both ends. Great header back across goal. Isak just plays it back in. Mishits it, doesn't he? Bit of a fresh air, and then a good little back heel.
It was blocked initially, the left-footed Longstaff shot by Martinez. I don't know if maybe he connected with his heel. We need to see it again properly. But an opportunity for Newcastle. The whistling and the booing is because David De Gea has taken an eternity over the goal kick.
Yes, and we don't know anything about that, do we?
Eric Ten Hag was at it again in the build-up to the match, talking about Newcastle time wasting and ball not being in play, things like that, and then they already after 6-7 minutes, not in a rush to get the match going again. Referee did whistle, blow his whistle, and tell De Gea to take the goal kick, and Newcastle have a free kick on the far side. Couple of steps inside the Manchester United half, right out on the touchline. Trippier behind the ball. 0-0, but pretty vibrant St James's Park. Good start, and one opening in the penalty area a few moments ago, but blocked. Trippier, diagonal ball to the edge of the box. Byrne, it's come on towards Fabian Schär, but the whistle has gone for a push by Byrne as he climbed and connected with the ball forwards. And a pretty easy decision for Stuart Atwell to give that one, I think.
Yeah, you could see it from here. He's just leaning in on top of him.
8 minutes on the clock, and the first time they've been singing about Alan Shearer, Manchester United's fans. Got it with De Gea, who gets it back from Shaw, edge of the area, and now Martinez. Look like they're under a bit of pressure at one point, but they've played their way out of trouble. But now Martinez back to De Gea, and he's found Bruno Fernandes, who's pulled out wide left. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Schär with a nod to Trippier, and then he gets it back again in the corner, shifts it, pings it forwards into midfield. Bruno Fernandes header straight to Bruno Guimaraes, out wide left to Willock, back to Bruno, and he's able just to steer it back to Botman under pressure from McTominay, edge of the box Newcastle. Schär over to Botman again, he's having a look, and it's Isak. Nice attempted turn by Isak, and he was fouled by Martinez. He's holding his lower left leg, but he's going to be all right, I think. Hoists himself up, Isak. He just clipped it away around him, and the challenge came in.
Yeah. No complaints, free kick.
Bruno Guimaraes to Fabian Schär down the line. Newcastle right to Kieran Trippier, who's having to come back with it. He's the only outfield player, Trippier, to have started every Premier League match this season for Newcastle, with Almiron now injured. Byrne to Willock, and back again to the big man, inside to Bruno. Nice quick play by Newcastle, onto Murphy, takes it forwards, good first touch, and helps it out wide to Trippier. Back through for Murphy, but straight to Shaw, who is now trying to clear, and Murphy's won a throw, giving Newcastle on the attack. Good recovery. Trippier down the line to Murphy, and inside to Longstaff, and it's a goal kick. Martinez with the challenge.
Yeah, good defending, wasn't it? Just tracked the run of Longstaff, stood big and firm.
Nil-nil. 11 minutes, only one win in their last 9 Premier League meetings for Newcastle. They're victory in October 2019 with Matty Longstaff's famous goal. They've lost 6 and drawn 2 of the other 8, so chasing a first win in 3.5 years against Manchester United today. Bruno Fernandes, left side of central midfield. Shaw, high ball into the area for 6'6" Weghorst, nods it back. McTominay's in there, but it's Botman who finds Trippier, and Longstaff inside to Bruno, drags it back and then through the legs of McTominay. In fact, no, it was Weghorst, and the crowd enjoyed that one. Burned down the line towards Isak, Varane away. That'll be a Newcastle throw, left full-back position. It's competitive, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it's lively. I think it's probably a little bit too stretched for both managers.
Could be a foul on Bruno Guimaraes, but Anthony runs away with it into the area. Here's Wout Weghorst, hits the side netting. Goal kick.
Got to go across the goalkeeper.
Went for the near side, Pope had it covered, and Newcastle not happy about the challenge on Bruno, who is complaining to the referee.
Nothing wrong with it. He's won the ball. Clean win of the ball. Not every tackle's a foul.
Well, they played on, and Weghorst off target. Pope from the right side of his 6-yard box. In the shade at St James's Park. And a nice afternoon with a long kick over the head of Willock. Isak can't get there. Martinez.
What a ball.
Diagonal ball into the corner on the near side. Anthony with Byrne. He's at the goal line. Plays it back to Diogo Dalot. High cross hung up to the back stick. Trippier heads it away. Maybe could have let it go, but perhaps wasn't sure who was behind him. Rashford was lurking, and it's out for a Manchester United throw 20 yards out in front of the East stand. No goals. Martinez and Varane didn't play in their last match because of a small injury, as Erik ten Hag, his manager, called it. But back today, Anthony flicking it around. Byrne, assistant referee.
Get up there with that.
And they've got a free kick. Bit soft.
No, it's a free kick, but Anthony's milking it.
Jason Tindall, the Newcastle assistant manager, is about half a metre from him, and with his hands in his pockets, is just staring at Anthony, who is off the pitch. He's got 2 members of staff with him. Erik ten Hag is having a go at the 4th official, Michael Salisbury. Referees come over now to talk to Anthony, and there are fans next to us who are out of their seats. Anthony's now back on 2 feet, the Brazilian winger, and the match has restarted. It's 0-0. Tell you what, the crowd are really up for this, which is perhaps no bad thing. And as you predicted, there's absolutely nothing wrong with him.
No.
You've seen that many, many times, haven't you? Rashford with the ball. McTominay cut out by Byrne, who's got space to move into, and Saint-Maximin to the left. Dan Byrne over halfway and still going. Plays it out wide for Alan Saint-Maximin. 2 to take on, Sabitzer and Dalot. Skipping inside, turning back outside, then inside again. Using it by finding Bruno. Up to Murphy, edge of the area. Longstaff in the box. Decent cross in. Headed away as far as Saint-Maximin. He can't take it first time. Out to the corner on this near side. In away from Anthony. Still Saint-Maximin. He's got the ball on the edge of the area. What will he do with it? Back to Bruno. To Murphy. Looking for Bruno, who's gone down. Couldn't get the return. Manchester United play on, but Weghorst can't take the ball in his stride, and Trippier back to Pope. Bruno screaming at the referee. Wanted the free kick, got nothing. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. It's 0-0. 15 minutes played. Isak's dropped into a pocket of space. Now he's on the move. He's got 2 options to the right. Trippier, one of them. Murphy down the line. Murphy with a chance to deliver. Hangs up the cross. Isak saved. Joe Willock can't put it in. Here's Saint-Maximin, but it's cleared. Botman with a header on.
What a save.
Byrne, and now share forwards from halfway. Big Newcastle opportunity. Fabian Schär keeping them going. Longstaff pass out towards Murphy is blocked. Bruno Guimaraes takes over. Murphy with another chance to cross, cuts inside. And it's ended up in the hands of De Gea off the boot of a defender. But David De Gea a few moments ago with a massive save for Manchester United from Isak's near post header.
Oh, what a save it is. Great little ball played in. It's a smashing header as well. Headed it down. De Gea, top save.
Then the follow-up from Willock was blocked as well. Martinez to Bruno Fernandes in between the lines. Has picked the ball up and given it straight to Botman. Bruno Guimaraes away from Bruno Fernandes and into the Manchester United half. It's been held up slightly. It's with Murphy who switched it, and Saint-Maximin on his chest. That's good. Here he goes. Angled run into the box. Saint-Maximin twisting and turning and curling one towards the far bottom corner. De Gea down to make the stop.
Back pass. Great ball, Murphy, great switch of play. It's just cut inside, you can see what he wants to do. But he got nothing on it, did he?
Well, they've had all the attempts at goal really on target, Newcastle, haven't they? With the two blocked there, then Saint-Maximin. And Longstaff had an effort blocked by the defender. Weghorst into the side netting at the other end. It's now Rashford for Manchester United. 27 goals in all competitions this season into midfield. Bruno Fernandes rides a couple of challenges, plays in Anthony in the box right side, curls it over to the far post and behind.
No. The least said about it, the better.
Pope's got Botman and Schär either side of the 6-yard box for this goal kick. And just an early reminder to catch Total Sport tomorrow, 6 o'clock. BBC Radio Newcastle, North East only football phone in. Monday to Friday, 6 till 8, and all the latest from the weekend's games. Here's Trippier over the top, Isak chasing, but De Gea's favourite, gets there, puts it out. It's a throw. 30 to 35 yards from the goal. Isak takes it quickly, gets it back from Trippier, then loses it but wins it back again. Alexander Isak looking for a yard of space for the shot. He's instead played it to Willock, onto Saint-Maximin, left corner of the area. Not much space, but he's dug out a cross and a header just wide from Sean Longstaff at the near post.
Offside.
I don't know how he picked him out in the middle, but the flag has gone up, so it's a free kick rather than goal kick. But didn't have a lot of room really. Saint-Maximin, crowded penalty area, and Longstaff was offside.
Yeah, you want to see Saint-Maximin do more of that. Nice early ball just around the corner.
Squeezed the cross in between two defenders and behind others, and Longstaff in another good position in the box, but just offside. Isak to Murphy. Newcastle are playing well, but it's 0-0. This is Sabitzer. Might have been fouled by Bruno Guimaraes, and Stuart Atwell's blown his whistle. No complaints about that one. It's in the centre circle. And Varane puts the ball down, wearing gloves, long sleeves. Back to Diogo Dalot, who's substituted at half-time at Wembley, having been yellow-carded, up against Saint-Maximin. Starting today, replaced Aaron Wan-Bissaka, who's not in the squad. Long ball forwards up to Rashford. Trippier away. Willock with a bouncing ball. It's come to Anthony, then Willock with a block and can get Saint-Maximin away with a pass down the line. He's kept it in. Alan Saint-Maximin now heading into the penalty area. It's a good run, but the pass is behind Bruno. And then Willock with a block. And it's gone out, spun out on the far side for a Manchester United throw. We're almost at the midway point in the first half. What do you think, Ando?
Good game, lively game, end to end. Good pace about it. Stretched, isn't it? It's A lot of these games are usually condensed in midfield, but this is well stretched.
Trippier intercepts from the Manchester United throw. Longstaff to Murphy. Digs out a chipped pass down the line, but Lisandro Martinez is in plenty of room and has time to control and pass it forwards to Sabitzer, the Austrian international. Martinez, the Argentinian, back to De Gea. Varane carries it forwards. Anthony. Byrne holding him up. Big mismatch with height and size. And then a clash between the pair, and the referee has sprinted over to intervene. Byrne disagreed with the decision. He's holding on to the ball. He might get booked for dissent here, Dan Byrne. He's going to get a telling off.
Dan Byrne's all over him.
Stuart Atwell speaking to the Newcastle left back. And it's a conversation, not a caution. 0-0.
No, it's never a yellow card.
No, it's more for the reaction. Referee's dealt with that. And Dalot back to Varane, closed down by Isak, into the box to his goalkeeper. De Gea onto Martinez. Clipped over halfway, controlled by Sabitzer. Back to Shaw. Inside to Martinez, 10 yards from halfway. Murphy with the Newcastle press, and then Longstaff as well, but Manchester United have beaten it, play it around black and white shirts, and Rashford 30 yards out on the left wing. It's back to Shaw, and it's out of a touch from a Newcastle player. Martinez back to Shaw, closed down inside to Bruno Fernandes, and Shaw has good possession. Back to goalkeeper De Gea, but Newcastle push up towards halfway. De Gea with a couple of big stops so far. Sabitzer with a flick down the line. Rashford keeps it in, but it's back to Longstaff, who has won a free kick. Contact from behind from Luke Shaw. And it's out on the right wing.
The big boys go forward.
Getting on for 35 yards. Applause for Anthony Gordon, Jamal Lascelles and Elliot Anderson, who've gone for a jog along the touchline as Kieran Trippier is ready to take the free kick. Similar sort of position to the one that they created a goal from against Wolves with the Isak header, isn't it? But just at in the other half of the field.
Yeah, it's good position, good delivery. Trippier standing over it as you would expect. All the big boys gone in there as well.
Trippier towards the back of the box, but Dalot away. Saint-Maximin has the ball under his control, and Bruno Guimaraes now down the left wing, back to Saint-Maximin, inside to Fabian Schär, over to Willock, middle of Manchester United's half. He takes a touch, moves it on to Murphy. Down the right wing to Trippier, lifted in, Bruno on his chest, Jacob Murphy with a hit.
Just lashed at it, didn't he?
It's gone well wide of goal. Coming onto it, half volley from Murphy, left-footed. Would have been a spectacular goal. Difficult technique. Good block by Longstaff, right on top of Shaw. And stops Manchester United playing their way out from the back. It's a throw in the full-back position. 25 minutes played, no goals, unchanged Newcastle team, but Joelinton and Gordon back among the substitutes. Diogo Dalot, chance for the Portuguese international to run, and he does. He's looking for Rashford, who's popped up on the right. Byrne with a bit of contact. No foul. It's the first one that they haven't had, and it might have been one that they would expect to get. Saint-Maximin, lovely turn, uses it really well to find Longstaff, out to Willock. Newcastle on the left wing in Manchester United territory. Back to Saint-Maximin in front of halfway as Ten Hag again takes it out on the fourth official. Shared to Trippier. Bruno with McTominay behind him, holding on to the ball. Is that a foul on Bruno? Referee says no. Murphy's then lost possession. Trippier with a challenge wins it back, and it's gone for Manchester United throw. Well, Rashford and Anthony have swapped wings. Just take another look at that if you can. I mean, maybe you don't need to see it again, but
I mean, he stands on his boot. His boot comes off. Some you get, some you don't.
Yeah, Manchester United tend to get quite a few, but they didn't get that one. Now it's a Newcastle throw on halfway on the far side. Good match. Bit of needle, good atmosphere. No goals though. Trippier throwing it back to Cher. So Rashford on the right, Anthony on the left. And Botman in the middle of Newcastle's half. Over it goes to Cher, back to Pope. Takes a touch and then lifts it away. Isak heads it up and on, but Varane with a nod down. And Martinez inside to Sabitzer in midfield. Varane.
Oh, well played.
The ball to Rashford in a bit of space. It's taken a nick off a Newcastle player. The pass forwards. Longstaff onto Byrne. And then looking for Saint-Maximin, trying to bend it inside Dalot, who's read it well and got it back to his goalkeeper. It was the ball to play, though, from Byrne. And then De Gea out to Shaw. Sabitzer back to Shaw, who's dropped his shoulder, moved away, found Bruno Fernandes, and they've used it really well, Manchester United. Good possession. McTominay now to Rashford and back towards McTominay. Willock gets in the way, and this Scottish international has to push it back to Varane. Dalot to Shaw, who's playing as an extra central midfielder at the moment. To Varane. Newcastle not letting them forwards.
Quite happy just to keep it though, Manchester United, aren't they?
It's their first away fixture in the league since they were beaten 7-0 by Liverpool. And that's Anthony trying to flick it on, but it's back with Newcastle, and Bruno finds another black and white shirt. Cher, Trippier in front of halfway. Longstaff is down the line on the right. Passes it inside to Bruno Guimaraes. McTominay's all over him, and Newcastle and Bruno get the free kick. It's the first one that Bruno's had all day. Might have improved his mood. And this is Byrne as they come across to the left side to Saint-Maximin, who is wrestled to the floor by Dalot on the halfway line. And whistle has gone again. BBC Radio Newcastle. Saint-Maximin with the free kick back to Byrne and then to Botman, stretching, controls it, pushes it back to the goalkeeper, and Pope near the penalty spot, up towards Isak on halfway. Varane's got up and headed it backwards, but Martinez was covering behind, and he then flicks it to Varane. It's with Luke Shaw sent off for England against Italy during the break, 2 yellow cards. Shaw's pass, and then it's Anthony and Bruno Fernandes. It's Manchester United possession now for the last couple of minutes or so, and what had been a frantic opening period has slowed a little.
Yeah, game started a real good pace. You always felt that it would slow, get into a little bit more of a rhythm.
Cher with a challenge on Weghorst, and now Murphy to Willock. Saint-Maximin to the left. Plenty of red shirts back. Here's Alan Saint-Maximin. Back to Joe Willock. It's opened up. Willock hits it, takes a big deflection, and that's a corner on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest strike, was it? But he found plenty of space in that midfield area. Willock, no red shirt anywhere near him.
Botman and Cher hanging back outside the box. Willock and Saint-Maximin in the D. Now the two defenders go in there. Bruno's on the goalkeeper. Trippier to take it. It's driven towards the back of the goal. Varane header off the line. It's over the top of De Gea. And
Hayes saying that he was impeded.
Newcastle
might have been looked at actually if Anton had come with it.
Newcastle throw on the left. That was just dropping in, wasn't it, towards the back post. Varane with important header away. They've thrown it to Willock, who stretches the play, plays it across to Trippier, then Bruno out wide to Murphy. Back to Trippier, and the two centre-halves are now back in their own half, and Burn in there with them as Botman takes it up to halfway, gives it to Burn, back again to Botman, closed down by Dutch international Weghorst. Pope to Trippier on the far side, first time onto Longstaff's got a man at his back, and that'll be a Newcastle free kick. Trippier takes it quickly. Longstaff's moved into space, giving him an angle, and strides over halfway. Kieran Trippier now going on the overlap, but it's Longstaff into Bruno and then back out to him again. Turns it on to Trippier, then inside to Bruno, looking to scoop it up for Murphy in the box, but Martinez on his chest. So casual and cool to intercept. And Bruno Fernandes with a run and a pass to Sabitzer, back to Rashford, clipped over the top for Bruno Fernandes's run, and they've got two in the middle. Newcastle need to get defenders back. Here's the cross, and it's Dalot with a deflected shot that Pope claims.
Great break, wasn't it?
Up from full-back, connected with a ball over, but an important Newcastle deflection to get it back into the hands of their goalkeeper. Willock in a tight spot, good control. Saint-Maximin having his shirt tugged, but play on. He's found Bruno, and Longstaff 10 yards in front of Newcastle's box. Lovely ball. He's had a good first half, Sean Longstaff, hasn't he? Trippier up to Murphy, who turns. He's got Isak to the right, Saint-Maximin in the middle, and then it comes left to Willock. Anticipation as Willock gets into the area and goes for the shot, which takes a deflection and is hacked clear by Martinez. Botman fouled by his compatriot Weghorst. Referee says play on.
Well played, referee. Well done.
Bruno. A lot of red shirts in front of him. It's back to Trippier. What a ball that is for Murphy in the area. Takes it under control, heads for the line, wins a corner. Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0. 11 minutes to the break. And another corner kick, which they've taken quickly. Trippier to Murphy, and Longstaff back out to Trippier. Now the cross, headed away by McTominay. And Willock's got to be quick here, and he is. And he's beaten Anthony to it and played forwards to Trippier, but he goes back to Pope. Nothing risky. Botman has got his left wrist strapped. Passes it to Burn, and Botman again, who can turn and shift it and look forwards, and a driven diagonal ball. Longstaff controls it. Murphy lets it run. Isak on the move up ahead. Murphy finding Isak in the area. Blocked again and headed clear. Oh, it opened up nicely for Newcastle. Another good break, but more Manchester United defending to thwart them. Rashford with good feet. Burn sticking to the task and sliding it out for a throw. And Dan Burn, clenched fists, screams to the supporters at the front of the Millburn stand. He enjoyed that one.
Yeah, just as well he got something on it, or he was away.
And the volume levels have increased again after a quiet few minutes. Varane on a run, and he's given it to Anthony and stayed in the box. Anthony, the Brazilian, towards Bruno Fernandes. Trippier header away.
Good header.
And he's chased his own header, Trippier, and looked for some support. It's just inside away from Longstaff. Share, good challenge. Longstaff's got it this time. Could go to the left to Saint-Maximin. and that's who he's aimed for, but it was behind him. And despite a really good attempt at keeping it in, it's a Manchester United throw. Jason Tyndall with the instructions next to Eddie Howe in the technical area. Sabitzer plays it back into the half for Manchester United to Martinez, and Varane out to the right touchline, this near side to Dalot, into the midfielder Sabitzer with his hair in a ponytail. Brought down by Rashford, looking for Bruno Fernandes. Challenge comes in, that's goal kick. Bruno Fernandes, and Trippier has a strong word in his ear, as do one or two others. He's known for antics, shall we say. He's rolling around after the challenge came in. At first glance, didn't see much wrong with that. Fabian Schär's helped him up. And it's a Newcastle goal kick, 0-0.
What's he complaining? Oh, he loves a moan, this fella.
Honestly, he is the biggest whinger in the Premier League. Referee says get on with the game. Fair play to Stuart Atwell, because there'd be many referees.
To be fair, he might have a point.
The ball spun away and went behind, didn't it? And Schär came in to try to clear. There was obviously some contact, certainly upper body, I think, between the two.
But I think he's claiming a corner kick, and as I say, I think he may have had a point about that one. But it was never anything else.
There's only one Bruno, sing the Newcastle fans. 38th minute. Botman, great challenge, strong play, and he's on the charge upfield. Saint-Maximin takes over. Look at this electric speed from Saint-Maximin. Now a pass to Sean Longstaff, who hits it. Oh, that would have been a wonderful goal, and it's just arrowed wide of the top corner. A fine hit from Longstaff, just off target.
Great hit.
Oh,
it's always drifting, wasn't it? Just always going away from goal.
And he's so sweetly struck.
Yeah, great strike.
From this seat in the Milburn stand behind the Newcastle bench, that looked as though it was going to make the net bulge. And so close from Longstaff. Still 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Botman with a big header, and Isak looking for Murphy, away by Manchester United. Trippier finds Murphy, and then Shaw with a challenge, Murphy with another. McTominay's got it though, this could be dangerous. Rashford with the cross, Schär heads away, and Longstaff, good play to find Bruno, and back through for Longstaff in the middle. And he's gone for the diagonal, but Dalot is there and had to be there for his team to head it away, and he's got it back. A return ball, a flick from Anthony, and a great cross from Dalot.
That is.
What a brilliant ball in, but nobody touched it, and it's a Newcastle throw near the corner flag on the far side.
Oh, great little touch and great ball. Just got it out of his feet and just whipped it around players. Great game.
It's been such a good half, hasn't it?
Good game.
Fans on their feet in the Strawberry corner as the throw is taken, and down the line it goes. Another Newcastle ball out of a red shirt. If they draw today, there'll be a point behind the top four. Remember, Spurs in fourth, playing tomorrow night, and it will just help their cause, won't it? As Isak takes it down beautifully and plays it to Saint-Maximin. There's three defenders back. Saint-Maximin into the penalty area. He could take it himself. Here's Joe Willock.
Oh, you've got to keep it down.
Blazed it over the top.
Got to keep it down.
Saint-Maximin cut it across, and Willock coming onto it had to score, and it's off target. It's a massive, massive chance to make it 1-0, and he knows it.
Oh, huge chance. But not to even hit the target. Great touch, Isak, turned away. Good pullback, got to hit the target.
He's gone for power.
Leaning back, always leaning back. It's always going to rise over the top.
And there's no doubt that Joe Willock is very capable in front of goal, but it's just the wrong shot selection there, isn't it? In a fantastic position to capitalise, and now Manchester United going down the other end, trying to make Newcastle rue those missed chances. They've got a corner on the right, Anthony with the run. 41st minute. Longstaff just wide, Willock over the top, Isak with a header saved, and then the follow-up blocked as well. Chances that they reflect on, I'm sure. Got to defend this Luke Shaw corner first. Murphy's near post, Saint-Maximin near the corner of the 6-yard box. Everybody is back in a defensive position. Shaw's clipped it towards the back of the area, and it's volleyed over by Lisandro Martinez.
No, it was...
Or was it Anthony? It was Anthony.
He's gone for the spectacular. Why didn't he just wait to drop? Yeah. Look.
He has gone for the scissor kick.
Just volley it.
Oh, he's run off as well. Nobody's seen him. Unsighted.
It's poor. Thankfully.
"42 minutes, another cheer up Alan Shearer chant. They've got, I think, a full away section, Manchester United. There's a couple of empty seats, but it is near to half-time. 0-0 the score in what's been a fantastic game so far. Here's Alan Saint-Maximin taking on Dalot into the area and beating him, and back to Isak, blocked, back to Isak again. They want handball, referee says no. Weghorst back to Anthony, middle of Manchester United's half. Bruno Fernandes playing it forwards, and Anthony again with Dan Burn to beat. They've held him up sufficiently, and it's back to Dalot. Saint-Maximin causing problems with his running and his trickery, and Isak with 2 bites of the cherry there as Anthony miscontrols, and that's a Newcastle throw. What about the chance at the Leazer's end?
Yeah, good hit, good block. Saint-Maximin just rolls it back. Hits him in the chest.
Chest, shoulder, maybe. I've just seen a replay, and it was Lisandro Martinez with the block. Burn with the throw. Willock trying to get around Sabitzer. Varane forwards. Weghorst chests down to Anthony. McTominay with Bruno, the two number 39s at the edge of the area. Is that handball by McTominay? It's a goal kick anyway. Bruno telling the referee there was a handball there. Pope puts the ball down. Cher and Botman work their way towards the halfway line. Eddie Howe's black and white army is the cry. It's Isak and Murphy wait for the ball. Murphy's got up, but Shaw behind him won the header. Rashford cut out by Bruno Guimaraes. Newcastle throw. Trippier with it, looking for Bruno, and he was fouled by McTominay. It's just as well, because the ball spun loose, and it would have been Manchester United's to carry towards goal. Saint-Maximin was pulling out wide on this near side. He's got space as well. Willock's through the middle, up there with Isak. And the free kick is middle part of Newcastle's half, right of centre, and Cher. He's gone for the diagonal. It's towards Burn, who heads on, and Willock trying to run around Sabitzer, and he did, and Dalot cleared it with his left. Longstaff gets up, it's a useful header. Isak rises. It's with Shaw, left back position. Isak makes the block, and Michael Salisbury, the fourth official, has been instructed to add a minimum of a minute to this first half.
Yeah, there hasn't been a great deal of stoppage, has there? It's been all go for the 45 minutes. It's been decent.
McTominay receives it from Shaw's throw, back to the full-back. He pushed down the line to Sabitzer, fouled by Longstaff, gave him a shove. And Shaw behind the ball as Jason Tyndall has a conversation with the fourth official, a lot calmer, that chat, than the ones that Michael Salisbury has had with Eric Ten Hag in this first half. Heading to half-time without any goals. Newcastle with some good chances as Manchester United go long, but the half-time whistle is sounded by Stuart Atwell. 0-0 at St James's Park, but John Anderson, a really good game.
Yeah, it's been end-to-end stuff. It's been a stretch game. It hasn't been congested in the middle of the park. We've shaded it, there's no doubt about that. De Gea has made a great save from the header, but it's still finely balanced. You know, we go in at half-time 0-0. It's still finely balanced. It's still a tough one to call.
You've enjoyed it though, haven't you?
Yeah, I have. It's been good. It's been good. Been very good. It's been an enjoyable game. A few little tackles flying around as well. A little bit of feistiness about it. It's been good.
And the chances Newcastle had finally, I mean, Isak with a header, pushed away, then the follow-up was blocked, but the two that were off target from Longstaff, which was a great shot from outside the box, and then
Willock one's been the best one, yeah. Got to be hitting the target, you know, he's 8 yards out coming onto it, just lashes at it. Just a little bit of composure, keep your head down, get it on target, and the ball ends up in the back of the net. But look, it's been good. It's been a good spectacle. It's good to watch.
Hopefully more of the same in the second half with some Newcastle goals. That will be what they're hoping for, and we'll bring you that second 45 live as always here on BBC Radio Newcastle at St James's Park. After the first 45, it's Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0.
We love it when you get in touch with the show.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Debbie in Durham, what have you done?
It's quite a few years ago now, but the place I used to work used to hold a garden produce show, and I actually bought a cauliflower and put it into the show, and it came second.
It came second?
Yes. I paid 55 pence for it, and I won a fiver second prize.
Did you own up or not?
Well, what actually made it worse is that some of the judges were going round afterwards, and they saw me and they started asking me all questions about how hard it was to grow cauliflower, and I had to blag me way through it.
The sound of the North East at breakfast. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
Goalless then at St James's Park this afternoon in the first half at least. Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0. We'll be back with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson for full coverage of the second half in probably just over 10 minutes time. It is one of only 2 Premier League games today. The first one was at time of kickoff at least second bottom against bottom, but West Ham, who were second bottom, have got themselves out of the relegation zone. They won by 1-0. Naif Aguer with his first goal for the club. West Ham 1, Southampton 0, and it is of course ridiculously tight down the bottom of the Premier League table. So West Ham, by winning, go up from 19th to 14th, and there are still only 5 points between the bottom 8 teams in the division. Everton play Spurs tomorrow night. Leicester City, I know Matthew mentioned this in commentary, Leicester sacked Brendan Rodgers this morning after a 5th defeat in 6 Premier League matches. They themselves dropped into the relegation zone after their last-minute defeat, a 94th minute goal from Jean-Philippe Mateta. They lost 2-1 at Crystal Palace yesterday. Elsewhere today, it was the Papa John's Trophy final at Wembley earlier today as well. A crowd of 79,389 saw Bolton thrash Plymouth by 4-0. Kyle Dempsey and Dion Charles scored in the opening 10 minutes. Elias Kachunga made it 3 just after half-time. Gethin Jones made it 4 in the middle of the second half, and the full-time whistle went around about 15-20 minutes ago. So Bolton have beaten Plymouth to the Papa John's Trophy. In the Women's Super League, a terrific strike from Katie McCabe gave Arsenal a 2-1 win over Manchester City. That keeps up their title challenge at the top of the table. Elsewhere, Leicester have moved off the bottom after Gary Jones scored in the 90th minute to help them beat Reading 2-1. It's a huge result for them. Everton beat Spurs by the same scoreline earlier on today. It is currently goalless between West Ham and Liverpool in a game that kicked off at 5 o'clock, so they're about 20 minutes into that one. The final game in the WSL today is Aston Villa against Chelsea at 6:45. In the Women's Championship, Sunderland were beaten 2-1 at home by Crystal Palace earlier on today, despite Lizzie Yuppie giving them a first-half lead. Durham needed a 93rd minute equaliser from Lauren Briggs to draw 2-2 at Blackburn, although they did actually have what would have been a winner ruled out for a foul after that as well. But a 2-2 draw for Durham at Blackburn. Coventry United have been relegated from that division. They could only draw 1-1 at Lewis this afternoon. And in one game in Scotland's Premiership as well, Celtic scoring in the last minute, in fact the 5th minute of first half injury time and the 5th minute of second half injury time to win 2-0 in the Highlands away at Ross County and restore their 9-point lead over Rangers at the top of that table. Let's rewind then to yesterday's extraordinary events at the International Stadium. Gateshead made it through to the FA Trophy final for the first time in their history. They beat Barnet 4-1 on penalties. That was only half the drama though. Gateshead were 3-0 up just 5 minutes before half-time, having scored 3, but the spirited fight back from Barnet, which included an equaliser in the 12th minute of second half injury time, took it to spot kicks. James Montgomery in the Gateshead goal saved 2 of the Barnet penalties before player coach, second goal scorer in normal time and man of the match, Louis Story, scored the penalty that takes the Heed to the National Stadium on Sunday the 21st of May.
Ecstatic, just I can't quite put it into words, to be honest with you. Yeah, well, words can't describe the feeling right now. I'm just so proud of the group, of the club, everyone who's obviously pitches in and around it. We know what club it is. It's a supporters, it's a community club, and I'm just over the moon.
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about roller coasters and all that sort of stuff, but to be 3-0 up, I mean, 102nd, 103rd minute for an equaliser as well. How do you then lift yourself for a penalty shootout?
I think it's just a reset. It's all about a reset, and so the game's gone. There's nothing we can do about that when it comes to penalties, but like kind of reinforcing the boys that we've been there before. And we know, just the kind of cold approach that we need to have. Once emotion comes into it, it's just a distraction and it just becomes, a grey area. And to be fair, the lads would just look so composed throughout the penalty shootout. It was ridiculous, and credit to them. We talk about that loads, about not listening to the noise, in games and scenarios, and that was just an unbelievable representation of, the mentality that we try to have and try and block out the noise and just have that kind of fire in my belly, but ice in my veins. So yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you're one of the few, possibly the only one who's lifted a trophy at Wembley already. So what do you then use? What can you then talk about in the next 6-7 weeks to get the whole squad ready?
Well, the feeling, I think, I was half tempted to mention to the group before the game, but I thought, don't want to go too emotional, override. But there's not a feeling that can be described when you look up and you see loved ones there, and you see the guys that spend their own time dedicated to the football club, and there's a smile there that you can never repay, and to see that is the feeling, which is just incredible. And to get there is we've won to get there, and obviously to do a little bit more is even better, as I've luckily experienced with Hebben. But I'm obviously at a new football club. I've got to know more people. I've got a new bond with a new football club, and I'll be determined more than ever to have the same success and the same experiences for them guys, for the community, for everyone that's associated with the club.
Yeah, every single Gateshead fan looking forward to it. That was Louis Story chatting to me yesterday after their victory over Barnet. And in that Wembley final on the 21st of May, Gateshead will play Halifax, who won a penalty shootout of their own, actually, in the other semi-final against Altrincham. And it was also almost a mirror image. Halifax scored in the final minute of the game just to take it to penalties, but they then won that shootout. So Gateshead against Halifax on the 21st of May at Wembley. Elsewhere, non-league-wise yesterday, Blyth Spartans failed to capitalise on playing against 10 men for more than an hour. They drew 0-0 away to Banbury in National League North, but it's 4 points from 2 away games in a week, so actually it's not too bad for Blyth. In the NPL Premier Division, South Shield's title celebration still on ice. A 2-1 defeat away to Bamber Bridge yesterday afternoon. They are still 9 points clear, though, at the top of the table with just 4 games to go. Morpeth failed to ease their own relegation worries in the same division with a 1-0 defeat at home to SC United of Manchester. In the NPL East Division, Hebburn suffered a 3rd defeat in a row. This time it was a 4-1 defeat away at Worksop Town, who've already won the league, so in and of itself it's not a great surprise, but 3 defeats in a row is not doing them any good. North Shields lost 2-1 at home to Bridlington. That's pretty much their playoff hopes gone, but there was a good 3-0 victory for Consett over Sheffield FC. And way back on Friday night, Sunderland drew 0-0 at the Championship leaders Burnley, although results yesterday have put them back into 12th place in the table again. Here is the Black Cats head coach Tony Mowbray.
I thought the work ethic was amazing. I think we were a bit disappointed in there that we couldn't take one of the opportunities that came along, you know, off the crossbar, looking over the goalie, the offside goal and Clark. But yeah, listen, a brilliant concentration game, brilliant work ethic game. Yeah, as I said before the game, just asked them to challenge themselves tonight. You're playing against the best team in the league, away from home. It's down to you. Go and see how good you are. See if you can compete at this level, because they'll be in the Premier League next year. And here you go. And I keep reminding them how well they did against Fulham over 2 games. And so yeah, I thought they competed really well tonight. And you know, Pierre getting his first start, it's an amazing game for him to get started. He had to grow into the game. I think he's played 23s football all his life, and he has to get used to men's football, how fast it is and how physical it is. And but he'll get there, as the other young lads who came on will get there as well.
That Tony Mowbray there speaking after the 0-0 draw at Burnley on Friday night. A few surprise results in the Championship yesterday that sort of helped Sunderland out a little bit. West Brom drawing 0-0 at home to Millwall. Coventry beaten 4-0 at home by Stoke City has done Sunderland a little bit of a favour. Watford losing at Luton as well. But I have to mention, unfortunately, Middlesbrough losing 4-2 away at Huddersfield, who haven't quite got themselves out of the relegation zone, Huddersfield, but that very much a surprise given the form that Middlesbrough are in. So Sunderland 12th in the table on 54 points, 7 points behind Blackburn, who are in the final playoff place in 6th, but it is very congested between the two as well. Sunderland just 1 point behind Watford, 2 behind Preston and West Brom, and 3 behind Coventry and Norwich. You can have your say on all the weekend's football action on tomorrow night's Total Sport. Simon Pride will be back with Marco and Ando from 6 o'clock. Elsewhere locally then across the weekend, in Rugby League, it was the 4th round of the Challenge Cup yesterday, and Newcastle Thunder made it through, 22-12 winners away at Rochdale Mayfield. So Thunder will face York City Knights, a fellow Championship side, away from home in the 5th round in about 3 weeks' time. It is the round after that, the 6th round, that the Super League sides join the competition. Lots of basketball action across the weekend as well. Newcastle Eagles men, first of all, playing twice. They were beaten 91-72 at home by Cheshire Phoenix on Friday night, but they've made up for that to an extent by winning by a single point away at Surrey Scorchers this afternoon. Kyle Johnson top scoring with 26. 79-78 was the final score. In the WBBL then, Durham Palatinate losing by just a couple of points at home to Sheffield Hatters yesterday. Horrible second quarter for them. They only scored 8 points in the quarter, and that meant a 2-point defeat ultimately. Newcastle Eagles losing 75-59 away at Leicester Riders yesterday. That less of a surprise. Today, the two sides are facing each other, and Newcastle Eagles, with just a couple of minutes remaining in that one, now leading by 2 points. They had been behind for a while, but 64-62 to Newcastle Eagles against Durham Palatinate in the WBBL. In Ice Hockey's North Division 1 playoff quarter-finals, it's over 2 legs. Whitley Warriors 6-2 winners away at D-Side Dragons in the first leg yesterday. They faced off at 5 o'clock today, so they are obviously only part way through that one, and it is 2-1 already to Whitley Warriors, so they're 8-3 up on aggregate, but still in the first quarter there. And in Speedway's Knockout Cup as well, a couple of postponements, but Berwick are at Redcar Bears at 5 o'clock today, so they've got underway. That one rescheduled from Friday night. The match at Shieldfield, which in theory should have been the second leg, was postponed yesterday. Just time to tell you as well that on the other side of the world, Max Verstappen won a chaotic Australian Grand Prix that finished under a safety car. There were 3 different red flags, but Max Verstappen the winner, Lewis Hamilton second, Aston Martin's Fernando Alonso completing the podium in third. In the Women's Six Nations Rugby, England made it 2 wins from 2 at the start of the competition. An emphatic 12 try, 68 points to 5 victory over Italy. Abby Dow scoring 4 tries, Jess Breach scoring 3. And Exeter Chiefs beat Montpellier on try count back to progress to the quarterfinals of the European Champions Cup. It was a remarkable 33-all draw after extra time, but Exeter had scored 5 tries to the French side's 4, so they go through. Right then, it is time for us to return to St James's Park. Newcastle United 0, Manchester United 0 at half-time. Full commentary of the second half coming up with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson right now.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thanks very much, Colin. Here come Newcastle for the second half. Kieran Trippier and Dan Burn, the first players, back out onto the pitch, followed by the rest of their colleagues, just making sure there are no changes. And it is the same 11. Nick Pope, Kieran Trippier, Fabian Schär, Sven Botman, Dan Burn, Bruno Guimaraes, Sean Longstaff, Joe Willock, Jacob Murphy, Alan Saint-Maximin and Alexander Isak. So many good performances in the first half. Plenty of good opportunities to score, but still 0-0. The referee is Stuart Atwell, and Manchester United, David De Gea in goal, Diogo Dalot, Rafael Varane, Lisandro Martinez and Luke Shaw, Marcel Sabitzer and Scott McTominay in the middle, Anthony, Bruno Fernandes, Marcus Rashford, Wout Weghorst up front. Newcastle's bench: Dubravka, Lascelles, Joelinton, Gordon, Wilson, Ritchie, Targett, Manquillo, Anderson. Manchester United 2 goalkeepers: Bishop and Butland, Lindelof, Maguire, Martial, Malacia, Fred, Sancho, Pellistri. And the second half has started here on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV, and we hope it's as entertaining as the first, but if Newcastle can find a way through and win the game, we'd take a boring 45 minutes plus.
I don't think it'll be that. I mean, the first 45 minutes flew over. It was good stuff. A lot of good battles going on.
Newcastle with some throw-ins down the left-hand side, and they're into an attacking position here. A lot of late arrivals for the second half. Byrne throws it to Isak, who's outside the area, and Saint-Maximin trying to break into the box, tripped. Challenge came in very close to the line, but no suggestion that it was in the box. I think he may have fallen into the 18-yard area. Diogo Dalot with hands all over Saint-Maximin, and then a leg across and a clear foul. Stuart Atwell, the referee, with another straightforward decision to make. And what about this then, John Anderson? Kieran Trippier wide of the penalty area on the left. Isak goes across and has a word with him. 2 Manchester United players, Sabitzer and Anthony, in the wall. Could he shoot from here?
Could. Whether he will or not.
Free kick for the foul on Saint-Maximin. 0-0 in the 47th minute. Trippier behind the ball. He has gone for it, and Schär has been hit by the ball, and there could be some concern about a head injury.
No, he went for the header, he's headed it.
Run straight across, and they're waving on the Newcastle medical staff. Fabian Schär is flat on his back, he's moving, and players are around him. They're just getting medical attention on quickly. Jamal Lascelles and Matt Targett sent along the touchline to warm up. Trippier whipped it in. It was towards the near post area, which is where Schär found himself. I said it hit him. You think he went for the header? We'd need to see it again, but he's taken a blow from the ball either way.
Yeah, a lot of pace on it. Just looked like he just threw himself at the ball, got it wrong. They haven't shown it again.
received a blow to the head at Wembley, didn't he? And had treatment and came back on and played. Newcastle could turn to their captain if they need to, or they could move Dan Burn in and bring Matt Targett on. Cher is lifted to his feet, and gets a pat on the back from Bruno Fernandes, who is just checking on him. So we have break in play on BBC Radio Newcastle, 49th minute, 0-0. Newcastle in black and white, that's the red of Manchester United. They are kicking towards the Gallagher end, so as we look at the action, that's from left to right, it's down the hill. Cher is jogging over to the near side with the doctor. And Eddie Howe is involved in the conversation. I think he's going to come back on.
Yeah, it's all right.
Martinez, as Manchester United play on from the back, coming up to halfway. Murphy in front of him, passes it forwards, a sliding Bruno Fernandes guides it out to Shaw. Rashford outside the area, back towards Bruno Fernandes, heavy touch, and he's carried it behind, took it around Trippier, too much on the ball, goal kick.
Yeah, it's just nicked it around Trippier, but got too much on it, ball's gone out, goal kick.
Head up the pitch, Newcastle. Martial and Sancho warming up for Manchester United. Pope through the middle, Isak rises with McTominay, wins the knock on. Martinez away, Longstaff heads forwards, it's too close to Shaw, and he turns and plays it back to the goalkeeper with Isak putting the pressure on. Out to Dalot, closed down by Saint-Maximin, and away from danger from the fullback Sabitzer. What a touch on the far side to control the long pass up the pitch. McTominay in front of halfway to the centre half. Martinez, he's 5'9", he looks a lot smaller, Martinez. A big side, Manchester United. This is Dalot. Back to Martinez in the Newcastle half, cut out by Willock for Longstaff to Bruno, and Saint-Maximin on the move to the left. Bruno away from Sabitzer, and now in the final third, Newcastle. Saint-Maximin taking on two into the box, back to Bruno. Longstaff inside, he's gone across to Willock instead. Willock, that's behind Bruno, and it's come to Burn. Down the line for Saint-Maximin, Dalot at his back, and he's spun and twisted and held onto possession of the ball, and then beaten Dalot and through towards Burn, but cut out by a red shirt. I think it was Anthony. Manchester United could get it clear. They have to use their goalkeeper and De Gea away. Header from Botman in front of Weghorst. That's gone out.
A bit of a quieter start to the second half. First half starting at a frantic pace. Both sides.
Martinez got away from Isak. Played the ball square across to Shaw. Rashford straight against Trippier in Manchester United's half. Bruno Guimaraes slows it down, turns all the way around, and then picks out his pass. It's Longstaff on the near side, down the line to Murphy. Bruno making the run, it's gone out off Shaw, and Eddie Howe lobs the ball to Trippier. He's going to take the throw. 53 minutes, 0-0. Wanting runners, wanting movement. Isak's giving him an option, and Trippier needs something. All the routes are closed off. The referee was about to blow the whistle. Trippier released it and went back to Cher. And it's with Nick Pope, left foot to control and then pass back out to Cher on the right. Clipped up to Murphy. Martinez at his back, on the chest from Murphy. It's Bruno Guimaraes who's fouled by Sabitzer. Referee says play on because Murphy's got it. And nice feet, good skill. Then the pass to the left to Willock, and Saint-Maximin takes over. 3 defenders to beat. Pulls the cross back and it's headed behind. McTominay near to his goal post has pushed it behind for a Newcastle corner. For a split second I thought that was going to end up as an own goal, but Saint-Maximin, good play.
Goalkeeper's ball if he shouts.
His run and cross has led to this corner. Jacob Murphy's going to take it. Trippier's hanging back by halfway. And Newcastle send Callum Wilson out to warm up. And Murphy with the corner kick at the Gallagher end. It's back down the line to Bruno. It's inside to Willock. Trippier's free in the middle. Trippier with a touch and a ball back through towards Murphy, but they can't make anything of it.
Too complicated. It was overcomplicated. He should have hit it, Trippier.
I think the ball inside to him was maybe didn't have enough on it, did it?
It's coming on to that, look.
So they went back down the line with a couple of passes, and then Trippier aiming it towards Murphy in the box, but goal kick. Manchester United have taken it. Burns got it back. Saint-Maximin looking to head towards goal, and he's into the area. It's great feet, and Bruno just loses out on the edge of the area from the ball inside, and McTominay carries Manchester United up the pitch. No goals on BBC Radio Newcastle. Willock intercepts, gets it back to Botman, plays it to Willock on the outside, and into Cher, and Trippier's making a move forwards over halfway. Cher has slowed it down, put his foot on the ball, square to the left to Botman.
Good ball.
Moves it up to Willock, and they've got room and they've got runners, Newcastle, but it's headed away by Varane and Willock. Oh, how many headers is that in a row? 5 or 6. Manchester United regain possession on the far side, though. Dalot flicks it through his legs and comes infield, and then the pass to Shaw, and he's got room, and Rashford bending his run in from the touchline. Ball was slightly behind Rashford, but he's got it just on this side of the area. Back to Shaw, side to Bruno Fernandes, who switches it to Anthony, closed down by Byrne. Anthony on his left, right-hand side. Comfortable for Pope.
Yeah. Back pass again.
Botman closed down by Weghorst, gets away, and Murphy's got a man on. Martinez, he's done very well, Murphy, that's brilliant, and Saint-Maximin up ahead.
Should have given it to him.
Murphy has released it to Saint-Maximin this time, and he's been tackled by Martinez, but that's a Newcastle throw 25 yards out. Just wanted Murphy after some great play.
Should have just knocked it into space, because he would have had the legs of Dalot.
Byrne with the throw. Isak's come deep to get it. Lovely control, and then a couple of turns, and he plays it back to Cher. It's opened up for Fabian Cher. He could hit it, he does! And it's gone wide of the near side of De Gea's goal. And the Manchester United keeper asks his outfield players why they didn't close down.
Yeah, I mean, he's come a long way with it. They've backed off. It's always going away from goal, but
Newcastle fans not happy about the length of time De Gea is taking over his goal kicks. It's too high for Rashford and Trippier, and Weghorst hit the advertising board as he went to keep it in. Black and white ball, and with Botman. Byrne takes it with the outside of his left boot, drags it back. Saint-Maximin has been tackled, with 2 on him. Weghorst carrying it. Saint-Maximin gets back with a sliding challenge, and Newcastle regain possession. Fair play to him for recovering, but then they lose it from a ball forwards. Newcastle, it's Anthony to Dalot, but it's a pass that's gone backwards towards halfway. 0-0, and we're approaching the hour mark. Bruno Fernandes on the right, lifting it into an area for McTominay to run and get after towards the corner. Newcastle have put it behind for a corner kick. Shaw is going to be the player. It's going from the near side to the far right side. Anthony Gordon is warming up now as well for Newcastle, who have everybody in the box defending the corner. Manchester United have left 3 outside the area. One of them is Sabitzer, who has a touch and puts the cross in, and it's in the hands of Pope off a black and white shirt. Some Manchester United appeals maybe for handball, but we're playing again, and Pope's thrown it out underarm to Isak. Crosses halfway, and Saint-Maximin now takes over. Back through for Isak, but too much on the ball.
Right idea.
Picks it up.
Right idea.
Thrown out to Bruno Fernandes, just dropped into a pocket of space, in a deep position. Bruno Fernandes has got it again, but Murphy's pressure makes him play it backwards. Martinez to Fernandes, who's in the left-back spot at the moment. Then Martinez with a big switch to Anthony, who's tried to get around Byrne, who makes the challenge. It's a throw.
What a ball that was.
Such accuracy on the pass. Dalot now, couple of step overs, heads for the goal line, turns back and given away. It's Byrne who's intercepted it, and Saint-Maximin on for Dan Byrne, who's leading the charge. Isak through the middle. Byrne with Saint-Maximin on the outside. He's been tackled by McTominay. Made good progress, but now they've got to get back, Newcastle. It's Anthony. And there's 5 red shirts in the attack. Sabitzer back to Anthony. Byrne's in position again. Weghorst in the middle. McTominay outside the box. Bruno Fernandes around Murphy, and straight to Longstaff, who finds Murphy, but he can't hold it. He's given it straight back to Manchester United. 0-0, and 2 changes about to be made. Bruno Fernandes. Sabitzer loses it on the edge of the box, and Willock across to Trippier in space. Anthony Gordon's going to come on, and maybe Callum Wilson. Trippier and Longstaff, they need to get it away, Newcastle. Rashford with a foul on Longstaff on the near side. And Jadon Sancho and Anthony Martial are coming on for Manchester United. Callum Wilson and Anthony Gordon are going to be brought on by Eddie Howe. Anthony, the first player off. And no surprise to see Weghorst depart with fit again Anthony Martial. Been out for a while with injury, missed the cup final. His replacement. 0-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle, 62 minutes. Newcastle preparing their substitutions, and Joe Linton's going to be a third player coming on.
Substitution for Manchester United, coming off number 27, Weghorst.
How do you see the game at the moment, Ando? Before the changes come on?
Yes, still finely balanced. Obviously the pace, the tempo of the game has dropped, as you would expect. Difficult to keep that tempo up for 90 minutes. But you think one goal might win it.
And they've had the share effort that went wide from distance in the second half, but their big chances, Newcastle, were in the first half, but still been some decent attacking play. Trippier with this free kick down the line, the right. Could bend out, but Martinez has kept it in, and then it's gone out of his clearance. And it's Newcastle's ball, 25 yards from the goal. The 3 substitutes are Still waiting. Eddie Howe's got his arm around Anthony Gordon. He's missed the last couple of games with an ankle injury. Trippier with the throw, looking for an option again, not really finding one. Bruno's made a good run into the corner, and they get another throw in Newcastle, right next to the flag. Isak stands with hands on hips in the box. Trippier throws it to Murphy, stopped by Bruno Fernandes, gone behind, it's a goal kick.
We'd like to take this opportunity
Newcastle.
for coming to today's game.
He's just been asked by the fourth official, does he want the changes now?
Today is 52,268.
I don't think they're going to do them just yet. Are they going to let Manchester United carry on? They are.
He doesn't want to do them yet.
64 minutes. Goal kick taken quickly. De Gea. Isak on top of him in the box, and then Isak with a challenge on Varane in the corner, and that's a Newcastle throw. The pressure from Isak, who then gets a big reaction from the crowd as Byrne picks up the ball and takes the throw to Willock, back to Byrne, and here's Saint-Maximin. This could open up for Newcastle, but it's blocked at the edge of the box, then one back, McTominay dispossessed. Willock and Saint-Maximin edge of the area. Saint-Maximin with good feet, and the challenge comes in. It's a fair one. Botman, brilliant tackle on Martial. Longstaff out to Murphy, right wing. Trippier on the overlap. Murphy cuts inside and still carries it. And looks for Isak at the edge of the box. He's brought it down, plays it through. Bruno Guimaraes chips it to the far post. Saint-Maximin. Oh! Goal! Joe Willock has scored the goal. A brilliant Newcastle move. Oh, and what scenes at St James's Park as they run to the corner to celebrate. They're all off the bench. The subs are running down the touchline to join in. Brilliant. A move involving so many of the players. And then Bruno rolled in by Isak at the edge of the box, chipping it to the far post. Saint-Maximin back across, and Joe Willock, who missed a glorious chance in the first half, this time made no mistake, this time hit the net, and it's Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0.
Oh, it's a great little move, great play. Bruno just hangs up the dream ball back post. Great header back Saint-Maximin, and he can't miss 2 yards out, but it's a great ball. Bruno back post, but Saint-Maximin, fabulous header, can't miss.
Saint-Maximin did.
What do you do with the substitutions now?
They've all gone to warm up, the three with yellow bibs on. Saint-Maximin did absolutely the right thing in that situation, and Willock was free in the middle, and had a simple task of heading it back in as Manchester United play it to De Gea under pressure from Isak on the goal line almost, gets it away. Just listen to this noise. It's deafening. But this passage of play, and Newcastle, Manchester United were playing it out from the back, and then Isak put the pressure on, charged in on Varane. They got a throw, and you take it back that far, and it sort of kept them on the offensive, didn't it?
It did.
Trippier intercepted, ball out to the left wing towards Rashford, gets it back to the goalkeeper. They're going to bring on Anthony Gordon and Joe Linton, but not yet Callum Wilson. Poor Callum Wilson. Trippier fouled by Rashford just behind halfway. 1-0, and remember, they'll go above Manchester United, leapfrogging Spurs in the process, and into third if they win. Saint-Maximin, last involvement of any meaning is to set up the goal. It's been good today.
Yeah, his decision making's been so much better today. His work rate, everything about him's been better. Murphy.
And maybe, no surprise, another straight swap, Jacob Murphy.
Number 23, Jacob Murphy, replacing him.
who's had his moments as well, and warranting his place in the side after a good run recently. Standing ovation for the pair. Murphy enjoying himself. It's Gordon. A big pat as he comes on. Big hug for Murphy as well from Graham Jones, the Newcastle coach, in front of the bench. And Trippier with a free kick, which is going to be taken from inside Manchester United's half. And they've got Cher up there, he rises, it's come down towards Isak. Free kick's gone the way of Manchester United. Sabitzer was one of two players down. I think he got caught by Isak. So it's 1-0, 69th minute. And there's been a lot to like about this today, hasn't there? But it's not over yet.
No, look, it's just been a good game of football. You know, both sides having a go at it. It's been a real good game.
De Gea forwards to Martinez, Shaw in Newcastle's half, onto Rashford, back to Shaw. It's lovely football. Bruno Fernandes towards Sancho. Didn't really fancy it with Cher, who got there first, kept in by Gordon. Well played, really well played. Longstaff, back out to Trippier. Felt he was fouled, Sean Longstaff, but the pass went out of play, and it's a Manchester United throw only. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. Thanks for choosing to follow the match with us today. 1-0 up. Huge fixture. We have 11 to play after today. Longstaff with a sliding challenge. More tireless and committed midfield work, and then Gordon wins a throw. Trippier goes square to Longstaff on his chest, back to the right back, and it's out for a throw. Close to the Manchester United bench, behind halfway. It's Bruno this time, makes the run, back to Trippier, chipped forwards, Martinez header away, Trippier plants a big header on it to go forwards. Martinez with another header, Longstaff onto Gordon, couldn't get it through to Isak, almost slipped it beyond a defender, but now at the other end, Sabitzer with a ball to stretch Newcastle's defence, and Martial out towards the corner on the left. Back to Sancho, taking it around Cher, who slipped, and Trippier plays it off Sancho, and that's Newcastle's ball. It's a throw rather than goal kick, but they've got the better of Manchester United at the end of that move as well.
Yeah, Sancho, he should have just stood there, because all Trippier was going to do was put it in Rowe's head, and he decided to get in the way.
Bruno back to Trippier. Isak has slipped, and Martinez takes it on his chest and turns. And they've kept possession, Manchester United, on the left, slightly inside Newcastle's half. Bruno Fernandes challenged by Bruno Guimaraes, and Isak's got it, and they could be away. Joelinton to the left. Isak back to Bruno in the area, and hacked clear. Bruno's got it, taking on Shaw on the right wing, Gordon with him. What feet from Bruno, and he's lost it. And Sancho inside to Sabitzer. Long ball forwards, Martial heading it down to Sancho. Rashford's on the far side. He lets it go, and it's Dalot who controls on the 18-yard line. Sabitzer in the area, what a block from Botman. Vital block, and Nick Pope has the ball in two hands.
Yeah, good defending. Just threw his body in the way.
Clear skies up above. The sun is still shining, but the lights have come on at St James's. And into the final 18 minutes we go, with Newcastle 1-0 up. Botman to Joelinton, out to Byrne, and this one to test the legs of McTominay. Willock was on his shoulder. The Scottish international gets it back to De Gea. Varane back to his goalkeeper. At that earlier break with Bruno stealing the ball back,
Yeah, Fernandes just wanted too much time on it.
Just couldn't make it count, Newcastle, but it was sharp play from Bruno Guimaraes. Gordon's won it now from Sancho's pass, and he's looking for Isak, but Martinez is there. Maybe Gordon would have been better served taking it on himself.
Sancho's been awful since he came on. Just keeps giving it away. Keep doing it.
Gordon has then won a tackle and put the ball out for a throw. BBC Radio Newcastle. Join us for Total Sport tomorrow at 6 with all the reaction to this and the chance to have your say until 8. North East Only Football phone in 2 hours, Monday to Friday. Newcastle won the ball in the air from the Manchester United throw, but they have it back, and McTominay, it's good run down the right side. It's really good play, in fact, and it's headed behind by Botman. More excellent defending from the Dutchman, conceding a corner. McTominay, what a run.
Oh, strong, wasn't he? Quick.
And a whipped ball in towards the near post. Rashford in the centre, but Botman dealt with it. And here's the corner. Luke Shaw to take. Callum Wilson's ready. And later than Bill, he will surely be coming on. Martial stands in the 6-yard box. There's a defender between him and Nick Pope. It's Bruno Guimaraes who's there. Referee taking a good look at all the movement in the middle as Shaw loops in the corner. It's too long for everyone, and Sancho keeps it alive on the near side. Back to Bruno Fernandes, floated in, Joelinton there, and headed into the hands of Pope by Varane. Just got the better of Joelinton at the back of the penalty area, and an overarm throw out by Pope to Trippier. They're going to go quickly here, Newcastle. Gordon trying to get in behind and away from Bruno Fernandes, and he has, but he's all alone, Anthony Gordon, into the penalty area. Gordon rolls it across. Oh, it's a really good ball, and Isak couldn't quite get a piece of it, but it's been turned behind for a corner. There was very little on, but he almost created something out of nothing, Anthony Gordon.
Oh, he did ever so well, because he's all on his own. He's got to hold it, he's got to wait. He just rolls it. Oh, it's a great little ball.
Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0. 76th minute. Wilson waits to come on. This corner's going to be played first. It's Trippier to deliver. Longstaff staying back. Trippier dropping it under the crossbar. Joelinton! It's hit the woodwork. Schär blocked. They're claiming handball. Play on, says the referee, and Manchester United on the counter-attack. Schär is down. Half on the pitch, half off the pitch. Gordon with a challenge, but danger at the other end. They're still going. It's Shaw who crosses it. Trippier with a header, and Willock. Newcastle need to put it out. Gordon, is he going to carry it? He's going to play. Gordon holds it up. They're telling him to stop and put it out, and now the whistle goes. Wow. Trippier just dropped the ball in under the bar, and Joelinton at the back post, and before the corner came in, the defender and Joelinton were all over each other. Have a look at this again, Ando. There he is with Sabitzer. It's touched onto the bar, is it, by the keeper?
Great save, isn't it?
And then Schär off the post. Or was it Martial?
Oh, what a save that is.
De Gea tipping the header onto the bar, and then Schär off the post.
No, Martial.
Was it Martial? You hit it? Well, Fabian Schär's receiving treatment in the meantime. And Newcastle and Manchester United players come over to the touchline for a drink. It's another knock to the head for Fabian Schär. They will only let him continue if it's safe, but
I was going to say, does concussion rules not come in?
Yeah, they've had. I mean, Schär missed the Manchester City match last month with concussion. Isak's had a spell out earlier this year with concussion. So Newcastle do follow the rules in that sense, but it's another blow for Fabian Schär. And Lascelles is looking back at the bench, warming up along the touchline, but Cher's on his feet, coming over to the side of the field with the doctor and the physio. It's Newcastle who lead 1-0 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Could be 2, it was almost 2, but for a De Gea brilliant save.
Oh, great save from the original header. Slightest touch pushes us up onto the crossbar.
So much action and chaos in the box from that corner. It's a brilliant ball in as well from Trippier. The referee drops the ball at the feet of Kieran Trippier. It's a second attempt because Marcus Rashford hadn't given Newcastle enough space to play. Oh, and Pope with a heavy touch from a back pass, and he's got rid just, and Byrne heads on, and Willock, and it's a 3-on-3. Willock down the left, Gordon and Isak in the middle. Joe Willock goes for the bottom corner, but he's pulled it wide.
Long way wide.
Callum Wilson coming on now for Alexander Isak, who has given us so much to enjoy once again.
Yeah, he's put a shift in again today. Hasn't been as electric as in his previous games, but he's worked hard up there. His movement yet again has been excellent.
It's a pat on the head from Trippier on his way off. Another standing ovation. Let's hope the rest over the international break has given Wilson what he needs to get back to his brilliant best. Manchester United, short first-time passes out from the back, then Bruno Fernandes up to Martial. Cher's come a long way with him, and it's laid off. And Bruno Fernandes now to Lisandro Martinez, the space on that far side of the pitch. Dalot and Sancho with some tidy footwork, and back to Dalot near to the corner of Newcastle's box. It's the 80th minute and they lead 1-0. Bruno Fernandes, it's kept in by Dalot and then put out for a Newcastle throw. To the pleasure of the fans in the front seats in the East Stand. Byrne is taking it from the wrong place, or attempting to, and you can't do that. Joelinton flicking it on with a header, but Manchester United have won it back, then away by Newcastle. Longstaff and Willock around Bruno Fernandes, and away almost from Dalot. Last gasp defending by the Manchester United fullback. They're soon going to bring on Fred as Savitzer plays it forward. Cher clears. Chipped into the box by Bruno Fernandes. Martial's brought it down, deflected and wide.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
It went wide, but it was very close to catching out Nick Pope.
He was rooted, wasn't he?
Newcastle are checking on Joe Willock. He's sitting down now, he's got a problem, and Jason Tyndall, the assistant manager, was asking Willock whether he needed to be replaced. Elliot Anderson is coming back to the bench, taking off his bib.
He's feeling his left hamstring. It's going to be a bit of added on time here, you know.
Fred comes on from Scott McTominay. Victor Lindelof, Isak's Swedish international teammate. They played together a couple of times during the break. He's going to come on, he's a defender. And Facundo Pastry is also about to be introduced. And Elliot Anderson will come on for Newcastle. So Fred for McTominay.
Manchester United coming off for 39.
Pastry is replacing Lisandro Martinez, the centre half, as per the numbers board. And the last change is Lindelof, and he
also for Manchester United
introduced for
Lisandro Martinez,
Varane.
replaced by number 28 Facundo Pellistri.
They've got Brentford on Wednesday, and then Everton, and then a Europa League quarter-final.
So he's taken off his main two centre-backs.
Manchester United. He switched the two centre-halves.
Interesting one.
And Willock will play no further part in the match. He could be the match winner with his goal.
Number 28, Joe Willock.
But limping, and you suspected left hamstring, didn't you?
He was holding it.
He applauds the supporters as he heads off, and Elliot Anderson, he was fantastic at Forest, comes on in the 84th minute against Manchester United with Newcastle 1-0 up. But as John Anderson said a few moments ago, probably a lot of time to be added on to the game. And it's a corner for the visitors at the Leazes end. It's Shaw with a whipped ball in and over the top from Lindelof. First touch for the defender. And they seem to be lining up with Dalot to the right, Lindelof in the middle and Shaw to the left. That's their back three. And the referee's just told Nick Pope not to waste any time.
He kicked the ball away.
Did he? Yeah. And he's been told by Newcastle players and fans that David De Gea has been in no hurry all afternoon, and Jason Tindall's getting involved with Manchester United coaching staff now. Pope with a clearance from the goal kick, which didn't quite go where he wanted it. Byrne heads it away. Manchester United win it back. Anthony Gordon battling away for it, finds Trippier inside to Bruno Guimaraes on halfway. Joe Linton pushes it over to Elliot Anderson, his first involvement since coming on. Turns it out wide left to Byrne. Joe Linton back to Anderson, 35 yards from goal now, Newcastle. Bruno back towards Byrne and Anderson. Bruno with a really good challenge, and Dalot in the corner tries to clear it. It's come to Newcastle. Bruno to Longstaff, back to Bruno, who might get away. And Gordon with a header looking for Wilson in the middle. It's come out to the near right-hand side. Trippier gets there before Sancho wanted it more. And through for Gordon, who's got options in the middle, and he's won a corner.
Sancho's been absolutely shocking since he's come on. I mean, that's his ball all day, and he just didn't want it.
Didn't fancy the challenge. One bit.
Not one little bit.
Not for me. No. Got out the way. Kieran Trippier's not going to hold back, is he? If his corner that he's about to take is as good as the last one, Newcastle could be in business again. Leading 1-0. It's towards the back of the box. Joe Linton there again. He's got it on the floor. Anderson twisting, turning, digs out across. Dan Byrne rises and it skims the top of his head and goes behind.
Good little ball, dinked in back post. Anderson just got it out of his feet nice and early. Just couldn't grow. Mind you, he doesn't want to grow much more, does he?
David De Gea took that goal kick quickly.
Oh,
Sancho's given it away. Wilson back to goal, trying to turn. He's found it through for Longstaff in the corner on this near side. Longstaff, that's a foul. It's a clear foul right under the nose of the assistant referee, Luke Shaw, the guilty party, and the whistle's gone, and Newcastle have got the ball in exactly where they would want it. It's Bruno, it's a drink from a water bottle, and the clock ticks towards 87 minutes. About to put this into the box, Kieran Trippier. It's very close to the corner quadrant, a couple of yards back, yard in from the touchline. Lots of black and white to hit. Trippier, good ball. Yes! Callum Wilson has scored, and it's the goal that we've all been waiting for, that he's been waiting for, and Wilson is back. No mistake with a header from Trippier's whipped free kick, and Wilson finds the net for only the second time since
coming back from the World Cup. He needed that, and he might just have given Newcastle a monumental victory. It's Newcastle United 2, Manchester United 0.
It's a wonderful ball. It's an absolutely fabulous ball. Just somebody go and attack it, and Wilson's got himself in there, in between defenders. It's a great header. Great header.
In off the post, the base of the post, and Callum Wilson deserves that moment. He'll savour the moment. He has his 8th of the season, and Isak has been getting all the headlines and the plaudits quite rightly, but Wilson on for the record signing, doing what he does best and what he's done throughout his 3 years on Tyneside. And quality is permanent, and Wilson, a top striker, has made it 2-0, and Manchester United in the mud, and Newcastle looking for a third with Wilson and Anderson at the edge of the area, but it's one back, and Joelinton snaps into a challenge. Pelistri, another one who didn't fancy the physical stuff, and Gordon to Bruno, round the corner, and Wilson back through for Bruno Guimaraes, but it's scrambled behind by Dalot for a corner. Manchester United are staring at a big defeat, and Newcastle have got their eyes on 3rd place in the Premier League. The final minute of the 90, a corner kick and a 2-0 advantage.
Giving themselves that little bit of breathing space, that second goal. No more than it's deserved either. They've been by far the better side in the second half. It's all about just putting chances away.
Trippier's corner, Botman goes for it. Burns sticks out a big leg, couldn't get there. Fred on the counter-attack. Gordon has been absolutely fantastic since coming on, with his committed work and recoveries. How many times has he got back and won the ball for Newcastle? Intercepted, they're stopping a counter-attack. It's going to be a throw near halfway for Manchester United, taken from the wrong place, and 5 minutes have been added, a minimum of 5 minutes. Those away fans, they're not singing about Alan Shearer anymore, they're leaving. It's 2-0 to Newcastle. Longstaff closes down Fred, up to Martial on halfway. It's a bang from behind from Cher, free kick. Trippier tries to intercept. Sancho has managed to help it on to Rashford. This could be risky, but Rashford, it's a back pass, basically.
It wasn't a shot, he tried to pick somebody out. He's just trying to roll somebody in, but it's been quiet. He's been really quiet today.
Pope drops the ball on the floor outside the penalty area. Wilson backing in to Lindelof, who's won the header. And it's come to Dalot, their makeshift 3-man defence with 2 full-backs. He's trying to deal with Callum Wilson when Newcastle get the ball forwards. This is the Manchester United attack though. Martial, Rashford in the area, Cher with it, up to Wilson, laid off to Longstaff, and he's got a free kick. Lindelof caught him, runs away shaking his head. I said to you in the first half, earlier in the second half, Ando, so much to enjoy just about the game, because we'd enjoyed the match. The first half was
It's been
excellent.
a great game.
It has been a really good game.
Yeah, it's been a great game.
It always helps when Newcastle are winning and playing well, but it's been a high-intensity match and really good to watch. Anderson challenging with Lindelof, free kick for Manchester United, left side of defence. We're in additional time. Newcastle will be 3rd in the Premier League after this. Spurs play tomorrow night at Everton.
They were fourth at the start of the weekend. Joe Linton beats Bruno Fernandes to the ball. It's going to be an 8th home win of the season in the Premier League. Only one defeat by Liverpool. Manchester United back to De Gea. Fred. Joe Linton slides. Did he touch it? I don't think he did.
Did.
The assistant referee wasn't sure, but they've given the throw Manchester United. And then Newcastle win it back, and it's Elliot Anderson on the run. Stopped by Dalot. Cher intercepts. Oh, there's loads of room for Cher to run into. Bruno to the right. Bruno Guimaraes. The cut back, and Fabian Cher just wide from 12 yards. Would have been a lovely third.
Big chance to get a toward goal. Break onto them with pace. Little pull back. Over the top.
Out to Shaw. Back into the box to Lindelof. 2-0 Newcastle. BBC Radio Newcastle. What an afternoon it's been. Burn, good challenge. They've won it. They've still got time to get a third. Anderson on the left wing. Wilson and Gordon in the middle. In the corner here, Elliot Anderson. Dan Burn there too. They've played it off a red shirt for a throw. Dan Burn interacts with the crowd. This Manchester United player injured. Marcel Sabitzer, I think.
Yeah, Sabitzer, yeah. It's got cramp, I think.
Total Sport from 6 tomorrow with post-match reaction, discussion about the game, and you can phone in to have your say. The latest from Sunderland 2. We're on Monday to Friday from 6 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Sounds. You can listen to us anywhere in the world on BBC Sounds. Total Sport. And we'll have commentary on Wednesday at West Ham. Can't wait for that now. Here's the throw. Looking for Wilson. Headed away, but not clear exactly. And then it goes for a Newcastle throw. 35 yards out. All eyes on the referee, Stuart Atwell. Burn down the line. There's the final whistle. Newcastle United are back up to 3rd place in the Premier League. 3rd in the table with 11 games to go. They've overtaken Spurs and Manchester United in the race for the Champions League. Joe Willock with a header pretty much on the goal line in this second half. And then Callum Wilson with a header in off the base of the post from a Kieran Trippier free kick for number 2. It's just been a brilliant St James's Park afternoon and one of Newcastle's very best performances. And a terrific spectacle in front of a packed and noisy stadium and a set of fans, John Anderson, who will really be believing now as they move up 2 places to 3rd.
Yeah, look, first and foremost, it was a great game. It was the first half was electric. You always felt that they couldn't keep the pace up, but the intensity that we had in that second half of squeezing, pushing, putting Manchester United under all the pressure, and it's just about converting chances. You know, I think when you look back over the season and you look at our conversion rate, you know, we should have an awful lot more goals than chances that we have. But look at a big win, deserved win. Still a lot of football to be played. Wouldn't get carried away just yet. There's still plenty. 2 tough games coming up in the space of the next week, both away in London. Hopefully we can build on this, but it was a fabulous performance. It was a great game.
Newcastle go to 50 points. The first time they've reached 50 points in the Premier League since 2011-12, when they finished 5th and got into the Europa League. So that certainly augurs well. A first win over Manchester United since October 2019.
and a first clean sheet for a while as well. They conceded in 8 games in a row, Newcastle. Their last clean sheet was the semi-final first leg at Southampton in January, and then the last Premier League clean sheet was 3 days before that at Crystal Palace. And Nick Pope wasn't really troubled too much, was he, by Manchester United attackers?
No, he had a couple of little ones that he just had to come and pick up. I suppose the biggest worry was the deflection off Botman that wrong-footed him. But he had very little to do. You know, the energy levels, the desire, everything about it, it was all there to see. You know, it was a deserved win. They were electric. They were brilliant. Second half, I mean, he took off his 2 mainstay centre-backs, Ten Hag. I think that said it all. You know, he felt that the game was away from them. They weren't going to get back into it. And it's a deserved victory. You know, they could have won it by more in the end.
Yeah. Joe Linton off the bar from De Gea. Chances in the first half.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, a conversion rate, if it was higher, we'd score an awful lot more goals. I mean, Willock's chance in the first half, huge chance. I know he scores, but you got to be hitting the target with that. You know, you got to be at least hitting the target. He doesn't. It goes over the top. But they kept plugging away, and they got the deserved victory because, you know, we were the better side in the end.
Players and staff are doing their lap of the pitch to thank the supporters. Black and white flags are out, and so many have stayed to thank them for delivering another fantastic result and some brilliant football today. And how pleased are you, John Anderson, for Callum Wilson finally, who scored that second goal? He'd only scored 1 in his last 15 before today. His last goal was against West Ham. That's the only one since the World Cup, and he needed it.
Look, he was always going to score at some time.
Yeah.
He was always going to score at some time. Is he going to get back into the side on the back of that? No. Not with the way that Isak played today again. Although he didn't score, everything about his performance was top notch. And Callum Wilson's, he might well have to settle for cameo performances at the moment. But if the cameos are still like that, you'd be more than happy.
That's no problem, is it? Well, we'll see what Wednesday night brings at West Ham. We'll be live on BBC Radio Newcastle with commentary as usual. Total Sport from 6 tomorrow. Phone us to have your say and join in our discussion as we react to a huge win. Could be one of their biggest of the season, Newcastle. Might be one of their best as well. Joe Willock with a header in the second half, and then Callum Wilson with a header from a Kieran Trippier free kick. They are now 3rd in the Premier League after beating Manchester United by 2-0. Out to Murphy, right wing. Trippier on the overlap. Murphy cuts inside and still carries it. Looks for Isak at the edge of the box. He's brought it down, plays it through. Bruno Guimaraes chips it to the far post. Saint-Maximin. Oh! Goal! Joe Willock has scored the goal. Brilliant. A move involving so many of the players. And then Bruno rolled in by Isak at the edge of the box, chipping it to the far post. Saint-Maximin back across. And Joe Willock, who missed a glorious chance in the first half, this time made no mistake. This time hit the net. And it's Newcastle United 1, Manchester United 0. Very close to the corner quadrant, a couple of yards back, yard in from the touchline. Lots of black and white to hit. Trippier, good ball. Yes! Callum Wilson has scored, and it's the goal that we've all been waiting for, that he's been waiting for, and Wilson is back. No mistake with a header from Trippier's whipped free kick. Wilson finds the net for only the second time since coming back from the World Cup. He needed that, and he might just have given Newcastle a monumental victory. It's Newcastle United 2, Manchester United 0.
The unstoppable force of live football.
Game day.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app, and on your smart speaker. Game day exclusive.
On TalkSport 2.
ultimate heavy-hitting Premier League experience. On the app, on DAB, on 1089 and 1053 medium wave, and on your smart speaker. Game day kickoff on TalkSport.
It's yet another midweek night under the lights as we conclude a run of 9 live and exclusive Premier League games in just 5 days here on TalkSport. The top 4 races getting a bit crazy. Man United are in the mix. Brentford want to join them. They meet at Old Trafford tonight and it's live on TalkSport. Meantime, Newcastle are third. They go to West Ham, who are only out of the bottom 3 on goal difference. That's live on TalkSport 2. Another big night then. 2 Premier League games live and free and exclusive on the TalkSport network.
Time whistle at St James's Park. Newcastle United 2, Manchester United 0.
Today they were better on that fact. You could see they want to take revenge for our cup win. So yeah, today we are beaten, but now we have to bounce back.
It's on the Glazers. There was no investment in January. The squad is not deep enough to play the number of games in the number of different competitions.
And Buemo's in swinger, flicked on by Norgard. It's 2-0. Another set-piece goal for Brentford.
We believe in ourselves. We try to every ground to go and be brave, cool and aggressive and go for 3 points.
Bowen, shot towards the far post. Coming in the far post is Edison Calvary. He finishes it off and the former Chelsea player has equalised for West Ham United.
The players have done what I expected. I expect them to do it because I actually think we've got big characters, we've got good players, and they've done exactly what we wanted.
Here come Newcastle. Almiron, lovely 1-2 in the area, sells the goalkeeper and nicks it past him. Absolutely superb.
3 away games is an interesting dynamic for us. I think we've been there before. We love playing at home, and our results at home have been good, but I think our results on the road have been pretty consistent as well.
Well, we've also got some massive breaking news for you tonight from the Premier League, which we'll bring to you very shortly. Good evening, I'm Adrian Durham, live at Old Trafford. Man United Brentford isn't on the TV, but it is live and exclusive on TalkSport. Team news, first of all, from TalkSport's chief football commentator, Sam Matterface.
Well, Manchester United's blip is only really a Premier League blip, but they haven't looked as sharp as they did immediately after the World Cup. They are without a goal in their last 3 Premier League matches, and change up their attack in order to add a little bit of freshness to it. Sancho comes in for Weghorst. So it's David De Gea in goal, Dalot, Varane, Martinez and Shaw the back four, McTominay, Sabitzer, Fernandes, and then Anthony, Sancho and Rashford up top. Now it might be that Sancho plays out wider and Rashford plays through the middle, but that is a fluid front 3. Brentford are in sparkling form, but they have won just 1 of their last 5 away from home. Ivan Toney has scored 18 of their 49 goals in all competitions this season. But he has to be wary because he'll be out of the next 2 matches if he's booked tonight. David Raya is their goalkeeper. Janssen, Pinnock and Mee the back 3. The only change is Roerslev coming in at right back. Norgard and Henry make up that 3 in front of the back 3. Then Jensen and Damsgaard. And then Ivan Toney and Mbeumo up front.
Sam, thanks very much. Mickey Gray, our Manchester correspondent, is alongside Sam on commentary duty for TalkSport tonight. And that big change for Manchester United, Wout Weghorst is out. 10 touches in his 62 minutes on the pitch on Sunday at Newcastle. Only 2 of them were in the opposition box. Wout Weghorst yet to score in the Premier League, played in 9 games. Henry Winter in The Times summed it up. He described the Newcastle game as, quote, a 90-minute advertisement for why United need Harry Kane. And yet Erik ten Hag was positive about Weghorst in the build-up to this, in the press conference for this game. But he's out tonight. Rashford playing up front.
It was a change that needed to be made, Adrian, because look, they've hoped that he's come through the door and he was going to be that talisman, that target man for the quick wide players that Manchester United have got. Look, in games that I've seen him play in, he's actually been a very good centre forward and he's played very well, but the last couple of times I've seen him play, he just never really looks like scoring a goal. I think it was a Southampton game here. There was a couple of other games when I've seen him play at Old Trafford. He's had 4 or 5 chances, eventually stuck the ball in the back of the net. It was like he'd won the lottery when he put the ball in the back of the net. He's not that type of Manchester United player that you want to see him playing every single week, so I'm not surprised that they've gone for a bit of pace up front tonight.
Manchester United Brentford here live on TalkSport. We're currently simulcasting with TalkSport 2 ahead of their exclusive commentary of West Ham against Newcastle. Here's your match commentator with the teams, Ian Danter.
Well, David Moyes, the West Ham manager, was at pains to point out in his pre-match press conference that he had, as far as he was concerned, a number of major decisions to make about players in all sorts of positions. In the end, he's only made 1 change, Moyes, from the 1-0 win that West Ham got against Southampton, and it's Mikel Antonio coming back in for Danny Ings. Otherwise, then, West Ham unchanged with Fabianski in goal, Kehrer, Zuma, Aguerd and Emerson in the back four. Souček and Rice holding in front of that. Bowen, Paquetá and Benrahma in behind Antonio, and the bench of Areola, Cresswell, Soufal, Fornals, Lanzini, Downs, Cornet, Ings and Ogbonna. As for Newcastle, well, Eddie Howe did hint that there might be a few changes. In the end, there's only two from that excellent 2-0 win against Manchester United. Callum Wilson's brought back in for Isak, which might seem a little unfortunate until you look at Wilson's record against West Ham. 10 goals and 12 appearances for Bournemouth and Newcastle against the Hammers. That's the one change. And Joe Linton, back fully fit again, displaces Joe Willock in midfield. So it's Nick Pope in goal for Newcastle, Kieran Trippier, Fabian Schär, Sven Botman, Dan Burn in their back four. Sean Longstaff, Bruno Guimaraes and Joe Linton are the three midfielders. Jacob Murphy and Alan Saint-Maximin flanking Callum Wilson up top. And their bench, Martin Dubravka, Jamal Lascelles, Anthony Gordon, Matt Ritchie, Matt Targett, Alex Isak, Javier Manquillo, Joe Willock and Elliot Anderson. Live on TalkSport 2 with me and Dean Ashton. It is West Ham United against Newcastle United.
And the former West Ham striker Dean Ashton, as Dance was saying, is alongside Ian on commentary duty. And that change for West Ham, I think, is an interesting one. Danny Ings was a frustrated figure at the weekend despite the victory. And maybe David Moyes showing that he likes to just go with what he knows, bringing Antonio back.
I mean, if you look across his time at West Ham both times, he doesn't like to change. He very, very rarely makes wholesale changes. It does tend to be the odd change here and there. And he is very loyal still to the players that have been successful for him and poor for him. And Antonio's had a poor season. And I'm surprised he's given the chance. Maybe Danny Ings, possibly with the injuries he's had over his career, maybe can't play as many games in quick succession, but Newcastle are a different team to the one they were a couple of seasons ago. They will come and press, they will play a high line, and just maybe David Moyes thinks this is the type of game and the opponent that Antonio can thrive.
Well, let's see how it works out. That one's on TalkSport 2, West Ham Newcastle. Here at Old Trafford, it's Man United Brentford, live and exclusive and only on TalkSport. But let's bring you that big breaking news ahead of tonight's Premier League action with Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with a Now Sports membership. Stream the Premier League live without a contract from $11.99. Search Now Sports 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
And what we can tell you on TalkSport, we've been alluding to it all day. Our chief football correspondent Alex Crook has broke the story earlier on today. Frank Lampard has now accepted an offer to take charge of Chelsea on an interim basis. It will be purely a short-term deal until the end of the season and will not go beyond that. So Frank Lampard back at Chelsea on an interim basis. And Sam Matterface, I was with you at Stamford Bridge last night, just about recovered from the game. And Frank Lampard was there as well. And a few of us were doing a bit of maths. And TalkSport, Alex Crook, run it this morning. And it's proved to be the case. The sources are good. Frank Lampard back at Chelsea in charge.
Yeah, not all signed, sealed and delivered just yet. There are bits to iron out with Everton amongst other members of the coaching staff, but Frank Lampard will be in caretaker charge, and I think that will be in place by the time the Wolves game comes around this Saturday. Last night I mentioned on air that he was in attendance to watch that game against Liverpool. That attendance at the game was pre-arranged. He was deciding to do that because he wanted to normalise going back to the Bridge. It was nothing to do with a previous prior approach from the football club, but he was in the owner's box with Begdad Bali and the sporting directors Lawrence Stewart and Paul Winstanley, and I understand it was floated as a hypothetical as Chelsea made it clear that they were chasing other targets, but they would be unlikely to take it beyond the end of the season, and their targets would be unlikely to come in before the end of the season. Chelsea clearly have realised today that none of their top targets are going to be able to come in the door quick enough in order to take charge of the Champions League game against Real Madrid next week. And with Bruno's eagerness, Bruno Solto, who's been in caretaker charge for the last 48 hours, to move on, they've acted swiftly. It's an unlikely return, but a chance to lift the mood for him, a chance to maybe repair a little bit of the reputation that was damaged when he was at Everton. And we know that they've held talks with Luis Enrique. We know that they're hunting Nagelsmann, and there are webs to untangle with him because he's still under contract at Bayern Munich. They haven't actually ruled out Maurizio Pochettino either. And they will appoint someone like that at the end of the season. It's very clear. The Lampard appointment is just until the end of the season. But he will see this as a chance that he could not turn down, an opportunity to go back to the club that he represented with distinction for many, many years, lift the mood, maybe achieve something like taking them past Real Madrid into the semi-finals of the Champions League.
That would be extraordinary. Sam, you know a lot of Chelsea fans. I think there was an acceptance that he had to go when he went, Frank Lampard. How will they feel about him coming back?
Well, I think it was a very difficult situation, because if you look at where Frank Lampard left them and you look where they are now, I mean, they're in a much worse state right at this moment in time. I mean, they're fighting in the bottom half of the table, scrapping to try and get into the top half.
Well, when I say there was an acceptance, yes, Frank Lampard's gone, Tuchel has come in, we get the upgrades.
Yeah.
They would not have accepted an upgrade if it had been presented to them as Frank Lampard upgrading, in inverted commas, to Graham Potter, with the greatest of respect.
No, and I think that obviously Thomas Tuchel will live long in the Chelsea fans' memories because of his immediate achievements of winning the Champions League just 3 or 4 months after taking over that job. That seems to be a habit for Chelsea managers. The 2 times that they've won the Champions League, they've had an interim boss in charge, or certainly a newly appointed boss, who's someone who took over halfway through the season. You never know, maybe Frank Lampard is hoping that it's third time lucky. These things happen in free, don't they? I don't know. The truth is that I think Bruno wanted to get out. I don't think he wanted to continue in the caretaker role. Initially, I think Chelsea were hoping that Nagelsmann would take it straight away, but the complications around the contract with Bayern have meant that was going to be delayed, so they needed to think of something else. Frank Lampard's available and he's willing. You know, there's not many managers that would accept coming in just for the last 9 games of a season plus whatever is going to be forthcoming in the Champions League. He's obviously doing it out of love for the football club, but also out of a need to prove himself in the Premier League. I think he feels a little bit bruised by some of the things that have happened to him over the course of the last few years. He's been, I think, incredibly unlucky at some points during the course of that Premier League managerial career, and he will hope that this time the luck turns for him and Chelsea have an upturn in fortune. I mean, it can't get much worse, can it?
I think the Chelsea fans will be happy just because it means Mason Mount's got a better chance of getting into the Chelsea 11. Mickey Gray, your thoughts on Frank Lampard back at Chelsea?
Well, initially when I heard the breaking news, I was a little bit shocked, which I was when I listened to TalkSport yesterday. I was a bit surprised about it, but then the more you think about it, then I'm saying to myself, well, why not? If somebody's not going to go in there till the end of the season, then why not Frank Lampard? And I have to reiterate basically what Sam has just been talking about there. But the big question I would ask is, if Frank Lampard walks through the door, and you know where I'm going with this, and I think you mentioned it yourself there, Sam, if he actually continues, big ask, but if he wins the Champions League, you know, do they offer him a new contract? Does he stay at Chelsea then?
It has been made clear to him, no ifs, no buts, very clear cut, that this is till the end of the season.
Even if they win the Champions League?
I'm sure that didn't come into the conversation, but I think it's been made clear that they are looking to appoint a permanent manager of the ilk that we've already described.
But did they not say that when Di Matteo won it? And he started the following season, albeit he didn't do very well and then lost his job, but they felt as if they had to honour giving him a new contract and stay at Chelsea Football Club. You have to think about it, Sam. I'm not being silly in saying this, am I?
To be honest with you, Mickey, it's Chelsea. There's no point in predicting the future.
Chelsea's the Wild West.
I mean, this wouldn't happen anywhere else, really. I mean, ironically, Wolves in the Premier League would have been Frank Lampard's next game had he not made way for Thomas Tuchel. So I wonder if he walks into the training ground and says, now, where were we?
And let's get back to where we were, but do a little bit better. I do remember, actually, they're at Wolves on Saturday, Chelsea, and it was a game at Wolves that was really, I felt, Frank Lampard's undoing. He was they were 1-1 and he was really going for the winner, left it well open at the back, and they lost it 2-1.
Yeah. And I think almost cost them a place in the top 4, didn't it? At the time.
I think it
did
did his reputation a little bit of harm. That a little bit harsh, because I like a manager who goes for the win, but in the Premier League you have to be sure at the back as well, and they weren't that particular day. Breaking news then on TalkSport, and fair play to our chief football correspondent Alex Crook, who has been running this very, very early on. Frank Lampard has accepted an offer to take charge of Chelsea on an interim basis. It'll be short term till the end of the season, will not go beyond that. That's the information we have received at TalkSport, and we'll get it all confirmed for you ASAP, of course. As for this game here, keepers are out there warming up. Manchester United about to take on Brentford, and United have been goal shy in recent Premier League matches. Eric Ten Hag's side have failed to score in each of their last 3 league games, and the team at TalkSport Edge tell me that never before have they gone 4 without a goal in the competition. Don't forget, TalkSport Edge is your ultimate match day companion. Download it for free from wherever you get your apps. But that was the big breaking news ahead of this evening's Premier League action with Now Sports. Don't forget that with Now Sports you can stream all the Sky Sports action like West Ham Newcastle live tonight for $11.99. No contract. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with a Now Sports membership. Stream the Premier League live without a contract from $11.99. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Yeah, you're listening to the Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with Now Sports. Don't forget that with Now Sports you can stream all the Sky Sports action like West Ham Newcastle live tonight for $11.99. No contract. Search Now Sports. Up next, after signing a new contract with Man United, we're taking a closer look at Luke Shaw.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports membership. Stream the Premier League live without a contract from $11.99. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
And he's barrelled it straight through the midfield into the Village Hotel Pub and Grill fan zone, the home of big screen live football. A long volley over the stadium seats by the giant screens into the left-hand corner of the bar, past a winning lineup of ice-cold beers and a magnificent menu of mouth-watering footy food. Result! Enjoy the perfect big match experience with food, drink and live football at a Village Hotel Pub and Grill fan zone at 33 UK locations. Find your nearest venue and win monthly prizes, including match tickets at villagehotels.com/fanzone. Get in! Conditions apply. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
Rodri to De Bruyne, flicked onto Walker. Goal! No one saw that coming.
Or as we say in Japan, no warutaka wa tsume o kakusu. The smart hawk hides its talents. For taste beyond expected, Asahi Super Dry, official beer partners of Manchester City. Enjoy responsibly. Visit drinkaware.co.uk.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real-life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of building products. In April, we've got 30% off the range of SAM-primed MDF skirting and architrave with a new and improved, brighter, whiter, smoother finish. And with free delivery, that's a real deal. Find more real deals online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charged at 20%. Free delivery within local delivery areas.
Bing bong. Attentions please, attentions please. We got big new news. Just Eat now does grocery delivery. No problemo if you forgot the only thing you went in the shop to buy. Want ice cream for breakfast? Caught the cat licking the butter. So, don't cry over spilt milk. Get it delivered to your door from Just Eat instead. Grocery delivery. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Only available from participating stores and selected locations. Products subject to availability. Service charge may apply. See justeat.co.uk for more details.
For all the top Premier League analysis, listen to The Game, the Premier Football podcast from The Times. Every Monday and Thursday, join Hugh Woosencroft and a host of big-name guests for in-depth reaction and opinion on the latest action and the biggest issues in the world of football.
It's a massive goal!
Hear previews of all the upcoming matches and provocative and compelling opinions from some of the finest football writers from The Times and The Sunday Times.
Lovely bit of football!
Listen to The Game on the free Times Radio app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Car Finance 24/7. Get your finance sorted first, then choose your car. Search Car Finance 24/7 today.
TalkSport Podcast League. Outspoken with White and Jordan.
Listen to the latest show whenever and wherever you want with Outspoken, the podcast from TalkSport.
I still think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
All killer, no filler conversation.
Did you say that he should be investigated by trading standards?
That doesn't pull any punches.
Yeah, because he was rubbish.
Outspoken with Jim Mighty White and Lord Simon Jordan.
That's a bit over the top.
Well, there we are.
Out now.
Listen or download for free from your favourite podcast portal.
Game Day.
Pushing the apex of live football.
Right foot shot, brilliant goal!
The biggest and best football on the radio. Game day exclusive.
On TalkSport 2.
40 minutes to kick off here at Old Trafford, where it's Manchester United against Brentford. On TalkSport 2, it's West Ham, Newcastle. Now, Luke Shaw starts tonight. He signed for United in 2014, 9 years on, and he's just signed a new contract, keeping him here for another 4 years. It's been 9 years where so much has happened, good and bad.
He had a good performance, but was his body with my brain, because he was in front of me and I was making every decision for him. You cannot play with my understanding of the game. You must accelerate the process, because 21 years old is old enough to have a better understanding of the game.
And everything that Manchester United touch at the moment seems to create a problem. Luke Shaw, the man who got the final touch.
How can a Premier League player not keep himself in the right physical condition to be fit enough to run up and down a pitch for 90 minutes? Shameful.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't sometimes think about, stopping playing football, but this is what I want to be doing. I want to be playing football. I want to be playing in the biggest games possible. I want to be winning trophies. I want to be recognised as one of the best fullbacks in the world.
Into Luke Shaw. What a terrific goal! Luke Shaw starting the move, finishing the move.
We have to develop great talents. He is a great talent.
And then as it's cleared out for Luke Shaw, he sends a bouncing bomb into the bottom right-hand corner of the net.
I think a fullback nowadays needs to be, creating a lot and doing as much as they can to help the team.
It's a delight to work with him. He's learning, he wants to be better, he wants to improve. Such a good boy.
Fired in for Shaw. Oh my word! And it's Luke Shaw.
From the first day in training and pre-season, he was working really hard. He's really great player and a great personality for the dressing room.
Maybe I was too harsh with him, maybe he was not ready for that. From my side, I can only say congratulations to him.
I need to keep working hard, keep improving, and I feel like I can keep getting better and give more for the team, and what will come will come.
Yeah, very interesting on Luke Shaw. Mickey Gray, you've watched a lot of him. He's a player in your position. I say in your position, left back. He's played centre back as well for Manchester United. Looked quite good in that position, but it's been an incredible 9 years for him. There's been ups and downs, but now, having signed this new contract, he has openly admitted that the manager has said to him here at Manchester United that Luke Shaw has to become a leader in this side, and boy do they need leaders.
Yeah, without a doubt, and there's no question in my mind that Luke Shaw could actually become a captain at this football club. I think he's certainly grown as a human being, albeit he's had managers at this club that have not really liked him. I go back to the Jose Mourinho era, when Jose Mourinho said I had to take him off the pitch at times because he wanted to manage him and coach him in front of the technical area, and he was really worried about him when he was on the other side of the pitch because he didn't know what Luke Shaw was going to turn up. And I think he's been that aloof at times, hasn't he, under certain managers, but I don't think he's really adapted his game too much, Adrian, because I think when he broke onto the scene, he was a full-back who loved to bomb into the opposition's half. I think his creativity can be a little bit better. He's started to score a few goals now, which is obviously great for him. But I think overall, I was looking at his stats before. I was really surprised. I thought he would have been around about the 50 caps mark for England, but he's had a period of time where he was out. He was probably dropping down the pecking order of that. He's obviously pushed himself back into contention. He's had great World Cup. He's had a fantastic Euros. And I think this season's probably been one of Manchester United's best players. I have to agree with that.
Yeah, Luke Shaw does start tonight, and in terms of English, just the 29 England caps, but his England career is part of that up and down. Let's bring in Dean Ashton, who's at West Ham against Newcastle for us tonight. The ups and downs of his career, we heard a bit of it there. A really awful double leg fracture in the Champions League against PSV, September 2015. Jose Mourinho basically hammering him, saying he doesn't really understand football. He needs micro coaching from the touchline as well. And then he's brilliant at centre half, brilliant at left back, scores a goal in the Euro final for England. Tonight's his 250th game in all competitions for Manchester United. Luke Shaw. Dean, what do you make of him and his time at Manchester United, those 9 years?
Yeah, very up and down, but I think it would take even the most mentally strong person to get over an injury like that. So he's been able to do that, especially going to a club with expectation week in, week out. of what Manchester United brings. You're then shamed publicly by the manager. You have to deal with that. Everybody tarnishes him with the same brush of he's overweight. But let's be honest, Ade, you go and stand next to Luke Shaw and you'll realise, like lots of other players in the past, like a Troy Deeney, there's nothing of them. They're not overweight, they're athletes. Luke Shaw's rapid, fit, strong lad who's done obviously lots of work in the gym because of his injury. And I think actually what all this has done is it's made him incredibly mentally strong. It's now made him into a superb player that can handle playing different positions, playing for his country. I thought he was brilliant in the Euros for England and has been whenever he's put on an England shirt. And I think it's credit to him because he's had to overcome a lot actually, Luke Shaw, and he probably still does from certain people who would still consider him overweight when they look at him. But I think it's credit to him that he's been able to get himself in a position now where I think he's certainly one of the senior members of that squad and a first name on the team sheet, whatever position it is.
Still only 27 as well, and actually this season has been up and down for him. He was in the 4-0 reverse of this fixture at Brentford earlier in the season back in August. Luke Shaw was subbed at half-time, didn't play another Premier League game for United for nearly 2 months. But has now signed a 4-year contract, and Erik ten Hag wants him to be a leader. And actually, let me give you a bit of a nostalgia fact, because on Luke Shaw's Man United debut in the Premier League in 2014, they beat West Ham 2-1. Captain Wayne Rooney scored and was sent off. Paddy McNair made his Man United debut as well that day. Tom Thorpe, name you might not know, but Tom Thorpe made his only Manchester United appearance coming off the bench to replace a World Cup winner now, Angel Di Maria. Thorpe captained the FA Youth Cup winning side that featured Paul Pogba, Jesse Lingard, Michael Keane and keeper Sam Johnston. Thorpe had 5 years out of the game but signed this season for a club just a few miles away from here, Macclesfield, and he was an unused sub at the weekend as Mac won the Northern Premier League West title. Mindless information, I think you needed it. So from Luke Shaw's debut to tonight, his 250th appearance in all competitions, let's just pay respect to Luke Shaw. He's had those downs, had a lot of ups as well, and there's more to come. 4-year contract signed by Luke Shaw this week at Manchester United. You're listening to Game Day exclusive on TalkSport with Car Finance 24/7. Search Car Finance 24/7 today. And next, we're going to be hearing exclusively live from Brentford forward Brian Mbeumo.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the English Football League.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Car Finance 24/7. We search a panel of lenders to find you the best deal. Search Car Finance 24/7 today.
And he's barrelled it straight through the midfield into the Village Hotel Pub and Grill fan zone, the home of big screen live football. A long volley over the stadium seats by the giant screens into the left-hand corner of the bar, past a winning lineup of ice-cold beers and a magnificent menu of mouth-watering footy food. Result! Enjoy the perfect big match experience with food, drink and live football at a Village Hotel Pub and Grill fan zone at 33 UK locations. Find your nearest venue and win monthly prizes, including match tickets at villagehotels.com/fanzone. Get in! Conditions apply. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At a time when prices just seem to be going up, it's great to know that some prices aren't. In April, we're locking the price of quotes for 6 months. That's right, with a Selco quote lock, quoted prices in April will be held for 6 months. Find stacks of stock and great trade prices at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com. Exclusions apply.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
Please see website for terms and conditions.
For all the top Premier League analysis, listen to The Game, the Premier Football podcast from The Times. Every Monday and Thursday, join Hugh Woosencroft and a host of big-name guests for in-depth reaction and opinion on the latest action and the biggest issues in the world of football.
It's a massive goal!
Hear previews of all the upcoming matches and provocative and compelling opinions from some of the finest football writers from The Times and The Sunday Times.
Lovely bit of football!
Listen to The Game on the free Times Radio app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Rodri to De Bruyne, flicked onto Walker, goal! No one saw that coming!
Or as we say in Japan, no warutaka wa tsume o kakusu. The smart hawk hides its talents. For taste beyond expected, Asahi Super Dry, Official beer partners of Manchester City. Enjoy responsibly. Visit drinkaware.co.uk.
Hello, my friend. Life comes at you fast, so make time for you time with Just Eat. For early times, lunch times, late times, strange times. The perfect times for the McDonald's sausage and egg McMuffin, Five Guys cheeseburger and strawberry shake, Domino's pepperoni passion, plus more from Costa Coffee, Creams Cafe and Pizza Express. So order now, later, in a bit, whenever. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Product subject to availability in restaurant and serving times. Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports membership. Stream the Premier League live without a contract from $11.99. Search Now Sports 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
The games, the goals and the glory.
Oh, and he's found the net!
Game day.
Live football coverage that's beyond compare.
Game day exclusive.
On TalkSport 2.
It is TalkSport. We're live at Old Trafford where both sets of players are warming up. And we've just seen Mickey Gray very quickly. Brentford players in a huge huddle in the warm-up. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, Adrian. I mean, it's obviously about camaraderie and keeping everybody together on the same page, but very interesting. You're never ever going to find out what they've actually said in that circle, but it just shows you where this club are at the minute. They're all on the same page, and it's different. It's interesting. Let's see if it works.
It is TalkSport where the football never stops, and tonight on TalkSport it's Man United Brentford. On TalkSport 2 there's exclusive commentary of West Ham against Newcastle. We're just under half an hour from kick-off, and with a reminder of the teams is your commentator Ian Danter.
Just the one change for West Ham United from the 1-0 win they got here against Southampton at the weekend, and it's up front where Mikel Antonio is preferred to Danny Ings. So Fabianski in goal for the Hammers, Kehrer, Zuma, Aguerd and Emerson in their back four, Souček and Rice in front, and then Bowen, Paquetá and Benrahma in behind Antonio. For Newcastle, after they beat Manchester United on Sunday, they make two changes. Joe Linton back in for Willock, and Wilson, who's got a great goal-scoring record against West Ham, is preferred to Isak up front. Those are the two changes. Pope in goal, Trippier, Schär, Botman and Byrne in a back four, Longstaff, Guimaraes and Joelinton in midfield, Murphy and Saint-Maximin up front with Wilson at the London Stadium. West Ham United against Newcastle United.
So we've got Man United Brentford on TalkSport and West Ham Newcastle on TalkSport 2. To get TalkSport 2, just tell your smart speaker to play it or download the TalkSport app. It's free to download. It's easy to use. You can swipe between TalkSport and TalkSport 2, and it'll be a mine of information when it comes to all the games we've got for you over the Easter period from the EFL and the Premier League. Just go to live games in the middle at the bottom of the home screen. So if you want to listen to West Ham against Newcastle, that game exclusively live tonight on TalkSport 2 with the former West Ham and England striker Dean Ashton and your match commentator, pick of the bunch, Ian Danter.
Thanks, Adrian. Here we are at the London Stadium with less than half an hour to kick off in a Premier League match that has huge ramifications at both ends of the table.
Rice slides in, wins it back fairly. Here's Benrahma. Benrahma with a shot! And Benrahma against his old club from 22 yards out.
I think they're well good enough to stay up. I don't envisage West Ham going down.
This time on to Souček, tries the header across to Bowen, who scores for West Ham United.
It's Jared Bowen again.
What we wanted is to be much higher in the league. Now we need to move on. Now we need to sort of get ourselves moving, start to look a bit higher up.
There it goes, full-time whistle at St James's Park. Newcastle United 2, Manchester United 0. Almiron back for Trippier, clips into the far post, and Wilson makes it 2-0 for Newcastle.
They've got a very strong squad, so yeah, we're going to need a physical performance. We're going to need another good technical and tactical performance.
Ian Danter and Dean Ashton with you on TalkSport 2. 8 o'clock kickoff here at the London Stadium between West Ham United starting the night in 15th against third place Newcastle. So West Ham had to sit on their hands last night, Dean, as they listened and watched football unfold around them. 3 teams in and around them, well 4 really, you know, get Leicester, Bournemouth, Forest and Leeds, and you know, quite a few of them drop points. So a win tonight puts West Ham in 12th. It sounds safe, it's not safe, but it looks better.
It looks a hell of a lot better, yeah, and I think you would have to say the results probably favoured West Ham last night in terms of Bournemouth not winning, obviously Leicester not winning either, and Forest. But there's still a lot of work to be done for West Ham. They can't think that they're just going to get out of it. They've got to produce the performances and the results to do so. But this is one of those games in hand, the 2 that they've got on the rest. And it's vital that they get points from any game that they're now playing from now until the end of the season. And what better way to do it than at home in front of your own fans?
I read a blog this afternoon from a West Ham source saying if David Moyes doesn't make changes and give the likes of Thomas Souček the night off, when he said in his pre-match press conference, I've got lots of decisions to make in various areas of the pitch, then he's a liar. Now, he's only made the one change tonight. He's only brought in Antonio for Ings. And there are, well, I don't know which other specific individuals this blogger was referring to, but he seemed to be homing in on Thomas Souček in that defensive midfield position. Got taken off on Sunday against Southampton. But as you said before when you were chatting with Adrian, David Moyes is a creature of habit, isn't he?
He is, and I genuinely think that he will have looked at the opposition tonight. They're a big side, Newcastle, a physical side, and he'll have wanted that in his team. And he trusts these players, you know, he does, and he is very loyal to a lot of them, which is why I think he's kept Souček. I mean, look, Souček is a shadow of the player that turned up at the club a couple of seasons ago with 10 goals in the Premier League in his first season, but he's not the only one. There's so many of the players that are yet to hit the heights that they did last season, and that's on them as well. But it does feel like there's just increasing pressure constantly on David Moyes, and he knows that, and I think he can handle it.
Just a quick word on Newcastle before we get the odds with 888 Sport. Callum Wilson has this extraordinary goal-scoring record that he's taken from Bournemouth to Newcastle against the Hammers, and that's probably, I mean, it seems odd to think that's in a manager's thoughts, why he should play instead of Isak, who played well against Manchester United, but horses for courses, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Isak's been brilliant, I think, and will probably be annoyed that he's not playing. When you're in that sort of form, you want to play every game. You don't care about it being a couple of days later, but I'm sure Wilson might have dropped that in a couple of times just in the last couple of days, and it makes sense, I guess, when you've got a player that's got such a good record against another club. Why wouldn't you use him? And the confidence of scoring late on against Manchester United for Wilson might just be a masterstroke from Eddie Howe. But they've got over the blip that surrounded the Carabao Cup final. That certainly affected them, and they've got right back into their groove again, especially defensively.
3 straight wins for Newcastle coming into this. Let's check out what the bookmakers think, because it's high time we got the latest odds with 888 Sport.
Football form focus on TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. Made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
Mark Wilson is with us once again. Mark's going to be on air tomorrow night on TalkSport 2 for a bit of Super League action where Castleford Tigers take on Wakefield Trinity. But you're looking at this one tonight, Mark. We've got 2 Uniteds playing West Ham and Newcastle. Where's the smart money going?
Yeah, well, we landed our treble last night, so hopefully we'll have a bit of luck tonight as well. West Ham are 49-20 to win the game, 11-5 the draw. Newcastle, you'd understand, are the favourites at 6-5. Over 2.5 goals at 5-4, unders at 8-13. I don't know what you guys think. I think this is going to be quite tight. I think a point apiece would be a decent result for both parties. You're right to mention Callum Wilson, 9-2 to score the first goal, 7-4 to score any time. I'm sure that'll have its supporters as well. Antonio, 8-1 for West Ham, first goal, 16-5 any time. I like the draw. I think we could see a 1-1. Drawn over 1.5 goals is 7-2. And in the other game tonight, Manchester United won for it's 8-13 to beat Brentford, who are 21-5. 31-10 the draw. And just finally, Newcastle to finish in the top 4. You can still back them at 3-5. But I'm going for the draw tonight, Dance.
Mark, thanks very much indeed. Look forward to hearing you tomorrow night on our Super League commentary. As I remind you, Castleford Tigers against Wakefield Trinity, 7:45 on TalkSport 2 for that. But those were the latest odds. Thanks to our friends at 888 Sport. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly. The website you need is begambleaware.org.
Football form focus on TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. Made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Let's hear from the West Ham boss, David Moyes, ahead of tonight's game with just under 20 minutes to kick off. All the warm-ups taking place down beneath us here at the rapidly filling London Stadium. Now, Moyes feels it's taken some time for certain players, even at this stage in April, to settle in at the club.
Well, I think Newcastle, for example, and I'm not an expert on them, but I looked at the form that Almiron's in and Joe Linton and people like that who'd been at the club for such a long time, and obviously since Eddie's come in, they've been playing ever so well, coupled with the other players they brought in as well. So I think sometimes it does take players time to settle in, and you get a bit of momentum, it improves your confidence, your form. Newcastle have certainly done that, and I have to say for the last 2 or 3 years we've been doing it as well. We've had some really good signings who've done very, very well, and hopefully we can do it again.
Dean Ashton, former West Ham United striker, is alongside me, Ian Dancer, on commentary here at the London Stadium. Has the European campaign in the UEFA Conference League hamstrung West Ham a little bit in terms of their league form this season, or is that a red herring?
I think that's a red herring because they were used to it last season and were very successful in doing so in the Premier League. I feel as if teams have figured West Ham out. They haven't changed to me at all in terms of their style, and teams have figured out how to play against them, and also certain players just haven't reached the same levels. Now, David Moyes is always very, very quick to talk about the successes that he's had, and he's right to do so. In terms of, he's right, there have been some excellent signings, since he's been in charge, and also I think the club have definitely overreached their potential in previous seasons, but I'd like to see still a bit more from his side, a bit more adventure, a bit more positivity, be braver in certain games, especially the home games. Very, very quick to sit back and just soak up pressure, which can be very difficult. I mean, there's only really Bournemouth and Nottingham Forest that allow the opposition more of the ball than West Ham. I mean, that is how relegation teams play when they're in the Premier League, and West Ham play in that manner without the success of the counter-attack anymore.
Okay, so you look at that bench tonight for West Ham, Dean. How many of those players on the bench would you consider to be unlucky not to have had more game opportunity, particularly in the Premier League this season? Fornals, for one?
Not necessarily, no, because I don't think he was great when he was having his opportunity. Lanzini, maybe you would say, possibly deserves a run in the side. The thing is, we're not seeing the players day to day. We're not seeing how they train. We're not seeing what effect they have from previous injuries, maybe a Lanzini and Ings. Cornet's one that's back from injury and we haven't seen a lot of as yet. But he's very loyal, David Moyes. I think that's the thing that frustrates West Ham fans a lot, is that they can see that the performances haven't been great, yet they don't see a change in the personnel to reflect that. But he's the manager, he makes the decisions, and he'll have to live with those decisions depending on how they get on. But this is not the season that the fans expected, for sure. Yet, they could still win a European competition. That's how crazy at the moment this season is for West Ham.
Remember, they go into tonight's game, West Ham, level on points with 3 teams on 27. That's 16th, 17th and 18th placed Everton, Nottingham Forest and Bournemouth. So a win would be crucial for West Ham. Back-to-back wins always manna from heaven when you're trying to get away from trouble at the foot of the table, and West Ham will go 12 if they can take all 3 points tonight against a very, very tough Newcastle United. We'll talk more about them in just a tick. We're about a quarter of an hour away from kick-off, live and free and exclusive here on TalkSport 2 in the Premier League. Stay with us because kick-off is next between West Ham United and Newcastle United.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports membership. Stream the Premier League live without a contract from $11.99. Search Now Sports 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
For all the top Premier League analysis, listen to The Game, the Premier Football podcast from The Times. Every Monday and Thursday, join Hugh Woosencroft and a host of big-name guests for in-depth reaction and opinion on the latest action and the biggest issues in the world of football.
It's a massive goal!
Hear previews of all the upcoming matches and provocative and compelling opinions from some of the finest football writers from The Times and The Sunday Times.
Lovely bit of football!
Listen to The Game on the free Times Radio app or wherever you find your podcasts.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of building products. In April, we've got 6x6 foot lap fence panels for only £22.99 each ex VAT. And with free delivery, that's a real deal. Find more real deals online at selcobw.com.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
VAT charged at 20%. Free delivery within local delivery areas.
Rodri to De Bruyne, flicked onto Walker. Goal! No one saw that coming.
Or as we say in Japan, no warutaka wa tsume o kakusu. The smart hawk hides its talents. For taste beyond expected, Asahi Super Dry, official beer partners of Manchester City. Enjoy responsibly. Visit drinkaware.co.uk.
And he's barreled it straight through the midfield into the Village Hotel Pub and Grill Fan Zone, the home of big screen live football. A long volley over the stadium seats by the giant screens into the left-hand corner of the bar. Past a winning lineup of ice-cold beers and a magnificent menu of mouth-watering footy food. Result! Enjoy the perfect big match experience with food, drink and live football at a Village Hotel Pub and Grill Fan Zone at 33 UK locations. Find your nearest venue and win monthly prizes, including match tickets at villagehotels.com/fanzone. Get in! Conditions apply. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
Bing bong. Attentions please. Attentions please. We got big new news. Just Eat now does grocery delivery. No problemo if you forgot the only thing you went in the shop to buy. Want ice cream for breakfast? Caught the cat licking the butter. So, don't cry over spilt milk. Get it delivered to your door from Just Eat instead. Grocery delivery. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Only available from participating stores and selected locations. Products subject to availability. Service charge may apply. See justeat.co.uk for more details.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game, cozied up in the snug.
Another 7-0 win!
Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Car Finance 24/7. Get your finance sorted first, then choose your car. Search Car Finance 24/7 today.
And here they come. What a magnificent sight. Yes, it's live British horse racing on the radio, and TalkSport 2 have got it covered. Tomorrow afternoon from 1, TalkSport 2 will bring you full coverage and live race commentary of all the action. Direct from Hereford. Saddle up for live British horse racing on the radio. Download the TalkSport app and swipe left, or ask your smart speaker to play TalkSport 2 to follow all the action. Tomorrow afternoon from 1 on TalkSport 2.
Feel the passion and the pride of the Premier League.
Oh, it's a stunning goal!
Game day exclusive
on TalkSport 2.
Flipped onto Rashford, inside the box, takes it wide, shoots, goes over the top of Carriers, and it's in! It's more Wembley heartbreak for Newcastle.
I think the cup final was a distraction in our league form for a period of time. However much we tried to focus on the next game, and was a difficult moment for us in the Premier League.
Almiron, chance! Goal! Newcastle 2, Wolves 1.
I think we are where we are on merit at the moment. It's certainly the better place to be.
What a penalty! Navas went the wrong way. Newcastle had surely won it at the City Ground, and Newcastle charging towards the Champions League places.
Whenever you have an intense period of games, you know those results are going to define really what we do this season.
Back across and in!
in! Newcastle do lead! Joe Willock!
Full-time whistle at St James's Park. Newcastle United 2, Manchester United 0.
And yeah, why not? Let's try and enjoy it and relish every moment and embrace the challenge rather than in any way fear where we are.
You're listening to TalkSport 2. You've got a choice of listening tonight of Premier League commentaries over on TalkSport. They are 10 minutes away from kick-off at Old Trafford. Manchester United against Brentford. Sam Matterface and Mickey Gray, your commentary team over on TalkSport. I'm Ian Dante here at the London Stadium where they're about to start the light show that they like to do. Now, you couldn't do this with the floodlights we used to have in the 1970s, Dean Ashton. You'd have a power outage if you tried to do these sort of blinking, displays with the floodlights that you get at these modern stadia.
They'd go out and that's it. They wouldn't come back on.
Exactly, 50p in the metre and all that. Some poor electrician trying to fuse wires together in a signal box somewhere in the corner of the stadium. All the lights have gone out and they're just starting a sequence of West Ham memories on the big Jumbotron screens at either end. Now Newcastle are here, set to start a run of 3 away games in the Premier League. So West Ham tonight, they go to Brentford at the weekend, and then Aston Villa, who are in great form themselves. Manager Eddie Howe feels that this is a very challenging period for his side.
Yeah, the 3 away games is an interesting dynamic for us. I think we've been there before. We love playing at home, and our results at home have been good. But I think our results on the road have been pretty consistent as well. So we're going to need to take points in this spell. So yeah, we know what's ahead. Very good team who have had a slightly different season with Europe and all the games that they've played. But I think they've got an outstanding manager, vast experience. And I thought they recruited really well in the summer last year. So they've got a very strong squad. So yeah, we're going to need a physical performance. We're going to need another good technical and tactical performance.
Eddie Howe has 3 straight wins going into this period of away fixtures. Dean Ashton, they can go 3 points clear of Tottenham and consolidate third place tonight if they get all 3 points here. Do you fancy them to hold on to a Champions League berth come the end of it all?
I can't rule them out, as much as I think, maybe after the Carabao Cup, maybe that's it. Maybe that they're going to dip away, and they've come back really strong after that. Credit to Eddie Howe and his Newcastle side to then start another winning streak as they have done and get themselves right back into that top 4 race. And they're so good defensively. They are the best team in the league defensively, Newcastle. So I don't think you can rule them out in that sense. And they've just started to look, with Isak's form and Wilson as well, look like there's goals in the side. And this is so important with Manchester United playing as well, who are on the same points and have got those 2 games in hand on Tottenham. It feels so important that you just keep that run going. If you can just keep putting pressure and pressure and pressure on the other sides, with Newcastle only having the Premier League to worry about now, they've got a great chance.
A reminder that game that Dean just mentioned, Spurs against Brighton, that's our TalkSport 2 commentary on Saturday afternoon at 3 p.m. Game day starts with Manchester United against Everton on TalkSport. Reshmin Chowdhury and the team starting the coverage at 11 o'clock at Old Trafford. And then myself and Perry Groves will be at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium for that crucial game where Brighton could get within a point of Tottenham and really shake things up in that top 4 race. But Joe Linton back for Newcastle tonight as well. We've spoken many times, not just me, but loads of TalkSport presenters and pundits have spoken about this renaissance in Joe Linton's form. He's not the only one. Almiron, of course, is out injured at the minute, has been fantastic. Dan Burns come in and made the left-back place his own. But the player that stands out for me, Sven Botman. The thing that's changed with Newcastle more than anything else for me is that defensive solidity you talk about. Most clean sheets in the division this season, least goals conceded, and I think Sven Botman, I don't know what you think, is a massive part of that.
23 years old, he's been superb, and he's been fit all season. He's slotted in, he's dealt with the physicality of the Premier League. He looks a wonderful player for the future as well as now. And I think having Guimaraes in there as well, I think is so important to play that role. But you talk about Joelinton, Longstaff, Willock, any of those 3, that's such an important role that Eddie Howe wants them to play just in front of Guimaraes, because you've got to get through a hell of a lot of work defensively. There's a big reason why they've been so good, and actually they make Nick Pope's life a lot easier, because it ends up being shots from distance that he's having to face rather than constantly facing efforts from inside his own penalty area, and that is to do with that solid looking midfield and centre-back partnership, and he's just got it right. And not only that, they will go and press from the front. They don't sit back like a Steve Bruce side used to. They'll get up the pitch, they'll squeeze you, they'll try and press you up at the top end of the pitch. It's been a fantastic way of playing for Newcastle this season, and if they continue again with that style, with no more injuries, that's what's going to be the key, I think, not losing any more of those top players.
Still a game in hand as well that Newcastle have, so they can really solidify that top 4 berth. But it is 3 tricky away games. This one tonight, Brentford on Saturday, then Villa as well, and Unai Emery has got Villa ticking along very, very nicely just now.
Yeah, they're in great form.
I mean, they've got an outside shout to get involved in the top 4, because they've got games in hand. Well, they've run out their games in hand, but they're only 6 points off Spurs.
Well, what they'll hope is they can continue that good form, and then the sort of fight between Brighton up to Newcastle, that getting mixed in together, there's a space to hop ahead. I don't quite see it for Aston Villa. But I think, when you've got those games in hand, you've got to make the most of it. And what Newcastle do, and they can go into every game, is they will feel like they won't concede goals. That maybe 1 goal will be enough. And that's such a great mentality to have for any side that's trying to reach that end goal, is that defensively you're so solid. If you can just get that goal, you're likely to win the game.
Bubble machines working overtime on this near side at the London Stadium, as the teams emerge from the tunnel, led out by referee Craig Pawson. West Ham in the claret and blue. Newcastle will be in their traditional black and white stripes. They've got their tracksuit tops on at the moment, led out by their captains. Declan Rice, of course, the skipper of West Ham, following the retirement of Mark Noble, and Kieran Trippier, the skipper of Newcastle United. And bubbles being sung loud and proud all around the stadium. Newcastle fans who've travelled down, as always, in their huge numbers in the away section to our right, in the Trevor Brooking stand, the Billy Bond stand opposite, and then to our left, the Sir Bobby Moore stand, where the most vociferous West Ham fans are. But Newcastle will fancy their chances tonight. They do have the 3rd best away record in the Premier League this season, and only conceded 10 goals on their travels. But that said, Dean Ashton, they have only scored 18 on the road at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think first and foremost it's about that defensive shape for Eddie Howe. That is one thing that I think is vital to their success, and they've got those players that can be incredible on the counter-attack. But I think it's in this game against West Ham, it's Newcastle that are going to be the ones with most of the possession, pushing West Ham back, and they've got to be careful that they don't leave too much space for that West Ham counter-attack.
A reminder of the teams: 1 change for West Ham. Michail Antonio in for Danny Ings from the 1-0 win against Southampton on Sunday. So Fabianski the keeper, Kehrer, Zuma, Aguerd and Emerson in the back 4. Souček and Rice holding in midfield, with Bowen, Paquetá and Benrahma in behind Antonio up front. For Newcastle, 2 changes: Joe Linton and Callum Wilson recalled at the expense of Willock and Isak, who both dropped to the bench. Pope is the keeper. Trippier, Cher, Botman and Byrne in a back 4. Longstaff, Guimaraes and Joe Linton in midfield. Murphy, Saint-Maximin and Wilson up front. It's funny you mentioned that goal-scoring record that Wilson's got against West Ham, and he might have been, dropping subtle hints with Eddie Howe about that. Did you do that? If you knew you had a good record against a certain team, were you constantly, nudging your man to say, don't forget?
Absolutely, yeah. You'd want the assistant manager to constantly be talking about it, because players do have a feeling about certain club strikers. They do. They just seem to have success against a certain opposition, and it's not even the same centre backs. It's just a strange anomaly that strikers seem to have. And I genuinely think that Eddie Howe will have looked at that, and that's a big reason why Callum Wilson is starting, because Isak's been outstanding in the last couple of games.
the one thing that Newcastle have been able to do quite carefully and methodically, improve the squad, improve the bench, so that the options that Eddie Howe has as the game gets into its latter stages are way beyond what Steve Bruce had. But then in normal circumstances, Newcastle are much more of a front foot team than they were before.
I think a big credit to the recruitment side of it, because so many of the signings, especially when you compare it to West Ham signings, are Premier League ready. You know, they've come straight in, they've adapted, they've worked, and even when you look at the bench, you know, the likes of a Gordon, who's Premier League ready, you know, that's so important, and West Ham signings just haven't worked yet. That's been a real frustration for the supporters.
So ready for the off here on TalkSport 2. West Ham will get us underway. They're kicking from left to right as we look at the back of the main stand. So they're heading for the Trevor Brooking end to our right. And there's a delay in kick-off because there were Newcastle players stealing into an offside position. And again, you're going to have to take the kick-off a third time. Third time lucky, maybe? Good, they've got it right this time, and it's worked back all the way back from Lucas Paquetá to Declan Rice. West Ham in there, claret and blue. Newcastle in the black and white stripes with the black shorts and the white socks. And
has it been a bad day for Craig Pawson?
I know, he's
that was
a bit officious, I think you might say.
Nicotine, wasn't it?
Got out of bed the wrong side.
Yeah.
So we are finally underway. And Newcastle come forward with Fabian Schär, trying to float it out to Sam Maximan on the left-hand side. But Thilo Kehrer, who's been playing at right back after Ben Johnson had a bit of a nightmare against Brighton some weeks ago. Now Jared Bowen making a strong run into the area, pulls it across far, it's touched off the post by Bruno Guimaraes against his own post. Declan Rice tries a drive from 30 yards out and it sails over the bar. Bowen's crossed from the right. Guimaraes running back towards his own goal, stuck out a leg, poked it against the post, and West Ham couldn't follow it up, 0-0.
Oh, what a start from Jared Bowen, taking on Dan Burn right from the halfway line, all the way down the right-hand side. He's just got the edge in terms of pace, drives in towards the penalty area, great ball across, very, very fortunate from Guimaraes not to put into his own net, but where was somebody else there just sniffing that chance? Paquetá should have been there just to tap that in, and then Declan Rice blazes over. What a start from West Ham.
Newcastle have had a life already. Minute gone on TalkSport 2, 0-0. And it's sent downfield by Nick Pope, who just stood and watched as that Guimaraes touch smacked against the foot of his left-hand post and stayed out. Antonio now trying to barrel his way down the West Ham left, but Newcastle clear, but only up to halfway. Souček got a foot in. Paquetá works it back to the two centre-halves, Zuma and now Aguerd, who scored the winner against Southampton. Looked like he picked up an injury late on, Aguerd, against the Saints, but he's okay to start tonight, so the only change ended up being Antonio for Ings for West Ham United. Level on 27 points with Everton, Nottingham Forest and Bournemouth below them in this extraordinary relegation tussle. Now Newcastle trying to get some meaningful possession in these early stages. Work the ball back to their two centre-halves. It's Fabian Schär pretty much at the centre of his own half. Plays the ball back to square for for Botman rather. Now Burn has it and will move up to the halfway line on this near touch line, with Newcastle attacking the Bobby Moore stand, given away by the visitors. And here's Saïd Benrahma darting through the centre circle, running all the way up to the edge of the area. What a run from Benrahma. Vital touch from Schär just to clear it outside the box. Antonio tries to send it into the area, and Trippier puts it behind for a West Ham corner. 3 minutes gone, 0-0.
Well, we've seen that from Benrahma right from when he came into the English game with Brentford. He's great at dribbling with the ball, just that close control, nipping between a couple of players. Great little step over, well read though, and tackled in the end.
So it will be a corner kick to be taken on that left-hand side by Emerson. Right-footed attempted cross is cleared away. Jacob Murphy takes an awkward touch but works it out to the right-hand side. Sam Maximan out on that far side, tries to drill it into the centre circle looking for Longstaff, but Newcastle have given play up. And here's Jared Bowen 30 yards out, tries a drive at goal, and it was always going wide and Pope knew it. started to dive and then realised it was going to be a good yard or two wide of his left-hand post, and it's a Newcastle goal kick. 0-0 with 4 minutes gone on TalkSport 2.
But they've started higher up, West Ham, a lot higher than I've seen in quite a few games this season, looking to try and pressure, and this is what they should be doing at home, no matter the opposition really. Of course, you know, the likes of Arsenal, Manchester City maybe not, but most of the other opposition, they should be pressurising at home early on in the game, and it's just got the crowd going, lifted the players. Jared Bowen as well, he's just playing in that sneaky position, not on Dan Burn, just inside to make Botman think, am I going to have to go out, or is Dan Burn going to have to come back into that position? I quite like that from Jared Bowen.
The ball has been in the Newcastle half of the field almost exclusively in this opening 4.5 minutes. But now Jacob Murphy has it inside the West Ham half of the field. 0-0 on TalkSport 2. Bruno Guimaraes suddenly has Paquetá at his back, so he has to work it back to Trippier. Trippier looks to play a diagonal ball across to Saint-Maximin, and Kehrer, I don't know whether he got a shout from Fabianski, but he elected, without being challenged, to head it behind for Newcastle's first corner of the game, away to our left, 0-0.
Yeah, and when you've got Kieran Trippier's delivery, you don't want to be giving any set plays away. I mean, the only thing is, you look at Shah, Botman, Byrne, all well over 6'2", yet there's only one goal between the three of them. They're not actually as dangerous as they really should be, Newcastle, from these set plays.
See what Trippier can conjure up from this corner kick. Down to our left on the near side, a right-footed in-swinger to come from the England right back. It's deep to the far post. Good flick away at the back by Emerson, but it drops in the right wing position for Saint-Maximin. Quick feet as he gets into the area, whips a left-footed cross in, and it's headed home. And Callum Wilson is at it again against West Ham United. 11 goals in 13 appearances, and after an opening 5 minutes in where West Ham have had the ball almost exclusively in the Newcastle half, suddenly Newcastle win a corner. It's recycled. Saint-Maximin's whipped centre, and with a header from close range, Callum Wilson did the rest. That's why he was recalled. West Ham 0, Newcastle 1.
And it just shows it would have been crazy, wouldn't it, to not have played him. That's the way he does against West Ham. He scores whenever he plays. Saint-Maximin again. I mean, the skill on the guy is ridiculous. He just sends Benrahma. He doesn't actually move the ball. It's just purely his body swerve. Just sends Benrahma the wrong way. Clips a lovely little left foot cross right into the centre of that 6-yard line. Callum Wilson's all alone, and he thinks, thanks very much, I'll just nod this past Fabianski. What a great goal from Newcastle.
That was Callum Wilson's first touch of the night, and it puts Newcastle in front. And West Ham, well, that's not the stuffing out of that early pressure and that early territory that we were talking about, Dean Ashton, that West Ham had started with. And there we were talking about the height that West Ham haven't utilised at corners. They didn't really use it there, but there was no marking at all around Newcastle's number 9.
David Moyes, I mean, how much that hit would annoy him. Sort of second phase from a set play, and you've got your two centre-backs with the centre-forward right between the both of them.
Forward comes Declan Rice as West Ham try and respond. Out to the left-hand side, Benrahma jinking to the byline. The cross is deflected and Pope has to push it away out to his left-hand side. And then down goes Kehrer. But no foul, says the assistant, who is closest to it is Dan Burn. Tried to win possession back, and instead it's a throw-in to Newcastle United. So West Ham 0, Newcastle 1, 7 minutes gone on TalkSport 2. 11 goals in 13 matches against West Ham for Callum Wilson, whether in a shirt of Bournemouth or now at Newcastle United. Horses for courses indeed. Back on halfway, it's back with Naif Aguerd out to the left-hand side, but Emerson, in keeping it in play, presents the ball straight to Trippier. Infield it goes to Sean Longstaff. Trippier again finds Guimaraes, who looks to float it out to the right-hand side, and Murphy's got Joelinton making a run through the centre, but he's gone out left to Saint-Maximin, left-hand corner of the box. Now Joelinton pulls it across the face of goal. It's only half cleared. Comes back to Saint-Maximin. Another clipped centre headed away by Rice. Might drop 25 yards out for Trippier. Trippier Works it back out to the Newcastle left and Sam Maximan. Once again up against Kehrer. Goes on the outside of him. Crosses to the far post and behind everybody in a black and white striped shirt. And Emerson clears up to halfway and Antonio is beaten to it by Fabian Schär. And Longstaff works it out to Trippier on the right, but play stops because Antonio stayed down, presumably with a header injury. That's why Craig Pawson stopped it. But again, Newcastle United buzzing around the West Ham box. 9 gone, 1-0 to the Magpies.
Oh, Thilo Kehra's thinking, oh, please, somebody give me some support. He does not want to face St Maximin 1v1, and rightly so. You can't. There's not many players that can cope with a player like St Maximin. So you have to double up. So either Souček or Declan Rice has to come across, or Bowen or even Zuma then has to. You have to double up on him. He's such a threat. He goes past players with ease, and again, it was only the fact that he pulled it behind every single player that there wasn't another chance for Newcastle.
You're listening to West Ham 0, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport 2 with Car Finance 24/7. Search Car Finance 24/7 today. Ian Danter and Dean Ashton with you at London Stadium with that orbital sculpture behind the Billy Bond stand with a helter-skelter on it. It's another helter-skelter season for West Ham United. And they're behind here. Given away on halfway. Bowen was looking for Antonio, but Byrne wins it back for Newcastle. He's striding down the left-hand side. Sam Maximan to his left. He tried to play it in field, Byrne for Joe Linton, but he couldn't control it. It's rolled back to Fabianski, and he clears right-footed first time. It sails over Antonio's head on the halfway line, and is controlled by Schär. Now Sven Botman plays the ball along the deck through the centre circle for the goal scorer, Wilson. Neat touch from Bruno Guimaraes to bring in Trippier. An early ball out to Jacob Murphy on the right wing. Now Bruno Guimaraes just lays it back off to Trippier. It was the first big signing brought in by Newcastle in the new era. Now Murphy has been penalised for a foul as he tried to scurry in field from the inside right position. West Ham have a free kick. West Ham, remember. Sorry, Dean. I
was just going to say Trippier's been the best signing. He's been absolutely unbelievable. You know, second most chances created in the Premier League of any player. I think shows his quality.
West Ham hit the free kick downfield, trying to get Antonio in behind the two centre halves, but it skips off the wet surface and through to Nick Pope. But West Ham have got a decent record here at the London Stadium. They're unbeaten in 6 here, Dean.
They are, but this isn't a team you want to go behind against, is it, Newcastle? Because of that defensive record.
Yes.
And West Ham have not exactly been free-flowing, and they'll just want to frustrate now. They'll know, I'm sure Eddie Howe will have spoken about it, get this crowd moaning and groaning, and it makes it really then difficult for the West Ham players.
11 minutes gone on TalkSport 2. West Ham United 0, Newcastle United 1. Callum Wilson with his first touch of the game, heading the ball home unmarked from close range. And Joe Linton's through the middle. He's onside. He's taking it round the keeper. It's 2-0, and then the flag does go up. The Brazilian thought he'd doubled Newcastle's lead. He's got a rueful grin on his face as he runs back to take his position. But the flag went up on the far side after he'd rounded Fabianski. Let's have a look at the replay and see just how offside he was. Well, he's dipped his shoulder, he's offside. Do you think?
Oh, but what about Emerson in the left-back position?
Okay.
Is he playing him on? I mean, the way he was completely free, it felt as if he must have been 5 or 6 yards offside, but this is extremely close.
Well,
Emerson definitely looks like he's just dawdled and not got himself up and alongside the two centre-backs.
David Coote is the VAR tonight back at Stockley Park. So he's got his ruler out and he's drawing the lines on the pitch to have a look and see whether Joe Linton is indeed just behind Emerson, who is clearly the deepest of the West Ham back four, but he's a good 40 yards away from where Joe Linton is, so it wasn't an obvious onside offside to spot when the ball was played. Lovely run from Joe Linton and a very cool finish. And Emerson has hands on hips, wondering whether he's the guilty party. And the line is drawn, and the line says he's onside. It's a goal. This is going to count for Newcastle United. The crowd don't know it yet, but the referee does the VAR sign, points to the centre circle, and Joelinton sinks to his knees, points both hands skyward because he knows that was a perfectly timed run. And Newcastle double their lead inside the opening quarter of an hour. Joelinton played onside by Emerson, the West Ham left back. He rounded Fabianski with ease, slotted it home, and VAR confirms he was onside. It's Newcastle United in seventh heaven here, trying to consolidate their top four spot. It's West Ham 0, Newcastle 2.
I mean, it's awful defending. It really is. I know Thilo Kehra's got his one eye on St Maximin, but you've got to follow the run of Joelinton. He just arcs his run in bit inside Kehra and in behind Zuma, who just doesn't see him. And then Emerson, it's lazy. You've got to get yourself up with the centre-back. That's one of the simplest rules of playing in that full-back role. Joelinton times the run. Cool finish, just taking it round Fabianski. And already, this is looking like just an easy night for Newcastle.
And so Joelinton doubles the advantage, his third Premier League goal of the season. Scored at Leicester on Boxing Day. I think that was his last Premier League strike. Back in the side tonight and back amongst the goals.
He doesn't have the pressure anymore, does he, of scoring goals? His game's totally changed. When he gets it, it's a bonus.
Now Callum Wilson holds the ball up. Longstaff works it out to Murphy on the right wing. Trippier on the overlap is a decoy. It's played into Longstaff, who tries to square it across the face of goal. Turned behind by West Ham. Everything's coming up roses for Newcastle United at the moment. Now they've got a corner away to our left-hand side, and they lead 2-0 on TalkSport 2.
Oh, and you can just hear a couple of groans from the West Ham support. They won't like it. They will not like watching this at the moment. Since that first goal for Newcastle, they've been excellent.
Trippier with the corner, right-footed outswinger, whipped into the near post. Joelinton tried to get his head to it, flicked off the top of his head, and comes out to this near side, the right, and Kehra will knock it downfield, looking for Antonio. Strong header down though by Jacob Murphy. Now down the left-hand side, Bruno Guimaraes just halts his run for a moment, comes in field, lays it backwards of square to Sean Longstaff. Now Fabian Schär, whose through ball was perfectly weighted for Joelinton to score that second goal. Here he is again, Schär on halfway, looks up, plays another ball along the deck, this time looking for Jacob Murphy. Hit against him by Aguerd. Aguerd going back to his own dead ball line, hits the ball against Murphy, and that's gone out of play for a goal kick to West Ham United. We've played 16 and a half minutes on TalkSport 2 in the Premier League. West Ham United 0, Newcastle United 2. Dean Ashton.
And the problem is, when they lose confidence, these West Ham players, they get deeper and deeper, and it just is, it's a horrible look for a home side like West Ham to be tucked back into their own half with just Antonio all alone up front, and they're all defending behind the ball. It's a horrible look, isn't it?
Emerson down the left-hand side for West Ham, midway point of the Newcastle half, feeds it in to Ben Rama. It's played round the corner. They've tried to get Souček, who made a run through the centre of midfield, but it rolled through to Nick Pope, the Newcastle keeper, and he cleared first time, and then passed straight out of play by Lucas Paquetá, and it'll be a throw to Newcastle, midway point of their own half on the far side of the field. 2-0 Newcastle.
And this is about character for the West Ham players. You know, the crowd are going to be anxious, and the players are going to sense that, so it's time for big characters to stand up and go, well, I'm happy to deal with the pressure, give me the ball, let's play. It's the most difficult thing to do when you're lacking confidence and your support are anxious. Who are the players that are going to step forward?
Bruno Guimaraes hits a raking crossfield pass right to left to pick out St Maximin. Joelinton down the left-hand side of the area, leaves it for Dan Burn on the overlap, and it's turned behind by Thilo Kehra for a corner kick to Newcastle United again at the Bobby Moore end of the ground. Some West Ham fans behind that goal convinced it came off the giant Newcastle left-back last of all. Referee disagrees, corner Newcastle.
I'd love to be able to give you a definitive answer, but that is probably quarter of a mile away from the position that we're in, and I can't.
Well, even the replay that we just saw on our monitor next to our commentary
scramble,
was pretty inconclusive. Anyway, corner it is Trippier to take it again. This will be an in-swinger from the England fullback. Whipped into the near post. Good strong header cleared by Rice. And it'll go out of play on this near side, controlled by Jason Tyndall, Eddie Howe's trusted assistant. And Newcastle will have a throw, and Dan Burns the man to take it. Every team's got a long throw specialist. I was watching Moussa Niakate for Nottingham Forest last night. From a standing start, launched long throws into the box. Normally, you've seen players take 4 or 5 pace run-ups. He does it, just bends his back. Amazing to watch.
Incredible, isn't it? No Dave Chandler though, is he?
Andy Legg I always think of as well. He could hurl, and of course Rory Delap, probably slightly more modern example, the Dilapidator, that was used to such effect by Tony Pulis' Stoke City. Now West Ham have it back. They're 2-0 down. They need to get a foothold in this game once again. They did for the first 4 or 5 minutes before West Ham went behind. Rice lays it back to Emerson. Has to go back into his own half for Aguerd, who's being closed down by Wilson, who in turn goes to close down Fabianski as the ball goes back to the goalkeeper. Long ball downfield, dealt with by Botman, headed into the West Ham half, and then passed straight out of play by Kehrer. And again, that irritation.
That's actually booze. That's what that is. That's actually booze for the players.
That's more than irritation.
Yeah,
isn't it?
and it's tough. This crowd can be tough. They're amazing when things are going great, but they're tough and they're demanding, and you've got to be able to handle that pressure.
That's Dean Ashton alongside me, Ian Danta, former West Ham United striker. Newcastle 2-0 up and coming forward again into the West Ham half with Sean Longstaff. Nobody to his right. He's got to the right-hand corner of the area and not been challenged. Rolls it back 10 yards to Trippier. Trippier with a diagonal ball into the box, looking for Saint-Maximin. Kehrer heads clear. Bowen gets to the loose ball just in front of Byrne. He was fouled by Byrne, and that ends up being a free kick to West Ham in their own defensive third. 2-0 Newcastle.
Yep, learnt his lesson there, Byrne. Didn't want to go for another long race with Bowen, so just body checked him brilliantly.
We're just seeing a replay again of the first goal where Saint-Maximin just dropped his shoulder to get away from Emerson, and neither Zuma nor Aguerd were within 4 yards of Wilson as he headed home. Following that,
it's two terrible goals defensively from West Ham's point of view.
Flicked on by Antonio as West Ham try and come forward. Ben Rama had gone ahead of the flick on, just couldn't get there. Was unlucky for side Ben Rama. Hooked away by Newcastle. Rice keeps it in play over on the far side of the field. Plays the ball along the halfway line infield to Paquetá. Gives it back to Rice, and he spots Kehrer in space on this near side. Floats it across to him, and he gets a good strong header in ahead of Dan Byrne, who was closing in on him. Now Lucas Paquetá rides the challenge of his compatriot Joe Linton, tries to fire it through to Antonio. Important stop from Fabian Schär. He was looking to release Saint-Maximin down the left-hand side, but he shanked his downfield ball horribly, just bounced once and through to Fabianski. 2-0 Newcastle.
Yeah, it was a good interception though, wasn't it, from Fabian Schär, because Paquetá, for once so far, he just got away from Joe Linton, tried to play an outside of the foot pass to Antonio, really well read by Fabian Schär.
Still 0-0 in the other Premier League game going on at the moment. That's live on Talk Sport. Don't forget, if you've got the Talk Sport app downloaded, so I'm sure you have, you can just move effortlessly between Talk Sport and Talk Sport 2. 0-0 between Manchester United and Brentford. Free kick from West Ham, sent down the left-hand side of the area. Antonio does brilliantly to keep it in play. Ben Rama out on that left-hand side, looks to get a cross into. Good cross to the far post, nodded down by Aguerd, but he just couldn't find a teammate. And in the end, Saint-Maximin and Byrne between them get the ball clear. And Wilson's in a race over halfway, but Declan Rice, who's the last man back, very coolly and calmly takes it on his chest and fires it back to his keeper.
And he's quick as well, Declan Rice. He really does cover the ground well, and he read it well, with Wilson bearing down on him.
Joe Linton, who scored Newcastle's second, in a bit of space on the halfway line, leaves it for Guimaraes in the centre circle. He'll just lay it off to Kieran Trippier. Trippier gets his head up, plays a short pass into the West Ham half for Longstaff. He'll give it back to Trippier.
I think what's underestimated is Guimaraes' coolness on the ball. You know, you just see it, they're just able just to lend it to him, into his feet under pressure. He doesn't panic, he can just lend it back, or he's got good awareness about him to flick it round the corner. I think he's such a vital player for this Newcastle side, and they really do miss him when he was injured and suspended.
Now forward comes Kehrer for West Ham United with a midway point of the first half. 2-0 Newcastle. Bowen on the right wing, level with the edge of the area. Comes back on his left foot, doesn't put a cross in, rolls it back in field first to Rice, and then Paquetá just helps it on its way around the corner. Aguerd strokes it out to the left-hand touchline where Ben Rama does well to keep it in play. Paquetá again. Looks for Emerson, trying to combine down the left-hand side with Ben Rama. Ben Rama spins brilliantly on the ball and keeps it in play. Back heels it as well for Emerson, neatly done. Now up to the edge of the area. Bowen touches it for Antonio with his back to goal at the edge of the box. Tried to work it to a teammate, only half cleared by Newcastle. Now Kehrer again, the right back. Lobs a high ball into the Newcastle box. Very calm header down by Trippier to get it out of harm's way. And Murphy, steps brilliantly inside Emerson, just dropped the shoulder and gets up to the halfway line. He's gone for goal from the halfway line, but it's straight into Fabianski's arms. Didn't even get close to getting over Fabianski's head. 2-0 Newcastle.
Oh, what a volley. What is he doing? On the run, trying to strike it. Slick surface. Doesn't get much tougher than that.
Free kick to West Ham. It's currently West Ham 0, Newcastle 2. For the latest odds, head to 888 Sport, the official betting partner of TalkSport 2's Premier League coverage, where right now you can get West Ham to win from this point at 18-1. Newcastle for the win, well, that's 9-1 on. You can map the draw at 15-2. That's all thanks to 888 Sport. Made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. It's 18+. BeGambleAware.org. This free kick for West Ham is at the midway point of the Newcastle half, but it's out to the left of centre. And Emerson is the man standing over it. Newcastle holding their line at the edge of the D. Quite a way outside their 18-yard line. One or two West Ham players standing in an offside position, including Paquetá, who's standing more offside than Pippo Inzaghi used to be. In it comes from Emerson. Deep free kick to the far post. Pope comes to claim and claims very comfortably. 2-0 Newcastle.
Yeah, he'll do that. He's a giant of a man, isn't he, Pope? Anything in his vicinity comes and claims or punches. That's a real strong part of his game. And just the delivery needs to be better from Emerson.
Will clip downfield, but a poor touch from Botman. West Ham have it back. It's at the edge of the area. Bowen trying to twist and turn. In fact, there was a foul on Thomas Souček at the edge of the area. Now West Ham have got a great chance here. This is just to the right of the D and only about 20 yards out. A free kick opportunity beckons for the home side, who were 2-0 down with 26 minutes gone on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, Guimaraes just from the wrong side. Just tried to have a little nibble and got a bit of Souček's shirt, and I just think that was enough then for Craig Pawson to give that free kick, because Souček had just lost his balance and maybe he was going to lose the ball anyway.
Four players standing around the ball having a right old conference. Paquetá, Emerson, Ben Rama, Aguerd, all having a word about how this free kick should be dealt with. As Manchester United take the lead against Brentford, Marcus Rashford has given Manchester United the lead. That's over on TalkSport right now with Sam Matterface and Mickey Gray. 1-0, Rashford at it again. 2-0 to Newcastle here. 27.5 gone, but a free kick in a very dangerous position. Favours a left footer here rather than a right footer.
Ben Rama, though, he can be cheeky from this sort of position. You think it's going to be that left footer, and he's capable of just bending it with that right foot around the wall.
Was a five-man Newcastle will back level with a penalty spot just to the left of it. It's going to be Lucas Paquetá. Good free kick and pushed wide by Nick Pope for a corner kick to West Ham United. That was on target. Pope got down low to his right, dealt with it, touched it behind. Corner kick.
I'd expect a goalkeeper to save that. His side, low, just diving to his right-hand side, but saw it late, so decent save.
Emerson's corner then on the left-hand side for West Ham United. Hits it deep to the far post, over the head of Kurt Zouma, who's gone at, drops at the edge of the area, swing and a miss by Ben Rama. He was actually put off trying to strike it by his teammate Paquetá running across him. Now Ben Rama has the ball down the left-hand side of the box, trying to engineer space for a cross, but he's being watched by Sean Longstaff. And in trying to play the ball in field, he's given it straight to San Maximan, who's got no support at the moment, and he's dispossessed as West Ham win it back. Rice striding purposely up to the edge of the area into Antonio, can't get the shot away. Great defending in the end by Sven Botman, I think, who got the vital touch. It's another corner to West Ham United, but a really strong run from Declan Rice for West Ham.
And why doesn't he do that more often? He should be doing that constantly. He should be released to be able to do that more. He's so good at it. Great little ball into Antonio. It's a scruffy touch, I have to say, but then what a challenge from Botman. Just from the wrong side, took a gamble, and it paid off.
Different corner, right-footed in-swinger from Ben Rama, but a comfortable claim again for Nick Pope at his far post, unchallenged. West Ham United 0, Newcastle United 2. We're approaching the half-hour mark here on TalkSport 2. Good Friday. We've got so much EFL football for you on Friday. 3 games on TalkSport 2 and 1 on TalkSport. Millwall Luton at 12:30, Sheffield United Wigan at 3, and Sunderland Hull at 5:30. All live and exclusive to national radio on TalkSport 2. And then in the evening, Burnley go to Middlesbrough, needing 5 points, I think, to secure promotion back to the Premier League. I'll be there hosting 8 o'clock kickoff on TalkSport for Middlesbrough. We've got their own agenda, trying to sort out automatic promotion against Burnley. West Ham player Antonio goes down at the edge of the area. Nothing doing, says Craig Pawson, and Newcastle bring the ball away. They're 2-0 up, remember, the visitors, through those goals from Wilson and Jolinton, the 2 players brought in by Eddie Howe to the starting lineup tonight. And here's Jacob Murphy. All the ball runs across his body. Breaks for Wilson inside the box. Out comes Fabianski and smothers well and gets the ball out of harm's way. That wasn't meant for Callum Wilson, but Murphy couldn't control it. The ball went beyond him, slid through to Wilson. The angle was tight, but Fabianski dealt with it well.
Yeah, again, just got a touch, didn't he? To put it into the path of Wilson, who was alive to that situation. He always is. He's on the last shoulder of the defender. Fabianski learnt his lesson, didn't commit himself straight away, and read it perfectly.
Asteen Ashton, you can hear, former West Ham striker, alongside me, Ian Tanter, here at the London Stadium, where light drizzle has been falling all evening. Now Nick Pope has drawn the referee's attention because he sat down outside his own penalty area. And I'm not sure what the specific issue is, but the Newcastle physios are being asked to go on and treat Nick Pope. Martin Dubravka waits, of course, in the wings, who made 26 Premier League appearances last year for Newcastle, but of course has been demoted. Went on loan to Manchester United, of course. And
did he get his winner's medal in the end?
He did, yeah. I bet he brandished that round the changing room when he got back here to Newcastle, rather. That would have been a popular move, wouldn't it? Now Pope's just getting some treatment on, is it his right thigh or his right calf?
Yeah, his right thigh. You just think when he just shanked it out of play, whether he's just felt something.
And that allows both sets of outfield players to come to this near touch line and take on some fluids. Chance for David Moyes to have a word with some of his squad and try and arrest this 2-0 deficit that they suddenly have, West Ham United. We've got 13 minutes to half time. You're listening to West Ham 0, Newcastle 2 on TalkSport 2 with Now Sports. Don't forget that with Now Sports you can stream all the Sky Sports action like this game, West Ham Newcastle, live right now for £11.99, no contract. Search Now Sports for all the deets. Pope's back on his feet. Had a bit of treatment. Seems like he's going to be okay to continue.
Well, it's not like when you used to sort of see defenders take the goal kicks because of goalkeepers being so involved in the play now. He would have to use that striking leg at some point.
So we're about to restart with a goal kick. Remember, the sports bar open to take your calls at the end of this commentary over on TalkSport. Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy Jason will have plenty to say about that news that Frank Lampard set to be appointed as interim manager at Chelsea till the end of the season. We broke that news this morning on Talk Sport, and an agreement is in place. A few I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed, but Lampard back to Chelsea looks a goer. 2-0 to Newcastle here, and a foul on Thilo Kehrer in the right back position gives West Ham a chance to get the ball downfield. Kehrer, of course, a centre half, Dean Ashton, but because David Moyes appears to no longer trust Ben Johnson in that position, Kehrer's been doing that role for some time now.
Yeah, he has. Soufal as well finds himself on the bench this evening. I mean, he offers very little going forward, Kehrer, but I guess he's got that protection, albeit didn't do a lot to allow Joelinton just to run inside of him and score.
Bowen for West Ham United, 2-0 down, remember, the hosts. Out to the right-hand side again, looking for Bowen, but Dan Burn sticks a telescopic left foot leg in there and whacks it downfield. I think he's 6'7", Dan Burn. They are land of the giants at the back, at least three of them for Newcastle. Trippier's not the tallest, but Cher, Botman and Burn. Sounds like a firm of solicitors, doesn't it? Go and see Cher, Botman and Burn, they'll save you a lot of money. 2-0 to Newcastle. Souček trying to burst forward for the hosts, but he's lost out, and away comes Bruno Guimaraes for Newcastle. Plays the ball into the feet of Joelinton in the centre circle. Gave it back to Bruno Guimaraes. Bit of a hospital pass because it meant that Souček was right on top of Guimaraes, but he fouled his man. Free kick quickly taken by Newcastle. Longstaff just inside his own half. Murphy comes short and works the ball out to Trippier. Murphy's gone again down the right hand side for Newcastle. 3 to aim at with the cross. He goes deep to the far post on the near side. Saint-Maximin will keep it in play as it drifts out the area. Saint-Maximin flicks it infield for Joelinton. Joelinton at the left hand corner of the box, works it back 10 yards for Bruno Guimaraes. Now out to the right hand side for Trippier. Trippier almost showed a bit too much of that to Ben Rama, but still managed to flick the ball back 10 yards for Murphy. Now Bruno in the centre of the Newcastle half. Oh, lovely little pirouette. Works it down the right hand side of the area. Murphy with a first time cross, but it lands on the roof of the net, and it'll be a West Ham goal kick with 9 minutes to half time on TalkSport 2. West Ham United 0, Newcastle United 2.
Yeah, and cries of Bruno from the right hand side. Them Newcastle fans appreciated that. Silky from the Brazilian. Lovely footwork. He just looks so calm on the ball with so much awareness.
It's the sort of thing I remember Dennis Bergkamp doing many a time when he was an Arsenal player.
These players, they make it look like they have just so much time and that the game's really slow to them.
Well, so did you, mate.
Almost as if, you know, they're the fly and the rest of the players are the SWAT.
Now there's an analogy you wouldn't have expected to hear tuning into TalkSport 2 tonight. 2-0 Newcastle, they're coming forward again. Trippier in space down the right hand side, whips in a cross beyond everyone to the far post and out of play. Real pace on that cross. Fabianski stayed at home. Wilson tried his best to slide in, but a bit too much pace on that cross in the end, Dean Ashton.
Yeah, and I think as well it must have taken a slight deflection on the way through. It's been given as a Newcastle corner. He doesn't normally get it that wrong, does he?
That's right, came off the shoulder of Emerson. You're right, it is a Newcastle corner at the Bobby Moore end, away to our left hand side here at the London Stadium, and it's the Newcastle fans that are making most of the noise away to our right hand side. West Ham fans need something to latch onto, really. Here comes the corner from Trippier into the near post. Poor corner, volleyed away by Lucas Paquetá, but back on the halfway line. Murphy just lobs it up to the edge of the area. Zuma has good strength to hold off Wilson. Rice gets the ball up to halfway. Now Antonio tries to stretch his legs for West Ham, trying to go on the outside of Longstaff. Good run from Antonio, still going, pulls it back. Bowen tried to get a shot in, couldn't control it, nor could Ben Rama, and Newcastle clear their lines.
He's just too good at that, isn't he, Antonio? When he gets you stood up in front of him and he just drives away. He's too strong, he's too quick. Really took on Longstaff. Good ball across. Bowen wasn't ready.
Now a good ball his feet out. Antonio to Kehrer, who picks the ball up by the corner flag on this near side. Bowen tries to win a corner, does. Very clever play from Jared Bowen. Knew that Byrne was coming out to engage him. Just kicked it against Byrne, and West Ham have their second corner of the game. But they're 2-0 down on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, and they're not the threat they used to be from set plays, West Ham. They were one of the best, if not the best, in the Premier League a couple of seasons ago. It's really dropped off. Can they get this one right?
Going to be a left-footed in-swinger from Jared Bowen from this near side for West Ham United. Right under the crossbar, and it's headed in by Zuma. But the whistle's gone. Not sure whether the referee's going to allow it. Yes, he is. He's going to allow it. Kurt Zuma got his head to the ball at the far post. Nick Pope tried to punch it clear, but it was just over his outstretched right fist, and Zuma, flying into the far post, zoomed in to get West Ham back into this game with just over 5 to half time. It is West Ham 1, Newcastle 2.
And rightly so. Antonio doesn't do a lot. In fact, he hardly does anything. It's Pope that gets himself in a bit of a mix-up with Antonio. He should just be coming and claiming this. In the end, he's grasping at thin air, and Zuma gets away from his man. He's always got a fantastic leap on him. Just guides it down into the floor and up into the roof of the net. And what a time to score for West Ham.
Second goal of the season scored against Bournemouth in October, Kurt Zuma. And they've halved the deficit. There's a bit more noise around the London Stadium now. Bit more belief. 5 minutes to the break on TalkSport 2. West Ham 1, Newcastle 2. And I wonder, well, it's easy to say this, but whether that slight thigh problem that Nick Pope had affected his ability to,
possibly,
to launch himself at that far post, and whether he wouldn't have got underneath it as much if he'd been fully fit. I don't know whether that's fair, Dean Ashton.
No, it's a valid point, absolutely. Possibly couldn't get off the floor like he wanted to, but I just think he was taking, too much of his attention was on Antonio, who didn't do anything in the end.
So West Ham back in the game. Bowen can't control the ball just ahead of the centre circle, and Joe Linton steals it off him. Zuma with a strong header on halfway to keep it away from Wilson. Ball breaks on this near side, the left, and Dan Byrne keeps it in play, and it ricochets in field for Callum Wilson. No support at the moment up with him. Wilson challenged by Declan Rice, and Rice rides 2 challenges and brings the ball away. The Hammers fans loving it. Moves into the Newcastle half, finds Bowen. Bowen attacking the penalty area. Dan Byrne gets a foot in. Fair challenge, says the referee. Now Newcastle have it back. Up to halfway. In slides Emerson, who fouls Murphy and gets a yellow card. The West Ham fans on that far side felt that was a fair challenge from Emerson Palmieri. Craig Pawson disagrees. Yellow card for the left back. Free kick to Newcastle, and David Moyes cannot believe that decision's been given. Wide-eyed stare as he comes to the edge of his technical area. West Ham 1, Newcastle 2.
Oh, very much a modern-day yellow card, that. Win the ball, but yes, you catch the man. I mean, it's a great challenge from Emerson. Of course he's going to catch Murphy on the way through, but he reads it, he intercepts it brilliantly, and he's very, very unfortunate that just nowadays that can be a yellow card. I think David Moyes is more annoyed at the fact Bowen didn't get the free kick when Dan Byrne seemed to just push him, and then, to be fair to Byrne, he did get a touch on the ball.
Still in the ear of the assistant, stood on the halfway line just to his left, David Moyes.
How much did the West Ham fans love that challenge from Rice, and then the drive away?
They were on their feet in front of us, weren't they? But it's a free kick to Newcastle, who still lead 2-1. Trippier sends it long downfield, drops at the edge of the area. Longstaff can't get it back into his control. Joe Linton tries to drive from fully 35 yards out and screws it well wide. And a quickly taken goal kick from Fabianski tries to get Bowen away, and Fabian Schär forced to head the ball out of play. And there's belief around the London Stadium now with 2 minutes to half time, even though West Ham are still behind.
Oh, they needed it. They really did need it, West Ham, because the game was just flat. Newcastle had done the job, and it was a perfect time to score.
Well, chatting to Mark Wilson at 888 Sport before the game, he said he thought it might be tight. 3 goals and we're not even at half time yet.
No, exactly. I think Eddie Howe will be he'll want to get his players in at half time, just reset again. They'd been very, very good up until that goal, Newcastle, in this half.
Free kick given to West Ham. It's taken quickly for Jarrod Bowen, right wing up against Byrne. Drives for the byline, pulls the ball back. Great cross, headed away by Trippier. Out to the edge of the box. Kept alive just for a moment by Paquetá. Newcastle get it half clear, but Kehrer tides it up. Sends it back to Zuma on halfway. Now again, it's a long straight ball downfield over the head of Antonio. Byrne can only head it out of play. Newcastle lost their discipline just at the moment.
David Moyes out of his technical area, almost staring at the ball boy as if to say, this is your job.
Yeah, get it back to my players quicker, for goodness sake. Now here's Saeed Benrahma for West Ham. Down the left-hand side, if you're just tuning in, approaching half-time. West Ham 1, Newcastle 2. Newcastle were 2-0 up. Paquetá fouled by Joelinton. And the West Ham fans want a yellow card for Joelinton to correspond with the yellow card that Emerson got, but I don't think it's coming Joelinton's way. It will merely be a free kick for the home side, and the boos around the stadium confirm that.
Well, it feels like a double whammy, really, because there's no yellow card and it's the same challenge, and also West Ham, if it have given the advantage, were on an attack.
Bowen, 25 yards out, gets the ball onto his left foot and screws the left-footed shot wide. And we're into 3 minimum minutes of added time at the end of the first half right now on TalkSport 2.
That's the second time now Bowen's got himself in that great position centrally, with the Newcastle defenders just stepping away, and he's had the chance to strike and he's snatched at them both.
What was it you called it? The sneaky position?
Yes. Stealth mode.
But it is a goal kick in the end to Newcastle United. Taken by Nick Pope, just keeping an eye on him when he takes those right-footed strikes downfield. Seems to be all right. Ball hooked over the head of Antonio, looking to get Bowen away down the left-hand side, but Byrne deals with it. Now Joelinton shows great strength to keep the ball away from Paquetá. Now it's played out to Saint-Maximin as Newcastle counter. Only Wilson up with Saint-Maximin at the moment. He approaches the left-hand corner of the box. Ricochets back to him. Rolls it across to Murphy, right-hand corner of the area. Now there's plenty of Newcastle players forward. Trippier teases the ball to the far post. Touched back by Saint-Maximin, looking for a teammate. And it went in between all the Newcastle players in the box, and West Ham cleared it.
I mean, again, it's a great ball from Trippier. Why isn't Saint-Maximin just taking that on? Just volley that towards goal. It might ricochet into the goal. It might then be saved and parried. Got to give that a go.
Stoppage time at the London Stadium at the end of the first half on TalkSport 2. Newcastle in possession, 2-1 up. Manchester United still leading Brentford by that Marcus Rashford goal to nil. That's live on TalkSport right now, don't forget. Another exclusive commentary for you as we brought you this week 50 live games in April across the TalkSport network from all sorts of competitions, including the Champions League that returns next midweek with Manchester City and Chelsea both in action. Now free kick as Joelinton's brought down just inside the West Ham half of the field.
I think that's what's impressed me most about Newcastle, actually. You talk about their defensive display, the physicality. Actually on the ball they've been excellent, playing that through midfield, patient, quality. They've been very, very good in the middle of the park, Newcastle.
So the free kick will be Kieran Trippier's once again. It's only just to the right of the centre circle, 10 yards inside the West Ham half of the field. West Ham holding their line again at the edge of the D, trying to compress the play, and Trippier just rolls it down the right hand side for Cher across the face of goal, and nobody gambled in a black and white striped shirt, and it just trickles behind for a goal kick to West Ham United. Stoppage time, 2-1 to Newcastle.
Every right for Fabian Cher to say, well, hang on a minute, why isn't anyone getting on the end of that? Just fed it in behind the West Ham defence, nobody there.
Antonio tries another lung-busting run down the left-hand side, ends up conceding a throw after he lost possession and the ball was hit against him by Trippier, and the referee blows his whistle, and there's muted applause around the London Stadium, and that's because West Ham have got themselves just a ghost of a chance of getting back into this game. Newcastle, having been dominated by West Ham in the opening few minutes of this first half, Suddenly West Ham found themselves 2-0 down. First, a corner kick wasn't cleared. Sam Maximan teased the ball in from the right-hand side. Callum Wilson, unmarked, 6 yards out, scored his 11th goal in 13 appearances against West Ham United, and that was Newcastle 1-0 up. And then it was 2-0 when Fabian Schär played a ball across the halfway line in behind the West Ham rear guard. Joe Linton split the defence, rounded the keeper and put it home. It was initially flagged for offside, but VAR showed that Emerson, the West Ham left back, was playing Joe Linton onside. The goal stood 2-0 inside a quarter of an hour, and it was a very, very sombre atmosphere at the London Stadium. But Kurt Zouma, with a header from Jared Bowen's corner 5 minutes from half-time, has reduced the arrears by half. And so at the break, it is West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 2. Dean Ashton, your thoughts?
I mean, I thought Newcastle was so good once they'd taken the lead. They looked confident, they looked in control, and they'd also got this crowd on the back of the home side. But I talked about you needing characters then when it's really difficult and there isn't that atmosphere there. Who's going to crumble under pressure? Well, luckily, they've got players no more so than Declan Rice, than Antonio. Those players that are trusted, they dug in and they kept it going right till the end of that second half. And that set play goal, I think, was so important. You saw the change in the West Ham players. All of a sudden, there was that urgency that they were back in the game when it had gone very, very slow. And I think probably Eddie Howe will be pleased to get his team in at half-time, because they've still got the lead, they've still got a great defensive record, and really they should still win this game, but just that bit of help now for West Ham with that late goal.
Yeah, it got a bit scrappy for Newcastle, didn't it? Once they conceded that goal to Zouma, just not quite lost their heads, but just some of their positional sense seemed to desert them for a moment.
Yeah, and I just think that energy and that the closing down from West Ham, the lift that the goal gave them, all of a sudden they were a step quicker into the challenge, trying to intercept, lifting the crowd, feeding off that, and could easily have had another couple of chances with Antonio flashing one wide and Bowen having a shot from the edge of the box. So positivity a bit for West Ham, but still a lot to do.
All to play for in the second half. Full commentary to come here live on TalkSport 2. In a few short moments you'll hear from Sarina Wiegman and Leah Williamson ahead of England's big game against Brazil, the Finalissima at Wembley tomorrow night. But tonight here on TalkSport 2, we've reached the break at the London Stadium in East London, and the scoreline in the Premier League: West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 2.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Car Finance 24/7. We search a panel of lenders to find you the best deal. Search Car Finance 24/7 today.
Hello, my friend. Life comes at you fast, so make time for you time with Just Eat. For early times, lunch times, late times, strange times. The perfect times for the McDonald's Sausage and Egg McMuffin, Five Guys Cheeseburger and Strawberry Shake, Domino's Pepperoni Passion, plus more from Costa Coffee, Creams Cafe and Pizza Express. So order now, later, in a bit, whenever. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Product subject to availability in restaurant and serving times. Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the train goes.
At a time when prices just seem to be going up, it's great to know that some prices aren't. In April, we're locking the price of quotes for 6 months. That's right, with a Selco quote lock, quoted prices in April will be held for 6 months. Find stacks of stock and great trade prices at Selco Builders Warehouse and online at selcobw.com. Exclusions apply.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the train goes.
Please see website for terms and conditions.
And he's barreled it straight through the midfield into the Village Hotel Pub and Grill Fan Zone, the home of big screen live football. A long volley over the stadium seats by the giant screens into the left-hand corner of the bar, past a winning lineup of ice-cold beers and a magnificent menu of mouth-watering footy food. Result: enjoy the perfect big match experience with food, drink and live football at a Village Hotel Pub and Grill Fan Zone at 33 UK locations. Find your nearest venue and win monthly prizes, including match tickets at villagehotels.com/fanzone. Get in! Conditions apply. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
Rodri to De Bruyne, flicked onto Walker. Goal! No one saw that coming.
Or as we say in Japan, no warutaka wa tsume o kakusu. The smart hawk hides its talents. For taste beyond expected, Asahi Superdry, official beer partners of Manchester City. Enjoy responsibly. Visit drinkaway.co.uk.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of June 2022 and 30th of September 2022 is under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
For all the top Premier League analysis, listen to The Game, the Premier Football podcast from The Times. Every Monday and Thursday, join Hugh Woozencroft and a host of big-name guests for in-depth reaction and opinion on the latest action and the biggest issues in the world of football.
It's a massive goal!
Hear previews of all the upcoming matches and provocative and compelling opinions from some of the finest football writers from The Times and The Sunday Times.
Lovely bit of football!
Listen to The Game on the free Times Radio app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with a Now Sports membership. Stream the Premier League live without a contract from $11.99. Search Now Sports 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League.
Idolised by generations.
Oh, it's got in!
Friday afternoon.
Live Championship football on TalkSport 2.
How about that?
Sheffield United versus Wigan.
Coverage from 2:30. Kick-off 3 p.m.
on TalkSport 2.
And here they come. What a magnificent sight. Yes, it's live British horse racing on the radio, and TalkSport 2 have got it covered. Tomorrow afternoon from 1, TalkSport 2 will bring you full coverage and live race commentary of all the action. Direct from Hereford. Saddle up for live British horse racing on the radio. Download the TalkSport app and swipe left, or ask your smart speaker to play TalkSport 2 to follow all the action. Tomorrow afternoon from 1 on TalkSport 2.
Game day. Pushing the apex of live football.
Right foot shot, brilliant goal!
The biggest and best football on the radio.
Game day exclusive
On TalkSport 2.
Quick feet as he gets into the area. Whips a left-footed cross in, and it's headed home. And Callum Wilson is at it again against West Ham United. 11 goals in 13 appearances. Saint-Maximin's whipped centre, and with a header from close range, Callum Wilson did the rest. That's why he was recalled. And Joe Linton's through the middle. He's onside. He's taking it round the keeper. It's 2-0, and then the flag does go up. Let's have a look at the replay and see just how offside he was. The referee does the VAR sign, points to the centre circle, and Joe Linton sinks to his knees, and VAR confirms he was onside. Newcastle United in 7th heaven here, trying to consolidate their top 4 spot right under the crossbar, and it's headed in by Zuma. Kurt Zuma got his head to the ball at the far post. Nick Pope tried to punch it clear, and Zuma, flying into the far post, zoomed in to get West Ham back into this game with just over 5 to half time. That is the scoreline here at London Stadium. Ian Danter and Dean Ashton with you on TalkSport 2. West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 2. Full second half commentary to come. Don't forget, there's another game in progress live on the network over on TalkSport. They've reached half-time at Old Trafford. Manchester United 1, Brentford 0. The only goal of that half coming from Marcus Rashford for United. Just to let you know, in the Copa del Rey semi-final second leg, Barcelona against Real Madrid, it's 1-0 to Madrid on the night through Vinicius. That makes it 1-1 on aggregate in that semi-final. Now tomorrow, England's Lionesses are in action. It's the inaugural Finalissima against Brazil at Wembley Stadium. Updates of that game on TalkSport tomorrow evening. And Serena Wiegman, the coach, believes this is a terrific test for her side ahead of the World Cup in the summer.
Yeah, well, we're getting closer to the World Cup, of course, so you want to get closer to your squad, but it's still 3.5 months to go. So still lots of things can happen. There are going to be played so many games internationally, but also at club. And I think this moment, with playing, of course, Brazil, but also playing Australia, gives us a new measure moment. And we expect to be challenged more in defense too than we were at the other Club Cup. We expected that a little bit more. But we absolutely expect that that will be challenged in defense. So that gives us, again, more information about our team and about where players are at this moment to move forward in our preparation for the World Cup.
And it was very interesting hearing Tim Vickery, our South American correspondent, chatting with Charlie Baker and Adeola Dipo on TalkSport this afternoon, saying that as far as this game is concerned, England are hot favourites against Brazil, and you would not have said that 10 or 15 years ago in the women's game. But that's the power and that's the brilliance that Serena Wiegmann has brought to this Lionesses squad. And the Lionesses captain, Leah Williamson, also says her side are fully focused on facing Brazil tomorrow and not about the World Cup yet.
I think when there's a tournament on the horizon, all players have it in the back of your mind because every day you're competing for a place on the plane. But I think, tomorrow is big enough that's at the back of our minds. Going into tomorrow.
So that's England against Brazil in the women's finalissima tomorrow night at 7:45 at Wembley Stadium. Faye Carruthers and the former Spurs manager Rehan Skinner will be bringing you updates regularly from that game into kickoff on TalkSport. Good Friday, we've got a feast of EFL action for you on Good Friday across the TalkSport network. 4 live commentaries in all from the Championship, and our coverage gets underway here on TalkSport 2 at lunchtime. A huge playoff clash between Millwall and Luton Town at 12:30 at the Den. TalkSport's Ian Abrahams caught up with Millwall's informed striker Tom Bradshaw this week, and Tom's been thrilled with not only the team's position in the table, but also his personal performance this season.
It's been a great season so far. Like I say, when I look back on the season, I think that historically we've had slower starts. I think this season we came out the blocks a little bit quicker than we have done the last couple of years, which set us up really to sort of push on later in the season, which we tend to always do. So, like I say, for me personally, I think it took a little while to get off the mark. Obviously, I think the first game of the season, I had a goal ruled off for offside, and then I had another one ruled off for offside. So then it took me a little while to get going, but once I got going, like I say, I've just felt great personally. Really confident in front of goal, and I think that's the thing that any striker wants is sort of consistent confidence and confidence in yourself and from your teammates. And like I say, for me personally, it's been a great season, and hopefully we can finish it off as a team.
Tom Bradshaw of Millwall, and Millwall kick off our 4 commentaries from the Championship on Good Friday. That's 12:30 at the Den. Dan Windle will be your host, Joe Shannon and David Connolly on commentary for that one. At 1 o'clock on Talk Sport, because it's a full programme pretty much in the EFL on Good Friday, Adrian Durham will host Game Day Live. Matt Holland and Trevor Sinclair alongside Adrian, all the goals as they go in from the EFL and the National League as well. But more commentaries to come. At 3 o'clock on TalkSport 2, we'll be off to Bramall Lane, Sheffield United against Wigan. So top and bottom of the table in focus there. Adam Bridge and the former Leeds boss Neil Redfern will bring you commentary on that. Straight after that on TalkSport 2, we'll take you to the Stadium of Light. Sunderland against Hull in the Championship. Mark Wilson and Mickey Gray will be your commentary team there. And then just to round things off, flick it over to Talk Sport, an 8 o'clock kickoff. Middlesbrough against Burnley, the champions-elect. I'll be there at the Riverside hosting. Nigel Adderley and Chris Iwelumo will be your commentary team. And then we get into game day on Saturday. 12:30, Manchester United against Everton. Our exclusive from the Premier League on TalkSport with Reshmin Chowdhury, Sam Matterface and Stuart Pearce. And I'll be at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium alongside Perry Groves for a game that has an awful lot of meaning when it comes to top 4, particularly the way Brighton are playing at the moment, because it is Spurs against Brighton at 3 o'clock. That's an exclusive to TalkSport 2, and there's a full programme of Championship commentaries on Easter Monday as well. If you want to know what's coming up, the best thing to do, if you've got the TalkSport app downloaded for your smartphone, there's a live games tab that's very handy at the bottom of that home screen of the app, and you can just see exactly what games we've got coming up, because we've got loads of games on Monday, and then Tuesday and Wednesday night next week the Champions League returns, quarter-finals, 3 Italian sides in there, and of course 2 sides from the Premier League in Manchester City and Chelsea. But back here at the London Stadium, the West Ham players emerging from the tunnel. The bubble machine's working overtime once again. they have the bubble machines at Upton Park when you played there, Dean Ashton?
Absolutely.
A lot of the bubbles just seem to settle right next to the machine. They don't seem to go high into the sky like the song says.
Yeah, nothing like a throat full of those as you steam out of the tunnel.
Newcastle are out as well. No sign of any changes. I'm just looking to see if Nick Pope's out there. Yeah, he is. He's just sorting out his towel behind the goal away to our left. And Newcastle will get us underway at the start of this second half. 2-1 to the Magpies, remember, as things have changed around. Newcastle will now be attacking the Trevor Brooking stand to our right, where the Newcastle fans are there in great numbers. And we're back underway. I'll run you through the lineups in just a moment. But West Ham in their claret and blue, Newcastle in the black and white stripes, and a very calm header back by Naif Aguerd to his keeper Fabianski. And Fabianski, the West Ham keeper, has a back four of Kehrer. Oh, given away by Aguerd, and it's going to be 3-1. What a dreadful error at the back by Naif Aguerd, and it was presented on a plate by Jacob Murphy to Callum Wilson, who could not miss from 3 yards out. David Moyes puts his hands on his knees. What a giveaway for West Ham at the start of this second half. Newcastle restore their 2-goal cushion, and it is a gift. It is West Ham 1, Newcastle 3. Aguerd with the error, punished by Newcastle and Callum Wilson.
It's a catastrophic error from Aguerd. I mean, at the start of the second half, you want to get off to a good start. He just completely miscontrols it. It comes to him, he goes to put his foot on the ball, it squirms under his foot, and Murphy's just there. He's alive to the situation, but he doesn't have to do a lot. He then just taps it across the 6-yard line for Wilson just to tap in, and David Moyes' reaction said everything. He couldn't believe his centre-back had done such a mistake.
0-0, Naif Aguerd scored the winner here against Southampton on Sunday, and now has gift-wrapped a 3rd goal for Newcastle United. And West Ham have to do it all again. And all those words in the half-time dressing room took less than a minute to unravel, Dean Ashton.
Well, I thought the defending for the first 2 goals was bad enough. But then when you do that, I mean, what can you do if you're David Moyes? That's nothing he can do about that.
No,
that is just a simple error from Aguerd. It's just lack of concentration.
Well, I was about to run through the West Ham lineup because I thought at least I could run through the lineup whilst the ball's back with the West Ham defenders, not thinking that Naif Aguerd would make such a Horlicks of it. But anyway, Fabianski the keeper, Kehrer, Zuma, Aguerd and Emerson the back four, Souček, Rice, Bowen, Paquetá, Benrahma and Antonio. And now for Newcastle, Pope the keeper, and then Trippier, Cher, Botman, Byrne at the back, Longstaff, Guimaraes, Joe Linton, Murphy, Saint-Maximin, and now Callum Wilson on a hat-trick, and he's just increased his goal tally against Newcastle. It is now 12 in 13 appearances against the Hammers. Meanwhile, Botman's gone down clutching his left ankle after a challenge. Emerson holds his arms out looking all innocent. Remember, he's on a yellow card.
Yeah, I think that's what the Newcastle players are saying to Craig Pawson. He obviously didn't feel as if it was... I don't know whether he's given the free kick or he's just stopped the play for the injury, but Emerson just followed his run. I think he did get some of the ball though, Emerson, which I think will probably just play in his favour.
Well, in fairness to Emerson, I think he only had eyes for the ball. I don't think he wasn't looking to make a reckless challenge on Sven Botman. Thankfully, Botman's back on his feet, and Newcastle have been given a free kick. Taken short by Fabian Cher to Sean Longstaff. Touched out to this near touchline for Kieran Trippier. Guimaraes fires it down the Newcastle right. It's only half cleared by West Ham, and then rolled out of play by Emerson, who's not having a good night. Well, that's 2 of the West Ham back four that's not having a good night. Zuma scored. Kehrer playing, you could say, out of position. Emerson allowed Joe Linton to be onside to score the second, and then Aguerd, with that horrible moment for him.
I mean, it's just incredible. You know, you go in at half-time, I'm sure David Moyes would have talked off the back of that real sort of confidence-boosting goal and the performance to the end of the first half, and upbeat about this second half, and then that happens within pretty much seconds of the restart, and just flattens everything.
Joe Linton taken down on the halfway line, but Craig Pawson says play on, and then he does actually bring play back for the foul. Real Madrid have got a second, incidentally, in that Copa del Rey semi at Barcelona. Karim Benzema, so 2-1 to Real Madrid in that semi-final. So even though Barcelona are way ahead in La Liga, Carlo Ancelotti's men are in front in that two-legged semi. 3-1 up, Newcastle here, and coming forward with Trippier. Rolls the ball into Wilson, tries to lay it off for Murphy. Paquetá got a good foot in to win it back for West Ham United. Now Antonio again making a strong charge down the left-hand side. He's got the better for the moment of Fabian Schär, now holding up Antonio and then putting in a terrific challenge, going to ground Fabian Schär at just the right moment to dispossess Antonio and win the ball back for Newcastle. And then he's got the cheek to just play the ball around Antonio for Trippier. He rolls it back to Nick Pope, and his clearance is nodded in field by Longstaff. But then Newcastle do present the ball back to West Ham just inside their own half. 3-1 to Newcastle with 5 minutes gone in the second half on TalkSport 2. Here's Dean Ashton.
They've got to find that energy again, West Ham, because Newcastle will be happy. They'll sit in. They're so defensively organised. They'll be really hard to break down. So you've got to find the energy and the urgency that they found at the end of that first half from somewhere.
Jared Bowen trying to take the ball in his stride, but it's fired into him by Souček. Can't do so, and away come Newcastle United, and it's Saint-Maximin down the inside left channel, just being held up for the moment by Kehrer. Tried to roll it in field. Paquetá is fouled by Joe Linton, and Paquetá is rolling around inside his own half of the field. Wonder whether that might influence the referee, and indeed it is a yellow card for Joe Linton for that heavy challenge on Paquetá.
Yeah, and I think probably that first half challenge as well is in the referee's mind.
Yeah, totting up procedure and all that.
He definitely does catch him. It's only a fraction late, but definitely catches him on the shin, Joe Linton.
So a free kick as Paquetá gets to his feet. At least he does for a moment, and then puts his palm straight down on the ground again. Didn't have any treatment from any of the physios, so he will just move gingerly towards the halfway line. I'm not allowed to say that anymore, actually, gingerly. Perry Grove says that's an insult.
Yeah.
I'm back with Perry on Saturday at Tottenham. I just have to get that out of my vocabulary. He doesn't like it when I say somebody gets up gingerly.
Yeah, my son would have something to say with a big mane of ginger hair.
I'm taking it out of the lexicon right now. It's gone. I won't say it ever again. West Ham 1, Newcastle 3 on TalkSport 2. An exclusive commentary from the Premier League, and it is Newcastle, as it stands, consolidating their third place in the Premier League. This first of 3 away tests in a row in the league for Eddie Howe and co. Brentford and Aston Villa to come after this game tonight, and they're passing this particular test at the moment with flying colours. And in terms of that goal, we can talk about Aguerd's mistake, but credit Jacob Murphy for not giving him a moment's rest and taking it off him. Now here's Joe Linton out to the left-hand side, and Saint-Maximin approaching the edge of the area. Right-footed cross swung to the far post. Wilson was the target. Might drop for Murphy. He let the ball drop, and that allowed the ball to be cleared by Aguerd. Up to Antonio. Goes to ground. He was fouled. Free kick to West Ham United. The score is West Ham 1, Newcastle 3 on TalkSport 2 with Now Sports. Don't forget that with Now Sports you can stream all the Sky Sports action like this game, West Ham against Newcastle, live right now for £11.99. Just search Now Sports for all the details. Dean Ashton's alongside me tonight.
Just going back to that point you made about Murphy being alert to it and closing down, that is a big feature of Eddie Howe's management here at Newcastle. You know, their 5th possession won in the final third. I mean, that is just worlds away from the way that Steve Bruce played. You know, getting up the pitch, pressing the opposition, forcing them into mistakes. So he can take a bit of credit for that also.
And of course, Jacob Murphy playing largely because Miguel Almiron is unavailable at the moment for Newcastle, who are in possession in their own defensive third. Bit tight for Kieran Trippier, but he fires it downfield to Wilson, lays it off superbly to Longstaff, who hits a first-time ball right to left, seeking out Sam Maximan. Touched it down for Joe Linton. Back heel for Sam Maximan. Now Murphy, great save, Fabianski. Joe Linton can't follow it up. It's out for a corner. Fabianski keeps the score down after a brilliant counter-attack from Newcastle. Murphy has his hands on top of his head. He can't believe he's not made it 4-1 Newcastle.
Fabianski's gladly just ruined probably one of the goals of the season in terms of team play. What a magnificent counter-attack. Big raking ball out to St Maximan, a touch into Joe Linton. Cruyff flick back to St Maximan, touch to Murphy, and then what a save from Fabianski. He said, I don't care, this is my job to ruin the spectacle. And how well he did.
But they've still got a corner to defend, West Ham. Trippier to take it over on the far side. Right-footed in-swinger into the near post, over the head of Rice. Drops for Sam Maximin on the volley. Driven goalwards, it's headed clear on its way to goal. I think it was Kehrer that got it away. And Newcastle have won the ball back on the halfway line and send it all the way back to Pope. And that was a little bit of panic stations again in the West Ham box, as Sam Maximin just tried his luck from the right-hand corner of the box. And now Wilson tries his luck from 50 yards out, but it's caught on the goal line by Fabianski.
Well, I mean, that's twice now, actually, a Newcastle player has tried that. I don't know whether it's something they've spoken about, Fabianski's positioning, but you're right, from that set play again, it's that second phase where they haven't picked up the Newcastle players who are looking to get in and nod that one in. So important, that second phase. You don't switch off and you look to pick up a man.
West Ham 1, Newcastle 3 on TalkSport 2. Here's Jared Bowen down the right-hand side of the box. Declan Rice tries to keep the ball in play. Had the ball gone out, it had. West Ham fans away on that far side don't agree with the assistant's decision, but as far as he's concerned, it had just gone over the dead ball line. So Newcastle 3-1 up, have themselves a goal kick away to our left-hand side. 11 gone in the second half.
I mean, that could be one way that you change things. Do you say Souček, you bring him off, you then put on a Downs, for example, and then say to Declan Rice, it's your job now, you've got to drive this second half for us, and just give him a bit more freedom to just go and intercept, to drive with the ball forwards, to make that extra player that's going to be a threat, because Souček isn't doing that, and he hasn't done that all season.
Pope clears the ball downfield with the goal kick, flicked on by Wilson, looking to get Murphy away, but it's dealt with at the back by Emerson, who might be in the last chance saloon, do you think, Dean Aston, in terms of if he makes another injudicious challenge? I wonder whether that's in David Moyes' mind. There are substitutes of both West Ham and Newcastle warming up down beneath us to our left. I wonder how tempting it is for David Moyes to make that change now as we approach the hour mark. Newcastle have that 2-goal cushion back, but Jared Bowen for West Ham up against Dan Burn on the far side of the field, tries to go on the outside of Burn. He's got the beating of him. Good cross into the area. Trippier though gets the header clear on the 6-yard line, and Newcastle bring the ball away.
That's about 4 times now Bowen has beaten Burn, put a cross in, and Trippier's just headed it away uncontested. Got to get in front of a fullback. You've got to get in front of a centre-back. It's just not good enough when you're trying to chase the game.
Newcastle have possession again, and they've worked it out to Trippier, who chops inside Declan Rice for a moment, neatly done, and then floats the ball out wonderfully to San Maximan, approaching the area, left-hand side. San Maximan goes for goal, right-footed, and Fabianski turns it round the post for a corner kick. San Maximan going close this time to extending Newcastle's lead. Corner to the Magpies, they lead 3-1.
Yeah, it was brilliant from Kieran Trippier. So calm on the ball, and then a brilliant ball out to St Maximan. And in the end, I think he needs to do this more, St Maximan. He's got to make his mind up, do it quickly, and either have the shot or play someone else in. It takes a slight deflection. Fabianski stretches with that left hand and fingertip away and round the post. It's a brilliant save in the end.
It is a great save. Trippier receives a short corner, whips it into the near post from this near side, the right. It's cleared away, and here comes Ben Rama trying to launch a counter-attack for West Ham. Slips it into Rice, who's piling forward. Tried to float the ball across to Antonio, but it got nicked off the foot of Sven Botman and just bobbles through conveniently for Newcastle goalkeeper Nick Pope.
Why didn't he just carry on? Really test Botman and say, I think I've got the beating of you. Stride away from him instead of trying to play that pass. That was an opportunity.
Heavy touch from Dan Burn as Newcastle tried to bring the ball away, so West Ham have it on the right-hand side. Kehrer. Bowen's gone into the area. Goes in field beyond Kehrer, and it's won back by Wilson. Now Murphy looks for Wilson again, just up to the halfway line. Holds up play. Emerson can't get there. He's caught his man. Longstaff as he comes forward. And Craig Pawson is just going to award the free kick, and maybe Emerson's just going to get a little ticking off here, but he has got to be so careful at this point, the West Ham left back. 3-1 to Newcastle on TalkSport. We've played an hour at the London Stadium.
He's a lucky boy, isn't he, Emerson? If you're a Newcastle player, you're saying, well, how many opportunities is he going to get, considering he's on a yellow card? That was almost a counter-attacking situation. Made 2 challenges, in fact, Emerson.
Newcastle take the free kick. Soufal's going to be a triple change, actually, for West Ham in a minute. I can see Soufal, Cornet, Downs ready to come on, I think. Triple change on the way.
I think it's a quad.
Is it a quad? There's 4 of them. I've always said if Barry Fry was still in management, he'd make all 5 changes all at the same time if he was still coaching in football. I've seen it done once. I saw Ole Gunnar Solskjaer do it as Manchester United manager when I think they'd already won a game, and I think it was more of a gesture than anything else tactically. But yet a quadruple substitution on the way for West Ham United when the ball next goes out of play. 61 minutes gone.
I hope you're ready, because there's a triple change for Newcastle as well.
Oh, God blimey. Pen's going to run out. Centre of the West Ham half, Bruno Guimaraes slides it into Longstaff at the edge of the area. On the overlap is Murphy across the face of goal. It deflects up in the air off Aguirre. It's rolled back to Guimaraes. Oh, good foot in Declan Rice to stop the shot being sent goalwards. But Newcastle still have it. Back it goes to the halfway line, and Byrne has just run the ball out of play. And that should mean the changes are going to be made. So coming on for West Ham, Soufal, Cornet, Ings and Downs. But the change is firstly going to be made by Newcastle. And Wilson can't get his hat-trick. He's been taken off, and I think it's Alexander Isak that's coming on for him. That's the first change. So Isak for Wilson. Souček for Downs. So Flynn Downs, once of Ipswich and Swansea, he's coming on. Jacob Murphy, he's coming off, and coming on in his place I think is Joe Willock. So Willock on for Murphy. 7 substitutes all at once. Thanks a lot.
I'll just leave this to you.
Yeah, thanks very much. And Matt Targett's ready to come on as well. My producer Declan's very kindly does that. Soufal on for Kehrer, Downs for Souček, Cornet for Ben Rama. I think Ben Rama can feel a little unfortunate to be coming off. Don't know what you think there. And Ings for Antonio. So he's not playing 2 up here. And Anthony Gordon, meantime, has come on for Alan Saint-Maximin. Former Everton man is on in place of Saint-Maximin, who again has had a pretty good game for the visitors. So 7 changes in all. And here come West Ham on the burst down the right-hand side. Early cross into the box, looking for Ings. Stumped away by Newcastle, and Fabianski comes way out of his goal to clear the ball downfield, looking for Cornet on the left-hand side, who's going to give Kieran Trippier something more to think about down that West Ham left and Newcastle right. More bright break for Bowen. Whistle's gone for a foul. West Ham locals don't like it. It's a free kick.
No, and it was something Ten Hag brought up, wasn't it, about Newcastle draining the time down, taking their time, fouls, free kicks, set plays, throw-ins, anything is just slowed down. Why not? You would try that. That's certainly part of the game.
I think they call it housery these days, don't they?
Yes, they do, yeah.
So a free kick to Newcastle United. 25 minutes to go on TalkSport 2 in this exclusive Premier League commentary. Newcastle 3-1 up at West Ham. And Newcastle in possession down the left-hand side. Isak receives it, just clips it back to Byrne. And further back to the 2 centre-halves, Botman and Scher. Third goal for Real Madrid against Barcelona. They're going to go through to the Copa del Rey final. Benzema with a second of the night. Still 1-0, incidentally, on TalkSport between Manchester United and Brentford. Still that Marcus Rashford goal separating the sides. And West Ham slide the ball out of play, but it is a throw to Newcastle United. Now it's a question, I guess, Dean Ashton, of which team settles the quickest, having made all these changes, 7 between them.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think so much of this, if West Ham are to get back into it, it's going to be the energy, it's going to be the urgency. It's what we saw at the end of that first half that just unsettled Newcastle. If not, they'll be happy and comfortable in their defensive shape.
Ings drives the ball downfield, asking Bowen to give chase, but Byrne gets there first at the edge of his own area, rolls it back to his keeper. Pope clears downfield. It'll come back to Dan Byrne. He plays it infield to Botman. Guimaraes looks down the left-hand side for Willock, who's on in this second half as one of those 3 Newcastle changes. Looks like Target's playing on the right-hand side to help out Joe Linton. Now here, down the left-hand side comes Paquetá, dispossessed. And away come Newcastle. Alexander Isak driving at Kurt Zuma, trying to go on the outside of him towards the edge of the area. Soufal comes to close him down as well. Rolls it back in field to Longstaff. Guimaraes sees Trippier moving up on the right-hand side. Little dummy turn around the corner, almost broke for Longstaff. Gordon can't win the ball back. I called him Target for a minute, didn't I, Gordon? I do apologise. It is Anthony Gordon, definitely. The fair hair that got me. Throw into West Ham United. Now Sean Longstaff's just gone down, just doing his bootlaces, and the referee, Craig Pawson, points at his watch as if to say, I know what's going on. I'm on top of this. I will add this on.
He's too old to have his laces done for him. Get on with the game. He's up. Why is he up? Why was he down?
We're back to that housery word again, aren't we? Throw into West Ham. Just over 20 minutes to go, so we're into the last quarter of this Premier League fixture. West Ham desperate to get the next goal and get it quickly to try and set up a grandstand finish. Now Maxwell Cornet got Scher for company, but he's wriggled past him down this near side of the left. Good early cross just beyond Bowen. Keeper stayed at home. One back on the right-hand side of the area, and West Ham have a corner. Soufal just stuck a right foot against it, and it is a corner to West Ham at the Bobby Moore end. 1-3.
Lovely bit of footwork from Maxwell Cornet. Decent delivery in as well. Just tempted Pope to come and get it and then retreat, and then Soufal did well to win the corner.
So a left-footed delivery to come. Jared Bowen's out there, I think, to strike this corner in. Ings standing right next to the keeper. In it comes, headed up in the air by Longstaff. Headed down into the air. Oh, it almost broke for a West Ham player. Flynn Downs headed it into the danger area. Only half cleared by Newcastle. Bowen getting after the loose ball. He's got the better of Willock, but then Newcastle managed to win the ball back. Ball's played in field. Neat football. Gordon inside his own half, out to the left hand side, and Isak. Guimaraes was making the run downfield, but it's gone out of play. It will be a throw to Newcastle eventually, but the referee's just having a word with Sven Botman before the throw-in can be taken.
But you'd rather see that, I think, if you're a West Ham support. You'd rather see that energy and maybe give the odd free kick away because you're trying to win it back quickly and keep that pressure on than you would just allowing Newcastle to play out comfortably.
That's Dean Ashton, you can hear alongside me, Ian Danter. So with 20 minutes to go, currently West Ham 1, Newcastle 3. For the latest odds, head to 888 Sport, the official betting partner for TalkSport 2's Premier League coverage. We're right now West Ham to win, 80 to 1. Newcastle to win, that's 50 to 1 on. And the draw is 18 to 1. That's all thanks to 888 Sport. Made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org is the website you need. Emerson goes down under a challenge from Trippier. He says he dived to the referee Craig Pawson, but the referee doesn't agree with Kieran Trippier, so West Ham have a free kick midway point of the Newcastle half, out to the left of centre. Soufal is calling for it on the right hand side. He's in space, but they're not going to use him. They're compressing their play, and they have a chance to swing this free kick into the edge of the Newcastle box, Dean Ashton.
Yeah, they've got to make these count, haven't they? If they want to get back into it, it's that goal. If they can get the goal, it does change the mindset so quickly.
Emerson standing over it. Newcastle holding their line just outside the 18-yard box. Plenty of movement around that far side. Real cluster of players further back from this free kick. Emerson sends it in, decent delivery, headed up in the air by a Newcastle player, kept alive, might drop at the edge of the area. It's swung goalwards by Ings, deflects out to the left hand side of the box. Paquetá keeps it alive. He's got support from Cornet on this near side, works it back to Rice. Diagonal ball to the far post, looking for Zuma, and it's been given as a corner, flicked off a Newcastle head. Corner kick for West Ham United away to our far side. 3-1 Newcastle.
Good battle that, wasn't it? Zuma and Byrne both tussling for the ball there, and it just skimmed off the back of Byrne's shoulder.
Bowen again with the corner. This produced a goal in the first half. In it comes from Bowen. Pope's nowhere, and he's got into a crowd of players, and the ball just drifts behind. I think the referee's given a free kick anyway. Zuma can't believe it's been given as a free kick. Pope came flying out and didn't seem to get anywhere near the ball.
No, and I just wonder, is that for Pope or is it for Zuma getting on top of, I think it was Fabian Schär, and I think it was in the end. It wasn't anything to do with Pope, but you're right. Pope was just, again, bundling into the area, getting himself in a spot of bother, and then Zuma maybe just puts his arms on the top of the shoulders of Schär.
So a free kick to Newcastle United, who have 17 minutes or so to protect this 3-1 lead that they have in London. And London's become a much happier hunting ground for Newcastle United in recent times. I seem to remember when Bobby Robson was manager of Newcastle, they could barely win a corner in London, never mind win 3 points. That has definitely changed in recent times. More on that in a moment. Here's Declan Rice for West Ham, trying to pile forward. Ball ricochets away from him, and instead Newcastle look for Willock upon halfway, but tidied up by Soufal, who sends it back to his keeper Fabianski. Right-footed clearance down to the halfway line. The giant Dan Burn wins the header. Willock looks to float it in field. Anthony Gordon trying to get onto it, right-hand side of the penalty area. Holds the ball up, Longstaff in support. Gives it back to Gordon, right-hand side. Plays it back, poked goalwards by Willock. Might come to Willock again. He's got time to measure what he wants to do. Roll back to the edge of the box, driven goalwards and just wide. Bruno Guimaraes with a right-footed effort in the end, and it was only just wide of Fabianski's right-hand post as he flew across. Goal kick West Ham. West Ham 1, Newcastle 3.
Well, finally someone took control because there was nothing really there. Joelinton didn't take it. Willock, in the end, Bruno Guimaraes just took it out of his feet and then whipped it towards the near post. Probably a yard wide, but there's got to be that urgency when you get around the box just to then make your mind up what you're going to do.
The one thing Newcastle like doing is coming to West Ham. They've won here 10 times previously in the Premier League era, either here or at Upton Park, and their best record is against Tottenham, where they've won 11 away. So they're about to equal that tonight with the scoreline they have here. Joelinton looks to release Dan Burn down the left-hand side. He's taking Bowen with him, goes inside him. Dan Burn tried to square it across, but the ball snaked away from him, and he's claimed by Fabianski on his 6-yard line. Gets it downfield immediately, trying to find Ings, who spins on halfway, but the ball's long since got away from him, and he's back with Pope. 3-1 Newcastle.
I mean, brilliant defensive work from Bowen to follow that run from Dan Burn and make a challenge in the end. And then Fabianski's got to recognise who he's got on the pitch now. There's no point in whacking that forwards early to Danny Ings. He isn't going to win that with Botman and Cher. Antonio, yes. Ings, no. You've got to build it up and get the ball in around the box for Danny Ings.
Guimaraes for Isak. He calmly rolls it back to halfway. The score, West Ham 1, Newcastle 3 on TalkSport 2 with Car Finance 24/7. Search Car Finance 24/7 today. Remember, tomorrow night here on TalkSport 2, bit of Super League for you. Mark Wilson will be in the chair. Castleford against Wakefield Trinity at the Jungle. 7:45, and then remember, there's 4 live commentaries from the Championship across our network on Good Friday. Millwall Luton, Sheffield United Wigan and Sunderland Hull back to back on TalkSport 2 from 12:30, and then Middlesbrough against Burnley on TalkSport tomorrow, Friday night at 8 at the Riverside. West Ham in possession on the halfway line with Emerson. Plays it backwards of square to Zuma. Soufal gives it back to West Ham's goal scorer tonight. Square ball for Aguerd. Looking for an option up ahead of him, just plays it short. It's worked out to the left-hand side and Cornet. Now Aguerd looks to send the ball from left to right, seeking out Bowen. But it's got to be a good long pass to get over the head of Dan Burn. But West Ham have won it back. Downs finds Bowen, right-hand corner of the box. Again, looking to take on Burn. Gets to the byline, tries to play it into the near post, and it took a touch off Burn. It is another West Ham corner at the Bobby Moore end. West Ham 1, Newcastle 3.
He's got the beating of him, Jared Bowen. Time and time again, he's got past Dan Burn. Just need to do it more, and then get bodies in the box for when that cross eventually does make it in.
So Bowen again with this left-footed in-swinger for West Ham United. The last few quarters have caused a bit of consternation at the back for Newcastle. Out comes Pope, punches it clear this time. Headed back into the box for West Ham to try and get a shot away. Rice, 25 yards out, works it out to the left-hand side and Cornet. Back for Rice once more. Works it infield to Soufal. Soufal plays it short, lovely turn by Downs, flicks it out to Bowen, space on the right wing to attack, checks inside his man, was he brought down? He was. Free kick just outside the area down the right hand side of the box as Jared Bowen was brought down by Willock. 3-1 Newcastle.
Yeah, he's been just so good, Jared Bowen, when he gets in those positions 1v1. He's so direct, makes his mind up early. He thought he'd overran it and then just flicked it the other side of Willock, and it was a foul. It was outside the box, and these are difficult positions, I always think, when it's really close to the penalty area and wide. What do? Do you just try and float it in, or do you try and, I think, create something where you can pass it into somebody for a strike?
Well, Cornet's lurking at the edge of the area, unmarked if he gets rolled back to him. Newcastle have got a bunch of players in the 6-yard box protecting the attempted whipped ball in from that right-hand side, because Bowen is standing over it. It may well be him that ends up having the shot. It is Bowen to whip it in left-footed. Goes for the far post, and it's just over the head of Zuma and around past the angle of post and bar. And Newcastle have a goal kick, and they're 11 minutes away from 3 more points on the road. West Ham 1, Newcastle 3.
I hate this type of free kick. I hate it. I mean, It so rarely comes off, that one where you try and, flash it across and into that far corner. Are you really shooting, or are you trying to get a glance on it? In the end, it just comes to nothing from Jarrod Bowen. I think that's a poor choice.
And that missed free kick opportunity signals quite a few people to head for the exits. Certainly in the stand we're sat in. Plenty are heading back to Westfield, I imagine, to pour this result over. Newcastle fans aren't going anywhere. Away to our right in the Trevor Brooking stand end. They lead by 3-1, and they have a throw out on the far side, midway point of the West Ham half.
Yeah, there's a few bare chests in that Newcastle end.
No great surprise there. But it is April. I mean,
True.
It's when it happens in December that you think, what on earth are they playing at?
Yeah. But rightly so, they're enjoying this performance. It's been a very, very good away performance. They've taken their opportunities that have been gifted, and then they've just been really, really solid. So organised defensively.
Long ball downfield for West Ham, trying to launch a counter-attack. But it's flicked on by Joe Linton down the left-hand side. It gets away from Joe Willock. Ahead again, just at the edge of his own penalty area. Took a more secure touch that time to keep it away from Guimaraes. Now Paquetá, lovely through ball, almost found Maxwell Cornet, but sliding in a leg was Kieran Trippier. Brilliant interception.
And that's maybe a lesson for the West Ham fullbacks from that earlier goal from Joe Linton. You follow the run, you cut the angle, and you make the interception. It's outstanding defending from Kieran Trippier.
Guimaraes looks long downfield for Isak, who's trying to split the two centre half. Oh, Fabianski's come out of his goal. He's presented it straight back to Isak, and he's lobbed it in from 25 yards out. Another awful, awful error at the back from West Ham. Fabianski, the guilty party this time. He came out to help out and bail out his centre halves, but he got it all horribly wrong and just presented it to Alexander Isak, who just coolly, calmly lobbed it over the stranded keeper into the empty net. And Newcastle are heading back up the M1 with 3 more points and consolidating their Champions League spot, but plunging West Ham back into relegation worry. West Ham 1, Newcastle United 4.
I mean, Fabianski's just opened the gates and the West Ham fans are streaming through them. It's a terrible mistake, just to add to a catalogue of mistakes from West Ham this evening. He comes out brilliantly, as you would expect from a goalkeeper, but you either come out and you head that away low, or you just get it with your foot. You don't come out and let it hit your stomach. Falls to Isak, who thinks thanks very much, just coolly lobs it over the top of the defender and into the back of the net. That has definitely summed up West Ham's performance.
Cue a mass exodus from 3/4 of this bowl at the London Stadium, but the Newcastle fans making their voices clearly heard. 7 minutes to go on TalkSport 2, and no doubt that the points are now safe for Eddie Howe and Newcastle United, and West Ham will just have to lick their wounds, hoping for back-to-back home wins. That was the plan at the start of the night, but here they are, 4-1 down, and Newcastle coming forward again. Joe Linton's been set away down the left-hand side of the box by Isak. Joe Linton across the face of goal, but it's too far ahead of Gordon. He couldn't slide that home. Joe Linton might have been tempted to go for goal himself, but the angle was tightening all the time. He ended up trying to set up a teammate, and it goes behind for a goal kick. West Ham 1, Newcastle 4.
It's because he's too nice, isn't he, Joe Linton? I don't think he has got that greedy, ruthless streak that strikers have. He's always trying to look to set someone up there rather than just take it himself and strike with the left foot. Brilliant move, good footwork from Isak to set Newcastle away.
Long ball downfield, but West Ham can't get a piece of it, and Newcastle have it back. Gordon on halfway, plays it into Longstaff. Little 1-2 with Guimaraes. It's going to be busy on the Pudding Mill Lane platform in a couple of minutes' time, I fancy, because there's lots of empty seats facing me and Dean Ashton all around this stadium. Zuma tries to clears it against Joe Linton, kept in play on the far side by Willock. Rolled back down the touchline, Willock's chasing after his own flick and forces Paquetá to put it out of play for a Newcastle throw, and now the Newcastle fans are allaying every completed pass that Newcastle achieve here, and they're about to make a change, and Dan Burn is coming off and Matt Targett is definitely coming on, so a left back for a left back, and Dan Burn, who's been given a bit of an examination by Jared Bowen this evening, Dean Ashton.
He has. I mean, that's always going to be the case when he's coming up against, you know, quick, tricky wingers. But in the main, he's done very, very well throughout the season. Dan Burn, Matt Targett isn't going for that right wing role and tucks in at left back.
5 minutes to go on TalkSport 2. West Ham 1, Newcastle 4. Dean Ashton and Ian Danter with you. Still 1-0 to Manchester United in the other Premier League game. That's live on TalkSport at the moment. Marcus Rashford's goal still separates them and Brentford at Old Trafford. But this win for Newcastle, I mentioned, does consolidate their top 3 spot. You can hear the completed passes being olayed, but then a little boo you can hear as they give the ball away to West Ham, but then they win it back almost as quickly. Cher then fires it straight at Jared Bowen. Bowen trying to go on the outside of Cher, but he gets a foot in, and it actually came off Bowen last of all, just to frustrate West Ham's winger that bit more. Goal kick to Newcastle. So as it stands, Newcastle and Manchester United, who are both winning tonight, move on to 53 points. So Spurs dropped out of the top 4. Brighton are just beneath them. Brighton travel to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on Saturday. That's live on TalkSport 2. And another change. Javier Manquillo is going to come on for these last few minutes. And Kieran Trippier is getting a rest, albeit just for 4 or 5 minutes. But again, another really, really solid performance from the England right back.
Yeah, excellent again, but we're just, as you're talking about those positions in the Premier League, it's those extra games that they've got, Newcastle, one of them being this game, that I think are going to be so important, just to put that gap between themselves and Tottenham.
Yeah, still got a game in hand on Tottenham, so have Manchester United. So both Newcastle and Manchester United on 53 points, Tottenham on 50, having played a game more. And Brighton have got a game in hand on both Newcastle and Manchester United, and 2 on Spurs, and they're on 46. Hopefully you can join me and Perry Groves for that commentary Saturday afternoon on TalkSport 2 at 3 o'clock. Spurs against Brighton. West Ham next up there at Fulham. They've got 2 games against Ghent in the Europa Conference League. Sandwiched in between those, their next home game here is against Arsenal.
Ouch. But it's that time of the season where, when you're down there, you've got to find, you know, victories that aren't expected. You know, that is how you get out of these situations when you're down there. And it's not nice. This will sting, of course it will. But then you've got to try and put it aside, move on very, very quickly, and look to the next game.
Here's Danny Ings trying to reduce the arrears. West Ham coming forward. Ings out to the right-hand corner of the box, has to come back in field and then dispossessed Flynn Downs, and forward comes Isak down the left-hand side of the penalty area. Willock and Guimaraes and Gordon are in there. Isak can't get past Soufal, who put in a very important challenge, but it breaks back out to the left-hand side, and Newcastle still have it. Joe Willock, 30 yards out, plays it across to Anthony Gordon. Gordon has a go for goal, ambitious from the right-hand corner of the penalty area. It's blocked away by Emerson, and Gordon will have it back. A reminder that this result will keep West Ham on 27 points, but having conceded 4 goals and only scored 1, their goal difference has now moved into double figures. That was the one thing that was kind of handy for West Ham, having a single-figure goal difference, but they're now minus 12, admittedly still an awful lot better than Everton's minus 18, Forest's minus 28 or Bournemouth's minus 30. But they've just got to be careful when it comes to their goal difference, that it doesn't end up being worth a point to somebody else in the final reckoning. Into the last minute of normal time on TalkSport 2. It is West Ham 1, Newcastle 4. Paquetá trying to come forward, but it's won back again by Newcastle. And Guimaraes looks for Joe Linton, and Joe Linton brings it forward. Zuma trying to narrow the angle. Joe Linton into the area. 5-1. Fantastic finish from Joe Linton. He was greedy that time, all right. Passed up an opportunity a couple of minutes before, but he's fired it past Fabianski. 5-star performance from Newcastle. David Moyes looks bereft on the touchline. West Ham have been sunk, and how. They cannot follow up the win against Southampton. They've been taken apart by Newcastle here, and they stay joint third bottom of the Premier League. 27 points with 4 teams on that total, including West Ham, and their goal difference has worsened. But Newcastle march on. It's Newcastle 5-1 up now.
Well, I said that it would sting, this result. You just wonder how deep the cut could be, though, for West Ham. 5-1 in a game that was so important as well. But Joe Linton, I think he looked up, he saw that there was absolutely no support and thought, I'll do it myself. And he just goes as if he's going to go onto his right foot, shifts it onto his left, does enough just to manoeuvre Zuma out of the way, and then as he strikes, it just dips as it gets to Fabianski, and that's what just takes it over his hand. He gets a tiny bit of a touch, but finds the far corner.
I'll remind you that the Sports Bar will be taking your calls on TalkSport after 10 o'clock tonight. Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy, 03717 2233 44. You'll hear reaction from the managers both here at the London Stadium and at Old Trafford. You'll hear from David Moyes and Eddie Howe live with Ian Abrahams during the course of the Sports Bar. But if you're a West Ham fan just getting back in your car around the London Stadium here, you can vent your spleen to Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. A 5-1 defeat to Newcastle United, and we're into 4 minutes of minimum stoppage time. Manchester United still 1-0 up on Brentford, hanging on to that Marcus Rashford strike in the first half to keep pace with Newcastle and knock Spurs out of the top 4. Remember, these two results combined mean that Spurs find themselves 5th all of a sudden, having dropped points live on TalkSport at Everton on Monday night. Newcastle playing out time here. Gordon inside his own half, plays it in field to Longstaff. Now Guimaraes in the centre circle, looks for Joe Linton again, but got his lines wrong that time. And Downs has it back, trying to drift away from Willock. And this is a sickener for West Ham United.
Yeah, it is. You've got to take it on the chin. Like I said, you know, when you're in a relegation battle, you've got to move on quick. You cannot let a result fester. As bad as it is, as hard as it hurts, you've got to try and move on. It's not been a good result, that's for sure. There's been parts of the game that have been okay, but to concede 5 to a team that aren't exactly free scoring, but have found that scoring touch since the Carabao Cup final, Newcastle, it's going to hurt.
After 6 home games without defeat, this is not the way they wanted that run to come to such an inglorious end. West Ham United, they've got a throw down by the corner flag, but we're dealing in seconds here at the London Stadium. It's almost all over, and there's not many West Ham fans left inside the stadium to witness the final whistle, but I know what's going to happen with those West Ham fans who are still in here when the final whistle goes, and it will not be pleasant listening for David Moyes.
I think that's why they've stayed. It's probably the only reason.
Ball brought forward by Fabian Schär, looks for Anthony Gordon, just shy of the halfway line. Plays the ball in field to Isak, who scored the 4th goal that we thought might be the final one. But they're 5-1 up, and now Joe Linton has it. on the left-hand side. Manchester United have beaten Brentford. That's a full-time score. There's the full-time whistle, and there's the boos at the London Stadium. They can try and play the music to drown out the boos, but it's not going to work. David Moyes goes onto the pitch, and he's got to try and get his players up as quickly as possible after a hammer blow for the Hammers. They have been thrashed 5-1 at home by Newcastle United, who consolidate their place in the Champions League positions with their 4th straight win. They got off to the perfect start with goals early on. Callum Wilson with a header when they'd started quite well, West Ham, but presented Newcastle with the lead on 6 minutes. Joe Linton then made it 2-0 just before the quarter-hour mark, onside from a through ball. Zuma got a header back 5 minutes before half-time. But then Newcastle were presented with the gift of the night. Wilson got his second after Naif Aguerd gave the ball away at the edge of his own penalty area to Murphy, who rolled it across for Wilson to put it into an empty net. And then another gift, Fabianski this time, coming out of his area to try and clear his lines, got it all wrong and just presented the ball to Alexander Isak, the substitute, who lobbed the ball in. Joe Linton got a 5th late on, and David Moyes is just walking towards the tunnel, and that's why you can hear the extra boos for the under pressure West Ham manager. No points here tonight. They stay on 27 with 3 other clubs in that relegation scrap, but the Newcastle players go to their supporters and take the acclaim. 3 points heading back up to the northeast. 5 goals and a 5-star performance. It's finished. West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 5. Dean Ashton.
Well, the way David Moyes walked off to a chorus of boos, I think says a lot about how this West Ham support feel about him. And although there was some positivity in certain parts of the game, it was individual errors. It's very difficult as a manager to stop individual errors from your side, and that comes down to nervousness and lack of confidence and pressure when you're down there. Now the home record's been good in 2023, but that was a shocker in the end. But let's take nothing away from Newcastle. I thought they were ruthless. I thought their attitude once again was first class. They pressurised when they needed to pressurise. They sat back, were defensive when they needed to. An excellent performance that'll do them the world of good in terms of the scoring of the goals, which they've struggled with a little bit since the restart. And they're right in the hunt, aren't they, for that top 4 spot, and what an achievement that would be. West Ham have got to get over this very, very quickly. Some big games for them now, from now until the end of the season, and that's David Moyes' job.
Newcastle players just standing in front of the travelling support in the Trevor Brooking stand to our right, just applauding them. It's a bit of a mutual appreciation society at the moment. Jason Tindall and Eddie Howe, of course, are out there. All the unused substitutes just applauding the Geordie faithful who've travelled south, and it will be a very pleasant journey back up to Tyneside for the Toon Army. A 5-1 win against West Ham United, so they move on to 53 points, 3 points clear of Tottenham, who've now dropped down to 5th with Manchester United's win tonight. So the Champions League dynamic takes another twist this evening as Spurs do pay the penalty for dropping points at Everton on Monday night. But it is all about Newcastle, and a scintillating performance here, aided and abetted by some dreadful moments in the West Ham defence. It is now time for us to pick our man of the match with Car Finance 24/7.
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with Car Finance 24/7. Get your finance sorted first, then choose your car. Search Car Finance 24/7 today.
Well, Dean Ashton, this is your job. Pick us a man of the match, please.
Well, it's going to be one of the players that were brought in from Eddie Howe. Not the player that just always scores against West Ham, but Joe Linton. I thought as always, he gives that incredible amount of effort, that defensive intelligence, but he should be adding goals to his game. He should be a real threat in every game that he plays, because from the position that he's in, he should be getting into the box. And I thought he took both of his goals extremely well. 2 great finishes from Joe Linton, much needed as well, to share the goals around for Newcastle. And again, epitomises what Eddie Howe's done to this football club, to bring in players that are willing to run through brick walls for him. And Joe Linton once again has done that and hasn't left anything on the field.
There you go, that was our man of the match from today's game. Joe Linton's been selected by Dean Ashton with our friends at Car Finance 24/7. Search Car Finance 24/7 today.
Man of the match on TalkSport 2 with Car Finance 24/7. We search a panel of lenders to find you the best deal. Search Car Finance 24/7 today.
So a reminder that Manchester United have beaten Brentford by 1-0 at Old Trafford in the TalkSport commentary. Get yourself over to TalkSport if you want to react to tonight's action on the Sports Bar with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. 03717 223344. They will take your calls for as long as you make them to the show. 03717 223344, and you will also hear live in the Sports Bar from the managers here at the London Stadium.
TalkSport Sports Update.
Man United are back in the Premier League's top 4 thanks to a narrow win against Brentford.
Here by Anthony towards Sabitzer, down to Rashford, rams it into the roof of the net from 6 yards out. Well, you weren't going to keep him quiet for very long. 3 Premier League games without a goal, but he's back in business tonight.
Marcus Rashford netted his 20th goal since the World Cup to help them with a 1-0 win, a victory which takes them above Spurs with a game in hand. It was a good night for Newcastle as well. Callum Wilson and Joe Linton scored twice as Eddie Howe's side beat West Ham 5-1. They remain third, ahead of Man United on goal difference. West Ham remain outside the bottom 3, just though on goal difference again. Frank Lampard is set to be named as the new interim manager of Chelsea just over 2 years since he was sacked by the club. Lampard was dismissed at Stamford Bridge in January 2021 after an 18-month spell in charge. He was then sacked as the Everton boss in January. Meanwhile, the former Spanish coach Luis Enrique is in London. He's one of the possible candidates to take over from the recently dismissed Graham Potter on a permanent basis. And Norwich striker Timo Pukki will leave the club at the end of the season. The Finland international has scored 88 goals in 204 games for the Carrow Road side since joining them on a free transfer in 2018. Latest is on the website talksport.com.
On DAB Digital Radio and 1089 and 1053 AM, the Sports Bar on TalkSport.
All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening.
Good evening and welcome to the Sports Bar on TalkSport. I'm your host, Jamie O'Hara, and I'm joined by Jason Cundy.
Has anyone seen Fabianski? Kira, Zuma, Aguad, Emerson, Sushik, Downs, Rice, Declan Rice, can you hear me? Bowen, Luis Paqueta, Benrahma, Cornet, Antonio, Ings, Mark Noble, Jelly Deals, Bubbles, can you hear me, Bubbles? You're almost a one hell of a beating. Upton Park, Trevor Brookin, Paolo Di Canio, Carlton Cole, Bow Bells, and the Westfield Shopping Centre. Your boys took one hell of a beating.
Oh, the Premier League is back again tonight. Sees West Ham get battered 5-1 by Newcastle. West Ham fans, you've had enough of this. You're at home. You got this great stadium. What's going on? That was pathetic. Callum Wilson is with Ian Abrahams at the London Stadium.
It certainly is. Thank you very much, Jamie. Callum, every single time you play against West Ham, you score against them.
It's one of them things. I think, you get a feeling sometimes when you're playing against a side that you've scored goals against in the past. It just gives you that kind of feeling of, mentality, a bit of extra confidence, and you go into the game comfortable that you're going to have an opportunity to score a goal, and that if you take it, it's another goal against West Ham.
Your 2 goals, a header, what you've always done. The second goal, aesthetically looking at it from the stands, it looked awful playing out from the back, and Jacob doing what he does, robbing the ball and feeding you. As a striker, do you especially watch out for that kind of mistake?
Well, that's how we set up to high press today, and it paid off. That's credit to the manager, credit to Murphy for carrying out that instruction. And then, as a striker, you're kind of the central focal point of attack. And when he's won the ball and he's took it wide, I'm in the middle of the goal, so I didn't really have to do much. But thank you for Jacob for doing that. And I've repaid him in the past, and we'll keep repaying each other. It's nice.
Great win off the back of another great win Sunday against Manchester United. Yep. Champions League. I mean, you're going for this hell for leather now, right?
We're just taking each game as it comes. Every
game. A bit better than that, come on.
Well, every game, it is the business end of the season, but we're competing against top sides, and it's a position that we've not been in before. It's a position that, obviously, last season we would have dreamed about, obviously, and as players and individuals, you want to play in the Champions League, of course you do. We watch it on a Tuesday night at home, and you're thinking, actually, I want to be a part of this, and that dream could become a reality very soon if we keep being consistent, keep working hard, keeping our feet on the ground, and keep doing what we've been doing, really. And even tonight we scored 5 goals, but there's still things that we can improve on, and we've conceded, which is disappointing, especially for the guys at the back and for Popey, but we've got things to work on. Another game in a few days, and hopefully we can try and go into that one fresh and getting 3 points.
Yeah, last one. If you continue playing the way you are next year on a Wednesday, you won't be watching football on TV on the Champions League. You'll be playing against Inter Milan and Bayern Munich.
Fingers crossed, that's the dream, like I say, and it's only going to happen by hard work, and that's what's got us to this point. And now it would be a shame to throw it away at such a vital part of the season.
Callum, well done tonight. Thanks for talking to us live on the Sports Bar.
Thank you.
Listen, we've got to go to your neighbour in Hams. He's at the London Stadium. He's with David Moyes.
Certainly am. David, thanks for joining us live on Talk Sport. First of all, what do you make it tonight?
Not much.
Fair enough. Listen, going forward, West Ham looked okay, but defensively, I mean, that was pretty poor. Embarrassing?
I agree. Yeah. I could put those words to it. I think that I was embarrassed by goal 1 and 2, never mind goal 3 and 4, because we gave away 2 terrible goals in the first half, which shouldn't have been. But let's be fair. Players, if you've been a player or people who talk about the game, you can make individual mistakes, and that happens in the game, and we did that later on. But we didn't give ourselves any chance. We got back into the game at half time, and deservedly so, because we hadn't played that badly. In fact, we played quite well, and probably played better than we had against Southampton at the weekend. But we started the game, we gave a goal away after, 15-20 seconds, and it was a mountain to climb then.
I saw you bent over almost double with, I don't know what it was, anger or embarrassment. I mean, on the touchline, you looked like you wanted the ground to open up and swallow you.
I did, aye. Yeah, you're right, I did. Because you're there, you do the job, you plan your team, you work on things. But as we said, individual mistakes can happen, and it happened tonight.
Big run in for West Ham. Where does this leave? I mean, obviously confidence is not going to be great after this, and Nor's morale, and kind of taking the supporters with you, because a lot of them are left before the end.
Yeah, well, let me answer that first way. If we'd drawn against Southampton and drawn tonight, we'd have got 2 points. We picked up 3 points in one game. So if I look at it positive, we're taking 3 points from 2 games. So it's not what I wanted. Tonight's result and performance was certainly not what I wanted. But there you go. That's the positive. What would I say about the supporters? I thought the atmosphere at the start of the game was incredible. I thought they saw a team we got off to a brilliant start tonight within the first 5 minutes, and then we head a ball out for a corner when there's no need. And they score with a second phase of that to go 1 down when we had started the game ever so well. So the crowd were great, and I understand fully why they would leave before the end. Their team were losing badly, and didn't look as if we were going to get back in it.
Finally, you've had to bat off questions all season about your future. I've been at Rush Green on several occasions where you've had to deal with that from us in the media. More questions are coming your way tonight after a 5-1 home defeat.
Yeah, if you're a manager, you expect it, yeah.
How are you going to deal with that?
Well, I'm answering your questions the best I can.
Brilliant. Listen, thanks for coming on live on TalkSport. Thank you. That was David Moyes there, giving us an honest opinion on tonight's game here at London Stadium, where, of course, Newcastle won 5-1.
Good work, Moose.
Yeah, good work, Moose. Good answers, good questions. You're putting it to him. It must be tough for him. It's horrible. After a game, he got beat 5-1. He knows sports bar's happening. Dave, he's not silly. He's going to be taking a load of heat. No. But let's get over to London Stadium. Newcastle manager Eddie Howe is with Ian Abrahams following it.
Thanks, Jamie. I've got Eddie Howe alongside me. Eddie, first of all, what a terrific win tonight for your boys.
Yeah, it was. It was a tough game. I think the scoreline's kind on us, to be honest. I thought West Ham made a good start. We scored at good times in the game. Delighted with how clinical we were in front of goal. So it's been a good night result-wise for us.
You mentioned that clinicalness in front of goal. I mean, there were a lot of goals that were gift-wrapped to you tonight.
I think, my view is slightly different to that. I think you have to enforce those errors if they are errors. But it was great to see us return to really good scoring moments, because we suffered in that area really since the restart from the World Cup, and where we haven't taken our chances. We created a bundle at times and hasn't quite fell our way, but today we were that team that was able to create half moments and take them. So delighted with the players.
There's a real battle developing for Champions League slots, and you're laying a marker down by wins against United and then the win here tonight.
Well, yeah, 4 wins in a row is no mean feat in the Premier League. It's such a difficult division. So from the high of Sunday to this game was a really tough turnaround for us, very quick. There was a lot of energy and emotion, as I say, in the game against Manchester United. So delighted with the response of the players. And now we go again, another short turnaround, and then we go to Brentford.
Do you sometimes need to take a step back and pinch yourself at how well you're doing at this moment in time, from the moment when the takeover happened to now?
You don't get time in this job, Moose, to sort of have that moment of reflection. It's always on to the next challenge. We're delighted with where we are. We want more. And, there's tough games to come.
Finally, you mentioned Saturday, Thomas Frank, Brentford. I mean, I presume you might stay down in London, you might fly back, I don't know. But, I mean, that's going to be another difficult game for you.
Yeah, we are staying down, so hopefully trying to prepare as well as we can. No, really tough game. Tough ground, tough team, good manager. But we'll hopefully be ready.
Thanks for talking to Society.
Thank you.
Yeah, massive result that tonight for Eddie Howe and Newcastle. Top performance, good team, good players. They look good, don't they?
Yeah,
I mean, joy to watch.
They are. They're a very good side, easy on the eye. They've got a nice balance, as I said, defensively, but they carry a threat going forward. Got pace in key areas. Look, they were gifted a couple of goals, but take nothing away from Newcastle, because they were going to win that game today, no matter what. I don't quite know what Fabianski's doing there in that situation. He's come out, give Isak's first touch and finish, brilliant.
Yeah,
but it's a gift.
I know they made mistakes, but let's be honest. Newcastle would win that game 4-5-1 anyway.
Yeah. No, totally.
I mean, they
totally.
were
but it does kill you when you come in at 2-1 down, right? And David Moyes, they got goal for half time, comes in, sits them down, right? Here's we're going to stay in the game. We got to get the next goal in the game. Don't give anything silly away early on. 20 seconds later, it's 3-1, and that kills everything you said at half time. Completely kills you.
Yeah, let's go to Michael, who's a Newcastle fan. All right, Mike?
Hi.
Mike, look, up to third in the table, top performance, flying high with this team. You got over that little bit of a wobble, and now it's looking good for top 4.
Yes, but sometimes I think you concentrate too much, you Southern media, on like tonight. You're concentrating on the defensive mistakes that West Ham made, rather than how compact, how good, and every aspect of the game. How Eddie Howe is the modern day Brian Clough. I think back to like the players that Clough had in his back four: Larry Lloyd, Kenny Burns, Frank Clark at left back. Dan Burn, in many respects, is like a Frank Clark in that old Clough team. And Clough understood that football is a very simple game, and you know what I mean. Don't try and complicate it. And Eddie Howe's, you know what I mean, he wasn't my first choice as Newcastle manager, but he's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, he really is. Do you think you can push on from here? You get Champions League football. If you needed to sign anyone and bring in to strengthen the squad, what positions would you go for?
What, next season you're on about?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think Dan Burn will be a squad player next season.
You just said he's unbelievable.
Yes, you compared to Frank Clark.
No,
he's won back-to-back European Cups.
If you analyse tonight's game, there were 2 or 3 times when Bourne got round the back of him. If you watch the Carabao Cup game, Anthony got round the back of him.
He's slaughtering him now.
He just basically said he's like Ashley Cole at the back. now he's a squad player and he got done twice tonight.
No. We want to strengthen the team. If you want to strengthen the team, if you look at our 11 players on the pitch, the 3 players who we need to strengthen are the left back, Sean Longstaff, and maybe Fabian Shaw. In Isaac, I don't think we've seen the best of him. No. I think we've potentially got the best centre forward in the Premier League in Isaac, because to me, he is a complete player.
Yeah.
And what impresses me most about him is when you listen to him talking after the game. He's a very intelligent young man. He understands the game. He's a team player, which is very important. And the one thing I do like about Eddie Howe is when he's obviously picking players to buy, he's a bit like Fergie. He's not just wanting to get that team spirit.
Who's the womanizer?
Sorry?
Just wondering, who's the womanizer?
No, I'm saying when the manager's looking at who to buy, right. You know what I'm saying? That he's looking at players. Have they got a gambling problem before he buys them? Are they a womanizer? Do they like drinking, etc.? He buys.
Basically, Jamie Horror.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know, it's important.
You can't say that.
You know,
you can't say that.
You know, I'm just thinking of...
What are you doing? I was a professional. What are you talking about? You're worse than me. Don't go there, eh? Start talking about your past.
Last night, as I mentioned, Ando, well, he was moaning on, wasn't he, about the London Stadium, about how it's not a football ground, apparently. But he might not have enjoyed his surroundings, but it's probably fair to say he will still have happy memories of last night.
Sam Maxima on the right wing, beats his man into the box, heads it in.
Oh, yes!
Early goal for Newcastle United. And guess who? It's Callum Wilson against West Ham again. His 11th Premier League goal against the Hammers as Newcastle play it through. Joelinton one-on-one round the keeper and into the
offside.
Net, but the offside
he looked
flag
offside, didn't he?
Goes up. VAR says Joelinton is onside. And Joelinton rounded Lucas Fabianski in the 12th minute to make it West Ham United 0, Newcastle United 2. Lucas Paquetá on the edge of the box. Jacob Murphy is at the front post for Newcastle. It's into the 6-yard box, and Kurt Zouma has met the ball with a header. West Ham have pulled a goal back from the corner. It's West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 2. Aguerd to Fabianski, who was well off his line, had to get it right, and then he's lost it to Murphy in the area. Murphy to Wilson, it's 3-1. And what a start to the second half. Jacob Murphy winning the ball back and setting up Callum Wilson for a tap-in. And it's Bruno, and he's gone to get Isak in over the top. Fabianski's coming and has lost it. And Isak is just lifting it into the empty net. And that is a fourth Newcastle goal. One back by Newcastle, and Bruno wants to play in Joelinton and has. And Joelinton can take it through to goal. Defenders back with him. Still Joelinton into the bottom corner. Joelinton has his second of the night, and Newcastle have their fifth.
Well, it was a tough game. I think the scoreline's kind on us, to be honest. I thought West Ham made a good start. We scored at good times in the game. Delighted with how clinical we were in front of goal. So it's been a good night result-wise for us.
Certainly was. 5-1 is 5-1, and he was generous maybe to West Ham there, Eddie Howe, but I'm sure he enjoyed it. I'm sure you enjoyed it, Razor.
Very much so, yes. Nearly didn't start in the right way for Newcastle, because West Ham, their first attack in the opening minute, hit the post off Bruno Guimaraes, who directed it across onto the base of his own goal frame. Fortunately, they got it clear, and then they took control with the two goals. Wilson with the first, and then not long after, Joelinton got the second following that VAR check, and it was Emerson, at least Emerson, the left back on the far side, who was playing him on. So it was good that VAR got the decision correct after re-examining the initial offside call. When West Ham pulled one back before half-time, we thought they would come out with a really hard and strong start to the second period. But all their work to get back into the game, Pridey Steve was undone by that awful mistake on the edge of the area from the defender, who'd headed it back to the goalkeeper, received it again on the 18-yard line, dispossessed by Murphy, and then 3-1 straight away after the restart. And that was it, really. I think that killed the game. Newcastle got a couple more goals. They probably could have had more on top of that. And it just all went right for them. And I think it was just a terrific away day for the 3,000 or so supporters who travelled, who were noisy before kick-off. They sang all night, and they've seen their team record a massive victory.
Steve, you did ask in your introduction whether people thought it was just a dreadful West Ham United team, but that said, Newcastle still were pretty impressive, weren't they, no matter how bad West Ham were?
Yeah, I mean, as Reza said there, and as the manager said, ultimately the team were clinical when they did get them chances. Again, as Reza said, I think they could have had a few more goals before they got the fourth and the fifth. But you have to be honest. I mean, you can imagine David Moyes as well. Certainly at half-time, he's thinking, we've just getting a goal back. Right, lads, keep it nice and tight for the first 20 minutes, and we might be able to get something from this game. And of course, listen, the goalkeeper doesn't cover himself with glory, but at the same time, I think the defender has enough time to make a decision. Then he kind of miscontrols it. Then he tries to drag back, obviously dispossessed. But out of the 6 goals, 5 of them, for me, were defensive mistakes or goalkeeper mistakes. I thought their goal, I think Botman loses his mind a bit too easily. I have to be honest, I think Pope actually struggled all night from corners. He didn't cover himself again in glory with coming and claiming it. Possibly, I think it's Antonio blocks him a little bit for the Zuma goal, but I think he's got to be a little bit stronger. But they can only do and only beat what they've got in front of them, and it was an emphatic win in the end.
And the scoreline saw them equal their biggest win of the season, Razor.
Yes, in Premier League terms, it was equal to the 5-1 home win over Brentford in October. And Newcastle have hit 4 a couple of times. There was a 4-0 win later in October when they defeated Aston Villa at St James's Park. So same margin of victory last night. Incredibly, it was only the second time that Newcastle have scored 5 goals in an away match in the Premier League era. And it's been a long time since the first of those victories with 5 goals. It was at Coventry City, Highfield Road, in September 1998 when they won 5-1, same scoreline. Just looking at the Newcastle team earlier.
Were you in the team, Steve?
Steve wasn't involved in that match, unfortunately.
It would have been 5-0 if he had been.
Probably been 5-4.
Newcastle's goal scorers that day were Nikos Dabizas, Stephen Glass, Alan Shearer with 2, and Gary Speed got the other one. So a long time since they scored 5 away goals in the Premier League, but they did so last night, and at least a couple of the goals, as we've just heard and as we've been discussing, came from West Ham mistakes, really, but not that Eddie Howe cares.
I think you have to enforce those errors if they are errors. But it was great to see us return to really good scoring moments, because we suffered in that area really since the restart from the World Cup, where we haven't taken our chances. We created a bundle at times and hasn't quite fell our way, but today we were that team that was able to create half moments and take them, so delighted with the players.
Yeah, they were given several opportunities, as you've already mentioned, Steve, by West Ham. Actually, the look on David Moyes' face, particularly after Newcastle's third, actually, I kind of told the story, he'll have been absolutely fuming. But even if the opposition makes mistakes, you still have to have the nous and the calm head to capitalise on them, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Scott Ledger, who's the assistant on the far side, when he flags Joe Linton's off, you can see clearly that obviously the defender on his side plays him on side. But sometimes the lack of communication between West Ham's defenders was pretty appalling. And as I said, David Moyes, I mean, I heard this morning it looked as though he was possibly going to go, and now being told more or less he has to win the next game. So that's huge pressure on him. It's huge pressure on his players. But just getting away from West Ham, and this is me being hypercritical, and people might not like it, but I think from Newcastle United's performance, and it has been a few times, they play some excellent stuff at times, but I still think at times we give the ball away so cheaply, whether that's a ball from the back, whether it's from Botman or Trippier or Byrne or Shaw into the midfield. If that ball does get to the player, I think sometimes whether it's one of the forward players or whether it's one of the midfield players, when you're setting it off, it's sloppy, we're losing it. But that's me being picky. And I think if we can actually limit that more, then, obviously the team can go even further, strength to strength.
Well, it seems that Eddie Howe can do very little wrong at the moment. I mean, he made 2 changes, didn't he, Razor? And then the 2 players that came in, well, they each scored a couple.
Callum Wilson and Joe Linton replaced Alexander Isak and Joe Willock. Those are the changes you're referring to, Pridey, and Willock and Isak were then introduced as substitutes in the second half. And Eddie Howe spoke to BBC Radio Newcastle about his team selection.
They're very difficult calls because what you don't want to do from Sunday is harm the balance. And we had a really good balance on Sunday, and those 2 players were outstanding. But I just felt it was the right thing to do for the team, and it was the right thing to do for the individuals involved. So it's always you always probably be judged by the result, but I think protecting Alex and Joe, who have given everything physically with a quick turnaround of games, was the right call.
It certainly seemed like it was the right call, didn't it, Steve? I wonder what he'll do for the Brentford game now.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I got a ping on my phone when it says lineups, and I looked at that, and I was like, "Oh, that's a surprise." I definitely felt as though Isak would have started, but I'm thinking, well, it's a big call from the manager. Proven he got it exactly right. But I tell you what, I did notice about the manager as well. He comes across such a lovely man when he's getting interviewed, and softly spoken and calm and collected and all that kind of thing. And I think good managers have to have this. There was a break in play, and the cameraman went on him, and the players were surrounding him, and you could see him having a right pop at them. Because obviously he's thinking, this game is ours to win here, and we're not doing enough. We need to step it up. And it was interesting, but also really good to see that side of him. Yes. I'm not sure if anybody else had seen it. Maybe the listeners also seen it as well. But as a player, I'm thinking, I absolutely love that, because it just goes to show, top managers do get into you. And it just showed that he was doing that because he knows the game was there.
Yeah, it is a side to him that we don't really see as members of the media, Razor, and he does keep that. He's very good at sort of keeping his emotions in check, even when he's standing on the touchline. But clearly, when he's addressing his players in the dressing room or occasionally out on the pitch, then he is pretty animated.
Yeah, he has both sides to his management, his approach to management, definitely. He's also said in the past, Eddie Howe, that he doesn't really like to get involved with arguments pitch side with officials or with opposition managers, although there was a bit of that on Sunday against Manchester United when he confronted Eric Ten Hag. He normally leaves that side of thing to Jason Tindall, his assistant.
He enjoys that, doesn't he?
He really does, yeah, and he does a good job of it as well, Jason Tindall. But Eddie Howe says the reason for that is because he can't help his players if he's getting wrapped up in other situations, embroiled in arguments, and he wants to be there to help the players tactically and with anything else that he can offer them. So yeah, he sees everything, and he does communicate with the players individually throughout the game and as a group as well. And during a break in play, they all came across to speak to him in the first half, I think, when Nick Pope was down receiving treatment. But you're right, we don't really see that side where he might lose his temper, but he can be animated, he can be direct, and take that approach to management too.
0800 234 6565 if you want to share your views tonight. Do you think it'll be the same team again then against Brentford, or do you think he might go back with Isak and maybe Willock?
Not sure. It's a tough call, because the changes last night didn't weaken the team at all, and that's a great position for Eddie Howe and Newcastle to be in. And then the substitutions he made later on, when we saw Willock and Isak and Gordon, who I thought was very good again after coming on, helped them get a couple more goals. The game was already won really at that point, but they didn't let up. And he was also able to change the 2 fullbacks in the final 10 minutes, give Matt Targett some more time on the pitch after injury, and a rare appearance very late on for Javier Manquillo as well. So it was a good night for him, using a number of players in the squad, but I'm not sure what he'll do on Saturday against Brentford. There's an argument for keeping it the same, and there's probably a compelling case for bringing Isak and Willock back into the team. But could he really drop Callum Wilson after he scored twice?
Speaking of Callum Wilson, you spoke to him at full time, didn't you?
Yeah, we had a chat with Wilson, who was in great fettle, as you would expect. He's now into double figures for the season, 10 goals. He has surpassed his tally from last year when he finished with 8, and it's 3 in 2 for the Newcastle striker, who had previously only scored once in 15 matches.
Of course, I think as a striker, you go through periods in your career where you've not scored, and you always know that it's going to change. And yes, when you're in that moment, it seems like actually this is a bit of a sticky period. you're wondering where the next goal is going to come from, but all you can keep doing is getting yourself in the positions, keep believing in yourself, and when everyone else is around you doubting you, you've got to make sure that you're stronger than ever, because it does happen. Everyone will write you off, people put you down, and it's only you then can believe in yourself at the end of the day, and the only way to respond is like that, and just let your football do the talking, and I think the goals speak for themselves. I don't really need to say anything.
Eddie Howe said last week that he felt that you in particular benefited from the 2-week break and the time that the team had away, warm weather training. Physically, is that the case? And were there a few niggles and injuries that you needed to overcome?
Yeah, 1,000,000%. I think, especially going into the Forest game, I was struggling a little bit, to be honest, but my presence in the squad was asked to be there, and I felt like I could do a job if needed, so I made sure and declared myself fit. But ultimately on that day we didn't really need me, which was to my benefit really. Then we had a break. It was fantastic to obviously get the sun on your body and get a bit of rest and proper training into me and things like that, and then I managed to benefit from it now.
Steve, what did you make of Callum Wilson's performance?
I thought his performance was very good. I mean, ultimately he's there to score goals. Excuse me. I think 12 now against West Ham, which is the most he's scored against any other team, so he obviously clearly likes to play against them. But it was a couple of weeks ago we were just sort of saying, listen, a striker, a manager's got to look at it and think, how long can I persevere with him? Because if I play him today, he might get that lucky goal which comes off his backside or something, and all of a sudden he's on a run. Or do I just pull him out? Will that affect his confidence as well? So it's a really difficult one for the manager and the player. Because they obviously want to play all the time. They want to get that goal to get them on that run. Obviously, Isak came in. He scored some goals. But the manager was proved absolutely right by picking him. I mean, we all know he can score goals. And we all know forwards go through periods where they're not scoring, which is that's their job. So delighted for the lad. I thought his performance as a whole was very, very good as well. So, again, I know the question that you asked Razor, none of us going to know really what team he's going to pick, but having said that, with Eddie Howe, he seems to be picking right for the vast majority of it, which is absolutely superb.
Steve, you just said about Wilson's all-round game last night. He looked really fit again and sharp, and coming up to link up the play, lay the ball off, getting involved in the match play, because I think at times when he was on that run without goals, he wasn't really involved in games and he looked maybe slightly off the pace. He has really high standards, and we've seen him over the last 3 seasons score goals regularly for Newcastle. I think he's getting back to his best, which is great to see. And then we enjoyed Isak's performance when he came on, took his goal nicely as well, and there's a brilliant picture after the ball goes in, or maybe it's on its way into the net, because all you can see is Isak watching and admiring the lob, the shot. Well, it's not a lob because there was I don't think he put it over. I think he put it around the goalkeeper, but he's got his hands on his hips, and Fabianski out of his box is standing there, hands on hips, watching the ball go over the line. Have a look on social media for that. It's a great image.
And Newcastle are still third in the table on goal difference, Razor.
They are, yes, and Manchester United also won last night, so they're keeping the pressure on. They beat Brentford, who Newcastle face away from home on Saturday. That was 1-0 at Old Trafford. So both clubs have 53 points and are 3 ahead of Spurs with a game in hand as well. Newcastle's goal difference is now plus 26. That is huge. Manchester United's is 5. And Newcastle have really pushed ahead in the race, not just for Europe, but for a Champions League place, thanks to their recent great form.
4 wins in a row is no mean feat in the Premier League. It's such a difficult division. So from the high of Sunday to this game was a really tough turnaround for us, very quick. There was a lot of energy and emotion, as I say, in the game against Manchester United. So delighted with the response of the players. And now we go again, another short turnaround, and then we go to Brentford.
Thank you very much, Razor. 0800 234 6565 if you want to have a chat to Steve tonight. Anything else for us before you go?
One more thing. The match against Leeds at Elland Road next month has a new kick-off time. It remains on Saturday the 13th of May, but has been brought forward to lunchtime. So Leeds away will now kick off at 12:30.
Now, let's have a chat to Russell, who's on the line and has given us a call. He's a Newcastle fan, and no doubt, Russell, I'm told you were at the match last night. No doubt you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm still buzzing. It was so good. Yeah, brilliant. Good evening, Steve, Bridie and Marco.
Hello, mate.
Yeah, it was just brilliant. My mate couldn't make it because of the change of the date, so I got offered a ticket, and just thought, yeah, go for it, and went down, and then it was a bit like what Steve was saying, 2-1 up, sort of could have gone either way, could give us a bit of a game, and then as soon as the third one went in, I thought that was it, over, and to see them get 5 was just unreal. It's in the memory bank there with other great away games, like when we got promoted at Grimsby, beating Liverpool at Anfield, maybe beating Spurs 2-1 down in the Keegan era and stuff like that, It was just unreal.
As I said, I thought, I didn't think it was as good as performance as it was against Manchester United, because I thought Manchester United,
comfortable.
I thought the team were excellent. But you can only, as I said before, you can only beat what's in front of you. And West Ham were the kind of, really, they contributed massively to their own downfall with some of the decisions that they made defensively or goalkeepers wise. But you've got to be there and you've got to take them. I felt as though we had a few other half chances as well that we could have possibly taken. But when you go away from home, you're just delighted to get 3 points. But if you can get 3 points, but actually score 5 goals as well, for all them fans that was there, what was it, 3,000?
Yeah, roughly.
And I think half of them had the shirts off at the end of the game as well, which I could see on the TV. What an absolutely fantastic kind of atmosphere to be in. Everybody got, goodness knows how long the fans stayed in there afterwards. We all know basically the stewards have got to drag them out when we've won comfortably away from home or even won away from home. So yeah, it must have been an enjoyable night for the fans.
Brilliant, yeah. I mean, everyone stayed back. The team all come over. You could just see the buzzing. But then I heard reports a bit later that they're out on the pitch training, like every member of the squad, and they're just warming down and stuff like that. They're all dedicated, they're wanting to get into the team. And to do that, I think it's like what you talked about. You've got Eddie Howe's, he sets a standard, and if you don't achieve that, then you're not going to get considered, and he's just doing a brilliant job. I'm loving it at the minute, it's so good.
It's ridiculous as well, because obviously when the team had gone through a little bit of a sticky patch, obviously building up as well to the Carabao Cup, there's people on social media saying, we're this rich club now, it's time to move on and get a top manager and all this, and I'm laughing at it because it's absolutely frightening that people can be so fickle and just want to turn like that when that man and his staff have done an absolutely incredible job.
Yeah, spot on, Steve. You're exactly right. But I don't know. I've been watching Newcastle since I was a teenager, and it never ceases to amaze you sometimes the silly things that people come out with.
If they lose to Brentford, there'll be people saying all sorts of stuff.
How out?
Indeed. Yeah. Some people have even said when they've been doing well, he's done really, really well. But if Newcastle are going to really mix it with the big boys, he needs to go.
It's ridiculous.
And that's even that's running in third position.
And the thing is, you'll see these top managers, and even these so-called inverted commas top managers, they have bad times. You look at what's been happening. Look at the merry-go-round we've got so far in the Premier League with managers.
Yes,
top managers.
Exactly right. I think Howe will certainly be, very much sought after if he carries on the way that he is.
100%.
There's no suggestion that he's anything other than very happy where he is. Yeah, that will also rear its head because Southgate will finish at some point, won't he?
Yeah.
And we shall see. Thank you very much indeed, Russell.
Say one thing before
of course you can.
Sorry.
Yeah, of course you can.
By chance, my good week's going to hopefully continue because I've got a ticket for Hull. My brother-in-law's a Hull fan, so I'm going to see Hull Sunderland tomorrow.
Right.
So I'm hoping Darlow has a great game.
Right, you're going to go
Sorry,
to
Marco.
He won't play the month, hasn't he, Darlow?
Yeah. So we'll see how that trip goes, but maybe I'll bring a bit of luck to Hull.
Okay.
Well, good. Fingers crossed.
Enjoy that then, Russell. But yeah, we're hoping
he was doing ever so well.
You don't get the result you want. But no, thanks for coming on, Russell. I think it's the first time you've called, isn't it? So thanks very much. We do appreciate it. Call us again. 0800 234 6565 is the number. And I'm sure some Sunderland fans listening to that, Marco, will say, there we go again, because there's been a bit of a reputation for sometimes away fans at the stadium, or perhaps more often when Sunderland are on their travels, they've seen fans in the home end wearing Newcastle shirts or showing a Newcastle allegiance, even though it's nothing to do with Newcastle. There's been a bit of a theme with that. People have sent pictures into the show, so hearing that will make them say, "There you go again, another one wanting to go and watch Sunderland."
It's a strange debate. It's not one I'm really wanting to get involved with. I mean, look,
I'm sure he's going. Let's be honest, and I'm sure he's not going to wear his Newcastle shirt.
He's going with his brother, who's a Hull fan. So that's Now whether he chooses to put his Newcastle shirt on, I don't know. But
people can go to what games they want. But sometimes if they're there can be an element of provocation, but not with Russell, I hasten to add. I'm pretty certain anyway. Let's hope anyway. Didn't give him a chance to answer that. But I would imagine Russell, he sounded to me not the provocative type.
Yeah, level-headed.
Level-headed indeed. Let me do some of the messages that have come in, because there are loads, especially reflecting on last night's game. This one is from Martin, who says, some excellent performances, not least by Bruno, who once again ran the midfield. He did nearly score an own goal in the first minute, but apart from that, fans are almost taking the level of his displays for granted now, because he does the same every game. The midfield trio were excellent. He was at the centre of it all, says Martin.
Good player. Obviously there was a lot of speculation as well about his mate that was playing for the other team. It's a Paqueta. And he basically dominated him. I think that lad is a decent player, but he's not Bruno. And no wonder he gets all the adulation that he does, because he just sets everything up. You see him, he wanting the ball from the back four, likes to thread them little balls through. A good few times he's playing the ball with the outside of his foot to Trippier and stuff like that. Nearly got on the score sheet, just hit one wide. Top player. I mean, Newcastle do need to be trying to get better and better, because unfortunately other teams will be looking at players like him.
And Wayne says he just wanted to say, although the performance wasn't a 10 out of 10, Newcastle's clinicalness was. And Adam is in Durham. He sent us a text to say, not sure what's more satisfying, listening to those commentary highlights from last night, or hearing Ando's little evil laugh every time we scored, says Adam. And yeah, he does cackle away. His laugh has been described as a manky laugh, famously in the past, hasn't it? By a lady who called in a couple of times. She then got banned for swearing, but still. While she was on. Yeah. A few calls later.
Do you know what? In all the when I was at Newcastle as a kid, I never saw him smile, let alone laugh.
Yeah, but he's got that. Yeah, and he was chuckling away at some of West Ham's mistakes last night. He was, but it's when it's kind of a Schadenfreude type of laughter that Ando's got. And Vic says, Steve, yes, I also spotted the same thing as you from Eddie Howe, having a right go at the team. He was spot on, because we were sloppy. 5-1 is fab, but most were West Ham errors. And he says Dan, so presumably Dan Burn, needs a rest, says Vic.
Do you know what? It's weird that, because I was looking at the game and he's looking a bit heavy-legged, if you want, at the moment. I think his performances have been good. But as I said, I still think... I think he's had a fantastic season, I really do, but he is one of the players as well that sometimes is just a little bit sloppy. I know I'm being uber critical here, because as I said, I think he's had a fantastic season, but yeah, maybe it's the manager is looking at the Matt Target thing. Yes, he's been injured for a bit, but when he brought Dan Burn off and brought Matt Target on, I just thought, I wonder if he's got that kind of thing in mind about bringing him back in.
Keep the messages coming in. The WhatsApp number's 08000 321 333. It won't cost you a penny to send us a WhatsApp. Start your message with the letters BBC, as you must do if you send us an SMS, 81333. And yeah, start your message with BBC if you do that as well. Let's have a chat to Steve. Best thing to do is give us a call. We prefer that. And Steve often does that. Hello, Steve. Welcome to the programme.
Well, thanks, Stephen. Everyone all right there?
Very well, thanks, Steve.
Yeah, first off, Callum Wilson's Macarena. I think he needs to have a little... tutoring off Ando.
Possibly, yes. Ando's the master at improvised dancing, isn't he?
Yeah, needs the odd lesson. But the game, it turned out different to what it started, because the first 5 minutes, I was getting a little bit nervous, and I was thinking, has my bubble burst? Us football fans one went up, one went down. So I was thinking that first 5 minutes, that almost own goal, it had me twitching a bit.
I think when you go to places like that, I mean, let's be honest, they're fighting for their lives, West Ham. And again, it's ridiculous because, again, you look at some of the players that they have and you just think, why are they down there? Well, ultimately, they're down there because they deserve to be down there. And I think a prime example of why they are down there was the goals that they give away. I like Fabianski. I think he's a very, very good goalkeeper. I mean, he did pull off a worldie against Alan Saint-Maximin's shot. He just got one of his fingers slightly on it just to tip it round the post.
Yeah.
But 2 big mistakes. I mean, obviously the one when Isak scores, that's not great. Whilst I'm blaming slightly for the third goal, I think the defender could do an awful lot better for that one. I think he would maybe look at that, even the 5th one by Joelinton. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, straight off the bat, you're thinking, wow, this could be a difficult night because they started off quite well. They got the crowd behind them, and then them 2 quick goals just seemed to knock the stuffing out of them. And then the game, for me, after them 2 goals, very, very much in control, and then they get a goal from nothing from a set play, which again is a defensive mistake and a goalkeeper not really dominating his area. The tails us up just before half time, but ultimately the nail in the coffin for them is the goal after 20 seconds.
Yeah, that was shocking. But me, when with football, I'm usually pleased to punch if we just get an away point, just 1 point for an away game. But I'm starting to think I could be disappointed if we don't get 4 points out of the next 2 games. I'm really in that sort of mind, that the way we're playing, the way we're getting results, even though we're not playing at our top form. I think 4 points is not just a possibility but a probability.
We're playing decent teams. I mean, as you say, I was talking about it this morning. Obviously, there's 2 teams that are going for the Premier League title. I think there's Man United, ourselves, Tottenham. I don't think you can discount Brighton, because I think they're having a ridiculously good season as well. Of course, there's like the other a couple of teams around it, but the rest of them are basically between now and the end of the season in a relegation battle. Because even the team that's 12th or something like that can get dragged into it. But yeah, I mean, I've always said on this show, I personally don't think that we'd get top 4. I have to be honest, after this run that we've been on, it's starting to look more and more likely that they are going to get in the top 4. But as I said, they do have to see the season out.
With the goal difference, it's looking probable, not possible.
Oh, the goal difference is huge. Plus, I think, have we not got 2 games on Tottenham?
I think so, yes.
2 games on Tottenham, plus the goal difference as well. You don't know what you're going to get from Tottenham.
It's 1 game. It's after last night. It's
1 game now.
It's 1 game now, sorry, yeah.
I'll leave you with something carefully about the game before I go. There was one of those lads with his shirt off in the crowd. Mm-hmm. He comes from around here. He wasn't supposed to be there. It was his wedding anniversary yesterday.
Oh.
And she didn't know till she was told this morning that he'd been...
How did she not know? Surely she must realise he's not in the house.
Yeah, did he say
he's not coming home?
Maybe he said he was working late or something.
He often works nights, so working. He's just been told this morning by a mate or whatever that he'd been seen on the telly.
Oh dear.
Note to self, keep low profile when lying to wife.
There could be an interesting conversation to be had if it hasn't been had already in that case.
I don't think it'll be a conversation as such.
Well, a one-way conversation, maybe. Well, I think he probably deserves it, frankly. Thank you very much indeed, Steve.
Thanks for the show.
Thanks for coming on tonight. 0800 234 6565 is the number to call. Yeah, there have been a few stories over the years of people popping up on TV when they've gone to a game when they shouldn't really be there. Sometimes it's been for work reasons.
It's work.
We've heard stories, haven't we, of bosses spotting people who have said that they weren't maybe feeling very well and hadn't been in work that day, and then they pop up at a football ground the other side of the country. If that has happened, we've done this before on the show, but if that has happened to you, do send us a message or give us a quick call tonight, and we would like to hear from you. A couple of your messages that have come in. This one is from Billy, who's in Howden. Hello there, Billy. He says, will you ask Mr. Howie if he still thinks that Newcastle will not finish in the top 4?
As I said earlier on in the programme, it is quickly changing my mind, but they've got obviously a tough one against Brentford. I think Brentford will be a tough test at their ground. And yeah, obviously they've just got to keep the standards up till the end of the season. The one game that Tottenham's got in hand, it just depends on what they do manager-wise. Will they get that bounce back if they do get a manager, or if they stay with the one that is still there after Conte left? I'm not too sure. If it's the same manager that's there now, I think Newcastle will get in the top 4.
Luke's in City. Sorry.
We can't discount Brighton.
No. They're having a fantastic season. Of course they are. Luke is in Concert. He says, I owe Big Joe Linton a pint as his late goal meant that I won £550 on my bet builder. Well, worth celebrating that. What a result for the Toon, though. How will Eddie pick who starts on Saturday now that Wilson and Isak are both scoring goals? It is a tricky selection, I guess, for him, but it's what he's paid for.
It's a good one. It's a good one to have.
And Russell's been on. Remember Russell? He was on earlier. Bit of clarification, you see, about going to the Sunderland game. He says, I can guarantee there will be no provocation from me. I'm just going to enjoy a game of football. In my experience, I always enjoy watching a game as a neutral. I'm not worried about losing. Obviously, I support Hull, because he's with the Hull supporters. And hopefully we'll have the opportunity to sing You're Getting Mauled by the Tigers. So he's not going to be provocative, but he's just going to enjoy the match and support Hull a bit. And I want to hear the rest of this message. See, only part of it, it's one of these messages. Sometimes they get curtailed for no apparent good reason. And this one says, I once got sent home ill, in inverted commas, from school. And my best bet was also, inverted commas, ill, only to be seen on TV that night at Ewood Park. Needless to say, and then the message stops. So I need to know what happened next. So if it was you that sent that in, can you send it again so we can get the rest of that story? Let's hear a bit more about Brentford now. I spoke to Ian Westbrook from the Brentford website Besotted. He couldn't come on live. He didn't want to speak to Steve, he said. I started by asking him...
I can't see him say that. I bet that was a lie.
He didn't say that. No, he's busy. He's out tonight. He couldn't come on live for that reason. And unfortunately, it's not the greatest line in the world, but bear with it. I started by asking him how Brentford played in last night's 1-0 defeat at Old Trafford.
It's like a few games recently, Simon, to be honest, where we've been good in one half and not good in the other half. And last night, again, we weren't that good in the first half.
I don't know about Mark.
Got the goal from the corner, couldn't do too much about that. And then the second half, we were much better. The substitutions made a difference. Kevin Schade, one of our new players, had a great chance to equalise in the one-on-one, but he couldn't get it past the hair. It's all right. We've had a bit... performance has been a bit mixed recently, although that was only our second defeat in 6 games. We've picked up quite a few draws. Since we beat Fulham at the start of March, the only game we won was Southampton away. So, we picked up points here and there, but it wasn't quite enough last night.
But still, I mean, I would imagine most Bees fans are pretty impressed with how the season's gone. I mean, 9th in the table and still every chance of getting a European place.
Absolutely. Listen, we're living the dream. Someone like me, I've been going to Brentford since I was 6 years old. So to have a season in the Premier League where we're safe by February and top half the table, we're beating, winning at Man City, beating Man United, beating Liverpool. Yeah, I mean, it's beyond their wildest dreams, to be honest. So that's not a complaint at all. Getting to Europe is still a possibility. I'm not sure if we will. We've still got to play... go to Anfield and Stamford Bridge and Spurs and play yourselves in Man City. So it's a tough fixture list, but we've got some good players and there's quite a bit of momentum. I see we only lost 6 games all season. I think it's only Newcastle, Arsenal and Man City have lost fewer games than us. So it's tremendous. And the whole second season syndrome thing just doesn't happen at all.
Ivan Toney, let's talk about him. Newcastle fans know of him pretty well, of course. Didn't quite happen for him in the North East, but it seems like he's continuing to go great guns.
He's a great player. I mean, it's not just his goals. If you watch him, his contribution to the game, he's involved in the build-up, also defending set pieces. He's often the man who clears the ball away from the 6-yard box. He's a real leader on the pitch, and he's been a tremendous signing for us. He plays a massive part in every game.
And what would your prediction be? Would you be happy with a draw?
I can't see anything other than the draw. If you look at each club's records, Newcastle and Brentford more games than anybody else in the Premier League. So, I mean, obviously you want to win home games, but I reckon it'll be a draw just based on how the two clubs have done this season.
Okay.
A scoring draw, not a goalless draw.
That was Ian Westbrook then. He is from the Brentford website Besotted. And they're going to be a a dangerous side, obviously, Steve. I think that's clear, even though Newcastle beat them well earlier in the season at St James's Park. Going down to their place, different matter altogether.
Absolutely. An aggressive team, a physical team, but can play football as well. I think the manager, Frank, has done a fantastic job with them. You'd mentioned Ivan Toney. He's the one that everybody speaks about. I think is it Mbuema as well, the other lad up front. He's a handful. The two centre-halves are a handful as well from set plays. I think the reports, did Peterborough get £1 million because Ivan Toney made his England debut as part of the deal?
They might one of those sort of clauses are often inserted, aren't they?
But that just goes to show as well, and I'm so pleased for that lad, because it's a lad that wasn't fancied at a club. He's dug deep. He's kind of gone away. He's played in the lower levels, succeeded, got his move to Brentford, got them up to the Premier League, and he's terrorised defenders. Defenders just don't like playing against him. He's big, he's aggressive, he's skillful, and he puts the ball in the back of the net. And I think it will be a tough task for the two lads at the back. But ultimately, Thomas Frank's got a team which likes to play forward, likes to attack. It's a lovely ground they've got there, and it has a fantastic atmosphere as well. So this will be a tough test. Make no mistake about it.
Two changes for Newcastle today. Willock and Isak come in for Wilson, who is on the bench, and Sam Maxima, who is not included in the squad. So the 11, Nick Pope in goal, Kieran Trippier once again with the captain's armband, Fabian Schär, Sven Botman and Dan Burn, Bruno Guimaraes, Sean Longstaff and Joe Willock in midfield, Jacob Murphy, Joelinton and Alexander Isak in the forward line. And the substitutes: Martin Dubravka, Paul Dummett comes back into the squad, Jamal Lascelles, Anthony Gordon, Callum Wilson, Matt Ritchie, Matt Targett, Javier Manquillo and Elliot Anderson. Two changes for Newcastle. Brentford have made from the side that lost to Manchester United by a 1-0 in midweek. Three changes. Their manager Thomas Frank altering their starting 11 with three players coming in, and they are Aaron Hickey, Josh Da Silva, who was sent off in this fixture last season early in the game after about 10 minutes following a VAR check for what was a bad challenge, and Kevin Schade, a German forward on loan from Freiburg. He is making only his second Premier League start. So Brentford go with David Raya in goal. Then it's a back three or a back five, but Pontus Jansson, Ethan Pinnock, who scored at Brighton last weekend, got the third in their 3-3 draw, and Ben Mee are the central defenders, with Aaron Hickey, the highly rated 20-year-old Scottish international, at right wing back, and Rico Henry at left wing back. Then a midfield three of Josh Da Silva, Christian Norgard and Matthias Jensen, who the manager Thomas Frank has described as one of their best players this season, and he has started every Premier League match, the Danish international. Then two in attack, Kevin Schade and Ivan Toney, who has 18 goals, 17 have been in the league, and only Erling Haaland and Harry Kane have scored more Premier League goals this season than Ivan Toney. He is doing it again this year, Ando. It's certainly not a fluke. He had a great first season last year, and Toney, with whatever's happening off the pitch, is delivering for Brentford on it.
Yeah, I mean, and he's got an England cap to boot as well, you know, so it's been a great season for him. He's come a long way, to be fair to the boy. He's worked hard. People thought, would it be a one-off, would it be a fluke last season? But he's proved this season that it's not. You know, he's gone and he's done it all again. He's a big, strong boy. His movement's good, backs into people, makes life difficult for them. And he's been rewarded with an international cap as well. So, yeah, he's been excellent again for Brentford this season. Whether he's going to be here next season or not, I would have my doubts. I think there's sides who will be only too happy to take Ivan Toney away from here.
The Brentford bench is Thomas Strakosha, the goalkeeper. He's an Albanian international. They signed him from Lazio last summer on a free transfer. Johan Wissa,
Matthias Jorgensen, Saman Ghoddos, Brian Mbeumo, who's one of the 3 players that drops out of the side. The other 2 are Mikkel Damsgaard and Mads Roerslev. They are also named as substitutes, along with Shandon Baptiste and fit again midfielder Vitali Janelt. It's BBC Radio Newcastle, building up to kick-off. 3 o'clock start for Newcastle away at Brentford as they look to continue their really good recent form, and not only that, their good run in London this season, unbeaten in the capital in Premier League terms. Newcastle with 3 wins and 2 draws. They've never won more than 3 Premier League away matches in a single season against London teams, so a bit of history can be made today. They could achieve that with another success. And actually the last time they went unbeaten in London as an away side in the Premier League, Newcastle, was back in 1996-97 when they finished second, got there on the final day into second place and earned Champions League football. Maybe there will be parallels with this season. Willock and Isak are in for Wilson and Sam Maxima, who is not in the squad at all today. And a thumping win over West Ham then the other night was Newcastle's 4th victory in a row, and it's put them right in the frame for a Champions League spot and a top 4 finish after recovering from a disappointing period throughout February and at the beginning of last month. And this, at full time at the London Stadium, was Eddie Howe's reaction.
It was a tough game. I think the scoreline's kind on us, to be honest. I thought West Ham made a good start. We scored at good times in the game. Delighted with how clinical we were in front of goal. So it's been a good night result-wise for us. I think you have to enforce those errors if they are errors. But it was great to see us return to really good scoring moments, because we've suffered in that area really since the restart from the World Cup, where we haven't taken our chances. We created a bundle at times and hasn't quite fell our way, but today we were that team that was able to create half moments and take them. So we're delighted with where we are. We want more, and there's tough games to come.
That was Eddie Howe speaking about the win over West Ham. He talked about taking the chances. They probably have been guilty of not scoring enough goals across the season. When they're gifted to you like that, of course, you can't really pass up the opportunity, can you? But it was good to see them put a few goals past an opponent, because that has been a frustration, hasn't it? And of course the fact they've defended so well all season, best defensive record in the Premier League, still has, when the goals weren't coming, helped them earn points and not lose games or win games narrowly. But so much attacking talent that they have now, and 5 goals was would have been very gratifying, wouldn't it? However they came about.
Yeah, look, you've got to take the chances when they come along, whether they're gifted to you or not. You know, we had goals that were gifted to us. You still had to put the ball in the back of the net. They've done that. I suppose the one thing you would say is that we haven't scored enough goals, but all of a sudden Wilson looked back to his best against West Ham. You know, we spoke about Callum Wilson since coming back from the World Cup. He hasn't looked the same player, but he looked back to his best at West Ham. Isak, since coming back from injury, has been electric. You know, his pace puts defenders under pressure. He scored goals as well. So all of a sudden we've now got a real threat at the top end of the pitch, and if you've got that and you've got the defence like we've got, because of how we play and we squeeze high up the pitch and we win the ball back in they win the ball back in the opposition final third of the pitch, it takes a lot of pressure off your back four, you know. And the back four of you know, people spoke about it, and the fact that we haven't conceded many goals, and we've got the best defensive record in the Premier League. But I don't buy into that. That's entirely down to the back four. You know, that's a team effort, because we defend from the front. We win the ball back high up. We win the ball back in the opposition's half of the pitch. So that relieves pressure on your back four. You know, so all in all, I don't think we can have too many complaints. Of course you would like more goals, of course you would, but as I say, all of a sudden you've got two players now in Isak and Wilson, who looks back to his best, who are going to be a constant threat.
It's BBC Radio Newcastle. Let's have a chat now to a member of the North East's written media, Kieran Kelly, who covers Newcastle United for the Chronicle, has joined us. Hi, Kieran.
Good afternoon.
Nice to speak to you.
Yes, I'm sure I was low down the list, but I won't take it personally.
No, you were first choice. We like to rotate, but you were our number one and only choice for this slot today, as Ando will confirm. Yes, you will.
Yeah,
you will.
Yeah, definitely.
We are in the middle of a run of tricky away matches, and Eddie Howe's acknowledged that, hasn't he? 3 in a row. They had that at one point last season. West Ham went brilliantly, but probably on paper you would say it was the more favourable looking fixture, because Aston Villa are in European contention. That's to come next week, but so are Brentford, chasing one of those European spots, 9th at the moment, but they're just a point away from those European places. So how do you assess the difficulty today, Kieran, for Newcastle?
Yeah, it's a brilliant challenge for this group. I mean, every time they've had an obstacle kind of thrown in their way, they've delivered a statement. And the thing about Wednesday night was, for me, they weren't anywhere near their best, which is remarkable to say when you win 5-1, but I think they can go up at least another couple levels, and for me today they have to. You look at Brentford's record at home, I believe only Arsenal are the only team, the league leaders, who've won here. That says a lot. I think in a way the kickoff time might suit Newcastle. This isn't an intimidating Friday night under the lights. I think Brentford's record at 3 o'clock kickoffs isn't actually that great, so it might suit them. I do think you look at the Saint-Maximin injury, for example, which you were talking about earlier, before, when he was missing for Newcastle, it was doomsday. I think this is a chance to show again the little bit of depth they have in those positions. I know there are other areas of the squad that really need strengthening this summer, but it's a chance for a few players really to step up, and they've got so many options. You look at the way Isak's come in ahead of Wilson, what a great headache that is for Eddie Howe.
Yeah, and to be able to bring Joe Willock back and push Joelinton forwards, he probably wants both of them in the team, and this might be the only way to accommodate them. But like you say, it shows the options and the strength that they have now. They do have more than just an 11 that you're happy with, and if there are, like you say, players missing, changes to be made, there is quality there. I mean, we saw that the other night, didn't we, when the two changes were made? Willock and Isak came out, they came on later, and then they're back in today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, we remember Joelinton here last season, I think, scored that great header. Certainly someone who can just fill in. You can trust him whether he plays in the centre of midfield or on the wing. Obviously you lose a little bit with Saint-Maximin, that creativity he has. Only Trippier, I think, has set up more goals for Newcastle this season, and when you think Saint-Maximin, I think, has only made 11 starts because of injury and various other issues, that's some return. But like I said, they've got options. They've got goals in the team. There's real confidence in the team. Loads of different goal scorers in the past couple of weeks. Different players are stepping up, and I'm sure Eddie Howe's hoping for more of the same today.
Newcastle then started the day in third, but Manchester United are playing in the early kick-off. They are in fourth, or were in fourth, but they're going to overtake Newcastle now in the table because they're 2-0 up against Everton in the 90th minute. So they'll go 3 points ahead, but with an inferior goal difference. Spurs are playing Brighton in one of the other 3 o'clock kickoffs. They are 3 points behind, having played a game more. What's your feeling, Kieran, on the race for the Champions League? They've given themselves a great chance, haven't they, Newcastle?
Yeah. What I find really refreshing is they're focusing on themselves. I think we all naturally look at results and how great it is not having to look at Norwich or Burnley's results like last season. We're looking at Manchester United's results and Spurs results, but I think this team, they're so inward facing. They just know it's in their hands. It literally is, the rest of the season, and they know, just do the job themselves. They'll get into Champions League, they'll get into the Europa League, whatever it is in their hands, and that's such a great position to be in going in, 9 games to go.
You wouldn't want to be in that relegation battle, Ando, this season, would you?
No.
I mean, most of the bottom half are in it. It's quite refreshing to not have to look over your shoulder or have that anxiety of a fight to stay up.
Look, the Premier League, we've spoke about this in previous seasons. It's 2 leagues in one now. You've got your top half sides who are just better than the bottom half, and you look at some of the sides in the bottom half and they're poor. Nottingham Forest, we went to Nottingham Forest the other week. they never looked like they were going to win the game. You never felt they were trying to win the game. They would have settled for getting a point out of the game. You know, Everton are in a mess at the moment. Southampton are all over the place. There's just so many poor sides down there.
Yeah.
But Kieran's right in what he's saying as well about, look, yes, you look at other results, of course you do, but first and foremost, you've got to look at yourself. You've got to concentrate on yourself, and if you do the job that's there in front of you and you're winning your games, there's nothing anybody else can do about it. You know, yes, we all like a helping hand now and again, of course we do, but if we keep doing what we're doing at this present time and keep winning football matches, nobody can catch it.
Yeah.
Last couple of things, Kieran. The comments from Eddie Howe after the match on Wednesday. He was asked about changes to the team, and he doesn't like to make many, but I think in his written media news conference that the one area that he doesn't like to change is the back four.
Yeah.
And it is the same 4 players who line up in defence, and Dan Burn, last 21 Premier League matches that he started have been at left back rather than at centre half. Matt Targett on the bench again, but we observed, I think it was one of your comments, Ando, when Burn came off late on with Targett getting a few minutes at West Ham, is that he put in a real shift. He was starting to look tired. That's been maybe levelled at Burn a few times in this second half of the season. But Eddie Howe, again, is just consistent, isn't he? He likes to keep it like that, and it's hard to see maybe a way back in for Targett. And Burn, he's out of position, but he's holding on to that left-back slot.
Yeah, it's amazing what can change in a year. I mean, a year ago, Newcastle fans were, I suppose, so keen to get Matt Targett signed permanently. It looked like he had that spot nailed down. He obviously started the season as first-choice left-back, and Dan Burn's come in. I think he has limitations. I think that's a position they'll look at in the summer, but you almost forget that he's filling in as well. It's quite remarkable how well he's done technically out of position at left back. There's a reason why that unit's worked so well. They all know each other's jobs so well. They know each other's games so well, and it is a unit, and that's so powerful. I think as good as Newcastle have been going forward, that backline's been the cornerstone of this season. You know, it's been so consistent generally. Maybe not keeping as many clean sheets as they were, but this team doesn't concede many goals.
I think the thing you've got to look at as well, when you do play against the sides who've got a little bit of quality on that right side, he gets an awful lot of protection as well. You know, we've seen it at Arsenal. Not only did we double up on Saka, we tripled up on Saka with Joe Linton and Willock. You know, first 5-6 minutes he was getting roasted. You know, Saka was taking him to the cleaners. They see in that they see things early and they sort it out, and the three of them, Saka never got a kick for the rest of the game. It was like the other night, first minute, Bowen does him, and you think, you know, and he looked a little bit tired, he looked a little bit jaded, but as well as he's done, and you've got to give the boy all the praise in the world for what he's done, it must be a great side to play in, because the confidence levels are all there. Everybody's got it, you can see it. You know, they just want to play games all the time. Everybody's buzzing. Everybody's found an extra 2 yards, and that comes with confidence and belief, and that comes with winning football matches. But come the summer, you just feel that Eddie Howe has got to get a ruthless streak into him, because Dan Burn's not going to be the answer to your left back. That left position long term. If you're moving forward, you need an orthodox out and out left back who is always going to be an outlet for you, similar to what Trippier is on this right side. You know, we rely so heavily on everything coming down that right. We need somebody now who's going to come in on that left side and produce something like that going on that opposite side.
Do you fancy them to win today, Kieran?
Oh, that's a good question. I think a draw would be a great result. A win would be an amazing result. You know, I think 3 games in 6 days, 3 very different kind of teams, 3 very different tests. If they were to win here, I think that'll be an incredible result. You know, as you say, the away games they have coming up, they're all so tough in their different ways. Villa flying, Everton fighting for their lives coming up. If they can get something here, it really would be another statement for me.
Thanks very much for joining us. It's been good to hear from you. Kieran Kelly from the Chronicle, who writes about Newcastle United, with us on BBC Radio Newcastle in our build-up to the 3 o'clock kickoff against Brentford. It feels almost, Ando,
like the build-up to a pre-season game. It's very quiet and slow. Just everything around here. There's a lot of unoccupied seats at the moment.
It's a very
half an hour to go.
It's a very homely stadium, isn't it? You know, it doesn't look like your typical Premier League stadium. You know, what's it hold? 17, 18,000, whatever. You know, it fills the needs of Brentford because they probably know they're not going to get many more than that. You know, they're not going to fill a 40,000 seat stadium. So it's a lovely. The first time I've been here, it's a neat, tidy little stadium. I'm sure as Kieran has mentioned, under the lights, you would imagine there's a real good atmosphere in here. But yeah, I mean, what are we, half an hour away from kick-off, and it's not even a quarter full yet, is it? You know, but look, you know, you can say that about an awful lot of stadiums, Razor. You know, you look at St James, and because St James's holds 52,000, you know, half an hour before kick-off there might be only 15,000 in, but 15,000, you have 15,000 in here, almost fills it, you know. So that's, you know, it is what it is. But it's as I say, it's a tidy little stadium, but you can guarantee come kick-off time there won't be a seat empty.
No, it's still quite a new ground, opened in late 2020, still feels quite clean and fresh. The Brentford Community Stadium, or the GTEC Community Stadium as it's now known, and it is the setting of Newcastle United's latest Premier League assignment, as they will look to go back up to third following the win for Manchester United in the early kick-off. Two changes today, and a team of Pope, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Bruno, Longstaff and Willock, who is in for Sam Maxima, who is not in the squad, and Murphy, Joelinton and Isak, who replaces Wilson in the Newcastle 11. More to come from Eddie Howe ahead of kick-off, and we'll hear from Callum Wilson about his 2 goals at West Ham the other night. But at almost 2:30, let's head back to the BBC Radio Newcastle studio and join Colin White.
Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson, thank you very much indeed. We'll be back at the Brentford Community Stadium, or the GTEC Community Stadium, whichever you like, in 5 minutes' time or so. A couple of early games today, one in the Premier League, one in the Premiership north of the border. In the Premier League, though, Manchester United have beaten Everton by 2-0. Anthony Martial scored the second. Scott McTominay, of course it was, scored the first one. So Manchester United 2-0 winners over Everton. A whole host of 3 o'clock games in the Premier League, which we'll worry about later on in the afternoon. But one of them, Frank Lampard beginning his second stint as Chelsea manager. They go to Wolves. There was the Old Firm derby in Scotland in the Premiership, and Celtic have won it by 3-2. It takes them 12 points clear at the top of the table with just 7 points remaining. Kyogo Furuhashi scoring 2 for Celtic. James Tavernier, formerly of Newcastle United and Gateshead, very briefly, scoring twice for Rangers as well. Jota it was who got the other one for Celtic. So they look to have built probably now an unassailable lead at the top of that table. Back down in England in the Championship, the former Sunderland manager Mick McCarthy has left his job as Blackpool boss by mutual consent. Yesterday's defeat at home to Cardiff left Blackpool second bottom of the Championship and 7 points from safety. Speaking of Sunderland and the Championship, there was an extraordinary 4-4 draw at the Stadium of Light yesterday. Hull City scoring a penalty with literally the last kick of the game, but head coach Tony Mowbray was fairly sanguine afterwards.
Listen, I think there was lots of good stuff about it. I think as coaches, I don't know what Liam's said to you, but there's a lot of things that were wrong, but I feel as if we scored some good goals. I feel as if we reacted really well after a really, really poor opening 20 minutes. I said to him at the end, listen, I felt good about the team at the end. Obviously, right at the last kick, it doesn't leave you feeling good, but it fills you full of confidence that they can react like they did to the first maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes of the game.
That is Tony Mowbray. The Black Cats are away to Cardiff on Monday afternoon. Also yesterday, Gateshead recorded a 5th win in a row. They beat 10-man Scunthorpe 2-0 at the International Stadium. Greg Ollie and Stephen Wern scored in the first half. Tom Pugh was then sent off for violent conduct for Scunthorpe 7 minutes before the break. It made for a fairly dull second half, to be perfectly honest. But the result takes Gateshead 6 points clear of the relegation zone, and player manager Mike Williamson was happy enough.
It was another very consistent, comprehensive performance. Obviously helped with the player getting sent off. But yeah,
like I say, we've got a lot of games coming up, a lot of football to play, a lot of recovery to get in, and our focus is on a difficult one on Monday.
I think you now play, well, today's Friday, Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, Tuesday, which is a heck of a run, but you have now got the depth.
Well, we hope so, yeah. Like I say, I mean, we haven't got enough to change the whole team, and the demand on the boys, obviously, playing today, and we've been able to make some changes in the last couple of games, but half the team are just being churned out week in, week out, and they're dealing with it at the minute. So at the minute, we're looking forward to it, but it can all change.
They are doing well though so far. Altrincham is where Gateshead go on Monday afternoon. Also non-league-wise yesterday, there was a decent point for Blythe Spartans at home to Darlington in National League North, but Spartans still 4 points from safety in that division. There was a terrific win for Morpeth at Hyde in the NPL Premier Division yesterday, and in that same division today, South Shields could take a major step towards the title. They are at home to Nantwich Town, but our featured non-league game today is in the East Division. Playoff-chasing Dunstan are at home to Worksop Town, who have already won the league by a distance. Our non-league reporter Paul Dixon is there today. Paul, this is going to be a really interesting challenge for Dunstan.
Oh, a very interesting challenge. Can I just say it's a lovely day here, Colin. I'm sitting in the stands and I'm really looking forward. I've took my coat off instead of putting another coat on. So, yes, I'm excited about the game today. John MacDonald, the assistant manager of Dunstan, joins me. John, you've got 5 games left and you're telling me you probably need to win 3 of them to get in the playoffs, but you're playing a team today who won the league, Worksop, and they're ready to make a record today. If they don't lose today, they'll have equalled Boston 50 years ago, who went 30 odd games. I think it's 34 games undefeated. So it's a bit of a task today, John. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big challenge. Obviously, we've got Worksop today, who are the league champions, as you say, and we're going to back that up with Hebburn away on Monday. So two really tough games, but I think we're equipped. We know what we're going to face today, and we're going to set up hopefully the right way. And we're confident we can get something out of the game.
And you're 6th in the league. I mean, Worksop have been promoted, won the league, and the 4 teams are in there. So you're on the shirt tail. So you've got to start winning, haven't you?
Yeah, 5 games left, 15 points to play for, and we'll be looking to take all 15 points. If we do that, I think we'll be in the playoffs, we'll be in the top 5. We're just disappointed where consistency just hasn't been there, and we've let a couple of leads slip away from us, which has probably let us down a few times this season, but we're still right in the race with 5 games left.
Well, you've said that, yes. I mean, there's times you've been in front and you've drew, and there's times you've been drawn and you've lost it. You've got to be a bit more consistent. So, and you need to tell the lads that in the last 5 games.
Yeah, we've had a good chat this week about how we're going to approach the last 5 games, and I've got every faith that we'll be okay in these last 5.
Carl Finnegan, who you said has done very well, I think you said he scored 11 goals for you. He's got a bit of a hamstring. He's sitting out today, but he could be back for Monday at Hebburn, yes?
Yeah, so Carl hopefully will be okay for Monday, and John Shaw will come into the squad for Monday. So, we've got to manage the squad. We've got, 2 games in 3 days, but that's what the squad's for.
John, I better let you go because they're ready to, and you warm up then. I know you need to take it. Good luck this afternoon, John.
Cheers, thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Paul and to John as well. Yeah, Worksop Town are quite incredible. Stockton beat them on the opening day of the season, the 13th of August, and they have not lost a league game since, and they are winning the league by a very, very long way. Also in the East Division today, Consett are at Carlton Town, North Shields are at home to Long Eaton United, and Hebburn, who, as John has just mentioned, they play Dunstan on Monday. Today they are away at Sheffield FC. We'll get updates from Paul throughout the afternoon. But there's a big programme of Northern League fixtures as well. Berwick Rangers are at home to East Kilbride in the Scottish Lowland League. So we will do our local football roundup at the usual time of 5:45. To cricket on the south coast then, where Durham are into day 3 of their opening county championship match of the season. The second innings not going quite as well as the first though. Martin Emerson.
Yes, I think the conditions this morning really helped Sussex, and they bowled a lot better than they did on day 1 as well. Durham eventually getting the final wicket they needed to see off Sussex's first innings. Took them 2.5 overs this morning, so they bowled them out for 335 and had a lead of just 41. So the game very much in the balance then, and at that point in time, some very heavy clouds sitting right over the ground. Sussex came out to bowl, and before lunch, Durham were reduced to 70 for 5 and a lead of just 111. They lost 5 wickets for 33 runs in 11 overs. It started when Michael Jones, the opener, was caught behind off Sean Hunt for 4. Then Alex Lees was caught behind off Henry Crocom's bowling for 17. Crocombe and the keeper combined to see Ben McKinney depart for 4 as well, and then Crocombe got another wicket. Graham Clark caught behind for 1. In the middle of all of that, David Beddingham fell for 15, so Durham in a bit of a straits, I should have said, at the time. There was calmed down a little bit after lunch. The sun is out now, blue skies, so different conditions, but Ollie Robinson's doing his best to keep things stable from a Durham point of view. He has 28. He's been joined by Bryden Carse at the other end, who has 17. So the lead's gone up to 156. They are 6 down, but you do feel that somewhere along the line, a partnership would just steer this game nicely back towards Durham, and perhaps no need to panic just yet. So maybe it's these two who can steady the ship and take them into the afternoon. But if the wickets were to continue to fall at the rate they were doing, then you'd imagine this one would be over tonight, or perhaps midway through tomorrow morning. But we've seen it on this ground before. Flurries of wickets, and then things just calm down again. So at the minute, it looks like we might just be heading towards the doldrums again.
Oh dear, that's not how we like to end a report. But Martin Emerson, thank you very much indeed. The commentary continues for however long the game goes on tonight, or all the way through tomorrow, on the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app as well. Lots of other local sport across this long Easter weekend. So in the basketball last night, the Newcastle Eagles men beaten by 11 points at home to Sheffield Sharks, which does their playoff contention no good whatsoever. Kyle Johnson top scoring with 26 points, but the Eagles beaten by 11. Today in the WBBL, Durham Palatinates are away at Nottingham Wildcats. That one tips off at 6 o'clock. They were beaten, the Palatinates, by 13 points on Thursday night away at the Sheffield Hatters. And then tomorrow, double Eagles action. So the women in the WBBL are away at London Lions, and then the men, trying to make up for last night, are away at Leicester Riders. That one is at 4 o'clock. In Rugby League's Championship yesterday, Newcastle Thunder beaten by 24 points at home to Sheffield Eagles, 44-20. That one finished in the end. In the ice hockey, Whitley Warriors involved in the North Division 1 finals weekend across today and tomorrow in Altrincham. There's a local derby in the first semi-final, which gets underway in about an hour's time. The Warriors take on Billingham Stars. Solway Sharks and Solihull Barons face off in the second semi-final later today, and then the final between the winners is at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. In qualifying for Snooker's World Championships, Gateshead's Elliot Slessor leads Ian Martin by 5 frames to 3 in the third round of qualifying. It is first to 10. They will play to a finish this afternoon. They've actually just resumed their second session. Tonight, his fellow Tynesider, John Astley, resumes 5-4 behind to Anthony McGill. They'll play to a finish tonight as well. And then tomorrow, Newcastle's David Lilly faces the former World Championship runner-up Barry Hawkins. They've not started yet. The same for Wallsend's Sam Craigie. He takes on David Grace. The other North East name you might have been listening out for, Gary Wilson, has already qualified for the Crucible. He does not have to go through the torturous 4 rounds of qualifying. And finally, further afield, the Masters Golf has resumed at Augusta. Some players, though, still yet to complete their second rounds after yesterday's storms, which brought trees down as well. Brooks Koepka got his round finished yesterday. He is still the clubhouse leader on 12 under. He is just 1 shot clear now, though, of John Rahm, who's just completed his 15th hole, so still 3 to go in his second round. And then the young amateur, the American amateur, Sam Bennett, is tucked in there nicely in third on 8 under par, but it looks very much like Rory McIlroy is going to miss the cut. Right then, back down to the capital we go. Kick-off between Newcastle and Brentford is at 3 o'clock, but the build-up with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson continues right after this.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Steph, do you remember the egg competitions you used to do at school?
Yes.
Painting the eggs, yeah?
I loved them.
Did you ever win?
Most of the time.
Did you?
Most years, yeah. I think I won.
Did your mum and dad do them for you?
Yeah.
Did they really?
I did help. Well, I am actually quite artistic, and my mum is very artistic. So we do it together, but obviously it was my mum's inspiration.
Right. Your mum's right hand painting the egg.
I contributed.
I am shocked. You're like a goody two-shoes. I'm surprised about this. Who would have thought Stephanie Finnan, pure of heart and dead honest on the news and stuff, has been cheating away to egg competitions?
The sound of the North East at breakfast. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Sam Maxima on the right wing, beats his man into the box, heads it in.
Oh, yes!
Early goal for Newcastle United. And guess who? It's Callum Wilson against West Ham again. His 11th Premier League goal against the Hammers as Newcastle play it through. Joelinton one-on-one round the keeper and into the net, but the offside
He looked
flag
offside, didn't he?
goes up. VAR says Joelinton is onside, and Joelinton rounded Lucas Fabianski in the 12th minute to make it West Ham United 0, Newcastle United 2. Lucas Paquetá on the edge of the box. Jacob Murphy is at the front post for Newcastle. It's into the 6-yard box, and Kurt Zouma has met the ball with a header. West Ham have pulled a goal back from the corner. It's West Ham United 1, Newcastle United 2. Aguerd to Fabianski, who was well off his line, had to get it right, and then he's lost it to Murphy in the area. Murphy to Wilson, it's 3-1. And what a start to the second half. Jacob Murphy winning the ball back and setting up Callum Wilson for a tap-in. And it's Bruno. And he's gone to get Isak in over the top. Fabianski's coming and has lost it. And Isak is just lifting it into the empty net. And that is a 4th Newcastle goal. One back by Newcastle, and Bruno wants to play in Joelinton and has. And Joelinton can take it through to goal. Defenders back with him. Still Joelinton into the bottom corner. Joelinton has his 2nd of the night, and Newcastle have their 5th.
Well, it was a tough game. I think the scoreline's kind on us, to be honest. I thought West Ham made a good start. We scored at good times in the game. Delighted with how clinical we were in front of goal. So it's been a good night result-wise for us.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well worth hearing the goals from Wednesday night again. And Ando's chuckling in the background as goals. I'm trying to remember which ones, 3 and 4 certainly, but you enjoyed the VAR turnaround as well.
I did. I thought he was offside. He looked offside.
He did, but played on by it was the defender on the far side. So 5-1 win away from home. Their other 5-1 win this season was against their opponents today, Brentford. And that was at St James's Park in October. And a reminder of the team: Pope, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, Bruno, Longstaff, and then Willock, who is in for San Maxima, Murphy, Joelinton and Isak, who has been selected ahead of Wilson. Today Wilson is on the bench. San Maxima were told it's a slight hamstring issue, possibly a bit of tightness. That's why he has been omitted from the matchday squad. Paul Dummett comes in as a substitute. The other players on the bench, in addition to Wilson and Dummett, are Dubravka, Lascelles, Gordon, who's been very good in his last couple of appearances as a sub, Ritchie, Targett, Manquillo, Anderson. Brentford, Raya in goal, Janssen, Pinnock and Mee are the 3 centre-halves, with Hickey on the right and Henry on the left as wing-backs. De Silva, Norgard and Jensen in midfield, and Tony and Schade, the forward players. Their defeat by Manchester United on Wednesday, Brentford, was only their 2nd loss in 17 Premier League matches, and they haven't been beaten in consecutive Premier League games, Brentford, since last February, when they lost to Arsenal and then at home to Newcastle United. And they will be wearing, United today, their change kit, the away colours of blue and gold. So it won't be black and white versus red and white. It's the away kit for Newcastle as the players head over to the corner on the far side to finish off their warm-up and applaud the away fans, all 1,700 of them in that tiny section here at the home of Brentford, who are probably, Ando, maybe to a lesser extent than Brighton, one of the surprise teams in that top group who are fighting it out for a European place, and they may not be favourites to finish in the top 6 or 7 places, but you would say that they do have a chance, don't they, even though Aston Villa have come into the mix in recent weeks, and that may be because not only of how well they're doing, but the faltering form of the likes of Liverpool, and the fact that Chelsea, who are always up there, are this season nowhere.
Yeah, look, they are where they are because that's where they deserve to be. You know, similar to Brighton. You know, I remember going to Brighton earlier in the season. Yes, we got a draw, but we were outplayed in that game. They were the better side by a good way. You know, are Brighton a surprise package? I don't really think so. I think they've shown over the past few seasons are a good footballing side. But I think they've added a little bit to their game this season with new manager coming in, scoring more goals, more shots on target. So look, at sides at this stage of the season, you're where you deserve to be. You know, Brentford are there. Have they got it in them to push on? Time will tell, you know, but they've had a great season, whatever way it goes. I mean, you know, you talk about surprise packages. Is it a surprise that we're in the top 4?
Yeah.
You know, when you see where we were and where we've come from, to a lot of supporters, and I include our own supporters in that, it probably is a surprise that we are where we are, because everything's happened so quickly. We expected it to happen, but did we expect it as quickly as this? Probably not. But look, today will be a good challenge for us. You know, Brighton's confidence high, as you say, only two defeats in 17, so they've got a bit of belief about themselves. They've got a good record here as well. So yeah, you would expect a tougher challenge today than we got on Wednesday night at West Ham.
Referee today is Chris Kavanagh from Lancashire. He was the 4th official at West Ham in midweek. It's the first time he will referee Newcastle since last April and the win at Norwich. And Darren England is on VAR duty as the players head back into the changing room. We are approaching 10 minutes to kick off. Eddie Howe's pre-match thoughts to come, but let's hear from Callum Wilson. 2 matches, 3 goals for Newcastle's number 9. He's getting back to his best, isn't he? Looks fit and strong, and has to settle for a place among the substitutes today, but I'm sure we'll see him at some point. And with those goals, he's helped them climb back into the top 4 places in the battle for a spot in next season's Champions League.
It is the business end of the season, but we're competing against top sides, and it's a position that we've not been in before. It's a position that obviously last season we would have dreamed about, obviously, and as players and individuals you want to play in the Champions League, of course you do. We watch it on a Tuesday night at home and you're thinking, actually I want to be a part of this, and that dream could become a reality very soon if we keep being consistent, keep working hard, keeping our feet on the ground, and keep doing what we've been doing, really. And we scored 5 goals, but there's still things that we can improve on, and we've conceded, which is disappointing, especially for the guys at the back and for Popey. But we've got things to work on. Another game in a few days, and hopefully we can try and go into that one fresh and getting 3 points.
Callum, when you had the run without a goal, how much could you block out all the noise and any criticism that came your way and just keep believing in your abilities?
Of course, I think as a striker, you go through periods in your career where you've not scored, and you always know that it's going to change. And yes, when you're in that moment, it seems like actually this is a bit of a, you know, of a sticky period. You're wondering where the next goal is going to come from, but all you can keep doing is getting yourself in the positions, keep believing in yourself, and when everyone else is around you doubting you, you've got to make sure that you're stronger than ever, because it does happen. Everyone will write you off, people put you down, and it's only you then can believe in yourself at the end of the day. And the only way to respond is like that, and just let your football do the talking. And I think the goals speak for themselves. I don't really need to say anything.
And you've got 10 for the season now, so you're into double figures. Is that one target reached for you, and you'll look for the next goals target?
Definitely. I set myself many targets, especially because at the beginning of the season you set targets, and then the way that the season pans out, you obviously have to adjust them to be realistic and try and achieve those. And that was something I did. I set myself short-term goals, mid-term, and getting to double figures is obviously one of those things. And then, you know, now it's about ticking off as many goals as you can to get to 15, and then seeing if you can get to 20. So that's as a striker, you know, you take each game as it comes. But I think the most important thing is the team at the moment. We're obviously sharing the load between players and squad. We've got a great squad here. Everyone's scoring goals at the minute, and it's free-flowing football, which is nice to be a part of.
Eddie Howe said last week that he felt that you in particular benefited from the 2-week break and the time that the team had away, warm weather training, physically. Is that the case? And were there a few niggles and injuries that you needed to overcome?
Yeah, 1,000,000%. I think especially going into the Forest game, I was struggling a little bit, to be honest. But my presence in the squad was asked to be there, and you know, I felt like I could do a job if needed. So I made sure and declared myself fit. But ultimately on that day, we didn't really need me, which was to my benefit really. Then we had the break. It was fantastic to obviously get the sun on your body and get a bit of rest and proper training into me and things like that, and then I managed to benefit from it now.
And lastly, how tough is Saturday going to be? Because Brentford are having a very good season. They're in contention for Europe, and they were narrowly beaten by Manchester United on Wednesday.
Well, they're a top side. They're not in that position by luck. You know, they've worked hard. They've got great hard-working individuals and things like that. And I think Saturday's going to be tough. It's at home for them. They're going to be licking their wounds after a defeat. So it's going to be a tough game, and one that we're going to have another different test, and we're going to have to overcome.
Callum Wilson speaking to BBC Radio Newcastle at West Ham earlier in the week. 10 goals in 26 games this season for Wilson. He got 8 last year in his first campaign as a Newcastle player. He finished with 12 goals in 28, so on course for his best return in a black and white shirt. But a substitute today with Isak replacing him and Willock for San Maxima, the other change to the starting lineup. Eddie Howe, the Newcastle United head coach, has been telling us that he has a lot of admiration for his opposite number, Thomas Frank, who has brought Brentford up from the Championship and now into contention for European football.
I think they're very well coached. Their recruitment's been very good. So I think there's a lot to like about Brentford. They've obviously moved into a new stadium and probably, no doubt, really upgraded internally in terms of the club, and they're a club moving in the right direction. So yeah, we're very aware there's going to be a really tough examination of our recent good form.
And you've told us that you'll be staying down in London over the days between West Ham and Brentford. What does the training schedule look like, and the possibility of your players even just having some rest between games?
Well, there'll be an opportunity to rest, yeah. I think we're using some local facilities to try and help that recovery process. We'll then be training on Friday in preparation for the game. So it will be like we're in Newcastle, but just hopefully without the travelling.
It is a demanding schedule, though, for you, and it's the second of 3 tough away games in succession, isn't it? How key do you think this week or week and a half could be to what you hope to achieve this season?
Well, certainly it's been a good start to the week with the 2 wins. We want to finish it off in style if we can. We know the opponent's very strong. They've got big areas that they're very good at, and hopefully we get our preparation right and produce another good performance.
It will, of course, be more about what you can do on the day, but how do you think about the threat of Ivan Toney in particular? They do have other good players, but he's been in fine goal-scoring form this season.
Yeah, he's a real threat. He's a big handful. He's a big part of their game. He's a focal point for them. So he's big from set plays. He's big in open play. Certainly we're going to have to do a good job on him.
And finally, it's a lot of travelling for you as players and staff, but also for the fans, and they sell out every away section that they get. They'll be there in their numbers on Saturday. What would you say about the backing that they're continuing to give you through this long season?
Yeah, well, they've been incredible this year, home and away. But the away support we never take for granted. You know, the travelling here on a Wednesday evening, you've got both tiers full, making noise all the way through. Can't thank them enough.
These days, more and more of us are listening to music online. But what are the most streamed and most downloaded songs from the 80s or 90s?
Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you.
I'm Simon Logan, and this Easter Sunday from 2, I'll count down the top 60 most streamed and downloaded songs from those 2 iconic decades. The most streamed songs from the 80s and 90s. Easter Sunday from 2 or anytime on the BBC Sounds app.
BBC Radio Newcastle, the sound of the North East. Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And here come the 2 teams led out by referee Chris Kavanagh. Kieran Trippier and Pontus Jansson are the 2 captains today. Jude, which is used at quite a number of football grounds. The Premier League is one of Brentford's anthems, but it's enjoyed by the Newcastle fans who've travelled here today. It's one we to at St James's Park every week. It's got all four sides of the stadium going. Red and white stripes, black shorts and black socks for Brentford, with goalkeeper David Raya in luminous green. Luminous yellow for the referee and his two assistants, who are Wade Smith and Natalie Aspinall. Black shorts and socks, and then Newcastle, the blue shirts, gold shorts and gold socks, and Nick Pope all in orange this afternoon. 53 points with 10 matches remaining. Looking at the record and the history for Champions League qualification, the lowest points tally from a team that finished in the Premier League top four was 60, and that was Liverpool in 2003-2004, where they pipped Newcastle to that fourth spot in the final week of the season, and Newcastle finished fifth on 56 points, so 4 behind. So 60 is the lowest that it's taken to get into the top four for the Champions League. The other side of that is that the highest total by a team that finished outside the top four was 75 points by Arsenal in 2016-17, so quite a swing there. Not quite sure how many it will take this season, certainly more than the 60 that Liverpool got nearly 20 years ago. Probably be looking towards 70, you would think, with 9-10 matches to go for the teams competing.
It's hard to really know because of the form of Liverpool, because of the form of Tottenham. You just don't know what you're going to get out of those sides. You know, they're so inconsistent. There's no consistency about them whatsoever. So look, it doesn't matter how many points it takes, really, Razor. It's all about, as when Kieran was here, just saying, look after yourselves. You know, you keep winning football matches, and then all of a sudden nobody can catch it. So first and foremost, we look after ourselves and let everybody else do the same.
Brentford, David Raya in goal, Pontus Jansson, Ethan Pinnock, who scored an own goal at St James's Park in October, and Ben Mee as three central defenders, Aaron Hickey and Rico Henry, the two wing-backs, right and left respectively, Josh Da Silva, Christian Norgard and Matthias Jensen in midfield, Kevin Schade, who is yet to score in 10 previous appearances for Brentford since his loan move from Freiburg, and Ivan Toney in attack. Newcastle United, Nick Pope, Kieran Trippier, Fabian Schär, Sven Botman, Dan Burn, Bruno Guimaraes, Sean Longstaff, Joe Willock, who was on target here last season, Jacob Murphy, Joe Linton, who got the other goal in this fixture just over 12 months ago, and Alexander Isak. Dubravka, Dummett, Lascelles, Gordon, Wilson, Ritchie, Target, Manquillo, Anderson, all on the bench as Newcastle United kick us off on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV, going from, as we look in the main stand behind the Newcastle bench, right to left, and they have a throw middle of Brentford's half of the field. Sun is shining, a few clouds in the sky, but nice mild day, 15 degrees, not far from Heathrow Airport, only about 5 miles or so in this part of the capital. Botman on the ball, Byrne receives it and sends it back to Botman, closed down by Schade, who wears number 9. Toney, number 17 for Brentford in the squad list, closes down Pope. It's up to Willock in midfield, and Willock's ended up on the floor after a challenge, but the whistle's gone for a Brentford free kick inside.
High boot. Right in front of the referee.
We've played a minute. And it's Jensen. Take the free kick. Howe and Tyndall, they're both all in black today, side by side in the technical area. Howe shouting instructions at his players as Brentford go down the right from the free kick. Norgard back to Jensen, edge of the area. Toney lets it run and tries to do a 1-2. Might have the opportunity to shoot, and he's fired it into the 6-yard box, and it's put behind for a corner think they got a lucky deflection there, Brentford, and it let Tony back in. And Newcastle survived, but they have to defend the corner.
Yeah, it was a great little dummy, wasn't it? And he just went for the second ball. Good defending in the end.
It will be Josh Da Silva on this right-hand side to take it. He's got the option of a short ball that he can roll along the goal line to Hickey. Instead plays it back to the corner of the box to Jensen, then back to Da Silva, and his cross towards the area is stopped by Joe Willock and had gone out for throw. 0-0, third minute.
A little bit of a waste, wasn't it?
Territory and pressure from the home side in the opening minutes. Newcastle have everybody defending. It's Jensen with a long throw into the box, Joe Linton's header, Da Silva with a header, then Longstaff nodding it on, Henry forwards from halfway. They're looking for Tony, but Trippier nods it back into the hands of Pope, who's then rolled it out underarm back to Trippier, and away go Newcastle towards the halfway line on the far side of the pitch. Trippier puts his foot on the ball and then goes back to Cher, inside to Botman, who cuts inside and plays it square to Cher again. Trippier's ball forwards has been blocked, and he plays it back to Nick Pope through the middle. Janssen with a header forward, stooping header, and Joe Linton to Bruno. Longstaff trying to get through for Murphy.
Free kick
brought back for a foul, spotted by referee Chris Kavanagh. I think it's just by the centre circle in the Brentford half. Murphy was making a run in off the right flank, but Longstaff, having played the ball, was caught.
Yeah, not malicious, but it's a free kick.
Botman is up there, Byrne in the middle, Cher as well. Trippier taking the free kicks, the furthest player back, hoists it into the box. A Newcastle header, and offside is the decision from assistant referee Natalie Aspinall on the far side of the field. And Raya, the goalkeeper, he's been linked to a few other clubs, Chelsea and Spurs. He's turned down a couple of new contract offers with Brentford, so could be on the move in the summer. The Spanish international. Big kick upfield towards Brentford's left wing, and then it's flicked on towards Schade, and Botman, that's brilliant defending. Clean tackle, and then a pass to Trippier on the right side. And Newcastle move it well. Cher on to Bruno, Longstaff right wing, down the line to Murphy, but out of play.
Yeah, it was a tackle Botman had to make. He needed to win it as well. Good flick on by Tony, just got up earlier than Cher, just hung there, flicked it on.
It's now a Newcastle throw. Trippier, 0-0. BBC Radio Newcastle. They go back into their own half, and Cher drops his shoulder away to the right. Then a pass inside on an angle to Bruno in central midfield. Outside of the right boot across to Dan Byrne. Stretching, keeps it in just, and thought he'd won a throw. It's instead Brentford ball, and Hickey rides a challenge from Willock. Jensen in the middle of midfield towards Da Silva, cut out by Byrne. Joe Linton slides in, takes out Aaron Hickey, though he says he didn't touch him, and Byrne argues the point with the assistant referee. Went flying, Aaron Hickey, after Joe Linton stretched.
Just caught him, hasn't he?
Free kick, 10 yards outside the area on the right.
Yeah, he's tried to pull out of it, but when you're going at that pace.
Two players discussing what to do, Jensen and Da Silva. Willock stands on the near side of the box. The rest of the players, attacking and defending players, on the far side of the area. It's Jensen right-footed with Curl on the cross in.
Corner
Newcastle.
kick. Joe Linton heads it, got something on it. Come behind, corner kick.
They did deal with it, United. But they'll have to set up to focus as Brentford have another set piece. There's a pack of players on the 6-yard line. Only one in the 6-yard box in Brentford, red and white. Schade. Now they're moving. Ball comes in, and it's Bruno with the block. Henry at the edge of the area goes to the left wing to Jensen, who lifts it in once more, and Pope with a good save. But the rebound is tucked in by Ivan Toney. He has his 19th goal of the season, and the former Newcastle player scores against his old club again. Pope with the save initially, but Toney was on hand from a couple of yards out to make it Brentford 1, Newcastle United 0.
We talked about set pieces, didn't we? I think they might have a look at this, you know.
Dan Byrne and Sven Botman went straight to the referee after the goal went in. He's offside, isn't he? From the header on that was saved by Pope. He looks offside, looks like he's leaning ahead of the last defender. This will need to be reviewed. Assistant Wade Smith kept his flag down. Darren England is the video assistant referee today, assisted by Derek Eaton. Chris Kavanagh stands in the Newcastle half, hands on hips, and is presumably in communication with VAR. Still, the United players complain and protest, and we're seeing on the electronic screen, checking goal, possible offside. Looked like he was leaning ahead of the last defender as the first Brentford player involved in that attempt on the goal.
He is offside.
He's behind.
He's offside.
He's ahead of Shearer.
It's not going to stand.
Surely. His arm's certainly ahead, and it looks like shoulder and knee. Just depends where.
Won't stand.
Where they draw the line. It's BBC Radio Newcastle.
How long does it take?
And an offside check. They're saying Ivan Toney is offside. It won't count. No goal. Offside is the decision, and that will shortly be communicated.
It's really
to the
scary because we find out about it before the referee does. The referee doesn't even know yet. Look,
here we go.
Now all of a sudden.
The cheer from Newcastle supporters in the corner.
But we knew before he did.
Yeah. Must be a delay on the line. How far is Stockley Park from here?
Well, they're obviously quicker to get it to us than they are to get it to the referee.
Fans are being shown the replay with the technology. So 0-0, and they'll be very happy about that. Newcastle are trying to attack at the other end. Interestingly, Brentford, every time they've scored first in a Premier League match, they have not lost across 2 seasons. Byrne intercepts a through ball towards Toney, who is flagged offside this time. Now the flag comes up, and a free kick for Newcastle in the penalty box, I think.
Yeah, they've started well, haven't they, Brentford?
Botman takes it to Bruno in the middle, but in a defensive position. We're in the 11th minute, and there's been nothing really from Newcastle at the other end, has there, Ando? They haven't really had the ball enough to manufacture something that could resemble an attack. Maybe that'll change. Now Trippier to Murphy, in off the right flank. Isak moves it out to Longstaff on the wing. Trippier on the overlap. That's where it goes. Now the cross is headed away by Pinnock. Cher nods it forwards to Trippier, who miscontrolled. Brentford throw in the left back position. 0-0 after the disallowed goal from VAR. Schade down the left wing. He looks lively. The German taking on Botman. Another corner.
Yeah,
more Newcastle complaints to the referee. Not sure what that's about. Trippier is...
Well, because he took the throw in quickly. It's something we do all the time.
He's having a good go at the referee. Corner on the left, anyway.
Yeah, he does look quick, doesn't he? Shada, he showed Bruno a clean pair of heels.
Jensen, the corner kick taker. Brentford's routines are interesting. They've now all the players in the box move to the 18-yard line. Then they come forwards again. It's right into the middle. It's a crowd of players, and they're all snapping away at each other, trying to get the ball. Newcastle clear it. And then Henry, the left-back, is now playing right wing. He played it back to his keeper, gets it again, sticks a left-footed cross in, headed towards goal by Janssen, and it's onto the roof of the net.
Need to stop crosses because they're going to cause us problems. As we've seen in this early periods, they get it in wide areas and they just whip it in there. We need to get closer, stop those crosses.
Interesting tactical setup, isn't it? Not just the movement for the corner when they all went towards goal and then turned, went back and then back in towards Nick Pope, but with Henry, the left back, staying out on the right, and like De Silva, who's playing on the right of the midfield three, able to whip it in with his left. Different angle on the cross, forwards towards Isak, trying to get the better of Pinnock, but they have Hickey covering, and he plays it back to his goalkeeper. Raya's ball is won by Trippier. Longstaff with a header to Murphy. Good touch. Away into space, far side of the pitch. 0-0. And Brentford have Pontus Jansson down. He is going to require some treatment. He's had an injury-affected season, Jansson. An ongoing hamstring problem. He's had 2 separate spells out.
He's feeling that hamstring as well.
And their captain might not be able to continue. So break in play, 15th minute, 0-0. Joelinton, Botman, Willock and Bruno. And now followed by a few more in Newcastle blue. Come across to talk to Eddie Howe. Byrne is there as well. Just trying to get things sorted and settle down if they can, because they haven't settled into the game. It has been all Brentford.
Well, we usually start at a high tempo. We usually get teams on the back foot. And to be fair to Brentford, that's what they've done. They've done that to us. You know, they've got the ball forward early. They've got it into the channels as well. You know, they're pulling into wide areas, getting the ball in the channels. And sticking crosses in, and it's caused us 1 or 2 problems already.
That's the voice of John Anderson, the former Newcastle and Ireland fullback, here on BBC Radio Newcastle. There has been a goal at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and Spurs 5th in the Premier League, just behind Newcastle, are 1-0 up on Brighton. 0-0 here after Tony's early goal was disallowed by VAR. Pontus Jansson is coming off. And it's a blow for the home side. His replacement is going to be Mathias Jørgensen, who you might remember had a couple of seasons at Huddersfield in the Premier League. He also goes by the name of Zanka, which is what he wears on his shirt. And the Danish international, not a regular starter, but on as a sub now into the middle of Brentford's back line. And he'll play at the right with Pinnock in the centre and me to the left. Newcastle on the ball. Byrne. Joelinton wide on this left side. Cuts in, away from Hickey. Onto Willock. They've got space here. Murphy with a flick to Longstaff and moved on first time to Trippier, corner of the area. Longstaff goes down the line. It's back to Willock and then Trippier. Brentford have got bodies back. They look for Murphy in the box. It's a back heel towards Longstaff. out wide, and he's won a throw off.
That's the best he could do.
Sharda.
Yeah, best he could do in a tight area.
"17 minutes on the clock. Trippier to Bruno. Controls it, then returns it to Trippier. Willock at the edge of the area, lay off to Longstaff. Byrne now left of centre, 30 yards out. Cross, can't get the ball through rather to Joelinton. It was intercepted, and Newcastle win it back. And this is Joelinton on the left, now to Dan Byrne. Comes inside to Botman.
It's better, at least we're getting the touch of the ball.
First real spell of possession. Botman pings it across the halfway line to Trippier, just inside Newcastle's half. Ball up to the edge of the area. Isak with a nod down, but away by Brentford's Rico Henry. Home fans appeal for a free kick. Trippier on Sharda. This is a Newcastle throw. Back in play with Cher. Trippier to Murphy. And they win another throw, 5 to 10 yards inside opposition territory. Newcastle. Murphy taking it from the wrong, well, now he's actually throwing it back to Trippier to take the throw. 0-0. Cher charged down and out again. Longstaff to Cher, closed down by two red and white shirts. Forwards to Bruno. Longstaff having to turn and face his own goal. Back to Cher. Isak touching it down for Murphy. There could be an opportunity here. It's across to Willock, a bouncing ball which he takes control of on his chest on the left wing. Byrne went beyond. They go inside to Bruno and then back to Botman on halfway. Kieran Trippier's in loads of room far side. Bruno with a pass to Willock, left of centre. Inside to Bruno. 35 yards out. Longstaff to Trippier. Back through for Longstaff. It's a really good run and ball to find him. And a shot blocked on the way through to goal, and De Silva hooks it clear. Only as far as Trippier. Still on the attack. Into the middle towards Isak, but away by the Brentford defence. Byrne keeps it alive, looking for Isak on the near side. He's got the better of Hickey. It's good strong play from Isak. It's a good battle, and behind it goes for a Newcastle corner.
Good battle, that.
The first of the game in the 20th minute. No goals yet. Trippier makes his way across to take it. Every Brentford player back in the box. Two on the edge of the D for Newcastle. Murphy further back, and the rest all waiting for the ball to come in. Trippier towards the back post. It's an opportunity, but it's gone behind again, and that'll be another corner.
Ooh, tell you what, they didn't have a clue, did it?
It just dropped in that far post area, but spun away and behind. I thought it was going to fall for Isak, but it ran away. And corner kick the decision. Trippier across the width of the pitch to take another one. Bruno and Willock wait on the edge of the area again. This time it's an outswinger. And it's Tony's header clear. Bruno down to Murphy in front of the centre circle. Over to the left to the feet of Willock. Joelinton has pulled out wide on the touchline. Whips in a good first time ball. They've got Byrne on the far side, on the right wing. Playing it back down the line to Trippier. Bruno, options inside. Goes back outside, the Brazilian. And gives it to Byrne, who stayed on that right wing. Now Trippier drives it across into the box. Cher goes down under a challenge and appeals to the referee. Nothing given. Joelinton challenging for the ball. Pulls down.
Dear oh dear, it's a rugby tackle.
Josh De Silva, and apologises as they both get up. It's a Brentford free kick. Did Cher have a shout for a penalty there?
No. Dear oh dear. box.
We've just seen it again. The legs may have collided in the box, but nothing in that for the referee or VAR. And still goalless. 22 minutes. Newcastle headed away from the edge of their box. Longstaff nodding it back to Trippier, and Murphy taking it down and trying to turn. Plays it back to Trippier, who's fired it down the right wing, but returned to the goalkeeper by Brentford. And they start again from the back, but Raya's kick is straight onto the chest of Byrne, and Willock has an opportunity to run. De Silva closes down and holds him up. Bruno in the centre of the home team half of the field. Out to Trippier on the right, back into Bruno. Murphy close to the touchline. To Trippier and Longstaff and Bruno. They link up well, those players, on that Newcastle right-hand side. Now it's into Cher. That's a nice dummy. Got away from his man. Square pass to Byrne. Willock being held. Still able to pass the ball back to Joelinton, and Newcastle keep possession. Here on BBC Radio Newcastle, Trippier's backpedaling into space, and Cher curls the ball around to him, looking for the run of Longstaff, but cut out at the edge of the area. And then Murphy trying to win it back, and Trippier wins a throw.
It's been better last few minutes, getting the feel of the ball, controlling the pace of the game.
Still on that far right-hand side. They've lost it though, Newcastle. Norgard up to Tony, just behind the centre circle. Little gap that he spotted, and the run of De Silva, but a sliding challenge from Cher has put an end to that Brentford move, and Willock in possession. Over to Cher, who's given him an angle in the Newcastle defensive third. On to Trippier. Isak's dropped off, heavy first touch, and Brentford win the ball back. Tony to De Silva, just outside the area. Schade now left corner of Newcastle's box. Back to Jensen. It's a cross-come shot that's blocked, and then Schade tries to deliver a ball into the middle. Newcastle put it out for a throw.
Good defending, get your body in the way of it.
West Ham are 1-0 up at Fulham. Massive goal. It's an own goal scored by Fulham.
Dear oh dear.
Just across West London.
Fulham are on the beach.
Jensen is going to take a long throw. They like to do this, Brentford. And they move players towards the near post area. That's where the ball is going. Headed on by Pinnock into the hands of Nick Pope, who takes it to the edge of the area and then kicks long. And Isak's looking for this. And he's competing for it with Henry.
Yeah, he was fouled, but they got the ball. Wasn't looking at the ball, was he, Isak? Just jumped into the man.
Referee let it go because Brentford threw Rico Henry. He's only 5'7", the shortest player out there. Won the ball in the air. Now Bruno tries to snap into a challenge, but has just played it off a red and white shirt. And home fans appreciating the football as they move it to the left wing, but Trippier's won it back. Longstaff under pressure. He's got three around him and was fouled by one of them. Chris Kavanagh.
He was fortunate because he wanted too much time again, didn't he, Sean Longstaff?
Jason Tindall and Eddie Howe have called Joelinton across, but he's holding the small of his back. I think they just want to put some, spray something onto it. The physio got up off the bench. And Joelinton, who has his right wrist strapped, has walked away, so he might be all right. Physio Sean Beach is talking to Jason Tindall about something else as Newcastle take the free kick, and Isak tries to get around Pinnock. Can't do so on that far touchline. Brentford start again from the goalkeeper. Hickey blocked by Byrne, volleyed away by Jorgensen. Shard, a lovely first touch to bring the ball down from the sky, and he's given Cher the slip. This is trouble. Botman with a challenge.
That's a penalty.
That is a penalty for Brentford. Sven Botman clattered into Kevin Schade, who'd already got away from Fabian Cher, and it's an easy decision for Chris Kavanagh to point to the spot.
Cher needs to do better with the original one because it's in the air. He's got to go and head it. He just stands off, lets him pull it down, pulls it around. Clear-cut penalty, isn't it?
Well, both players are down. Botman slow to his feet. Home fans wanting a red card.
He's going
to get booked, Botman, for only the second time in the Premier League this season. And Kevin Schade, who's been very lively, as we see a replay of that, knocked it around Botman, who
just cleaned him out, wasn't he?
Clattered into him, cleaned him out. And Ivan Toney's already had the ball in the net, but he was offside, so it was disallowed. His penalty record is almost perfect throughout his career. He's going to face Nick Pope now from 12 yards.
Bet he misses it.
He scored one at St James's Park earlier in the season, having previously in that match had one disallowed, so there are parallels. And away to our right, Toney is putting the ball down on the spot. Pope, arms outstretched on his line. They've prepared for this, Pope. Can he deny Toney from the penalty spot? Brentford centre forward slowly walks to the ball. Pope saves it!
Told you!
Ivan Toney has had a penalty saved, and Nick Pope got down low to his left and held on to the ball. It remains Brentford 0, Newcastle United 0.
Yeah, told you, didn't fancy him at all.
Well, it was nowhere near the corner, was it?
Poor penalty.
Very central, and Pope made a comfortable stop. It's only the second time in his career, Toney, that he's missed or not scored a penalty. Normally,
it was a poor
so
penalty.
reliable.
Wasn't even in the corner.
Nick Pope with the save, and Newcastle are still at 0-0, but Eddie Howe will be looking for more. There could be two down. They have a free kick.
Well, sometimes you just feel that it's going to be your season, don't you?
Yeah. Well, they do. The travelling supporters found their voice. That will have stunned the Brentford crowd, because they're so used to one outcome when Toney takes a penalty. And Newcastle haven't really had a chance yet. A couple of corners, that's it. And we're into the 31st minute on BBC Radio Newcastle. Botman heads away. Jensen has the ball under control. Hickey's got space on the near side, closed down by Byrne and a couple of others. So back to Norgard. One of several Danish players in the Brentford squad. And then down the left wing for the advanced Rico Henry. His cross is headed away comfortably by Cher. Murphy to Joe. It's Bruno in the middle. Schade getting back to tackle. And he's been a real threat so far for the home side. Ben Mee just inside Newcastle's half of the pitch, square to Norgard. Joelinton with a trip on Hickey. Whistle has gone. Jorgensen clips it down this near side, straight onto the head of Dan Burn. Joe Linton to Bruno. Isak's pulling away, left wing, and is onto that ball from Bruno. It's a good one, in towards the corner. Isak with good feet, taking on Jorgensen. He's now on the goal line, and managed to just about get away from the defender. Brentford have had to double up, and they've won the ball back, and it's cleared into midfield. Botman with a flick though to Trippier, who hooks it back into his own half. Pope leaves his box, has a touch, and floats it across to Trippier on halfway. Brought instantly under control and clipped down the line to Murphy, who takes it with the outside of his right boot, then rolls it back for Longstaff. Brilliant recovery challenge
defended
from Rico Henry. Such a clean tackle, expertly done. Wolves are 1-0 up on Chelsea. Raya's kick up to halfway is straight to Trippier. Bruno, he's got space, and that's a foul from behind by Schade. And getting on for 35 yards out, it's a Newcastle free kick right of centre.
We haven't had a shot yet, have we?
No. BBC Radio Newcastle. We'll have a phone-in after the match with Ando, and post-match reaction on our show until 6 this evening. Trippier just moves the ball. Schade, the one Brentford player standing between Trippier and the edge of the box. Murphy's just inside. The rest of his United colleagues are in the attack, waiting for the ball in, scooped into the middle towards Botman, but Brentford header away, and then a volleyed clearance. Lovely first touch from Murphy. He's under a bit of pressure here, finds Bruno, they combine well, and Murphy on the left wing, taking on two. It's tackled by Hickey. Norgard just next to his penalty area to Jorgensen. And Jensen back to Norgard, and now from the goal line clears it. Botman gets the better of Tony, and Sean Longstaff for Newcastle goes to Trippier on the outside. Joelinton's popped into the centre. Burn then moves into the space vacated by Joelinton on the left. Murphy has remained on this near side, into Bruno. Murphy then carries on his run as Bruno switches it to Trippier, controls with his head, then gets the ball on the floor, back inside to Bruno, looking to get Joelinton in. Mee stretching, intercept, plays it back to his goalkeeper. Brentford clear it, but there's nobody there really. Tony chased it. Trippier comfortably there first. Share on halfway to Bruno. 0-0 with 10 minutes to half-time. He's got two options to the right. Longstaff is one of them. Trippier the other now has it. Back inside to Bruno, and through for Longstaff. It might beat him. Henry is there and fouled by Longstaff on the goal line.
Yeah, he's done well, Henry, hasn't he? Got a bit of pace about him. He's a couple of great tackles in there as well.
I like him. He's certainly lively and springy, isn't he? Gets up the pitch, small player, good leap. Very well. He's only missed one game this season, an important part of the Brentford team. Rico Henry, big free kick, header on by Tony. Share with a clearance. Isak chasing, ball's bounced. Pinnock then heads it, and Isak has fouled him, but they're both down.
Just jumped straight into him, didn't he?
Eddie Howe is trying to catch the attention of one of his players, and I'm not sure which one it is, and I don't think they know either, because he can't quite get them. Is it Bruno or Longstaff? I think it's both of them. And he's signalling something with his hands. Something positional, I think, for midfield. Longstaff's coming over, while Isak and Pinnock will received treatment. Like I say, both went down, both are still down. Brentford 0, Newcastle United 0. Not one of their best in this first half. Don't mean that as criticism. It's just the way that it's gone. Brentford started well, didn't they? And
been the better side,
have
Brentford.
maintained it despite the disallowed goal and the penalty that Nick Pope saved.
Yeah, Brentford have been the better side. Their energy levels have been better. You know, we usually start the game on the front foot, get in the opposition's faces, sort of dictate the way the game's going to be. We haven't been able to do that today. It was Brentford who came out of the blocks the quickest. But when you miss penalties and tight offside decisions, you just feel that maybe it is going to be your season.
Well, added to that, an important goal at Spurs, because it's now 1-1 against Brighton, so that will help Newcastle. Tony, with the penalty saved by Pope, having had one disallowed. 0-0 here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Isak is back up, he's okay, so is Pinnock. They're both called back onto the pitch as Brentford play it forwards and Newcastle have the ball back. Murphy and Longstaff. That's gone for a throw. 39th minute.
Yeah, Tony looked lively early on. Since the penalty, his shoulders have shrugged a little bit. He hasn't been involved as much.
Longstaff just behind halfway to Bruno Guimaraes. They have tweaked it in midfield, I think, haven't they? It looks like it, just let it settle down, but it looks like it could be Longstaff and Bruno just sitting with possibly Joelinton behind Isak. Willock's come out to the left. That's what they've got at the moment, Newcastle. So a tweak from Eddie Howe to try and get them into a position of control in the match. And they've moved the ball nicely around midfield here. Byrne on halfway to Willock. The big man goes on up the line. Ball comes inside to Bruno. Lifts it out to Trippier. Lots of space. Isak laying it off to Bruno. Difficult one for him to control, though. And it's Brentford's ball again. Now over the top towards Schade with Botman. And he's got there the Brentford centre forward and won another corner. And Botman has to be careful, having been booked.
You don't want him to be one-on-one with you. He's been lively, hasn't he?
Like I say, it's only his second start since coming to Brentford on loan in a move from Germany, and he is pacey and direct. Referee has spotted something he doesn't like in the middle of the box, and he's letting the players know. Bournemouth 1-0 up at Leicester, which would be a huge goal in the battle to stay in the Premier League, potentially. Brentford players just behind the 6-yard line. Rico Henry's dropped off and now makes a run towards the near post, and he wins it with his header. And he's gone down.
Ooh, I tell you what, they could look at this as well, you know.
And I don't know who he collided with, but he just peeled off and then made the run front post. They were looking for him, and the players have surrounded the referee, and VAR may need to get involved. That's what the Brentford fans are chanting for. Chris Kavanagh didn't see anything untoward. He's just run across Isak. Are they saying handball?
There's nothing in that, is there?
I don't think so. No. Well, we are waiting.
No.
I really don't know.
Although I don't know anymore.
I don't know what they're looking for. It'll be a Brentford corner. And VAR is having a look. we're not told what for, what the nature of the alleged offence will be. Surely can't be a foul. Now they're saying on the giant screen, just for a foul, a possible penalty. Did Isak's leg clip Henry?
I have no idea. How long does it take to check?
It's been an incident-packed first half. Disallowed goal by VAR for offside. A Brentford penalty, Nick Pope saved. Now they're looking for another one. Well, they're saying here, look at this angle. Now, if you look at that angle, it looks like he's taken him out. But when you see other angles...
Well, which angle do you look at, though?
Exactly. It's because his leg's gone across, but Henry's got the ball with his head. I'm not sure about this. What do you think based on what you've seen? I mean, Isak's pulled... It's almost like he's pulled out and pulled...
It looks like he's caught him with his leg. It looks like he's caught him with his knee.
Like he's pulling his leg away. We should have set a stopwatch on this to see how long it'll take. Still, we wait for a decision. Darren England on VAR duty. Brentford wanting another penalty.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Otherwise, it'll be a corner. 0-0.
It's ridiculous.
Radio
it really is.
We're all still waiting.
The length of time it takes.
Referee says he's going to look at the monitor.
Joking. Oh, but give us a break, will you?
So he's coming across to this near side, and the screen is...
Honestly, VAR's going to it has ruined the game. You can't celebrate a goal now because you don't know whether it's going to be given or not given. Honestly, it's crazy.
The screen is moving.
And the length of time it takes as well.
Well, it's moved into a position now for Chris Kavanagh to take a look. He's seeing the angle from behind the goal as Henry makes the run across Isak, and now he goes back into the pitch. He says VAR and penalty.
You're kidding me.
Unbelievable. Isak, adjudged to have fouled Henry, who got away from the initial pack of players and made that clever run to the front post. And Brentford get their second penalty. Question is, who's going to take it? Ivan Toney is outside the penalty area currently.
He's not taking it by the looks of it. Or is he?
Although Jensen put the ball down for him last time. Tony's walking towards the goalposts. Maybe this is part of the psychology for him. He's banging his studs against Nick Pope's left-hand post. The Newcastle goalkeeper is standing over the ball. There are United players still talking to the referee. We're almost at the 45th minute. Well, they're not happy, Newcastle.
Oh, he's going to take it again.
And Ivan Toney, having had one penalty saved, is going to take another. Pope got the better of him last time. So they have to face up again. VAR with an intervention to give Brentford their second penalty. Ivan Toney steps up. Pope again, arms outstretched on his line. Toney right-footed. Oh, just got it in over Nick Pope, who went the right way. But it's Brentford 1, Newcastle United 0.
Well, it's a better penalty. He's got a bit of pace on it. He's lifted it. Pope goes the right way. But it's a far better penalty than the first one. But VAR's just ruining football.
So 3 additional minutes was the minimum period at the end of the first half. And Pope got close, but as you say, Ando, a lot of pace on the penalty and into the corner. The left corner of Pope's goal, not a lot of height on it, but it had the power behind it. And Newcastle are behind, heading into half-time. The decision for the foul, I mean, now Bruno caught by Schade straight from the kick-off on halfway. There may have been contact. I don't think it's necessarily conclusive, and How many times did they run that same angle from behind the goal? Then the other one that was pointing onto the goal, you couldn't quite see because Henry's body was in the way, and they didn't really have, I don't think, a clear-cut view of it. So then is it clear and obvious? But we just have the same conversations about VAR all the time, don't we? Into the box by Newcastle, away by Brentford. Trippier header on. That could turn into a good ball for Murphy in the corner. First half added on time. High cross hung up, looking for Botman, who's touched it down.
Oh, was out.
Come back in after going out. Raya with a goal kick then. And players are on the far side of the pitch. 10 yards either side of the halfway line. Tony comes to help it on with his head and does. Botman hammers it forwards. Isak really the only runner. They haven't really got numbers forwards.
No, we haven't passed the ball well. We haven't got it into the front men. We haven't got runners from wide areas.
It hasn't been a particularly great performance, has it, Andy?
No, we haven't been good. Brentford deserve to be in front. Dodgy penalty, mine. Not sure. It's one you need to see again, but they've been brighter, they've been hungrier, they've been busier than we have. I suppose the only thing to say is we're fortunate that we're only one down.
Yeah, because the disallowed goal for one thing, and then the penalty saved by Pope gave Newcastle well, another reprieve really, but Tony stepped up to score a second penalty, and as you say, you're not really sure about the decision. Can't change it now, but it took them an eternity.
Oh, it took forever. Took an absolute. But the same with the offside. It took the offside forever. How long do you need? There should be a time span put on it now as well, because it's absolutely killing the game.
Yeah. So, going into the second half, Eddie Howe will probably have a lot that he'll want to talk to the players about, because you can't really say that there's anything that they've done particularly well.
No, they haven't.
They've been second best.
We've been second best all over the pitch. We haven't got a foothold in the game. We've never had a shot on target, which is, unusual to say the least. But yeah, the second half needs to be better. There needs to be improvement.
Newcastle have not lost under Eddie Howe in a match that has kicked off at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. Now, they don't always play in this slot, but that is a record that goes back to his very first match in charge, which was against Brentford at St James's Park last season. But they are behind after 45 minutes here. Ivan Toney's second penalty of the afternoon means at the break on BBC Radio Newcastle, it's Brentford 1, Newcastle United 0.
Where I live in Wickham, there's an old chap that I quite often see walking around. He's become a bit of a regular in my life. Now, I don't know who he is, but we give each other a little nod, just like a nice to see it. But he's sort of like the part of my life that he needs to be there, otherwise if he's not, I miss him.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Have you got someone like this in your life?
I do. There's a lady next door who looks after a little boy. I had been talking to a little boy and I was talking to the auntie. And then the next day I went, she said, oh, Harry went home last night and told his parents that he had a girlfriend. And they were like, really? Where's he getting a girlfriend from? So I'm someone's girlfriend, but I'm married obviously, so we're not going to tell Simon.
Oh yeah, no,
he's only 3, bless him, and he's a lovely little boy, and I just thought that was so sweet.
The sound of the North East at breakfast. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
Brentford 1, Newcastle United 0 then at half-time. That Ivan Toney second penalty on the stroke of half-time. The difference between the two sides will be back with Matthew Raisback and John Anderson for full commentary of the second half very shortly. Quite a few, more than usual, Saturday 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League. We'll come to them in just a sec. The early kickoff, though, saw Manchester United beat Everton by 2-0 at Old Trafford. Scott McTominay again, and Anthony Martial with Manchester United's 2 goals. So they go back above Newcastle United into third place in the table as it stands, at least. We'll see what happens in the second 45 down at Brentford. But Manchester United beating Everton 2-0. No goals between Aston Villa and Nottingham Forest in the first of the 3 o'clock kickoffs, but there have been goals in all the others. So West Ham leading 1-0 at Fulham. Harrison Reed's own goal midway through the first half. Bournemouth leading at Leicester as well. Philip Billing 5 minutes before half-time. Both with huge consequences down the bottom of the table because it is so tight. 7 points separating 9 teams at the start of play today. Spurs 1, Brighton 1 is the half-time score. Heung-min Son, easy for me to say, gave Spurs the lead after 10 minutes. Lewis Dunk 10 minutes before half-time, equalising for Brighton. And Frank Lampard's return as Chelsea manager is not going particularly well. They're 1-0 down at Wolves at half-time. Matheus Nunes with that goal just 10 minutes before half-time as well. Southampton against Manchester City is a 5:30 kick-off. No other Football League games at all today because everybody is playing Friday, Monday across Easter weekend, but there is a full Scottish Premiership, or almost full Scottish Premiership card today. The Old Firm game earlier on saw Celtic beat Rangers 3-2 and go 12 points clear at the top of the table with just 7 games remaining. A couple of Celtic's goals from Hyogo Furuhashi, James Tavernier, formerly of Newcastle United, and Gateshead scoring 2 of Rangers goals, but Celtic running out 3-2 winners in the end. Aberdeen are leading Kilmarnock by a 1-0 in the 3 o'clock games. St Mirren drawing 0-0 away at Hearts. Motherwell are now 3-0 up on Livingston. Kevin Van Veen has scored 2 of those, and Ross County have Simon Murray to thank for a 1-0 lead at half-time away at St Johnstone. Into non-league then, South Shields, who are getting closer and closer to winning the league title, but are crawling over the line rather than sprinting over it. 1-0 up at home to Nantwich Town at half-time. They can't quite win the league today, but boy, would 3 points be important. Robert Briggs, after 28 minutes, giving them the lead at home to Nantwich. Really nice to see Connor Newton coming on as a sub early on in the game as well. He'd been missing from the South Shields squad for quite a while for personal reasons, but brilliant to see him back, A, at the club, and B, on the pitch this afternoon as well. 2,764 the attendance at South Shields this afternoon. But our featured matches in the NPL East Division, Dunstan hosting the league winners, Worksop Town, but our non-league reporter Paul Dixon can tell us how the first half has gone, Paul.
Well, it's been absolutely brilliant for Dunstan. It's Dunstan 1, Worksop 0. Worksop, yes, they've won the league, but Dunstan have been absolutely brilliant in the first half. Their work rate has been superb, and really, Colin, they could have been further ahead. Unlucky after 5 minutes, a free kick from Phil Turnbull after Richard Coulson had been fouled about 22 yards out. Shot hit the foot of the post, but then on 12 minutes, Coulson put Dunstan ahead. Real good run down the right wing, cut in and drove the ball past Harvey Giles in the Worksop goal. Real good finish. Nearly got their second goal on 20 minutes. Will Jenkins got on the end of a Phil Turnbull free kick. Worksop goalkeeper made a brilliant save diving to the near post. Dunstan have played some real good football that's up-tempo. They're really taking the game to the champions. Big crowd here this afternoon, Colin, and a lot from Worksop, but Dunstan playing really well in the first half, leading 1-0.
May that continue in the second half as well. In the East Division, the other games in the East Division that we're keeping an eye on, Concert are winning 1-0 away at Carlton Town. Nathan Greenwood after 5 minutes. North Shields are winning 1-0 at home to Long Eaton United thanks to Callum Larmouth after 28. Hebburn, though, losing at Sheffield FC at half-time. And they're on a terrible run, Hebburn. They will still almost certainly finish in the playoffs, but they could do with a bit of momentum going into them. And in the Scottish Lowland League, Berwick Rangers 1-0 up on East Kilbride at half-time. Lewis Allen with their goal after 25 minutes. We will have our local football roundup as always at 5:45. We will come back to yesterday's extraordinary 4-4 draw at the Stadium of Light between Sunderland and Hull City in a moment, but let's get the latest on the other live action first, because Durham are into day 3 of their opening county championship match of the season. They're away to Sussex, and Martin Emerson can tell us whether the doldrums did indeed arrive. Martin.
Well, what I was trying to suggest was if Robinson and Cars could steer Durham into calmer waters, that was what the game needed, and for a while they did. They put a partnership together, which was quite a nice one in the circumstances, because they came together at 92 for 6, and at that point in time Durham were leading by only 133. Robinson was on 58 when he clipped the ball from Finn Hudson-Prentice that really he should have left alone, and fell to a great catch in the gully by Tom Clark. It looked like it was going past him, but he managed to get down sharply, got two hands on the ball around about his right angle and snatched it out of the air. So that ended the partnership. Robinson gone for 58, looked crestfallen, went down on his knees, pressed his helmet onto the bat handle, and I think he thought to himself then, oh no, I've just undone all the good work that I've spent the last hour or so doing. And then Carse was gone shortly after that for 36, and in a nutshell, Durham eventually bowled out for just 189. So what this means is that the target for Sussex is just 231, but if Durham can come out here and take some early wickets and put real pressure on, particularly Matty Potts for instance coming down the hill, and they get some early wickets and put the pressure on Sussex, then it could be a real epic, this one. The only thing that I would say that might go against Durham at the moment is it's beautiful sunshine, and when Durham lost their wickets this morning it was thick cloud cover and the ball was seaming around. But we'll see how this one goes. There's 45 overs left tonight plus all of tomorrow, so time is certainly on Sussex's side. Durham need wickets.
And if you want to keep listening to Martin and find out when and where they get those wickets, the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app, the places to keep listening to Martin. Thank you for that. We'll get another update from Martin at full time in the football as well. But back to Sunderland then. Ozan Tufan's last gasp penalty earned Hull City a point, as Hull and Sunderland shared an epic 4-all draw at the Stadium of Light yesterday. Ahmad scored twice for Sunderland, including once from the penalty spot. Joe Gelhardt, Jack Clark scoring the others. It's a third draw in a row, though, for Sunderland, and that is now just one win in 8 matches. Here is what head coach Tony Mowbray had to say afterwards.
Listen, I think there was lots of good stuff about it. I think as coaches, I don't know what Liam's said to you, but there's a lot of things that were wrong. But I feel as if we scored some good goals. I feel as if we reacted really well after a really, really poor opening 20 minutes. I said to him at the end, listen, I felt good about the team at the end. Obviously, right at the last kick, it doesn't leave you feeling good, but it fills you full of confidence that they can react like they did to the first maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes of the game, where they cut us open pretty easily. And it's the championship, isn't it? We go to Burnley, the best team in the league, running away with it, and don't give them a sniff at building out from us, really, and really good on the front foot, and then play against Hull, who find the answers to get through. I felt as if it was a slow start from a few of the players that, we had words at half time to liven up a little bit, really, and I thought we were much, much, much better second half. I thought we took the initiative, apart from chances we give them, a poor back pass that sent the boy through, Trey making a difficult decision for one of their goals and then a penalty. I can't really remember them getting near our goal second half. And so once we got that right and sorted out, I thought it was really good. Lots of positives. I feel as I've said it week in, week out, and I don't want to sound like a long play record, but I feel as if we are learning on the cold face. This team is learning as it's going along, and that's a harsh lesson today. For instance, for Pierre, it's a hard lesson not to tackle the last kick of the game, 5 minutes in, already gone, and you hanging a leg out to when the ball's in the box. Don't make any tackles in the box right at the death in game. Stand up, let them beat you. If they can beat you and score, good luck to them, but just stand up and make the guy do something. Don't put a lazy leg out. But I think he'll learn, hopefully, that he'll take that into the rest of his career. But lots of them, really, I think it feels to me, and I've said again lots of times, where this team's come from. We're playing against teams with so much more experience in the league, lots of games and lots of year after year playing in the championship, and this team has to learn what the championship is about, and the diversity of Burnley away on Sunday, whenever it was, and 0-0, really solid defensive organisation, good performance. And today, for 20 minutes, looked like we never played together. And but once we got it sorted, I thought it was a good performance, and yet left frustrated and disappointed, really, by the result. And yet for the neutral watching it, was probably a great game. Not many times you go with eight goals in a football match, but lots to be pleased about. Lots to work on is what I would say about our team.
That is Tony Mowbray there, Sunderland's head coach. That was one answer to one question, by the way. I didn't have to stitch any answers together or anything. Barnsley's got an easy job when he talks to Tony Mowbray. Anyway, Sunderland away to Cardiff on Monday afternoon. Also in the Championship, the former Sunderland manager, Mick McCarthy, has left his job as Blackpool boss by mutual consent. Yesterday's defeat at home to Cardiff left Blackpool second bottom of the Championship and 7 points from safety now as well. Lots of other local sport across the long weekend, including today in the basketball, the WBBL, Durham Palatinates away at Nottingham Wildcats at 6 o'clock. The Newcastle Eagles men and women both in action tomorrow. Whitley Warriors have just started in the North Division 1 finals weekend as well. They're taking on Billingham Stars in the first semi-final. In qualifying for Snooker's World Championship, Gateshead's Elliot Slessor now leads Ian Martin by 8 frames to 3. It's first to 10. Fellow Tyneside John Astley will resume tonight 5-4 behind to Anthony McGill. And further afield, the Masters golf has resumed at Augusta. Everybody has now finished their second round. Some of those were held over from yesterday. Brooks Koepka is still the leader, but it's now a 2-shot lead from John Ram, who is 2 further clear of the American amateur Sam Bennett. Right, we will head back then down to Brentford. Second half coming up. Newcastle 1-0 down at half-time. Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson are back in just a tick.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well, they're not happy, Newcastle.
Oh, he's going to take it again.
And Ivan Toney, having had one penalty saved, is going to take another. Pope got the better of him last time, so they have to face up again. VAR with an intervention to give Brentford their second penalty. Ivan Toney steps up. Pope again, arms outstretched on his line. Toney right-footed. Oh, just got it in over Nick Pope, who went the right way, but it's Brentford 1, Newcastle United 0.
Total Sport.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Newcastle United are a goal down and they have made 2 changes for this second half. Anthony Gordon has come on for Sean Longstaff and Callum Wilson has been introduced in place of Jacob Murphy. Brentford have kicked off here on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. So Pope, Trippier, Schär, Botman, Byrne, and then they have Bruno, Willock, Joelinton with Gordon, Isak and Wilson as the front three. Isak looks like he's operating from the left with Gordon on the right. It's a Brentford throw on the left wing into the danger area, cleared by Newcastle and brought back by referee Chris Kavanagh for a foul. Brentford no changes, Raya in goal. 3 central defenders of Jurgensen, who came on for the injured Janssen earlier, Pinnock and Mee, Hickey right wing back, Henry left wing back, De Silva, Norgard and Jensen in midfield, Schade and Toney up front. Eddie Howe, John Anderson as Nick Pope sends it long and out of play on the far side. Newcastle kicking towards the goal to our right in the second half. Had to do something to get some.
Yeah, he needs to get a response
because they've been leggy, they've been slow, they've been
flat.
Off it, haven't they?
Look, it's difficult when you've got 3 games in the space of 6 days or whatever. To the way that we play, the high tempo that we play at, it's very, very difficult to keep that momentum up.
They've won it back from a kick out from the back from Raya. Trippier to Gordon and Bruno moves it slightly behind the play to Byrne. He's given it to Willock and Bruno in central midfield through towards Isak, behind off a touch from a Brentford defender, and a corner greeted with much enthusiasm by the Newcastle fans right next to it as Kieran Trippier makes his way across. To put the ball into the middle. Byrne standing next to the goalkeeper. Joelinton front post. Trippier curls it in, looking for Isak. It's too long, it might beat him. Oh, he's done very well to keep it in on the line next to the corner flag on the near side. And give it to Gordon. who goes back to Willock, middle of Brentford's half. And Bruno will have it and gets away from 2. Oh, it's good play by Bruno, and then through. Here's Dan Burn. Massive opportunity.
Offside.
Brilliant tackle by the Brentford defender Aaron Hickey, who didn't know that the flag was going to go up. Burn was offside. It just came to him on the right side of the penalty box, and he tried to get it back onto his left, and maybe that's what cost him, but he was offside anyway, having been slipped through by Bruno. Brilliant play in midfield. But flag went up.
Yeah, rightly so.
Joelinton beats Tony to the ball. It's better from Newcastle from the free kick, and Willock away down the left wing. Burn going on the outside. Wilson edge of the area. Isak just available slightly behind him. The ball inside is blocked by Brentford, but Bruno has it and fouled by Norgard. So, free kick to be taken. As Bruno and Burn make their way forwards. Gordon stretching the plays on this near side, but then jogs into the middle. Sharon Botman on the edge of the Brentford box. Trippier behind it. It's a few yards in front of the centre circle. And Trippier lifts it into the middle, looking for Botman, heads it down into the hands of Raya.
At least it's an effort on goal.
And Raya was impeded by Callum Wilson as he tried to release the ball. He did kick from his hands, but Wilson was making his presence felt, was getting in the way. And that's a free kick for the London side, who lead 1-0. Ivan Toney's penalty. Share on his chest, and Pope picks it up now at the edge of the box. Aston Villa, who have moved into European contention, are 1-0 up over Nottingham Forest. The other really key game for Newcastle today is 1-1 between Spurs and Brighton, as Wilson robs Brentford of possession on the left and wins another corner kick. And the supporters giving everything they can back to the players. As Newcastle,
it's got good reaction to start of this second half. Yeah, they have. Yeah, it's been better. A lot more intensity about it.
Lots of blue shirts to pick out. Kieran Trippier curls in the corner. It's off a Brentford head. Norgard, the first man, back out wide by Isak, but sent clear and away. And Pope on his thigh outside the box. On to Joelinton. Nice take on the chest, and then cushioned pass out to Gordon, who gets it down and could run. Skips inside and gets held up by Jensen, but Gordon's won the ball back. Joelinton into Bruno. Middle of the attacking half, Willock. Burn again going on the outside. Willock comes inside to Isak, laid off to Bruno, just outside the area. Trippier has got lots of space, receives it, crosses, it's too high. It's beaten them all in the middle. And it's a goal kick.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst in the world. Everybody had gone centre to near post. Needed somebody pulling back stick.
52nd minute, Newcastle a goal down. But there has been a response. Haven't really tested Raya yet though. Joelinton wins another long ball forward, standing in front of Tony. It must be his instruction, just to get in there and stop Brentford getting the knockdowns on the second balls. It's worked so far in the second half. Trippier then beats Henry in the air, and Bruno from halfway back to Pope in the D. Botman, Burn, One back.
Sloppy. That's
Sharda
really sloppy.
on the far side. Then Brentford lose it. And Willock takes control for Newcastle and wins a free kick.
Yeah, De Silva, sloppy by him, gives it away. Then he's forced to give the free kick away.
Listen to BBC Radio Newcastle as Kieran Trippier gallops forwards down this near Newcastle right. Gordon into Isak. Back it goes to Bruno, and then wide right again to Trippier, who'd stayed up. Angled ball for Joelinton, who's beaten his man. He's in, Joelinton. Rolls it across and into the net. Joelinton has scored. It might be an own goal, but the Brazilian leads the Newcastle celebrations. And early in the second half, after a good response since the restart, they've got themselves level. It's Brentford 1, Newcastle United 1.
Well, Ben Mee just sells himself. Joelinton does him a kipper. Just puts him on his backside. Just got to stand up tall. And then I don't know who it comes off.
It's onside from the ball in.
Mee goes to... Oh, it's a keeper.
It's off the keeper, but it's Joelinton's goal.
No, is it though? Because it's not on target.
Might have been going in into the far corner.
No, it wasn't, Razor. It was going across goal. I am positive. You watch this. That's not going in.
It's hit the back of the goalkeeper's back leg and then gone in. Well, he's been credited with it initially. We'll see, but it's 1-1. That's what matters, and rewarded for a good start to the second half. And Trippier intercepts De Silva's forward pass at the edge of Newcastle's box, and then Joelinton to Bruno, and they're really trying to get a grip of things now, Newcastle. 55th minute. Manchester United winning and overtaking them in the table earlier. Bruno fouled just past halfway. Referee has now gone over to check on a Brentford player down on the floor. I think it's Norgard. But it'll be a Newcastle free kick when the match is able to restart. So they need a win to go back up to third. Spurs drawing at the moment. Aston Villa winning. Joelinton creating the equaliser. Here he is on the ball. Up to Wilson, back to goal. 35 yards out, laid off to Trippier. Bruno then inside. He's dropped into a pocket of space. Over to the far left side to Byrne. Willock comes in off that left flank. Isak with a flick back to Bruno. And they're dictating now, Newcastle. Out to Trippier, takes a touch, curls in the cross again.
Poor ball.
Too much on it.
Poor ball again. Just gets too much on it. Changes have helped because he's gone with Isak and Wilson up top, and it's causing Brentford more problems. It was too easy for them in the first half because Isak was getting bullied, he was getting pushed. Now there's more of a physical presence up there with Wilson.
And Joelinton, here he is again with Tony. It goes beyond both. And now Ivan Toney's drifted into a left wing position and receives it from Matthias Jensen. Swings over the cross, it goes out for a goal kick. But the two in midfield there, Bruno and Joelinton, seems to be working well on the evidence of 12 minutes in the second half. And Joelinton getting closer to Tony, stopping him, using his height and his presence to flick it on, knock it down.
There's a better balance with those two in there.
If he does get the goal, Joelinton, it'll be his 5th in the league this season. And it will see him reach his highest goals tally in a single campaign as a Newcastle player. It will be number 7. Back to Raya, difficult ball for the keeper who controlled. Did quite well, all things considered, but out on this near side for a throw, 30 yards out. Trippier. Wilson comes short, Isak square. And the Swede lays it off to Joelinton and across to Byrne. There's more zip about Newcastle's play, no doubt about it, in the second half here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Willock, Isak at the edge of the box to feet, and Byrne teases in the cross. Comfortable header away from Pinnock, and up forwards go Brentford. Player goes down, nothing given by the referee. Norgard again on the floor. Play on, Newcastle with the ball. Trippier inside to Joelinton, takes it with his left. And now Isak slipping it through for Wilson, but it's just got away from him and behind.
Yeah, just too much pace on it. Better though, a lot better. Needed to be as well. You can imagine that there was some words spoke at half-time because we were way off the pace in that opening 45 minutes.
Raya's got an option of Ben Mee on the left side, gone short. Anthony Gordon went to close him down, so instead the goalkeeper goes long. Tony with Botman that time. Joelinton's got the second ball. Trippier on to Gordon, who goes back down the line to Trippier. That's neat and tidy. Cher finding Gordon again, turns and back to Trippier. Pope's available, and he just gives it back to his goalkeeper. Brighton lead at Spurs 2-1, so they've turned that one around. On by Newcastle, up to Wilson. Joelinton with the knock on, laid off by the number 9 to Bruno, and chipped to Dan Byrne, left wing. Willock. Brentford have bodies back. Bruno has the ball, and it's with Byrne, level with the edge of the area, into Willock, who's moved it inside to Bruno, can't get the shot off. Joelinton, Gordon, right corner of the box. Gordon crosses towards Isak and cleared. It was a good ball in, inviting ball from Gordon, who takes the throw from the clearance back into his own half to Cher. Botman back to Cher. And now they're in Brentford territory, and Trippier cut out by Norgard. Mee to Jensen. Trippier may have caught him. Play on. Norgard's got the ball. De Silva facing his own goal, back into the box to Pinnock. Mee to Pinnock again, and cleared from the left side of defence. Cher and Tony grappling with each other. Newcastle win the ball back. Joelinton onto Wilson, into the area. Callum Wilson on his left. Alexander Isak! Oh, what a goal! What a hit from Isak! They've turned it around. Alexander Isak with a glorious finish from the edge of the area into the top of the net. It's Brentford 1, Newcastle United 2.
What a strike that is. That is an incredible strike. Just coming on to its side foot, loads of power, top left-hand corner, keeper no chance. Brilliant.
One back in midfield, up to Wilson, who took it across the box, and Isak from 18 yards has curled one into the top corner. Raya with absolutely no chance, and he has his 8th goal for the club. Oh, it's such a lovely, lovely finish from Isak, and they ran across to celebrate in front of the away fans as Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall embraced on the touchline. They lead 2-1. The first half was not to their liking. The 15 minutes of the second half have resembled a fantastic response and the turnaround that they were looking for. 61 minutes, 2-1 up, and all the noise is coming from that far corner. And they've done the same again that they were doing at West Ham from the kick-off, going early and running into the other half of the pitch so that the kick-off has to be retaken. Now, they've won the ball back straight away, Newcastle. Brentford wants a foul. Anthony Gordon on the charge, and Bruno Guimaraes looking for his options in the middle, heading down the wing. Tony gets back and tackles him. Gordon wins it back. Brentford have a player down. Newcastle play on.
There's nothing wrong with him.
It's Rico Henry who's down. Newcastle under no obligation to kick it out.
Keep playing.
They go back to Joelinton in front of the centre circle. Isak to Trippier. And back again to Isak, and Henry, as we suspected, seems to be all right. He's back up, limping a bit, trying to shake off whatever knock it is, and Newcastle still have possession.
I can't believe Thomas Frank hasn't reacted to this, you know.
He's got 3 players stretching near the corner, and that's it. Back to Pope, Newcastle, who turned it around to lead 2-1. Bruno under pressure, facing his own goal. Back to Cher. Out they go to Byrne. He's got room. Willock just down the line on halfway. Inside to Joelinton, who has been sensational in this second half. Bruno over the top. Willock making the run. And Hickey gets there before Willock. And can't see it behind.
Did well.
But he's defended it well, even through keeping it in. And then they clear it down the line. Botman, good challenge on Sharda, got that one right. Not like the one for the penalty. And it's with Bruno. Short ball to his left to Joelinton, just next to the centre circle. BBC Radio Newcastle, 2-1 up. Joelinton plays it behind Tony. Trippier down the line for Gordon, but Mee is there. Back to goalkeeper Raya. And Joelinton in front of Tony again, wins it. Isak. Dispossessed by De Silva, who's lost possession.
He just keeps giving it away. Keep giving it to him.
Willock on a run, far side. Still has it. It's Wilson. He's beaten his man. Could play it through for Gordon. It's come here for Isak, saved! Isak again can't get the rebound in. It's a corner. That's a big chance to make it 3-1. Isak set up by Wilson, just like they did for the goal. But David Raya has made a vital stop for Brentford. Newcastle corner on the right.
Well, they're all over the place at the moment, Brentford. Good hit. Good stop.
Three players on the edge of the box. Trippier out swinging corner. Cher, Botman. It's 3-1. Callum Wilson is the scorer. Newcastle extend their lead. Another goal. And they have blown Brentford away at the start of this second half.
Now what are they looking at?
Brentford complain and go to the referee.
No, but the referee's looking at something now as well.
Wilson turning the ball in after the corner reached him at the far post. Brentford 1, Newcastle United 3.
No, it's not.
What's happened?
No.
Have they disallowed
I've just said to you.
Were they looking at it? Well, they look.
No.
Is it handball?
I don't know.
I think it might be handball. Well, let's see what VAR says. It was headed on.
Oh, well, we're going to be here for 5 minutes.
And then it was Wilson. He's shot on the turn, just inside Raya at the near post. Did it hit him on the arm? I think that must be what they're looking at. Take a look, take a view from the replay and wait and see. Possible handball is what they are saying. Darren England on VAR duty will check. We haven't been notified of the decision. We'll probably find out before referee Chris
Tell you what, VAR's
does.
a joke. It's an absolute joke.
So it's Wilson. I mean, nothing wrong with the finish, no suspicion of offside or sense that there's anything else wrong. It's just whether it hits him on the arm. Brentford appealed. It's on the might have hit him on the shoulder, but they draw that line, don't they, on the sleeve now, and that's the cut-off point to distinguish between handball and not handball. I mean, this is so tight. What's the referee going to give? It says VAR, handball. So it doesn't count, and Wilson is denied an 11th goal of the season, and it remains 2-1 to Newcastle rather than 3-1. John Anderson.
I just give up with VAR, I really do. It just takes forever.
Ball over the top by Newcastle, headed back to Raya by Jorgensen with Isak chasing. So that's 2 penalties for Brentford. And they've had a goal disallowed by offside, the home team, and now Newcastle have had one ruled out.
The video technology has been at the centre of this match.
Tell you what, Tony's been so lax in this second half. That's just a lazy flick. It's been a great response though, because game could have been over at half time.
It was a good finish from Wilson as well, and there he's got away from Pinnock, wriggled free, wanted a free kick after he appeared to be held back, nothing given by referee. And Jensen to Norgard, left side of midfield, Tony on the left wing, Norgard plays it to the centre forward,
that's
floated it in, and Pope, the easiest catch he'll make all season. It's a big throw by Pope, and he's given it straight back to the Brentford defender Jorgensen on halfway. Losing it needlessly there, Newcastle, and then who else but Joelinton winning it back. Isak now around a couple of challenges. Me with a tackle on halfway. 69th minute. Second half has flown by. Ball into the box by Brentford. Norgard goes down. Scrambled behind by Botman for a corner. Or was it Sharda actually who went down?
It was Sharda.
They've got the same colour boots on, those two. Sharda with Botman for company. Newcastle lead 2-1. What a goal from Isak. Oh. Again, they have a pack of players at the back of the 6-yard box. Henry makes that run off. It's whipped in. Header from Joelinton.
Great header.
He's been at the middle of everything in this second half, Joelinton. They are 2-1 up, having been 1 down at half-time. Defending another corner, same side. Double change coming from Thomas Frank's team. It's towards Tony, who took a swing at it and missed it. And it's a goal kick. Brian Mbeumo and Shandon Baptiste will be introduced any minute. And Mbeumo is a good player. Left out today. 5 goals this season, but a runner and a threat. And Baptiste, a midfielder. Eddie Howe's 2 half-time changes, Wilson and Gordon, have really given Newcastle something. Then it's flicked on by Wilson. He's chasing his own touch. Back to the goalkeeper from Brentford. Very accurate ball out to Rico Henry, who's lifted it inside away from Anthony Gordon. Closing down Ben Mee. And Isak into the challenge.
See, that wasn't there in the first half. We weren't getting in on those tackles. All of a sudden, we're half a yard quicker.
Made the block on Norgard and out for a Brentford throw. Mee towards Tony. He's won it that time. Joelinton fouls. Just cutting across him from the side. Tony played it against Trippier, who got in the way. Now Joelinton goes down. A well-timed stoppage. He's got back up now. Jogs into position. Brentford substitutes being given their instructions, being shown pieces of paper.
Oh, what's that?
As Jensen,
what is that?
Right-footed diagonal ball goes out for a goal kick near the corner flag. Well, that's all right for Newcastle, who are 2-1 up on BBC Radio Newcastle. If you'd like to call us, we will have a phone in after 5, and you can ring us now, and we'll get your details and try to get you on to talk to Ando. 0800 234 6565. 0800 234 6565. Or tweet at BBC Newcastle. Pope, a header from Wilson. Brentford win it. Joelinton intercepts. It's come to Josh De Silva. And Kevin Sharda heading for the goal line. Sven Botman
well played, brilliant.
Beautifully timed tackle Clears it down the line.
Unlucky.
No further activity on Newcastle's bench, but here are the changes. And Brian Mbeumo replaces Aaron Hickey. The young wing-back goes off. And Shandon Baptiste will come on for and he puts the numbers into the board. Josh De Silva.
Yeah, no surprise.
Couple of changes then on the right side of the Brentford team. Leading 2-1 under then after a great response and turnaround at the start of the second half. But what's your feeling on the final
totally dominated,
20 minutes or so?
Totally dominated this second half. I mean, talk about a game of two halves. Brentford could have been out of sight at half-time. The game probably should have been over with the way the first half went, but it's been a great response. The substitutions that he's made have had a huge influence on the game as well.
Cher beats Sharda in the air. Joelinton to the ball on the floor, and Trippier is letting it run and then clips it down the right side. Ben Mee takes it on his chest inside to Norgard. Ooh, almost dispossessed by Gordon and then dispossessed by Isak, who could roll in Wilson, edge of the area. Wilson, it's come back through for Isak, but the goalkeeper gets there, and Brentford survive that Newcastle attack, and the most relieved man of all will be Christian Norgard, who lost possession in the middle. Joelinton winning it back from Tony. Cher to Joelinton and across to Byrne in space. I tell you what, he's had some good games, but this second half he's played is right up there with anything. He'll claim the first goal. It was his run and skill that got him into the position. Pope delayed the kick, and the long ball forwards towards Gordon, who scored here in August. Anthony Gordon for Everton in a 1-1 draw. He scored the opening goal. Brentford hit back. They've only lost once at home this season, beaten by Arsenal in September. Newcastle 2-1 up with 15 minutes to play, and a foul in the centre circle gives Thomas Frank's team a free kick. Tony takes it quickly. Brian Mbeumo down the line. Bruno is there for Newcastle. It's Byrne who has thumped it across from one side of the pitch to the other. Gordon and Henry. Challenge.
Tell you what, I like this left back Henry. Solid, isn't he? Strong, gets forward well, he's got good touch.
Foul by Gordon. It was looked shoulder to shoulder, but he gave him a shove. And
look at where Ray is.
Yeah. And he is pitch side with a member of Brentford staff. The free kick 10 yards outside the box, well, maybe a little further than that actually. And Mbeumo, the substitute, and Jensen are next to the ball. Gordon stands behind the line of vanishing spray. Players on the far side. Jensen runs over it, and Mbeumo left-footed, sticks it in. Good header out by Newcastle from Byrne. Chance to cross towards the near post. Botman.
It's a goal kick. That's a goal kick.
Got the last touch, did he? No goal kick. You're right. It was off Botman and then onto a Brentford player, and it went behind. Yeah. What are you chuckling at now?
Nothing.
Behind off Norgard at the near post. And Newcastle are 2-1 in front. A win, if they can get it, will take them back above Manchester United, who beat Everton 2-0 in the early kick-off. Spurs are behind. Aston Villa are winning. As far as we know, those were the latest scores from a little while ago elsewhere in the Premier League. 78th minute. Brentford throw. Could be another long throw on the far side in the attacking third. And Jensen runs from the advertising board to the touchline, sticks it in, headed across the box by Newcastle, and then Trippier away. Wilson wanted it played into a position to chase onto. It's instead out into the fans on the far side. At least they got the danger clear. There was half an appeal for
Trippier's going mental with the bench.
Oh. It's on this near side now. Trippier makes a challenge.
Look at him, look, going again.
He's not happy about something. No. He's fouled. It's Ethan Pinnock. Central defender was left wing. He touched it through Trippier's legs and then he clattered into him. Well, having
that Brighton goal must have been disallowed.
Oh, so it's 1-1 with Spurs. Okay. Still not a bad score as far as Newcastle are concerned. More Brentford changes coming. There'll be 2 more players introduced after the free kick. Wide on the left. 15 yards out. And Bumo runs to the ball, then stops, and Jensen delivers. Good header!
Oh, what a save!
A great save by Nick Pope, getting down to beat the ball away.
What a save that is!
All the way back to Raya from halfway. Newcastle grateful to their goalkeeper, who's already saved a penalty today for making a vital stop from that header following the free kick. Wilson now in midfield to Gordon, man on. Henry's pinched it, knocked it around Trippier, who pulled out of the challenge. Henry away, Gordon in with a sliding tackle. It's high five from Kieran Trippier. That's how to do it.
Yeah, he's a good player, this Henry. Good energy about him.
Might look good in a black and white shirt next season.
You wouldn't mind him, would you?
Be an option, potentially. Jensen with another long throw. It's like being at Stoke, isn't it? Red and white and long throws. Towards the near post, and header from Cher. Back to Jensen. Floats the cross towards the penalty spot. Joelinton header. Ben Mee shot on the turn. Trippier has to clear it. Here comes Vitali Janelt, German midfielder, back from injury, and Johan Visser, forward, who plays international football for Democratic Republic of Congo. Christian Norgard is the first player off, and the second is Ben Mee, I think, is it? Yeah, it is Ben Mee. They've taken the defender off and put an attacker on.
Well, they've got to go for it.
Maybe Henry will tuck inside in a back three now. Here they've taken the throw. Space for Baptiste.
Oh, it's awful.
Pope stretching, makes the claim near his left-hand post.
Awful.
Jason Tyndall is talking to a couple of other members of Newcastle staff. We are into the 83rd minute on BBC Radio Newcastle. Give us a ring, 0800 234 6565. They lead 2-1. It feels like the quickest second half I can remember. Trippier. Oh, what a ball that is for Wilson. He's got him in at the edge of the area. Brilliant control. And then the tackle as far as Bruno over the top from 20 yards. What a pass from Trippier to set up Wilson. Lovely first touch, but just got overrun by defenders as Brentford stopped Newcastle, and Gordon wins it back from Henry. And looks forwards. It's a good ball to Isak, and he's threaded it through for Wilson into the area. Pinnock recovers. Very good defending. Clearance to Visser. Lovely feet, sidesteps Isak, and then plays it straight against Willock. Newcastle recover possession in the middle third of the pitch. 2-1 up. Joelinton to Bruno. This is what they need at this stage of the game. Isak's taken it and turned and fed Gordon. Back to Cher. Trippier's available, square along halfway, he gets it. Clips it forwards off a Brentford player. Janelt heads it away. Joelinton wins it back, and Willock running up to the Brentford box. Through for Wilson, left side of the penalty area. And he's chipped over the cross, but there's no one in the middle. And it doesn't go behind. Janelt has to keep it in on the line. Jensen back to Janelt, near to the corner, inside to the goalkeeper. Just plays it around Willock. And Spurs have gone into a 2-1 lead now against Brighton. So that keeps them very much alive in the race for Champions League football. They still would be, even if they don't win today, Tottenham, but underlines the importance of Newcastle holding on here, or even getting a third goal. They did have a third goal through Wilson, but it was disallowed after a VAR check which spotted a handball. To cross in from the right from Brentford, caught by Pope.
Keepers all day. Take your time.
Oh, he will. Pope is waving teammates up the pitch. Jamal Lascelles has been called back by Jason Tindall. Wilson challenges for the ball with Pinnock. Joelinton tackled. Bruno gets a boot on it, but it's come to Visser. Jensen got caught by Joelinton. Baptiste has possession behind the halfway line. Now they're on the right side. It's Mbeumo, tackled by Burnley, stopped it and produced the ball for Willock. Inside for Isak. They're on the move.
Just overhit.
And Gordon was free to the right as well, and it would have been in. It had opened up for Gordon, but the ball went near side, and it was overhit, and Raya able to pick it up. Baptiste. Accurate ball to the right wing to Mbeumo, and Schade. Botman with him. Schade's cross is blocked by the Newcastle defender. It stayed in play, then it's out off Joelinton. 4 minutes of normal time remaining. Elliot Anderson and Jamal Lascelles will be coming on. Eddie Howe's talking to the skipper. He's going to replace Alexander Isak, who might well be the match winner with a wonderful goal.
Unbelievable goal. What a strike that is. Just play him and Wilson up there all the time. Oh, look.
Have they put I wondered if they put the wrong numbers into the board. Anderson's coming on for Willock. So that will be the first change.
Isak's been booked.
Isak yellow carded. He doesn't think he's coming off. And Willock might get a yellow card now as well. The referee has gone to speak to him. Isak is being replaced by Lascelles. And high fives the skipper and Elliot Anderson, and Willock makes his way over to the near touchline as well. Breaks into a quick walk.
Has that rule gone where you've got to walk off to the nearest point?
I'm not sure it has. I don't think so.
Obviously doesn't apply.
Maybe it's not always enforced.
No.
So Lascelles is on. They've put an extra defender on, and Anderson, always good to see him. He's gone wide left. 2-1 they are in front, Newcastle, after turning it around from 1 down at half-time. Defending here as Brentford go back to Henry. Floats in the cross, headed up. Pope's coming and is knocked it away, and then they get it clear, but not fully. And Schade in the area, it's helped on, it's come to Janelt, and wide left it goes, and Pinnock, that'll be a Newcastle throw, challenged by Trippier.
Oh, it's got to be a free kick, surely. Hey, dear, oh dear.
For a big lad, he went down very, very readily, didn't he?
Well, so would you if you were barged in the back.
Not a foul according to the referee. Wilson on his chest from the throw. Brentford have it back. It's scooped up. It's taken a touch and gone out. Whose ball is it? Brentford's. Joe Linton doesn't want to give it back to them. Jensen to take the throw. 89th minute, 2-1 Newcastle. Would be another huge win in the race for Champions League football next season. Would be their 5th in a row. Another long throw into the box though from Matthias Jensen. Has come down to Visser on the 18-yard line. Can't get the shot off. Tony then with a cross to the far side of the area. Headed out by Byrne. Anderson's tried to win it. Bruno's got it and been tripped by Brian and Mbeumo, and that's a very handy free kick for Newcastle to win.
Yeah. Oh, and he's really hurt. No, he's not. I'm only joking. But he is rolling around.
He's got a kick on the inside of the calf.
I don't think he even got a kick. He just...
Nearly there. But there will be time added on. Despite all the VAR nonsense in the first half, they only added 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
He'll probably add, well, something north of that to the second half, won't he? 1 VAR check, and not too many stoppages. Header on by Byrne, rather he got in the way of Anderson, or maybe Anderson got in Byrne's way. Still have the ball, Newcastle, and that's Bruno, unable to keep it in. Stephen Martin, the 4th official, has the numbers board. Remember the championship match at Nottingham Forest with all the penalty drama? He was the referee that night. 4 minutes only. Brentford playing around with it in their own box. Anderson's won a throw off Jorgensen after putting the pressure on.
That's great pressing.
Only 4 minutes. Jason Tindall has a look at his watch and then goes to talk to the 4th official. Eddie Howe, arms folded, staring at the field of play. Away fans, well, they're in the mood for a party. Byrne with the throw. They've left a few back on halfway, including Lascelles and Cher. That's a Brentford throw this time. I'm sure they'll look to get it forwards quickly. Inside to Jensen. Wilson in pursuit. He's done well to find space. Bruno slipped. Jensen over the top. Pope's come to the edge of his area and headed it. Been caught by Schade. Oh, what a block by Pope. Off his back from Mbeumo's volley.
Don't think he knew much about it.
Won't have saved many from that position, Nick Pope. Now a cross comes in and he punches rather than catches. Schade with a header. Joe Linton, edge of Newcastle's box. Takes it out to the left. Back to Byrne. Big kick away to the halfway line. We're into the 2nd minute of additional time. Wilson couldn't hold it. Anderson makes a challenge. Bruno sticks it into the fans on the far side. 2-1 Newcastle. All the way back to Raya in the D. Pushes it forwards with his first touch. Lascelles comes to challenge Tony. Botman behind them wins a header. Bruno on to Anderson. Back to Bruno. Could get it through for Wilson, or might go himself. Or Gordon to the right. Through for Callum Wilson to make it 3.
Whoa.
Soft balance Wilson going away from goal. Could have finished it. Could have sealed it. But couldn't hit the target from just inside the area. His finish for the disallowed goal was fantastic on the turn. That one, not quite what he was looking for. The 3rd minute of additional time, and 2-1 Newcastle on BBC Radio Newcastle. Byrne with a header, Anderson pushes it on, and then wins a second ball in the air. Jorgensen back to the goalkeeper from wide on the right. Raya, long ball upfield, looking for Tony. He's headed it on towards Visser, cleared from the edge of the box by Cher. Gordon after it, Jan out with him. Gordon knocks it and runs, and he's got Wilson in the middle. Gordon to Wilson,
Put him
and
in
they've got
again.
Anderson free to the left. Here's Elliot Anderson to wrap it up. Straight at Raya in the middle of the goal. Newcastle want to bring on Matt Ritchie. Lascelles, good header from the goalkeeper's kick forwards. Henry gets around Trippier and is fouled by Gordon. Well, maybe Wilson will feel that he should have taken on the shot, but Anderson was in a great position.
Yeah, didn't get Anton on it, did he? Just put your foot through it.
And still looking for a first senior goal, one that counts. Matt Ritchie may not come on. Brentford have taken the free kick. We're into the final minute. 2-1 Newcastle. Tony onto the roof of the net. They could have levelled it up. That header from Ivan Toney landed on the top of Nick Pope's goal, and how relieved are Newcastle at that.
Oh, he didn't know, did he? Pope wasn't sure where that was at all.
Gordon is coming off, and Ritchie is going to get a few seconds down the right side. We are now into time added on.
Happy, Gordon.
Time added on.
Yeah, he's not happy.
Eddie Howe's just having a word with him. It's never nice as a substitute to be substituted, yeah. Surely they're going to do it now, Newcastle. Pope with the goal kick. All eyes on Chris Kavanagh, the referee. It's 5 wins in a row, and they are back up to 3rd place in the Premier League. They deliver another blow to the teams chasing them in the race for a Champions League spot. It's been a tough afternoon. It was a struggle in the first half, but a superb response and turnaround in the second, and Newcastle win by 2-1. They had a 3rd disallowed after VAR got involved, but it's another gigantic result, John Anderson.
Massive, absolutely massive. I mean, game probably should have been over at half-time. Brentford should have been out of sight. We didn't turn up. We went to the races. We were very pedestrian. Second half, we were brilliant. Totally different side. The substitutions he made, Isak and Wilson together, are frightening. You know, somewhere along the line, he's got to play both of them from the start. I thought they were electric in that second half. The goal Isak's got, the winner, is oh dear. It's an absolutely wonderful goal, but most definitely a game of 2 halves. Because as bad as we were in the first half, we were absolutely brilliant in the second half.
And you loved that winning goal from Isak.
Oh dear. Sensational, absolutely sensational.
And they got back into it with a goal from Joelinton, but it may go down as an own goal off the keeper, but he cut inside from the right, took it into the box, and well, it ended up in the net at a crucial time and started the fight back.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ben Meal look at it and think he hasn't covered himself in glory. He's just sold himself. He's gone to the ground. He's cut inside, and it looked like he's trying to pull a ball across goal, and it comes off the heel of the goalkeeper Raya and ends up in the back of the net, and that was the springboard. We totally dominated the second half. Joelinton in the middle of the park just sat there, won every header, stopped the ball getting through to Tony. You know, as I say, as poor as we were first half, second half we were magnificent.
And the players in blue and gold go to the corner and applaud the supporters who will have enjoyed the second half. They've had a good view of all the goalmouth action. after half-time. Could have had more. Anderson with the effort. Isak had one saved. Wilson off target. The goal that was disallowed was for handball. It hit him higher up the arm, and it must have been not high enough really for it to be considered shoulder, but not necessarily clear-cut, though Brentford players appealed straight away. But VAR's ruined the game. All throughout the match, disallowed goal. It took ages to see a clear offside. Yeah. Ages. I mean, it took forever to give the penalty, a soft penalty, the second one. The first penalty, fair enough, no doubt about that. The one that Pope saved, and that was a huge moment in the game, because Newcastle could have been 2 or 3 down at half-time. But we know why VAR's there, but
takes too long. Takes too long. I mean, you don't know whether to celebrate a goal. You don't know whether it's good. You just see the referee just stands. Ball goes, and the referee stands, and he's waiting to hear. And you know, it's taken all the enjoyment out of the game for supporters.
0800 234 6565 is BBC Radio Newcastle's number. If you want to send us a WhatsApp message, put BBC at the start and then send it to 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. BBC at the start of your message, or on Twitter we are at BBC Newcastle, and post-match reaction will come before 6, but Ando will be sticking around for a bit to answer some of your calls with Colin White in the studio. Newcastle's players are heading towards the tunnel. A huge roar from the away section as they move on to 56 points and back up to 3rd position. Aston Villa seem to have recorded a big win as well over Nottingham Forest today, and that takes them into 6th. So next week at Villa Park becomes an even more significant match in the battle for Europe, and that will be, I'm sure, a really tough game, but it's one to look forward to next Saturday lunchtime. That's their next match, the 3rd of the 3 away games in a row. After a bad first half, they responded superbly in the second, Newcastle, to turn it around, get their 5th victory in a row, and beat Brentford in West London by 2 goals to 1.
Total Sport.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Hey, Colin. That got a little bit hairy at the end. Ivan Toney nearly nicking a point, but
yeah,
ultimately it is a very, very good victory.
Unbelievable. I mean, if you're perfectly honest, the game should have been over at half-time. Brentford should have been out of sight. You know, Toney misses a penalty. They had a goal disallowed, had other chances. We just never got started. We were really placid in that first half. But fair play to Eddie Howe. You know, I think the substitutions he made had a huge effect on the game. Gordon coming on and Wilson coming on. Wilson and Isak together in that second half were terrific. It really was a case of a game of 2 halves. You know, in the first half, nowhere near it. Looked leggy, looked off the pace. Brentford were all over us. You know, we never laid a glove on them. The second half we were tremendous. You know, we really were. And the Isak's goal is just oh dear, it's a thing of beauty. It really is.
Yes, a reason, if no other, to watch Match of the Day this evening. So Newcastle United then on 56 points, back above Manchester United on goal difference. I mean, how Manchester United have ended up 4th in the table with with so few games to go, with a goal difference of only +7.
It's been a real weird Premier League this season. You know, you would think the way this result was huge in the context of the way results went today as well, Colin, with Manchester United winning, with Spurs beating Brighton. You would think that with Brentford getting beaten and Brighton getting beaten, it's now 4 from 5 for those Champions League spots. You know, we're at Villa next week, then the following week we've got Spurs at home. So, you know, massive games. But in the context of the way results went today, with Spurs winning, with Manchester United winning, it was hugely important that we got something here today, and the response in the second half was just unbelievable, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
And it is effectively an extra point. You know, Newcastle United's goal difference now plus 27. Manchester United is plus 7. Spurs plus 13. Aston Villa somehow up there on plus 1. So there is, that is it, when it comes down to it on the last day of the season. If it is as tight as that and it goes all the way to the end of May, then that is effectively an extra point. Newcastle, just for reference, 8 points behind Manchester City, who still have a game in hand because they play Southampton at 5:30. Get your calls in, have a chat with Ando. The number is 0800 234 6565. I'm going to save the VAR chat / rant for when people come on and want to talk about it themselves, I'm sure. We can't. Honestly, I know you'd love to. We can't avoid it for the next 40 minutes.
No, but, look, it's ruining the game. It's spoiling the enjoyment of the game as well, because you know, every goal that's scored, the first thing you do is look at the referee, and the referee just stands there and he's waiting. And then they take forever. I mean, the offside goal was an absolute joke, because we had it on the monitor here, and as soon as you seen it, you went, he's offside. And there was nothing about drawn lines or anything else. He was offside.
Having said that, you thought that against West Ham in midweek for one of the goals, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I thought Joe Linton was offside, but this one, it was looking straight across. You know, you're looking straight across the line. Tony's last man, and you're going, he's ahead of everybody. He's offside.
Yes. By the way, I said we're going to leave the VAR chat for later, and it's literally just a mention of the letters VA and R, and off you went. Yeah,
but it's just spoiling the game. It is, and the length of time it takes to make decisions now is becoming an absolute joke as well. You know, I mean, I think it took 7 minutes for all those VARs, and they added 3 minutes.
And there's been injury stoppages as well in the first half as well. It was a strange addition of time. But
ridiculous.
Let's have a chat then to Andrew, who is our first Newcastle caller on the line this evening. Good evening, Andrew.
Hi, Colin. Hi, Ando.
Hi, Andrew.
Satisfied.
What a monumental, huge, gargantuan win that was. But before I talk about the game, do you remember that Spanish commentator you had on at the beginning of the season when we signed Isak?
Yes, John Driscoll is his name.
Yeah.
I obviously don't know who's in charge of booking guests, but get him back on, get him on his hands and knees, and make him issue a grovelling apology.
Yeah, for those of you who weren't listening, this was when Alexander Isak signed for. In fact, I don't know if it was when he signed or when he was rumoured to be signing, but it was around that time anyway. Yeah, John Driscoll, who follows, he commentates on a lot of Spanish football, came on Total Sport and said he didn't. I'm paraphrasing slightly. He didn't think Isak was worth anywhere near £40 million, and if it hadn't been the Premier League, it was 60. Sorry, and if it hadn't been the Premier League, he wouldn't have moved for anything like that because he wasn't worth anything like that.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, he's worth every single penny, in my opinion. But what a win that was. I would have gladly taken a point today. I knew after having 2 games so close together, that with the way we play, the intense nature of how we play, it would have been a tough. It was going to be a tough game of the day. First half, obviously, they looked tired. They looked physically, mentally exhausted, but Eddie Howe's got them in at half time and he's made some substitutions and we've absolutely battered them in that second half. I know Brentford could have been a couple of goals up, but equally we could have scored 3 or 4 goals at least in that second half ourselves. I've got no complaints with the first penalty with VAR, but the second one is an absolute farce. It's a joke. And Callum Wilson's disallowed goal, apparently it hit him somewhere along his shoulder. You know, that's a joke. But we've beaten them. We've beaten VAR. Happy days.
Yeah, look, it really was a game of 2 halves. I mean, if Brentford if Tony had scored the first penalty and they'd have gone in 2 up at half time, you would have feared coming out in the second half. You would have thought there's a real mountain to climb. But at 1-0 down, you're always in the game as poorly as we play it, you know, and then you get the goal back. Whether Joe Linton keeps it or not, I'm not too sure, but the second goal is just, it's a thing of real beauty. It's an absolutely wonderful goal. It's just different class. And Wilson and Isak together just caused Brentford's back four, all sorts of problems. I mean, full credit to Eddie Howe, because at half time he couldn't have been happy, and the substitutions he made yet again made a huge difference. Gordon came on and he wasn't happy at being substituted right at the end, but yet again he made a difference. But Wilson, spoke about him coming back from the World Cup, and he didn't look the same player. He looked weak. His movement wasn't there. But in the last couple of games, he's been, again today he's come on. He's made a huge difference. He's bullied centre backs. He's worked the channels. He laid it on for Isak. I mean, I'm saying laid it on for Isak. There was still an awful lot of work to be done. It's one of those you're coming on to. It's very easy to just blast it into the stand, high into the seats at the back. But it's a great finish. But the two of them together were electric. And look, you got to give Nick Pope a mention as well. The save that he's made right at the end as well from the header is a great save, to keep the score at 2-1. Big win. As I said to Colin earlier, under just the way that results went today as well, with Spurs winning, with Manchester United winning, it takes the steam out of them a little bit as well. But massive 3 points.
Andrew, thank you very much indeed for talking to us this evening. The number to call 0800 234 6565, and we'll talk to Steve, who's another Newcastle fan, in just a moment. Going to read a couple of these tweets out though. Joey the American Geordie on Twitter says, this win is a huge step forward for Newcastle, showed a lot of heart and character. This is a team learning how to win in the face of adversity, and proud to be a Toon fan, says Joey. Mark E says, wasn't working the first half, had to change. Eddie went early with the two forward players, dominate the first half an hour of the second half and got the win. Seemed VAR was doing anything for us not to win, but that's 5 on the spin. Nothing can stop us now. Eddie Howe's not necessarily had to, all that often this season, really work hard to change games. But nobody was ever doubting whether he was capable of doing it. But that's starting to become a little bit of a theme now as well. It signals the depth that Newcastle actually do have. Maybe not right the way through the bench, but there are 2 or 3 players on the bench each week who can come on and change a game. Well,
what it signifies, Colin, really is the confidence that's in the squad, in all the players. They're playing. There's certain players out there who are playing above themselves, and that comes with playing in a winning side and winning games week in, week out. You believe, you've got a confidence, you've got a strut about you. You got to remember that a lot of these players were playing in sides that were getting beaten week in, week out, that were sitting back. There was no enjoyment in it. But once you start winning games, you grow in stature. You gain an extra yard. And I think that's been shown this season as well. So it's been tremendous. There's a spirit, there's a determination about this bunch of players, and yet again that comes with winning games on a regular basis, and that belief that you can win games. At half time, I'm sure they got in the dressing room, there was a few, I would imagine there was a few harsh words said. Look, you're better than this. That's the poorest we've been. We're only one down, we're not out of it. You've got to go out there and you've got to show what you're all about and get back to where you've been, and that's exactly what they did. And full credit to them for that. And there's going to be, 9 games I think that's left, and there's going to be games in those 9 games where we're going to have to do the same again. But look at it. It was, as much as the first half was a really hard watch, and you feared for us, the second half was just brilliant, different class.
Cheers, lads. Gareth says at the end of this text, I'm going to read the rest of it. A huge win, a brilliant second half. I kicked the radio at half time with all the VAR nonsense and jumped for joy at the end, which has not helped my dose of gout. Thank you to Razor, Ando and Colin, and bring on Bayern Munich and Real Madrid next season. What a roller coaster Gareth's been through this afternoon. Let's have a chat to Steve, who has given us a call. Welcome to Total Sport, Steve.
Thanks, Colin. Hello, Ando.
Hey, Steve.
I know exactly what that feels. What little they have got is almost as grey as a battleship that's just gone greyer. Well, the way you and Razor were talking the first half, especially the first 15, 20 minutes, it sounded like the first 5 minutes of the last game, a bit dodgy and scary.
Yeah.
But I don't know what was said in the dressing room in the second half, but we owned that whole second half according to what was being said on the radio. It's two different halves.
Yeah, I think what was said in the dressing room at half-time was, look, you've been really poor in that first half. Game should be over, but it's not. We're still in it at 1-0. You've got to go out and you've got to be better than that. There's a big opportunity to get back into it in the second half. You know, they've let us off the hook to a degree, because, as I say, the game could have been out of sight at half-time. But it was only, and when you're only one down, you know, you always feel that you're still in the game. And second half, they were just like a different side. It looked like it was a side that was really transformed, and the substitutions made a huge difference. There's no doubt about it. But you'll have to watch Isak's goal. It's just it's a thing of immense beauty. It's brilliant.
I'm looking forward to it, but I've had a couple of texts off mates who've been down there, and they've said Ivan Toney could have buried us a couple of times.
Yeah. I mean, his first penalty was awful. You know, Pope's guessed right, but it's not even in the corner, and in the end, Nick Pope's waiting for the ball to get to him, and then Pope's made a great save at about 5 minutes from the end from a header that's low down, and he's got down and made a real smart save. You know, so look at 2 away wins in the space of 4 days. You've got to be happy. And even though we won at West Ham, I didn't think we played particularly well, and we didn't play particularly well first half today. But second half, we were absolutely brilliant.
Well, with West Ham, we didn't really have to play well the way they did.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's a fair point.
Yeah. A mate's already ordered me a T-shirt saying, Newcastle, Geordie's on to our 23-24 season.